Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story.
Doom, End Times. Chapter 11. The Slayer, the Crone, and the Undefeated. Harganeth. Move, Shadowblade commanded as he navigated the chaotic streets. Screams were heard in every direction. The city had become a death trap to its inhabitants. The leading Northmen had been held back by Talaris. Yet, even as he stood between them and his own, the Drukei quickly learned that there were demons and their mortal slaves coming from other directions not from where they escaped. Surviving Drukei were dwindling, losing a couple of executioners and witch sisters on the way. The remaining Drukei followed closely behind, along with carrying a resisting Hellebron who struggled as her wrists were now bound in rope. Yet she grew defiant even as her retinue held her down with all their might. "Unhand me. I am your queen, and I demand my RMF." An executioner muffled her mouth with a bundle of cloth shoved in. "Apologies, your highness." The executioner apologized. "But Lord Dreadbringer's final orders were to take you to safety." MMFF. She snarled and thrashed against her bonds, putting much pressure on the surviving members to try and survive the night and hope to get on a ship soon. Shadowblade groaned as he could imagine the severe punishment that he and the others would face if Hellebron gets freed. "If I could just sneak my way out of her hands when this is all over, I'm free to do as I please," the assassin thought to himself. Shadowblade didn't dwell too much on it, finding it beneath him. Not to mention, very inappropriate with chaos running rampant. He guided the others safely as they journeyed to the bay. As they reached another corner, however, the sight of Asur crossing paths with them soon tensed. Worse, it was the fabled Shadow King and his followers that they met face to face. Both sides pulled their weapons and stood ready for combat. Neither side made a move, however, even when there was an opportunity to be made. The Shadow Warriors kept their cool with bows at the ready, while the Kyanite assassin and his kin drew their blades, ready to strike within distance. Only Hellebron was unarmed due to her restraints. "What brings the great Shadow King to our hold? Answer wisely, and I might spare you a slow and painful death," questioned Shadowblade. "On business," Alith answered, coldness creeping into his voice. "And as much as I would relish the thought of killing your kin, my business is elsewhere." Although, Alith eyed the queen behind the assassin. A faint mixture of surprise and amusement drew on his face. "It is oddly fascinating to see you in such misfortunate circumstances, Hellebron." The Crone Queen growled and nearly jumped at him were it not for the executioners holding her back. Shadowblade and a couple of witches stood in front and pointed their daggers threateningly back at Alith. "We are escorting her to the bay," Shadowblade replied. "This city is burning to the ground, and we are abandoning as we speak. But if you intend to threaten her livelihood, then you should have brought more men. If not, then stay out of our way. You'll only be running straight to your execution, Drukei." Alith responded. Shadowblade narrowed his eyes to the Asur prince. "The Northmen have taken the bay, though I sincerely wouldn't mourn for you. And taking the path behind us isn't any better, cousin," Shadowblade coldly stated. "Better off you die in a hole, somewhere," Alith retorted. Both groups were at a standstill, none moving unless the other did. It was only until Hayden spoke through Alith's earpiece did the tension end. "Alith, can you hear me? Do you read me?" Alith slowly and carefully lowered his bow, before raising an index to gesture his enemy to wait a moment. Shadowblade was perplexed, but kept his guard on. Alith pressed on the earpiece and responded. "I can't hear you, Hayden. I'm a little preoccupied right now. What is it?" "I am detecting your presence nearby. We'll be closing in on your position." "How close?" Alith asked. On cue, explosions and loud bangs rang the air, followed by inhuman roars. Hellebron's cohorts were visibly startled and huddled together. Out of the corner, just behind Alith and his warriors, a swarm of bloodletters came running from the south, not even aware of the two groups they passed by, before being eviscerated by hails of tungsten behind them. The bodies fell apart in visceral gore, shocking the Drukei to see such dangerous entities reduced to minced meat. Out of the corner, a bloodletter somehow managed to escape death's grasp and seemed to come out unscathed. It immediately ran out of the elf's sights only for a chain to launch from the other end of where it fled from. The chain caught its target and immediately dragged its unfortunate victim back. The demon frantically clawed the ground and screamed as it attempted to drag itself from true death. At one point, it grabbed the side of a building, quickly noticing the elves not far from it. The demon reached a hand towards them only to be violently yanked from the wall, disappearing again. More screaming followed before a sickening crunch was heard. Silence came, and it stayed like that until a familiar figure approached from the corner. Alith recognized the Doomslayer as he appeared in distinctive green armor, now covered in blood. In his dominant hand was his SSG, the other, the head of the bloodletter he had just killed with its spine still attached. "Now," Hayden answered, sarcastically. Doomslayer approached Alith, completely unfazed by the Drukei's stares. Shadowblade seemed to have lost any interest in fighting the Asur as he began to wonder who the hell this armored giant was. Doomslayer. Hayden. Alith greeted. Wasn't expecting to see you so soon. For moments like this, it's a playground for him, Hayden remarked. Doomslayer cast the head aside, causing a couple of Drukei to flinch before staring right back at them. Hellebron, who had been resistant and troublesome, turned quiet as she heard the name from before. Friends of yours? Simply passing by. Alith answered. Of course, introductions are to be made. The one in the hood and mask is Shadowblade, and the one gagged and bound is Crone Hellebron. The rest are fodder. Is that so? Hayden processed, examining her through the Slayer's helmet cam. I thought she would be baring her fangs, but I see she has been made toothless. In response to Hayden's insult, Hellebron almost jumped before being pulled back. Doomslayer instinctively pulled up the SSG and aimed at the witch, causing Shadowblade to go back on the defense and protect the queen along with his cohorts. Hayden simply chuckled at her expense. Nowhere was he in any danger of the witch's wrath. I see she still has some bark left in her. Hayden bemused. The Queen of Harganeth is not to be harmed while we stand. Move, or you will be moved. Shadowblade threatened. Doomslayer menacingly stared down at the Khainite assassin. The Drukei behind suddenly lost their courage as the air around the armored man had become overwhelmed and threatening. Shadowblade had noticed and was deeply disturbed by the leering presence. The stare-off lasted for about 5 seconds before demonic howls were heard. Eye contact was broken, and everyone looked to where the noise came from. Just behind the Drukei, blood crushers and their riders stomped their way through the streets as they closed in on the group. Alith ordered his troops to prepare an assault, while Shadowblade barked his to follow him and safeguard the queen as they made their escape, with Hellebron still making muffled screams. Alith had little time to change orders with the Khornates charging in fast. Lastly, Doomslayer pulled up the ballista once again and readied the destroyer blade. The Drukei could not help but watch as the Slayer's mystical crossbow began glowing with fury and then launch as a magical blade sweep across the bloody cavalry. There's the rest of them. Kill them and take their SKUL dash. A rider's orders was cut short as the destroyer blade cleaved through their ranks. Torsos and legs flew all over as both man and beast splashed across the now bloodied road close to their targets just as they stepped back. They still howled their rage even as their blood sated Khorne's thirst. A dying Chaos Warrior crawled desperately towards Doomslayer in futile anger. Everything below his chest was missing, his waist and legs now lost in the sea of corpses behind. He grabbed one of his legs, clenching it with little strength he had. Doomslayer responded with a stomp to the head, crushing him with enough force to crack like a watermelon. All the gray matter and blood caked his boot and the ground beneath. Doomslayer turned to Alith, prompting Hayden to speak. We should leave immediately. Alith, any ideas on our rendezvous? Still scouting further. With the assault this heavy in every direction, our paths have grown narrow. Then we'll settle with cleaning it up. Doomslayer pulled up the CSG and cocked it as Hayden suggested. What do we do with the escaped animals? Alith understood what he meant. By now, Hellebron and her cronies had escaped from his grasp. However, he wasn't too miffed about it. Leave them, Alith decided. They mean little to us as it is. Are you certain that's the right call? Hayden asked, sounding rather concerned at the thought of the dark elves being spared. Doomslayer was visibly fuming behind the visor. Yes. Besides, the Norscans are still behind us, remember? Alith reminded. Doomslayer grunted, but made no further complaints. Quite a gamble, but a fair point, I suppose. Hayden surmised. No point in crying over spilled milk. Alith shrugged. Come on, we should get out of here. Don't want to stand here like sitting fowl. We'll take the lead. You should stick close behind. Won't complain. I'll still guide you, though. With that, what followed after was a trail of carnage as Doomslayer became the battering ram. Meanwhile, Hellebron was furious. Not only was her beloved city being besieged and now deprived of her weapons, but she was also being dragged away from the battle by her own acolytes, all thanks to Teleris usurping her from her rightful place. It angered her to no end. Treacherous fools. She cursed, thoughtfully. I will have you all choke on your blood, and have you all prostrate before Kine as I rip out your hearts when I'm free of my bonds. At the front, her chief assassin took the lead as they navigated through the streets, now riddled with their own and the savages. Shadowblade carefully watched around him and the others, ever aware of the danger presented. Not too long after, Norscans appeared and the Drukei were prepared to defend her. The humans screamed their dark gods as they charged her people. The executioners took to defense and offed those who were within Drake-striking distance. The witches stood behind them, all too impatient and eager to join their male counterparts. However, being too focused at the front made them vulnerable from the back as a screech broke from their backs. Flyers, one cried out before being snatched away as a swarm of furies descended on the unsuspecting elves. The ensuing chaos was enough to break the formations for the children of the Kine, but never their resolve. Few Norscans managed to get through the defenses and wadded their way in the crowd with their axes. The witches didn't hold back and started stabbing and slicing the closest invaders within reach. It was, however, enough for Hellebron to loosen a bit. As her guards focused on every direction that would be a potential blind eye to them, the Blood Queen tripped and fell over one of them. She managed to grab a handle of something and pulled it back to her as she was lifted again. She smiled to herself as she felt the sharp edge on her fingertip. The guards were barely aware of her due to their surrounding them as she planned her freedom. She quickly went to work on the rope, cutting hastily but silently with the guards now distracted. By the time her wrists were free, one guard noticed as he checked on her and warned the others. Queen Hellebron is free. Hold her dash. He was shortly punched in the throat, dropping to the floor as he choked. Hellebron quickly took his sword and began making quick work on a Fury before driving the sword further into the guard's neck. The guards froze seeing their queen freed and out for blood. Hellebron lashed out indiscriminately with her temporary weapon, regardless of who was in her way. The Drukei were quick to notice and avoided her fatal blows, with only a few of theirs dying. The Norscans, not so much. The Blood Queen matched their rage and triumphed over them in such a ferocious state, she barely registered the wounds she received by them. Furies swooped down on her as well, only to fall victim to her berserk state. Shadowblade. She screeched in fury at the assassin's mutiny. Shadowblade himself heard her call his name as he drove a blade into a Norscan's eye. He felt a pang of fear in his chest and quickly turned back to see Hellebron now raising a sword over his head. Instinctively, he raised his in time and was now at her mercy. Hellebron's maddened blood-red eyes bore through his soul, almost making him flinch as they crossed blades. It soon devolved into a personal fight between the two, leading to Hellebron kicking the assassin in the gut and throwing him in an alley. Shadowblade was quick to recover and evaded a strike to the neck in time. Hellebron thrust with her sword while the assassin parried in kind. Where Hellebron was all about force and aggression, Shadowblade relied on his speed and nimbleness to his advantage. The battle with the Norscans continued without them. Hellebron shrieked at him. "You will pay for your treachery. I will castrate you and feed you your own cock before I even slit your throat. You and Talaris once I find him." "Damn it, Hellebron. We were doing it for your own safety," he defended, deflecting another blow from the left. "This city is falling and we need to resettle in Nagarond, so that King Malekith may lead us to victory once more. And allow that bitch by his side to take all the credit? Never," she lashed out, going for an overhead strike to which Shadowblade avoided. "He refused me an army to save Kind's holy ground. Why should I throw my lot with him only to be thrown away? That whoremother of his will laugh at me. They all will. Your madness is blinding you, Hellebron. Staying here is suicide," Shadowblade argued, striking back with a non-lethal jab to the ribs, focusing on disarming than outright killing. This only angered her further. Hellebron took all of her strength, swung back at the assassin only to be redirected to a wall. The force in her swing caused the blade to be embedded into the thick wall. She strained to pull it back out, leaving her at Shadowblade's mercy. However, the assassin had other ideas. "I'm sorry, my queen," he apologized. "I have no desire to kill you, but I will not stay by your side any longer. I relinquish my service to you, and I return you your blades and your leadership." The assassin pulled out her weapons in a bundle and soon fled into the darkness further in the alley, leaving her with the remaining Drukei left fighting the Norscans. The Blood Queen could only scream back in anguish. "Come back, you craven. Come back so I can claw that fucking heart off from you." Silence greeted back, however. The anger subsided as she took deep breaths. Glancing at her weapons on the floor, Hellebron hurriedly unwrapped the bundle and grabbed a hold of her blades once more. The death sword and the parrying blade were within her grasp once more. She turned back to the still raging battle. Her first target came swinging with a battle axe. She ducked below it and retaliated with a stab through the left thigh. The deep puncture left the warrior bleeding profusely before his head went flying. Fury swooped down, but Hellebron struck first with the same manic hysteria. With their leader back in the fray, the Drukei's morale had boosted considerably, but were now back to being under Hellebron's heel much to their dismay. The Blood Queen simply massacred her way through the tide of chaos, as if possessed by Kine himself. Their enemies' ranks were thrown into chaos, no pun intended, and were now being pushed back by a rage-consumed Hellebron. Scores of them were cut down even as they cried out for the Blood God. But Khorne stayed silent and watched admirably of the Dark Elf's rampage. The few smart enough to realize through their berserk haze turned and ran as they realized they were no match for the Blood Queen's fury. However, as soon as they turned, a swarm of Sisters of Slaughters came charging without warning from their backs. The gladiatrixes themselves had begun their own retreat were it not for the nearby cries of Hellebron herself. Wasting no time, they charged and lashed at the air as they struck down Furies with their whips while blocking the raiders' escape. Now trapped, the Norscans had no choice but to perish at the hands of the bloody-handed gods chosen. At that moment, the Drukei received a great boon. Their ferocity was rewarded with victory. A small one, but a first to relish. As the last of the invaders fell, Hellebron clawed out the heart of a dying raider with her bare hands and raised it into the air for all to see. She yelled in triumph. "Revel in slaughter. Revel with me. Revel in the will of Kine. Her sisters and brothers yelled and rejoiced as she proudly claimed. Such a victory was followed by a short announcement. But a lesson must be made for early transgressions. Suddenly, Hellebron struck her sword through the neck of a witch before stabbing another with an uppercut within reach. The clamor instantly died as she drew blood from her very sisters. Any who dare lay a hand on me again and try to usurp from my place shall join these whores. Hellebron threatened. Now back to your places and listen carefully. We shall gather our remaining sisters and brothers and drive these invaders from the holy fortress of Kala Minshakine. The acolytes soon stepped aside and made way for the queen herself, her temper fouler than the corpses beneath their feet and in ill mood. They thought themselves lucky, for she would have killed them by the droves. Still, they knew better and made careful considerations to avoid repeating their mistakes. For Hellebron, it was enough to dissuade any dissension and further disobedience from them. The only thing missing was Shadowblade's head on a platter, but that could wait. For now, all she needed was to take back the city, kill the invaders, both Chaos and Asur, and perhaps learn more of the mysterious figure known as Doomslayer that she had crossed paths with earlier. Present. A bloodletting shrieked as an arrow struck its eye. It made the grave mistake of pulling, as the momentary distraction was enough for Doomslayer to throw a right hook and stab the Doomblade to the side of its head. He knocked aside and launched several sticky bombs from the CSG into the charging demons, each shot landing on its intended targets. Explosions rocked the earth and bodies tumbled as Doomslayer blasted his way through the hordes of corn. Behind him, Alith and his shadow warriors struck back with arrows and swords as they acted as a backup for the former while he swept the invaders with ease. The Bloody Legion, in turn, relentlessly swarmed with overwhelming numbers to push forward. Alas, it was futile on their part as Doomslayer pulled up the chain gun and eviscerated them even as its barrels multiplied. Rounds of tungsten shredded through their numbers like no other. The blessings of Khorne were useless as they did not extend to man-made weaponry, much less one so advanced beyond Imperial invention. Their foe was beyond their match, but they would rather die with raised axes and swords in hand than run like cowards. However, the demons had other ideas and soon used the mortals as meat shields to take the brunt of the assault. Whether to gain time until reinforcements arrived or turn to tail and disgrace Khorne's realm, their blood would be spilled instead. Not the elves. Push forward, commanded Alith. Aim above and behind. Show no mercy to those who come close. The Shadow King stabbed an arrow into a descending fury before pulling and knocking it a charging bloodletter. Behind him, his men fought with skill and unity throughout the fight, suffering little save for the few individuals unlucky to be snatched from the skies. Alith gritted his teeth. Their deaths would be avenged and retaliated with sword and bow in hand. Doomslayer would likely agree were it not for his muteness and his total priority on killing demons while launching micro-missiles onto the enemy reserves. Ruoer. The sudden bellow of a beast announcing itself alerted everyone on the battlefield. Stomping its way past its kin, sometimes crushing them under its fists, the monstrosity towered as great as the bloodthirsters, but appeared differently. Where the greater demons stood on their hind legs, this one was on all fours. Beneath its meaty fists, an extra set of arms protruded its waist, giving it a demonic and hulking T-Rex appearance. On its back, riddled 8 swords in a ritualistic manner with a twisted emblem at the center of its back. And behind it were several warriors holding it with chains, which did little to hold back the monster's already savage nature. Slaughterbrut, a bloodletter roared, before being backhanded into a wall by the great monster itself. The Slaughterbrut's vicious intent targeted everyone as it lashed out indiscriminately, indifferent to friend and foe alike. Each swing of its massive arms unleashed power and force as it slammed to any solid within reach. Halt, Alith ordered, his men standing stalwart even as their hearts gripped with fear. Alith looked up to Doomslayer. I don't suppose you could lend us some of your strength, Slayer? He asked. Doomslayer nodded as he pulled out the super shotgun, the meat hook ready for launch. In one click, the meat hook shot and sunk into the monster's flesh. The beast burst into flame, now more enraged than ever before. The chain pulled him towards it, readying himself before finally giving a powerful haymaker to the Slaughterbrut's face. The force of the impact was enough for the beast to stumble to back in shock. Combined with the warriors pulling on its chain, the Slaughterbrut landed on its backside, inadvertently crushing its masters under its weight. The remaining warriors made. Doomslayer landed on his feet again and no sooner resumed the assault with the chain gun. Tungsten slugs pierced through the demonic beast's flesh. The Slaughterbrut cried out in pain as the bullets bared down on it. It hurriedly stood back and blocked its head with its large hand. Bits of its flesh and fingers were flying off as the hand was slowly being eaten away. The Slaughterbrut was in an uproar. However, now freed, it quickly grabbed its chain with the other hand and whipped back at the Slayer. Crack! The monster made a direct hit as the chain found its target. Doomslayer was pushed back from a hit to the chest, his thumb on the trigger off. This was enough for the brute to whip at him again. However, Doomslayer evaded this time and switched mods instantly. Now, he resumed hurting again. The energy shield flashed up as the brute came charging, stopped by it before quickly clawing through it. The brute was losing mass despite its thick hide getting in the way. This angered it further and was desperately breaking the shield. However, the shield now suddenly launched itself into its face as Doomslayer kept the trigger on. The brute staggered back, prompting Doomslayer to rush in and attack. He threw a solid punch at its face again. Adrenaline kicked in, and the slaughter brute flailed at him in an attempt to get rid of him. Doomslayer leapt and landed on top of it. He pulled out his axe and drove it into the monster's shoulder. The creature shrieked in anger, but Doomslayer immediately stabbed it with the Doomblade, repeatedly. The slaughter brute began swinging its massive arms as it tried to get the marine off of him, inadvertently attacked the demons and its masters. Alith and his men managed to stay out of the monster's way while fending off the demons. The forces of chaos were thrashed and crushed as Doomslayer forced the gigantic beast to slaughter them indiscriminately. The last of the forces escaped and fled. Doomslayer had it follow the survivors, stabbing it again to hunt them down. Alith followed after the two and called his men to him. "Sir, we move forward." "Ruraeka," cried the champion of Khorne. Arbol swung his axe with Talaris, merely deflecting it with his blade. Steel clanged and resounded the air around them. Surrounding them, the demons and Khornates watched with excitement as the duel raged. Brute strength met uncanny precision. The duel lasted for what felt like hours, only for it to be merely half of an hour. It was a battle of power and skill between the two warriors. The executioner was precise and timed his attacks against the raging warlord. However, his skills were no match for the undefeated's pain intolerance. Talaris' body screamed in agony as his muscles strained and bones break underneath his armor. But the chosen of Kine was relentless and fought against the pain. Talaris parried another attack from the warlord, cutting through his shoulder. Arbol shrugged it off and attacked again. The axe was swung relentlessly and tirelessly back at the executioner. Talaris could feel his blade cracking under pressure. The first Drake was one of the finest weapons and most prized symbols amongst the Drukei, but even it was losing its endurance to the blows. But the executioner would not give up there. He would die with his sword still in hand, then beg for mercy. Arbol pushed him back, and the two were at a standstill. "You are relentless. I commend you for that," Arbol remarked in respect. "Do not privy me with false idolization." Talaris retorted. "This is all just a game to you. I'll die knowing the Hellwalker will come for you." Arbol snorted. "So it is true. The gods are aware, then? Good. He'll be my next hunt." Both warriors charged into one another. But as they got closer within killing distance, Arbol did the unexpected. The warlord dragged his axe to the floor and ensnaring a corpse of his fallen brethren. He launched it at Talaris, causing him to swing his blade in defense. A fatal mistake on his part. As he did, a sharp pain landed on his abdomen. Time moved slowly to a crawl. Talaris looked down and saw Arbol's axe drive into his gut. He dropped his drake and vomited blood from the mouth. The Chaos Champion kicked the executioner and pulled his weapon off him. Talaris was now laying on the ground, surrounded by other corpses. Dying and without a weapon, he could hear the warlord approaching him. The warlord stood proudly above him, a deranged smile appearing on his face. Blood for the blood god. Skull for the skull throne. He prayed before raising his axe in triumph above Talaris. Suddenly, a bunch of demons came running in terror from one direction. Arbol stopped as a massive slaughter brute burst into the scene with Doomslayer on his back. The beast thrashed and crushed those in its path. Ru'aer. Having outlived its purpose, Doomslayer brought his axe up and swung it onto the slaughter brute's neck, decapitating it. Excessive amounts of blood uncontrollably spurted from the stump of its neck. The body crashed onto the floor uselessly as the marine jumped off of it. Doomslayer wasted no time and sprayed hot slugs from his shotgun on Filato. Behind him, Shadow Warrior shot arrows and clashed with the Berserker. Arbol lost interest in the dying Talaris and engaged the Hellwalker. "Kill them. Kill the elves. Spill their BLO dash," he yelled, only to be now flanked by a large number of Drukei swarming from the southwest. The Blood Queen returned with a bigger army in full force. "Kill the infidels. Show them that Kine empowers us." Hellebron cried out with the wrath of a banshee. The Sisters of Slaughter, witches, and a small force of executioners charged with righteous fury. On all sides, the warriors of chaos were being pushed back by the wrath of Harganeth and the Doomslayer. As all sides turned into bloodshed, the dying Talaris grew tired from the blood loss. The cries deafened and his vision faded slowly before him. In his final moments, the executioner chuckled to himself while coughing up the blood from his mouth. His purpose had been fulfilled, and now welcomed Kine to his heart. BFG Division 2020, Mick Gordon. Doomslayer unloaded another slug into the head of a demon before kicking it back at its friends. An ice bomb was launched, and both mortal and demon were encased in frost. The Slayer unleashed a shockwave from his punch after, breaking them apart like ice cubes. Around him, the battle became an orgy of blood and combat. Alitha's men fought valiantly against the wave of chaos fiends with steel and arrow while, to Doomslayer's shock, the force of 5,000 half-naked crazy elves screaming bloody murder. Yet they seem more focused on killing the Chaos worshippers than his and Alytha's group. If it came down to killing them as well, so be it. The whole battle became a cacophony of screams, mad laughter, and clanging steel. Doomslayer pumped his shotgun again and shot a sticky bomb at a crowd of demons. A bloodthirster came crashing to the earth and slammed his axe towards the marine. Doomslayer switched to the chain gun and whittled down its flesh until bone and flesh were exposed before giving a swift slash to the throat. The demon died, clutching its necking and drowning in its own fire blood. On Alytha's part, the Osir knocked an arrow straight into the exposed visor of a raider and killing him in an instant. Switching to his sword, Alyth danced around the battlefield with pirouettes and precise stabs and slashes through the exposed spots of Khornate warriors and bloodletters. On the side of the Drukei, Hellebron reveled in the carnage, laughing hysterically like the mad witch she was. Few bloodletters could match her tenacity and valor. She would see that the entire bloody legions of Khorne die by her hands, then allow the gain a foothold of her domain. In her maddened haze, the Blood Queen was lost in the violence. She wasn't aware of her surrounding until she found herself in Doomslayer's crosshairs. She froze in her place, now realizing she was at death's door. In a split second, Doomslayer pulled the trigger. The bullet whizzed past Hellebron, however, and landing a shot at a Fury. The flying demon's head exploded violently behind the Blood Queen. Hellebron looked back and was completely shocked by her savior's rescue. Doomslayer ignored her and launched himself another one of the Furies with the meat hook. Hellebron quickly regained her senses and fought off the invasion with her sisters. In the midst of this senseless carnage, Arbel could only feel outraged and frustrated at this surprise attack. Grrrrrragh. Damn it all, he yelled his frustration. He called upon his flesh hound, who kept itself busy clawing and tearing its way through the Drukei. The beast obeyed its master's command and allowed him to mount. Both master and mount tore their way through the crowd. Arbel searched for the one responsible for foiling his plan. He soon heard the loud explosions and turned to see the Green Knight mowing down several bloodletters and felling another of his bloodthirsters. His god gave him vision, and this was the man he needed to kill. He kicked his hound and beckoned it to charge. The fleshhound charged its way through the crowd, indiscriminately. The fleshhound made a jump and pounced on the Slayer. Doomslayer was slammed to the ground, dropping whatever he had on him, but quickly stabbed its paw with his wrist blade. The hound yelped as it backed its feet off of him. Doomslayer rolled to the side and pulled out the heavy cannon, spraying missiles at its face. Flesh tore off its face, revealing bone and boiling blood dripping on the ground. The fleshhound growled in anger as it felt the pain of the rockets hitting its face. It began to slash at him with its claws, only for Doomslayer's thrusters to push him back and flash-step the hound's attacks. He pulled up the chain gun and activated its shield, spraying rounds on it. Arbel's armor protected most of his body, but the rounds were enough to make dents through it. The hound wasn't so lucky. Its flesh stripped even further, giving it a glowing, ghoulish appearance. The beast clawed ferociously but was smacked by the flying energy shield. Angered further, the beast made one last pounce at the Slayer. Doomslayer saw the move and charged towards it. Pulling out the infamous painsaw, Doomslayer slid underneath and pushed the chainsaw into its underbelly. The beast fell to the ground with its guts spilled, its master flying off of it. Arbel crashed into a pile of corpses but quickly got up and went to his hound's side. The hound's labored breathing was slowing down. It looked at its master one final time before taking its final breath. Arbel's anger overwhelmed and felt tears of blood pouring from his eyes. He took up his axe once more and saw red as he charged on foot at Doomslayer at blinding speeds. The Marine blasted buckshot into his armor, but Arbel pushed through the pain and drew his axe. Doomslayer pulled out his own and raised in time to stop Arbel's from further damage. Their eyes, each a different side of rage. One unstoppable, the other blind. I will make your death painful and drawn out before I tear your skull out. You will pay for killing my prized hound. Arbel screamed. Doomslayer head-butted him in response, putting the distance between the two of them. Arbel skid to the floor, but was back up in no time. He hefted the handle and prepared to swing again. Doomslayer ducked and strafed with his boosters to the left, landing a direct hit to the champion's side. Arbel struck back with the handle of his axe and raised it over his shoulders. Suddenly, something jumped onto his back and stabbed him multiple times on his shoulders. Arbel quickly grabbed whoever it was and threw it back at Doomslayer. The Slayer ducked and the attack revealed herself to be none other than the Queen herself. Hellebron stabbed her parrying blade to the ground and snarled back at the champion in contempt. Doomslayer returned a 1,000-yard glare back at Arbel as well. Neither deigned at the thought of an alliance, but neither voiced protests. In their minds, Arbel was the bigger threat, and the help was out of convenience. Arbel roared and charged with malevolent intent, as did Doomslayer and Hellebron. The two worked in tandem and in sync, with Doomslayer soaking up the damages and delivering a few powerful hits, while Hellebron evaded and stabbed through the exposed gaps with calculated steps. The two worked independently but instinctively took turns getting in a blow on the large Khornate. Arbel's rage and determination stopped him from giving up and stood his ground even as their assault bore him down. He swung wildly between the two opponents. It infuriated him that each strike he made was exchanged with 2 more blows from the two. And while it was certainly not against Khorne's doctrine, it certainly pissed him off that they were beating the best of him. Around them, the battle fought on. His bloody legions were steadfast, but the sheer ferocity of his 2 enemies reinvigorated both of their people with the same fanaticism. It was here that the Asur and Druchii were united as one, if only for a brief moment. Hellebron stabbed him to his side, exposed from all the lacerations and dents on his armor. Arbel grunted, but backhanded her to the face. The crone was sent flying, but the slayer remained standing. He took all of his strength into his own and slammed onto the champion's shoulder. Arbel's pauldron cracked under the pressure and the axe head made its way into his flesh. Blood spurted out like a geyser, and Arbel screamed in sheer agony. Adrenaline still kicked in, and the champion punched back Doomslayer before pulling the axe out of his wound through sheer will. Now, he wielded 2 axes in hand, even if one was elven-made. Doomslayer dug his fingers into the ground to balance himself. He glanced to the side to find a greatsword laying next to a dead elf. He grabbed it and extended his wrist blade. Both men were now armed with weapons. Arbel roared a battle cry, and the 2 warriors clashed again, exchanging blows in unbridled fury. Arbel, with the Destroyer and Korhil's axe, and Doomslayer with the first Drake. Die already, screamed Arbel. He had slain countless foes and beasts in the name of Karnith for centuries. But none were so determined and unkillable as the Doomslayer. He had figured him to be a challenging opponent, but one that would fall like the rest. Instead, he was fighting tooth, nail, blood, sweat, and spirit to even lay a scratch on his opponent. Doomslayer, however, spent eons in the depths of hell. He had slaughtered countless demons, both lesser and greater than the demons of chaos. Added to his extensive training and control of his rage in Argent Nur, Doomslayer embodied the manifestation of the inevitable. In the eyes of Arbel's victims, he was a dreaded being. But to the Slayer, the champion was just a big fish in a smaller pond. Arbel swung both axes in an aggressive manner, getting in as many hits as he could. Doomslayer deflected and parried with the first Drake. The blade, which was once thought cracked and damaged, somehow retained its strength and integrity in its new owner's hands. Its wielder's spirit flowed through the blade and wrapped it in the same refined energy. As the 2 blades met, the force of the impact launched a blast of energy around them. The surrounding demons, man and elves, were blown back from the magical explosion. The 2 still stood in place, their weapons locked as they pushed against one another's strength. A test of might and prowess shook the very earth beneath them, leaving large cracks to form. Arbel's axes drew closer to the Slayer's armor with each second passing. In the midst of the explosion's aftermath, Alith stood back up and readied an arrow. His aim lined up perfectly straight towards the warlord. However, a berserker tackled him to the ground, indirectly misfiring at the Doomslayer's helmet. The arrow bounced his helmet harmlessly, but the momentary distraction was enough for Arbel to push his axes down further, landing on his shoulders. Doomslayer dropped the Drake and pushed the axes off of him, while sing his strength to push them out. The Slayer's flame belcher spewed fire into the warlord's face. Arbel screamed in pain, but was unrelenting. Doomslayer's thrusters pushed him forward, allowing him to headbutt Arbel instantly. Arbel backed away, stunned from the blow. The Slayer grabbed the Drake from the ground and struck first. Arbel swung his axe to reach first, but was impaled instantly. Arbel dropped his axes, but reached forward in an attempt to strangle Doomslayer. His hands grasped his neck and strangled tightly, with his opponent overcoming them and bending them backwards. Arbel screamed, but was silenced as a sharp pain came directly to his neck. Hellebron stabbed her cursed blade deep into his neck, blade jutting through the opening. Hellebron pulled back her shorter blade, with the mighty champion down on his knees. His strength sapped, and now at the mercy of the very man he was supposed to hunt down. Arbel spent his final moments defiantly watching the Doomslayer extending his Doomblade and swiping across his neck in an instant. The head flew off a good distance and landing not far from where his body was. Arbel's decapitation was quick, but he felt his soul ripped violently from his vessel. He was not being sent to the realm of Khorne, where his fellow lords would fight eternally in the brass citadel, but to the Doomslayer. Arbel's thoughts were that of terror as he was absorbed into the armor of the Slayer, screaming before ceasing from existence. The demons following under Arbel felt his presence gone. Only the Doomslayer remained standing. He pulled Arbel's head and threw it back at them, before firing up his chain gun again. Realizing the threat, the demons of Khorne, both less and greater, fled with their tails behind their backs. Their mortal followers followed their example and fled with their fighting spirits gone and headless without a leader. Doomslayer was ready to pursue them, but Hayden urged him to check on Alith. I believe we have other concerns besides the invaders. We will have to confront the more fanatic residents of this city. Doomslayer nodded and turned to Alith, who was clutching his chest. There were deep cuts into his armor, some even penetrating through his flesh. However, they appeared superficial. Alith, are you alright? I'm fine, Hayden. Alith grunted under the bruises. Just a few bruises. And a couple of broken ribs. But nothing too serious that I can't handle. The reunion was cut short as Helebrand's figure approached menacingly. Behind her, her posse of fellow witches, gladiatrixes, and executioners surrounded him and his Ossur companions. Alith backed behind Doomslayer and readied his blade, while the latter straightened his back and sized her up with equal intimidation. The Drukei backed down a bit under the intense aura surrounding Doomslayer, save for their queen, who remained unflinching. Both man and Drukei glared at each other. Trespassers on my lands are killed on sight, especially for those who carry alongside Ossur scum, as it is by my decree. Helebrand flatly stated as a fact to Doomslayer. However, you fought and drove the enemy off from my lands. So consider your crimes ignored for now. Doomslayer's fists curled up further in seething anger. Hayden simply interrupted him through his intercoms. No need for further violence. Allow me to do the talking. I'll have her believe that I am your voice. Just make subtle gestures and follow my lead. Doomslayer grunted but allowed the doctor to do his magic. But if things don't go well, there's plenty of ground to make graves around here. Hayden soon spoke through his speakers. I am Doomslayer. I've been told that already. Helebrand quipped. The question is, why come here? Why step onto my lands with so few in numbers? One so foolish to plan with little resources should be executed for such stupidity. To you, that may be the case. Hayden argued. However, we intended to go incognito. Speed by boat was our only means of travel. However, we were shipwrecked here instead. And where exactly did you tend to land? Helebrand questioned. Her eyes gave a withering look straight at Doomslayer's face. He was getting really pissed at this hag wasting his time. However, Hayden was certain to make this smooth somehow. I was supposed to arrive in Nagarond until the invaders forced us to arrive here instead. I am here to speak to your king. The queen gave him hollow laughter in response. And you think him, Malekith the Witch King, to be a noble who is worth hearing your words? You are indeed a fool to be coming here. Especially one who has brought the infamous Alith Anner under his toe. Helebrand's face darkened visibly as she leaned closer. Doomslayer could see her skin sag under that ugly scowl of hers. You are not here to trade words. This is an assassination. Simple and plainly as that. The Blood Queen's eyes stared deeply into Doomslayer's eyes in intense silence. Alith was prepared to kill her in a heartbeat before he witnessed the unexpected. Her lips soon turned into a bloodthirsty grin. I wish to join you, she said with malice creeping in her voice. The response caught the three off guard, alongside the other elves, and Hayden responded appropriately. And why would you want to? Hayden asked, with Doomslayer tilting his head a bit curiously. She scoffed and said with conviction, Bah, why wouldn't I? I have sent messages to send in reinforcements, and this whole siege is the result of his negligence. And what I want now is blood, Slayer. The Witch King's blood. And I will be the first to watch him choke as his heart ripped out and his lungs drowned in his own blood, if means honoring kind. And consider this paying for your crimes and a favor owed. Hayden considered breaking the illusion, but held his tongue a bit. It seemed all three would benefit this alliance, somehow. However, 2 out of 3 weren't in a rush to have that happen, but business needed to come first. In that case, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to have you join us. Unless it does not pan out, stay out of our way and let us do our job. But I don't hold much faith if the Witch King turns us back. I look forward to it, Slayer. Helebrand replied. I'll have the mounts prepared. Drukei, have the horses ready. The Blood Queen went elsewhere to prepare the journey, leaving much confusion between the three. Hayden, are you really out of your depth? Alith whispered harshly. That woman is a bloody lunatic, and you think to parley with her with the promise of Malekith's blood? On any other day, I would have accepted such an offer by only a margin, but not right now. Doomslayer silently agreed if his shaking fists were to go by. Hayden, however, responded with a cold but calculating demeanor. Obviously, it is a risk, but if this doesn't end up like it's planned, we'll have to tell Teclis to go for plan B. What? A contingency, I mean. Alith was completely exasperated but was too tired and bruised to even protest. He looked straight into Doomslayer's eyes. And you, Slayer? Do you want to go with Hayden's plan? Asked Alith. The Slayer simply looked as annoyed as the Ossur was. He raised 2 fingers before motioning a thumb across his neck. Alith looked puzzled and tried to grasp his thinking. He says he'll agree, I think. More or less. Again with the interpretation. Was that even a yes? Yes. Hayden answered right as Doomslayer nodded. Alith took a deep breath as he tried to comprehend the madness of his plan. However, his ribs put him back to reality and forced him to find a healer among his party. We'll talk more of this when we get there. But I won't go near any of those witches. Especially Helebrand. Alith walked away, checking on his warriors, leaving Doomslayer to ponder. When this was over, Teclis owes him big time, he thought. The Silver Pinnacle. Neferata watched the tenacity and fighting prowess of the Doomslayer through her crystal ball. The magic to even scry would have been straining for a fledgling sorcerer. But for the Lamian queen, she had lived in the time when Nehekara was at its peak, and she was a master of her own craft. Sitting on her throne, She entertained herself with watching the warrior slaughter an entire legion of chaos warriors and cutting them down like a scythe through a field of crops. He was an apex, and he now gained her attention. She had seen such daring heroes face overwhelming odds like the Britannians with their chivalric knights, to the point she would invite them to her home, where be entertained until she got bored and took to wine tasting instead. But none had the physicality to even stand against 3 bloodthirsters at once. And the weapons he wielded were unlike anything she had seen before. Not even the dwarfs could muster up such guns at rapid speeds. The Lamian queen was fully invested in this Doom Slayer, her spy called him. However odd he was, since he looked nothing like those dwarfs who try to invade her home from time to time. Resting on her lap was Asya, of whom she caressed and twirled her hair with indulgence. The servant proved her useful and worthy of Neferata's hand. "You have gained yourself a true audience with me, Asya," Neferata praised, "and I am deeply pleased by your work. You have granted yourself a place in my inner circle." "Oh, really?" Asya shot her head up, excited by the news. "I am forever gratef dash." "Hush now." Neferata placed a finger on her subordinate's lips. Such overeagerness was frowned upon, but Neferata was feeling generous. "Go now, you've earned your reward." Neferata planted a kiss on Asya's lips before gently patting her cheek to move. The Lamian scurried, finally, and rejoiced to be in her mistress's circle. As the vampire exited the room, a lone cat strode past her. Neferata sat up straight and awaited expectantly of her consort. "Naima, what news do you bring from the outside world?" The cat transformed before her. The cat's black fur shifted into pale, hairless skin. Legs that were once on all fours reached to stand up like a human. Now before her, a woman of Cathayan origins looked upon her with a serious expression. The woman pulled out a scroll from underneath her silk sleeve. "A message from the von Karstein. It is Manfred, my lady." Neferata rolled her eyes. The von Karstein were a stain among the bloodlines besides from the Strigoi. Each and every vampire with that name was a complete and utter loon. And rather than manipulate through the shadows and allowing their race to survive, the von Karsteins would rather scream and swing their swords around in the air, gathering the attention of everyone with a vendetta against her people. And Manfred was no exception. One of Vlad's many bastard sucklings, Manfred was the latest line of failures of his own kin. While Neferata had no issue with Vlad conquering the entirety of the empire, even considering the thought of an alliance when he almost did succeed, along with her previous fling with him, Manfred was a half-wit by a long stretch. His history of betrayals and backstabbings were well recorded and well documented. And while just as ambitious as his sire before him, Manfred had zero charm compared to Vlad. Still, if there's one positive thing about him, is that he was a lot preferable than Conrad. And that was saying something. "Ugh, him," Neferata scoffed. "Very well then, hand me the paper." Naima gave her the papers, handing it to her in her hands. The Lamian queen read thing out of sheer boredom, figuring it was another of Manfred's schemes of possible failure. However, with each word she read, her eyes widened with horror. Rereading it again, her hands started to shake soon after. It can't be," Neferata panted. That bastard thinks he could actually do it." Neferata shot up from her seat, with Naima spooked by her mistress's erratic breathing and horrified expressions. "Naima, I will be journeying to Sylvania. Get our finest to accompany us. I will have a word with Manfred." The Lamian queen walked past her consort in a hurry, dropping the paper on the floor immediately. The Cathayan wondered what made the queen so terrified and picked up the letters. Dread ran down her spine as she read the most important words she spotted. "Come to Sylvania, quickly, for thou must witness the rise of Nagash once more." Chapter 12. Deliverance of Evil. The Brass Keep. Khorne was pleased by the bloodshed. His power grew upon the carnage wrought on by the Slayer. The spikes on his armor grew sharper with every inch, his throne reaching greater heights with more skulls. And the blood of mortals flooded into his rivers and tsunamis. The rush of power surged like adrenaline to his body. And though his power was not enough to overbalance the other gods, knowing the Slayer's absorption powers Khorne was satisfied by the great Slayer's willpower. "I have made a wonderful investment," he reflected. In the corner of his eyes, he noticed the greatest of his bloodthirsters flying towards him. The greater demon landed and bowed before his creator. The brass lord's eyes gazed upon the kneeling demon, smoldering in irritation at his interruption. "Kabanda, master," greeted the bloodthirster respectfully. "Forgive my presence. The other gods have sent emissaries to your fortress. They have called for an urgent meeting, one concerning the matter of this world." Khorne raised a brow and snorted at the request. "Tell them it can wait. My interests are elsewhere. I will not be bothered with another of their hysteria." "But master," Kabanda insisted, risking the ire of his lord. "They say a great evil is returning in the lands of the Cursed Pit." "The Cursed Pit? But that place has been Khorne stopped amidst the mention before turning to the greater demon, erupting in fury and terror. "What?" screamed the blood god. The blood from the rivers boiled and his throne's skulls rattling under the heavy weight and fear as he spoke in umbrage. "By who?" Servants of the great necromancer are gathering and await for his resurrection there. The other gods await you, Lord. Corn fumed and grew tempestuous. The return of the Lord of Death spelt doom for the world, both for the mortals and the immaterium. The god stood up from his throne and marched his way out of his fortress. I shall take my leave here, Kabanda. Korn stated. I will attend this meeting alone. By your will, Lord. The bloodthirster stood aside and allowed the Lord of Brass to leave, his steps creating quakes as he stomped his way. Fear was not an emotion Chaos was accustomed to. Only two things can cause them to their attention: the Doomslayer and Nagash. Harganeth. Get the mounts ready. Put your backs into it. Held Hellebrand. The Drukei reined in their beasts of burden to the forefront of the gates straight towards Nagarond. They could only go gather as many mounts from what limited stables they had left. Alith, meanwhile, called in his forces outside the gates to enter. After much displeasure and grief from his men, Alith was able to rein them in, though barely in the presence of the fanatic followers of Kine. Both sides had kept their distance since then. As for where Doomslayer was in of all this, he returned to the bay to sweep up the remaining forces of Chaos. The carnage he wrought on his foes was swift and brutal. The warriors of Chaos stood no chance against the onslaught of the Hellwalker and his plethora of weapons at his side. He rained down upon them with fire and fury like a maelstrom of metal. It would have taken the elves of Nagaroth months fending off the followers of the Dark Gods. Now, it took only but a scant few hours to drive them off the shores of Harganeth with Doomslayer on their side. Many of the witches who have fought alongside, albeit unwillingly, were awestruck by the full might of him in action. At the same, they are severely disappointed that they could not get as many sacrifices to Kine with Doomslayer taking the lion's share. They still prayed to their god for giving them strength to fight the barbarians of the Chaos Wastes. As the fight continued, Hayden analyzed the energy expelled from the demons since landfall. Since the first encounter, Hayden had been conducting his own little research while fighting in the background. A great sense of fear washed over the doctor. This chaos energy had too many similarities to Argent energy. He had already imagined the process if such a thing came to be. A process that he would never allow being repeated like in Necroval. And thanks to his extensive work and development with the Crucible as a conductor, Earth no longer needed to use the insidious sources that corrupted Urdak and the Makers through synthetic Argent, or as many within his faculty would like to dub, Neo-Argent. Still, the fact that these demons have long since been split apart from the great body of hell painted a very big picture. The question is, why had this chaos not been seen amongst the legions of hell? Sacred texts and unburied codices from Argent Nur showed no passages of their appearance. It's as if they had simply never existed. Or worse, they did, but the relations between chaos and hell had long since been abandoned. It appears time has passed much drastically since his inception to Earth. Time will tell if hell and chaos will have any ever reunite, or destroy one another. Hayden, do you hear me? Hayden's thoughts were interrupted as Alith radioed in his earpiece. Yes, Alith. How may I be of service? Preparations are soon complete. How goes the bay sweep? Hayden observed through the Slayer's helm just as a marauder found himself pleading for mercy before Doomslayer drove an axe straight into the center of his face before being pulled out, leaving behind a split head wound. Currently, a festivity for the Slayer, Hayden stated. The remark made Doomslayer smirk before hefting the axe and decapitating a rabid berserker, hurling himself towards him. But in great spirits, the invasion is being routed as we speak. Will possibly be finished. Faster probably if the elves manage to keep. Despite the current company, that is. Alith understood and sympathized. Still, Hayden, once this is done, we'll be back to our usual business. I'd rather not spend too much time here in this kind-forsaken land. Alas, be prepared to leave. And get rid of those barbarians as fast as possible. I'd rather not be living with a den of wolves any longer. Copy that. Hayden cut off the transmission just as Doomslayer punched his wrist blade through the helmet of a Chaos champion. Disconnected, Alith returned to overseeing the preparation. Observed from afar, he scanned around before locking eyes with the crone. The woman returned a withering look. Alith simply stared coldly and kind before drifting off elsewhere. For him, it was a surprise alliance, but a very short-lived one. Only the timing of when the broken truce will happen mattered more. Alith drifted elsewhere to work with his own kin. As she watched the Shadow King vanish from her sight, cold contempt gripped her heart. She was regretting the pact already. The fact that they saved her entire city means next to nothing since they were Asur. Getting rid of them would have been her top priority were it not for the presence of the brute known as Doomslayer. The moment she felt the dread growing from him, bets were off she would never be alive was it not for her quick thinking and proposal for a ceasefire between the two. She was certain that she did not show fear as soon as she saw the giant immediately backed off. Although part of it was out of respect for saving her, the truce would cease sometime before the ruse was finally in shambles. And she needed to be a step ahead of the giant and that conniving Asur bastard known as a Lithaner. The crone walked away to rid her eyes of that blighted prince. A detachment Drukei took notice of her and made way for their queen. The woman gave them every bit of scorn and malice, whilst they looked down to avoid locking eyes with her. The group departed after and resumed their duty, whilst Hellebron made her towards an alley. The narrow path had long since been unused and abandoned even before the siege. Rarely had it been populated with any sort of life save for scheming nobles, assassins, and vagrants, the latter of which Hellebron made sure was taken care of. Now, though, the alley was vacant with two figures, the crone herself, and a kyanite assassin. The shadowy figure approached from the darkness. Hellebron was weary of the figure, placing a hand on the pommel of her sword. "Halt," she called out. The assassin stopped immediately. The crone relaxed slightly as she noticed the slight shudder and apprehension in his body language. He was no Shadowblade for sure. If it was, his posture would have been courteous and unflinching. "Step forward," she commanded again. The assassin eased himself but cautiously moved forward, kneeling before the slender figure of the high priestess. "Mistress," he spoke. "Rise, servant of Kine. I will not have you wasting time prostrating yourself before me. What can you tell me of the rogue Shadowblade?" "Nowhere, I'm afraid," answered the assassin. "We have searched far and wide, my lady. It appears Shadowblade has escaped during the chaos. No trace of him is left in this city. He might be out of our reach." A low growl escaped from Hellebron's throat. A single drop of sweat rolled down the assassin's forehead, which thankfully was obscured by his hood. Still, the sound of displeasure was enough to raise his anxiety a bit. "Damn fiend," she cursed to herself, looking back to the assassin. "You have served enough. Moving on, what can you tell me about this doomed slayer that the Ossur have brought with them?" The assassin looked nervously at the crone, carefully choosing the words to not invoke her wrath. "If I may speak freely, the man you speak of is, how shall I put it, a monster, a terrifying beast clad in iron. I have witnessed briefly his power against the invaders, and those few moments were enough for my eyes. The fury of our witches was nothing compared to his might. He fights with weapons, not unlike the muskets those humans wield in the old world. Yet they spew unlimited fire and hate upon the flesh of our enemies. It is as if our Lord had been given mortal form and used all of his power to batter down the forces of chaos. I have even heard rumors amongst our kin that perhaps he is indeed Kine himself." Hellebron's eye twitched at the blasphemous statement. Her temper had been fuming like a tea kettle above a fire. The assassin bit his tongue and realized he might have spilled too much. The crone slowly raised a hand towards the hooded elf. The assassin preemptively anticipated his death before the hand landed towards his shoulders. "You have done well," she vaguely praised. "I have had enough news for this day." The assassin felt relieved before Hellebron closed in towards his ear and whispered, "You will find the ones who are spreading ill of Kine. Bring me their tongues and the ears of those who believe in them. All shall know better to speak such slander." Hellebron let go after, pulling herself to see the shock in his eyes. The assassin's eyes spoke of fright and worry at the command. "You can keep yours intact," she corrected. The assassin was relieved to hear and bowed to her, before hurrying into the shadows at her behest. Hellebron walked away from the alley. She thought of killing the messenger, but he would do better to collect what was requested of her. Besides, an assassin was an invaluable asset to her regime. Hellebron made her way before the gates. The eyes of her many sisters and executioners laid her way. Fear and respect emanated from them, for Hellebron basked in that glory. Not Malekith, nor that whore mother of his, Morty. Her hate boiled and simmered within her for that bitch. She could not forgive the woman for all the humiliating times she had to undergo. Her youth, especially, was the final brand of Moradi's plights. She could feel her beauty fading every single moment. No matter how many sacrifices were spilled to fill the blood cauldrons, the passages of time would reduce her beauty within days. Less even. She could feel the wrinkles creeping up under her mask. The others have thankfully not noticed, but she needed to hurry. She spilled enough for at least a week, possibly. More than excessive even on the yearly death night. The other elves thankfully gave her plenty of space to avoid being at the sharp end of her blades. The walk towards the gates had been mercifully short. Magnificent as they were, the sight was made repulsive as she spotted Alith with his small army preparing the journey. Herds of horses had gathered amongst this journey, each owned by the Ossur. Hellebron begrudgingly admitted that they were beautiful the moment they graced her city. They were more magnificent than her people's flesh-eating and highly temperamental steeds. A lieutenant of his spotted her and beckoned him to turn. The Shadow King was not at all pleased to see her again. "Hellebron," he curtly greeted. "What has spurred you to come approaching me? I thought your ilk disliked approaching an Ossur without the urge to murder us." "Don't get wise on me, Prince," snapped Hellebron. "I may have been lenient, but that does not mean you may be off so easily. I am only letting you this one chance not only because your Sellsword saved me, but I also want payback from Malekith. Of course, I'm sure that doesn't conflict with our actual purpose," Alith sarcastically said, rolling his eyes. "If your mission doesn't pan out, then we'll take my approach. I've already counted on that. Though, I expect the Slayer to be a much better chap." Alith replied. "Yes, your Sellsword, as I've heard." Hellebron reluctantly agreed. "What was his name? Hayden, was it? He is impressive." Alith cocked an eyebrow by her praises. I didn't exactly need your approval, but you can tell him yourself. Alith looked off to the distance and smirked as he noticed his armored friend reappear. Speak of the devil. Hellebron turned to see the Slayer approach, drenched in gore. The cold winds of Nagaroth appeared to have dried the blood on his armor quickly. He did not at all appear fazed by the blood staining it. In fact, seemed rather at peace, she thought. The cold, blank stare greeted them before a booming voice broke the silence. The invaders have fled, Hayden announced. They won't be coming anytime soon. Delighted to hear, Slayer. Praised Alith. Now let's start packing things quicker now. This invasion was a lot more difficult than I had expected. Doomslayer nodded and walked alongside the Nagarite prince. Hellebron, however, wasn't done. Halt, she ordered, causing the two to stop and turn. I am not quite done here, she said. I would like something returned to me. From you, Slayer. Doomslayer stared blankly back at the Crone Queen. His brow lowered, none at all interested in what she had to say. The sword, she demanded. I would like it returned. It is a symbol of my executioners, my city, and my rule, and I would not have it be parted so easily, lest you renege on our pact. Hellebron's seeming demand aroused tension again. There was no hiding behind minced words. There was a clear message. A threat. Silence was but a fleeting moment between the three. Alith was well prepared for another throwdown, and Hellebron was ready to return the favor. Doomslayer was smoldering under his helmet. This bitch was getting on his nerves. He stood there, contemplating the thought of killing and moving. Few seconds of intense dread-induced staring later, Doomslayer simply shrugged and let the whole thing slide. Any other moment would have had him placing the barrel of his shotgun into her head. But a sword? Easy enough to agree to. The sword appeared in his hands and returned it much to the two's surprise. Hellebron, especially, was stunned at the gesture and immediately backpedaled on her words. But before she could unhand him, Doomslayer slightly took his helmet off, just enough for his jaw exposed, before spitting on the handle and dropping it to the floor in front of the crone. Hellebron was in umbrage at the blatant defilement, but the roaring dread inspired by him made her grit her teeth and bite back her exploding temper. Alith was worried, amused, and relieved in a mix of emotions as he witnessed the Slayer's boldness and Hellebron's eye twitch with odd restraint. We'll let this slide further, Hellebron admitted, but that will be the last offense you will make in my presence. Doomslayer visibly smirked before putting his helmet back on. Hellebron called in a servant of hers to come forth and take the blade from the ground. The witch subordinate hid her disgust well as she touched the mucus on the blade handle, likely to avoid being in Hellebron's wrath. The weapon was carried off after. Well, since that is settled, perhaps we should be moving on, and Alith was interrupted by a loud hissing screech as a couple of beastmasters reined some of their mounts from the stables. A cold one, noticeably larger than its brethren, let itself loose from its harness and began thrashing, attacking its cruel masters. Dread spears surrounded the reptilian mount as it snarled and bared tooth and claw. Hellebron grew angry and yelled, "Get that beast under control. Kill it if you must." The Drukei obeyed and thrust their spears toward the bipedal reptile, backing it into a corner. Alith and Hellebron were content to ignore, but Doomslayer quickly walked over to the mount. He shoved one of the dread spears aside as he got closer and became the center of attention. The cold one registered Doomslayer's appearance and snarled at him. Doomslayer remained unmoved and unfazed by the creature's defensive nature and simply stared it down. Eye contact was maintained between the two, completely uninterrupted. None of the dread spears deigned to move, keeping their spears aimed towards the reptile. Hellebron and Alith watched curiously as Doomslayer cast his shadow over the cold one. The mount looked upon him, intimidated by Doomslayer despite having no weapons on him. His instincts urged him to attack, yet something else told it to hold in its primal urges. Such an attack would bring its demise, it thought. Its hesitance signaled weakness, and its masters saw that as proof of submission. Not long after, the Noggler made a low hiss similar to a whine, bowing its head in defeat. Doomslayer relaxed and approached the cold one. His hand cascaded over its hide, more out of respect than fear and pain, before mounting on top of it. The sight of Doomslayer riding on top of the Noggler inspired shock and awe. The two leaders of their respective companies, Hellebron and Alith, watched on in surprise at the Slayer's handling. Your Sellsword certainly has a way of using language, Hellebron admitted, with or without words. Indeed, agreed Alith. Hours later, outside of Harganeth, the gates to Harganeth opened up again, and out came the pointy ears. The red beady eyes stared hatefully at the elves that poured out from the safety of their stinking walls. Crixus saw hundreds of riders venturing off to the east, more likely to head to another one of the fortresses there. He remembered seeing the spiky boys from the north came crashing down like an avalanche at those damn elves. He began to smile sadistically at the thought of revenge, his crooked teeth exposed to the harsh cold. Looks like dem pointy ears are on to move, Crixus observed. Means me and the boy should make good work of him. Some good old payback for giving us whiplash. The goblin war boss got up from his snow hovel and marched towards his mount, a squig of abnormal size. evolved and bred to the cold lands of Nagaroth. Its natural red skin was replaced with albino qualities to naturally camouflage against the environment. Its teeth had been replaced with tusks at the underjaw, repurposed to impale and gore its way through prey. It resembled more of a boar than some monstrous seal. The seal squig looked to its rider and began licking his face affectionately. The goblin was disgusted. "Oi, quit slobbering me. Save that for pointy ears," Cruxes protested. "Looks like meat's back on the menu for you." World's Edge Mountains. "Finally, I can't wait to see the mountains," Eliathra said cheerfully as she looked outside of her carriage. The mighty mountain homes of the dwarfs were within her sight, and she was eager to learn the history and culture of the Dai. Accompanying her was not just the Ossir from back home, but the dwarfen emissaries sent by High King Thorgrim Grudge-Bearer. From the Ossir numbers, 350 of the Southern Sea Guard, 100 Sisters of Averlorn, 60 of the Handmaidens of the Everqueen, handpicked by Alarielle herself. 20 Swordmasters and 6 Mages of Hoth accompanied the Everchild. And from the Dai numbers, 600 Iron Breakers and Iron Drakes, 300 Quarrellers, 200 Thunderers, 100 Gyrocopters and Gyrobombers, and 50 Rangers joined the Elves as requested by Thorgrim. The dwarf numbers were quite an eyesore for the Elves, but for Eliathra, it was a majestic sight to behold. Before, the relationship between the two races had always been bitter since the War of Vengeance until now. Eliathra had an odd fascination with the short but stout mountain folk, much to her family's dismay. Of course, the same could be said for the Dai, but the High King was eager to hear her interests as well. This was the first sign of restoring the relations between the two and a way to end historical grievances. A dwarf, gruff with a graying beard and receding hair, glanced at her with a grandfatherly smile just outside her window. "Nay, lass," corrected the dwarf, who Eliathra came to know as Trodden Stonebrow by his name. "We're far from arriving sooner. But I can assure you that once we get there, the halls of Karazakarak will be filled with my fellow Dai welcoming you. Most especially the High King. That I can assure you." The way the gruff dwarf said with pride emitted a glowing smile to Eliathra's lips. Trodden was one of the many Dai entrusted by Thorgrim to personally escort her. He was a long beard, oldest dwarfs even amongst their kin, and his beard was proof of that. So long in length that it was braided in complex knots to avoid tripping in and out of battle. Trodden, however, was unlike his dour equivalents, for he was jolly and quite a storyteller. Eliathra could never get enough of the stories he spoke as they rode along. Her personal guards looked at him in disapproval, but Eliathra hand-waved them and told them to relax. The Everchild sat back in the safety of her carriage. 2 handmaidens sat across her but carefully watched their surroundings, their eyes and ears ever vigilant. Eliathra rolled her by their tight security. "You know, you two could just relax. We already have several guards on patrol outside," she bemoaned. "Even with them outside, your safety is our top priority," one of them responded. "And both the Everqueen and Prince Tyrion have requested of us to keep you within our protection." "Right," Eliathra muttered. She could never forget the cold, deathly stare her mother had given her. The Everqueen never raised her voice when angered, which was terrifying as it was for the child. Eliathra slumped back at her cushy seat, looking out to watch the scenery with each travel. "I wonder what Doomslayer's doing," she pondered. "I hope his quest is doing well. He probably found his doom by now. Wait, he's human. He can't be a slayer of dwarfen origins. And why hunt down Doom for that reason?" The man was still an enigma and curiosity for her. Even after all that tea-time conversation, there were a lot more questions than answers. After that, she overheard the conversation about the raid the day after. Her impulsive curiosity got the better of her, and she snuck into the destroyed village that morning. It got her nowhere, and she was caught by the Slayer. Although, she did make a mental note to never cross him again. There was a sense of dread around him. It came to the point where she choked the air, however brief it was. "Just what are you, Slayer?" she wondered, placing a curled finger against her lip. "Lady Eliathra?" Eliathra responded by a handmaiden calling her, breaking her thoughts. "Are you all right? You seem troubled," she asked the Everchild. "I'm all right," Eliathra brushed off. "Just going through some introspection. Nothing really." "If you insist, Everchild," the maiden said, face still stoic. "If you're not feeling well, we can always stop. Just give the word at any time." "I will," Eliathra answered, before viewing the scene outside. Althena rattled in her cage, causing the Everchild to look upon her. "What's wrong, Alfie?" she said, pulling out the rabbit from her cage, cradling Althena in her arms and rubbing her back to calm her down. "You seem excited, aren't you? Don't worry, you'll settle in our new home quite well." As Eliathra gushed for her rabbit, one of the handmaidens couldn't help but smile at the loving adoration for the small pet. The carriage stopped in its tracks abruptly, however, much to Eliathra's surprise. Curiosity and concern bloomed in her mind. The handmaidens as well shared her concerns, though they were far more alert and readied their weapons. Eliathra peeked outside and called out for the dwarf next to her. "Trodden, is everything all right?" she asked. "It's probably nothing, lass," Trodden assured her. "Just a minor occurrence at the front, mayhaps. Probably some Groby nearby. Be back in one moment." The dwarf marched towards the front to investigate. Eliathra looked to where the dwarf sat back tightly, leaving the profession to the guards and dwarfs. If anything, she was well protected in her spot. The Everchild placed her rabbit back in her cage for safekeeping. Seconds passed, with no word from the dwarfs. The natural sounds outside were unnervingly silent. Not a sound of birds singing even. One of the handmaidens eventually stood up and made her way outside of the carriage. Atara, stay with the Everchild. I will inquire about this abrupt stop. I pray that the dwarfs aren't up to something. The handmaiden ordered. Take care, Avarla. The other maiden said. The door closed after, leaving the Everchild and the maiden to themselves. Eliathra placed Alfina back in her cage for safety before twirling her hair around her fingers to distract herself. In her heart, she felt a pang of anxiety slowly filling her. Atara could see the worried look on her ward's face and did her best to calm her. Hell, disturbed. Do not worry yourself, Everchild. Atara reassured. We are here with you for a reason. I will not let anyone come near you while I still stand. All right. Eliathra spoke in a worried tone. Seconds turned into minutes before a sound broke the silence. A scream, followed by another. Then came the sound of steel being unsheathed, followed by fighting. Yet, none stood out more than an inhuman roar. Eliathra's anxiety turned to panic as the carriage rocked and swayed violently. Atara placed an arm against her chest and pulled out her blade. Stay with me, Atara told her, even as the battle outside raged on. Suddenly, the door to the carriage opened wide to reveal a horrifying creature. It crouched on its hind legs, yet there was no mistake of its stance. Its hide was brown with spikes protruding its back. Its red eyes glowed with malevolence as the creature stared at the two, teeth revealed in a sadistic permanent grin. The thing stared at the two hungrily before fixating its eyes on its newfound target. The Everchild. 029. The creature made a low hiss before it pounced towards the two. Atara was ready to strike before someone pulled the abomination aside. Trodden appeared and wrestled it to the ground and driving his axe into its head. The thing went limp as its skull was caved in. Trodden wrenched his axe and stared at the two. His eyes were bloodshot and his armor was covered in blood, his expressions that of horror. Come on, LG. It's not safe in there. Trodden yelled out, reaching out his hand. Eliathra was the first and grabbed it before being pulled out, followed by Atara. Eliathra stopped and turned back. Wait, my rabbit. Atara looked back but was too late as the carriage was flipped over. The one responsible was revealed to be some uglier and larger version of a squig, snarling and squealing like some demonic boar. Eliathra screamed for her beloved pet, causing the pig-like beast to turn its attention to her. It bull rushed towards her but found itself in the sharp end of Atara's spear as she thrust it into its gnarly mouth. The spear tip exited through its back, the pig demon struggling with a wet gurgling noise before succumbing to its wounds. Eliathra voiced her distress, tears running down her face. Alfina. There is no time, my lady, voiced Atara. It's not safe here. Atara guided the Everchild alongside the Longbeard. As Eliathra gathered herself, she now took in the horrible scene of battle before. Swarms of the gangly demons appeared and attacked the guards. Iron Breakers remained stalwart and resolute as they braced the furious slashes and bites while hefting their axes and spewing alchemical from their Drake guns against the monstrous torrent, while Thunderers and Quarrellers shot in volleys behind their Gromrel-armored brethren. Above, gyrocopters shot from above and hit with heavy ordnance as Eliathra witnessed explosions. The small humanoid creatures took to firing at the skies, some landing direct hits at the gyrocopters. On the Osur's side, the handmaidens appeared and stood closely to Eliathra's side, while the Leathern Sea Guard and Averlorn sisters made their stand, defending the Everchild in a shield wall and mystical bolts. Mages bombarded the creatures with Akshi, Hysh, and High Magic, while the Swordmasters gracefully shielded them with masterful strokes of their infamous swords. The monsters were scorched and decimated by the winds of magic. Initially, it seemed as if the creatures were no different from the Greenskins or the Beastmen from what she had been taught during her tutelage. Their tactics were nothing more than swarming in with numbers. Yet, the combined efforts of the two ancient races proved themselves to be formidable despite overwhelming odds. Protect the Everchild, Atara called out to her sisters and brothers. She must reach the stronghold. The Osir fought fiercely with blade and magic. Trodden, likewise, roared his own in Khazalid. Avenge every kinsman with 20 more of these Waziks. For each of them is a grudge settled by Grimner's axe. Kazuk and Kazakateche, roared the dwarfs. Fought, the elves and dwarfs bravely did. Yet the worst had come in new forms of the unknown monsters. More of the pig demons appeared and charged through the Iron Breakers with shocking ease. Gromrel was a powerful metal and used by the most hardened dwarfen veterans. And to see the legendary dwarfen warriors thrown about like fragile glass shattered her hopes of survival. Soon, other new monstrosities appeared. Hulking, skull-headed beasts charged in and crushed any downed dwarf or elf under their mighty feet. Their appearance gave off the impression of undead creatures from a place called Sylvania from Stonebrow's accounts. Another type of monster came in the form of ogres with cannons mounted, grafted she witnessed, onto their forearms and blasted away at the dwarfs. Their fireballs scorched and blasted through their dwarf lines. The Dai defenders were losing further numbers, even as dwarfen artillery and Osir magic was blasted into the swarm. Suddenly, more gyrocopters were being fired with heavy assault by gangly skeletal creatures launching with cannons on their backs, and cyclopean horrors floated and threw skulls from its mouth. Eliathra even witnessed that they were flying towards the gyrocopters and throwing out the pilots. Some were even being torn apart in midair, bloody chunks falling into dwarfen casualties. Eliathra and her company made their way out. Eliathra accidentally fumbled to the floor. She briefly looked and witnessed a horse being grabbed by one of the skull monsters. The creature tore through the equine's underbelly through the flesh with its teeth. Eliathra screamed, but Atara simply covered her eyes. Yet, even she was not immune to the horse's brutal death. The beast looked up, gore still drenching its mouth, and spotted the elves. Trodden stood firm and hefted the axe to swing it in the direction of the charging monster. The axe landed against the skull of it, but the beast was unaffected. Trodden struggled as it tried to free itself, thrashing its head around to wrestle the axe head off. A spearhead thrust aimed at the eye ceased its rampage, ending its existence at the hands of the handmaiden. Atara let go of her spear, the tip too deep past the socket to pull out, and pulled out her sword from her side. Trodden wrestled the axe out and turned to Atara with a nod of respect. "Come on, Elgi. This way," Trodden yelled. The elves, seeing no other choice, followed him. Eliathra's head was held down to avoid projectiles. Her ears were invaded by the sound of explosions and inhuman screams. The brown creatures were tearing through the elven and dwarfen ranks with tooth and claw. There was only pure malice in their slaughter. Some of Eliathra's guards were jumped and mutilated, but the rest fought with increased ferocity and determination. Trodden and his remaining kin acted in wedge formation, while the elves encircled the Everchild. Soon, a pack of the hunched demons jumped and came running towards the retreating force. A blurry flash of blue stopped their pursuit, however, and the demons found themselves severed and sliced away into pieces. The figure turned and revealed herself to be Avala. The maiden approached quickly and helped Eliathra up. "Baisha, you are both all right," spoke Avala. Atara caught up and inquired of the situation. "Avala, what manner of these creatures are they?" "I do not know, but I know they are certainly creatures of chaos," Avala answered. "We must evacuate Eliathra immediately. The mages could teleport us. Perhaps we can dash." Avala raised her hand and stopped her sister from speaking. "I'm afraid that option is off the table," Avala interrupted. "Something in the air is interfering with our other means of transport. We are disconnected. Running is our only option." Atara was ready to protest, but the howls grew louder and closer. "Get Eliathra out of here. I will hold them off with the rest of the Sea Guard and sisters." Atara silently nodded and whisked Eliathra away. Avala turned back and pulled out her enchanted bow. She grabbed a handful of arrows and rapidly shot them into the incoming monsters. Each shot exploded as the bolts landed upon their targets with fatal results, killing 3 times as within the blast radius. Atara gathered the remaining elves that were alive. The Sea Guard and half of the sisters stayed behind willingly to hold off. 1 mage and 6 swordmasters joined while the others joined the resistance. And only 26 of the handmaidens had survived among their numbers. Atara grimaced at the lives lost in this ambush, but was unyielding and focused on the Everchild's safety. Trodden called onto his kin as well. Only 15 rangers, 12 iron breakers, 8 iron drakes, 7 quarrellers, and 20 thunderers had answered his call. The rest volunteered to stay behind to fight against the tide. Trodden was ready to order them to leave while he stayed, but another Longbeard stopped him. "No, Trodden. We'll handle this. You get the Elgi to our High King, and avenge us with a great grudge." Trodden opened his mouth, but no word came out. He struggled between duty and kin, but his brother-in-arms pushed him towards his oath. Trodden looked to his regiment and led them alongside the elves. Eliathra's personal guard, what remained at least, ran down to the ravine. Beyond it was a forested area. The group ran for it and took cover in the thick greenery, retreating into the darkness. Avala turned towards the abominable horde. New creatures came in the form of gargoyle-like creatures. Hunched down and armed with blades at their forearms, they made low hisses and spread their diminutive wings before pouncing. Atara simply planted her spear to the ground before pulling out her bow. She readied her aim and released the arrow to the closest gargoyle in silent fury while the Longbeard gripped his battle axe and bellowed out a war cry. Moments later, the pine trees and grove were thick enough to camouflage their clothing for a brief time. The survivors ran further and further, the terrible screams and cries growing distant. Eliathra felt her legs burning from the running, yet the adrenaline and terror had her ignoring the pain. Her guards helped her keep up, ensuring her safety above all. The dwarfs were at the front, guiding the Ossir through the forest. A ranger scouted ahead, having been one of the few remaining to survive the onslaught. The survivors found no rest in the escape. The demons were in pursuit of them, their monstrous howls and roars echoed the forest from behind. Artillery from both races took shots from behind, diverting the monsters from following with arrows and muskets. The creatures threw back fireballs and spit acid in return. Few of them were hit by the deadly projectiles. Those that did were dead from a direct hit or left screaming before being killed with tooth and claw. The scream spurred Eliathra to run further. Atara stuck closely to her while the sound of mages summoning Akshi and Hysage and burned the path behind them. A skull demon leapt from the fires and pounced on one of the mages, tearing her head and spine from her body effortlessly. 2 swordmasters clashed with the hulking demon and rent its flesh and bones with ease. The duo was soon swarmed by lesser demons, one being torn to shred while the other fought with valor before succumbing to the onslaught. Iron Drakes slowed down and shot their Drake guns against the tide. Ironbreakers stood with their hammers and axes and crushed any that managed to jump over the defenses. The survivors continued their way downhill. Trodden's voice could be heard from the front, urging the rest to follow. During the chase, Eliathra saw something in the corner of her eye. A flash of purple light, but she could not identify the origins of it. Not a moment too soon, a ranger running in front of them was grabbed by a blur. His head was flattened against a tree. The perpetrator revealed himself as something similar to the brown demons, albeit with a purple color scheme. Its 3 eyes clustered in a crude triangular shape against a black dome on its forehead. The thing looked back at the elves and chased after them. "Get down!" cried Atara. Eliathra ducked while the handmaiden prepared her bow. The gangly demon leapt and prepared to attack before it vanished from Atara's sight. The handmaiden was briefly surprised before intuition kicked in and spun back to jab the arrow into the reappearing demon. The arrow exploded with magic inside its skull, showering the Everchild in gore. Eliathra hyperventilated and shuddered from the havoc. What was to be a safe journey became a living nightmare. "I am so sorry, my lady." Atara apologized as she pulled up Eliathra. "But we have to keep moving now. I promise that no harm will be done to you while I still stand." Eliathra nodded frantically before running again. Muskets and magic exploded around the forest like a cacophony of fireworks. The trees were set ablaze to deter the creatures from going further, only to do nothing. Trodden continued leading what's left of the survivors. Numbers continued to dwindle further as more of the beasts caught up to them. The screams of both Asur and Dai deafened the once silent forest, terrifying the others. Trodden looked back and saw Atara and Eliathra behind him. And behind them, a multitude of demons closing in on the two. Trodden stopped in his tracks and lobbed a hatchet from his belt to throw at one of the demons. A scream was heard as one landed at the head of his target. Atara and Eliathra looked behind briefly at the Longbeard. "Trodden, go now, lasses. Follow my kin. I will hold the line," Trodden argued. Eliathra wanted to protest, but Atara pulled her away. Eliathra's last glimpse of Trodden was him swinging away at the swarm before he was surrounded, screaming to his ancestors and with foul words in his native tongue. The survivors continued running forth until light could be seen further into the distance. They ran and ran until they finally entered the grass plains. Eliathra could see who was ahead of them. Less than half of her guard managed to survive the escape. The elves were few, and the dwarfs even fewer. Not enough to even hold off this massive swarm. The chase was nonstop for them. No rest in sight. Eliathra ran out of breath and stopped briefly. She was ragged and almost prepared to heave her stomach's contents. Atara grabbed her arm to keep moving. "My lady, please, we can't stop. We must keep moving," cried Atara. Her voice, however, betrayed the desperation she was now showing. Eliathra panicked and cried, "I want to go home." "And I will make sure that you will," Atara added. Both elves kept their pace despite their haggardness. The survivors trekked through the grass fields until their escape came to an abrupt end. A great wall of purple fire encircled them, trapping what little there was of Everchild's personal guard. An Ironbreaker tried to run through the flames but was engulfed by it. The Gromrel plates did nothing as the dwarf screamed in unending agony. His armor melted into his skin while his flesh roasted and burned away. Eliathra covered her ears to tune out the horrifying sounds. The group stood their ground, encircling Eliathra with their blade, magic, and armor. Eliathra held tightly to Atara's waist, while the guards eyed closely at the fire, cautious of the next attack. "Eliathra, please, stay close to me," Atara calmly told the Everchild. Icon of Sin, Doom Eternal OST, start at 103. Suddenly, a path opened in the midst of the fires. In came a being shrouded in an obscuring dark cloak with purple accents. He stood abnormally tall, too tall even to an elf. His posture was that of superiority over those he considered inferior. His features under his hood, save for the burning violet eyes that glowed furiously under the darkness. Even with the shroud obscuring his identity, there was no denying the raw dark magic emanating from him. The elves could sense and dread the power within. "Excuse the sudden appearance," he spoke, his voice droning like a sound of locust. "Ancient and malevolent. This wasn't exactly what I had in mind when I planned for a welcoming committee. However, circumstances for the past few days have hastened preparations." Extending under his heavy sleeves revealed a huge, three-clawed hand. His finger raised directly at the target he was looking for. "Eliathra, hand over the girl." His demands were greeted with steel, magic, and guns aimed at him. Atara retorted back, "The Everchild stays with us, fiend. Whoever you are, you shall not take her." The figure lifted his head a bit, as if in amusement. "Ah, forgive me. Where are my manners?" The stranger rhetorically spoke. His clawed hands reached toward his hood, pulling them down to reveal a head Eliathra could only describe as a skull warped from dark and hellish magic. Crimson color covered its head, skull pulsating with dark magic and protruding spikes to form a jagged crown all over its exposed brain. His mandibles were filled to the brim with long, jagged teeth that would not be out of place in a predator. Eyes burned with great evil and cruelty as he looked upon the survivors with contempt. "Chaos filth." A dwarf cursed. The figure simply laughed darkly like a goat bleeding with its dying breath. "Not quite," he answered, glowering with its toothy grin. "I am Aeliger, Archvile of Amora, Grand Duke of Hell, commander of 60 legions under my will, and heresiarch to the Dark Lord himself. At your service." The demon tilted his head forward with a mocked bow before straightening himself. And I am here to collect the girl on behalf of a generous patron. Chaos or not. Atara growled. You will not take the Ever-Child while we still stand. Aberration. What remained of the Iron Drakes, Quarrelers, Thunderers, and Sisters of Averlorn took up arms and aimed their weapons at the demon. Rangers, Iron Breakers, Handmaidens, and Swordmasters stood guard while the Soul Mage prepared his spell. The survivors made their last stand in an act of defiance. And yet for all their bravery and valor, the Elder Demon was not so impressed. A poor choice of words, he said, bemused. But so be it. With a raised hand, he summoned forth a terrible being beyond the fires. Heavy footsteps shook the ground with a resounding boom, burning the grass beneath its hoofs. It made the warriors quake and almost stumble as the new figure appeared. The beast dwarfed even the Archvile in sheer size and muscles. From top to bottom, its flesh was gray in tone and covered in an obsidian carapace. Red cracks glow visibly against its skin, giving it the appearance of cooled magma. Heat emanated within the demon that not even the runes on the Iron Drakes could shield them. Horns protruded from its head like a demonic bull, adding to its already intimidating factor. Its eyes bore through the souls of every single being it made contact with. Hatred consumed it, and it let out a horrible low growl. The Ever-Child must be brought unspoiled, Baron. But you may kill the rest, commanded Aeliger. The Fireborn Baron glanced back at the Archvile with a bestial grin and let out a terrible roar. The surviving knights covered their ears from the horrific sound. Blades made from hellfire magic extended from its forearms, and the infernal demon charged like a mad bull. Atara pushed Aeliathra away and jumped to the side as the demon began to toss and crush through their defenses. Iron Breakers and Rangers were smashed and thrown about as they met the demon noble head-on. Their gromrel was sliced and melted through as the Baron's blades carved through them like parchment. Rangers and Swordmasters collided with axe and sword to no avail. One Swordmaster was impaled on its horn before another had been grabbed from the leg and flailed him around as a makeshift morning star. Bones cracked and shattered as the swung Osir crashed against his brethren and nearby Dai, before being thrown to the ground and squashed violently beneath the demon's hoof soon after. An Iron Drake doused it in flames, but found to his horror that it did nothing to the titanic demon. The demon grabbed him by the waist. The dwarf screamed for aid, but the demon bit his head off and spat it into the ground before tossing the body against another. The bolts and bullets of the Thunderers and Quarrelers were useless against the impervious hide. Averlorn's Sisters and Handmaidens, on the other hand, shot rains of magic against its tough hide with better results. The Soul Mage summoned forth Phoenix Fires and blasted against the demon's skin, stripping the flesh further. The Baron's upper left shoulder and arm found themselves stripped of its hide and one horn broken, showing patches of flesh exposed. Though it was less flesh and more like molten lava that poured out from its wounds. The Hell Noble, initially perceiving itself as invincible, grew enraged at the wounds it received. It crossed both arms and unleashed a wave of hellfire towards the archers and gunners. Few jumped back as the hellfire energy tore through the lines and vivisected through their bodies. The Baron quickly grabbed the closest sister and clamped down her waist with its teeth. The woman shrieked as her organs were not only being ripped apart but cooked against the demon's heated breath. Her suffering ended as the Baron ripped her in half by her limbs. He threw both waist and chest to the nearest targets before gleefully continuing its senseless butchering. Aeliathra watched helplessly and screamed as the monster slaughtered her guards, too paralyzed to move or do anything. Suddenly a dome of dark magic shielded her from the Baron's carnage. Seeing this, Aeliathra stood up and slammed her fist against the shield, desperately calling for help. Atara looked up and saw the carnage unfold. So few of her sisters and brothers were left standing, as did the Dai as they tried desperately to kill the creature, before turning to see Aeliathra trapped in the spell dome. The Soul Mage took notice as well and tried to dispel but was consumed by purple fire. Aeliger had eyed the mage from the start and burnt him to the crisp without remorse. Atara looked to the Archvile and pulled out her bow. She knew he was the one responsible for this trap and readied herself. She knocked the magical arrow and let it loose towards the sorcerer. The magic arrow reached him but was stopped by a third arm completely unknown to her. He stared at the perpetrator and wiggled at claw at her in mocking disapproval, clicking his tongue to accentuate it. Frustrated at her efforts being foiled, Atara decided to get physical and pulled out her short sword and approached him. Suddenly, a shadow eclipsed her. Atara looked up to see the Hell Noble jumping before with the intent to crush her with his meaty fists. In those split seconds of survival, her legs moved and jumped forward on their own, avoiding her a costly death. She rolled away after as the demon's blade sank into the soil from where she would have been impaled. Soil flew into the air as the Baron continued its assault at the handmaiden, so close to its blade that it singed her hair and skin. Atara knew that her blade would do nothing compared to the Hell Baron's, but damned if she was going to submit to the demon's demands. She ducked underneath the demon's legs, confusing it temporarily to have it be blinded by the last of her sister's bows and Dai guns. The demon lobbed a fireball at the last surviving sisters, exploding upon impact and killing them. The Dai were of hardened build, but even they were remotely able to do much. The last two Swordmasters, another Averlorn sister, and a couple of Rangers joined Atara in a futile bid to end the battle. The Baron's eyes gleamed with pure predatorial delight in killing the last resistance for the Archvile. However, a flicker of light caught one of its eyes before it painfully struck its eye. The demon screamed and clutched onto its eye while the survivors and Aeliger looked in surprise before someone jumped from the flames. Wazik, cried the dwarf. I ain't done with you yet. I still have a tally to count with your name on it. On Grimner's axe. Eliathra felt a surge of hope as she recognized the dwarf to be none other than Trodden Stonebrow. His gromrel armor had been scratched and carved to the point of near destruction, while his face had been mangled by the countless imps that ambushed him. One side of his face had been burned by gargoyle acid, with an eye missing from its socket as well. Yet his remaining eye showed great wrath and fury at the monsters responsible for the attack, while tearfully looked at the bodies of both his kin and the elves. He let out a terrible battle cry and hurled himself at the Baron. The demon snarled but was thrown to the ground with a rage-fueled dwarf pummeling with fists so hard that Grimnir would be proud to behold. Trodden unleashed all of his anger on the downed demon, knocking out some of its teeth. The demon stood up quickly and tried to throw the dwarf off, only to be grabbed by the horns and be beaten continuously by the angry dwarf. The demon thrashed around and flung its blades wildly to kill Trodden. Atara and the others jumped out of the way and avoided the clumsy blows. Aeliger grew frustrated with the Baron's incompetence. Fool, be done with the damn midget already. Atara snapped her attention and focused on the archvile. She raised her sword and yelled, "Kill the sorcerer. Ending his life will banish the demon." Alerted by this, the archvile groaned as the handmaiden led the remaining soldiers to her. Fine, he bemoaned. I will parley with you. The archvile brought forth an extra pair of arms and ignited his clothing. Eliathra watched the fire consume the cloth until all that remained was the gauntly powerful build of the heresiarch, much to the horror of everyone. His body possessed power in its deeply twisted parody of a skeletal body. The crown on his forehead and back shot out with large spikes growing out. His clawed hands extended while the lower arms conjured hellfire blades. Behind him, a prehensile tail tipped with a blade at the end of it whisked around, ready to kill. The elder demon pounced and engaged with Atara and her allies. The swordmasters and rangers HEW their great swords and axes with all of their experience and training, yet the archvile parried and deflected with abnormal grace. He fought like a whirlwind with death as his chosen partner. Claws caught and slashed through the chest of a swordmaster, disemboweling him before his guts were thrown in the face of a ranger, impaled through the skull with an energy blade after. Atara and her sister released their arrows at the demon. Aeliger caught them in one hand, impaling the last ranger with his tail before motioning himself in an arc and throwing their magic back at them. The arrows, now corrupted, formed into javelins of dark energy and sought out their targets. Atara managed to duck in time, but her sister was not so lucky. Both javelins impaled through her head and abdomen before exploding in gore. Atara despaired and turned back to see her last ally screaming as Aeliger grabbed his head with lower hands and melted through his helmet with hell magic. The Osir made gurgling noises before dying and being tossed aside, his head now melted with the helmet still on. She looked to the side and saw Trodden still throwing heavy fists down upon the Hell Noble until Aeliger shot out a blast of lightning from his hand and shot him into the ground. Black tendrils soon erupted and held the dwarf down, who struggled the overpowering entanglement. The demon noble gave out a sigh of relief, given rest from the enduring beatdown before growling at his humiliating duel. The Baron pulled the axe out of its eye, fire blood pouring out and burning the soil beneath it. The demon stood and prepared to finish off its attacker until Aeliger stopped with a raised hand. "Stay your hand," said Aeliger, displeasure seeping through his voice. "My disappointment with you is beyond measure. For now, sit." The Baron gave out a whine before it lowered itself to the ground as ordered. The archvile turned his head to the last surviving guard. Despite her allies now dead, Atara still clung to her sword, encouraged to meet the demon. Eliathra continued desperately banging against her prison, while Trodden screamed at the demons with insults. Tendrils soon covered his mouth to shut into Aeliger's respite. The archvile towered over the handmaiden with sheer confidence. "I admire your determination, elf." Aeliger spoke to Atara. "But that won't be enough to save your precious ever-child. You can't save her. You couldn't save your own kin. Give up, and your death will be painless." Atara looked to the dome. Eliathra cried out to her and tearfully pleaded to be saved. Atara was demoralized and diminished. All her allies and kin dead around her, the ever-child beyond her reach, and the elder demon looking down upon her with heartless malice. Yet, with all hope seemingly gone, the handmaiden made one last resort to deny him the pleasure. "I will not allow her to be taken from with your vile magic." She spat, holding her sword in a guard. "I will fight with every will, both body and soul, to keep her safe from whatever dark master you serve." Aeliger listened to her defiance and silently stretched his arms in the air. Hellfire grew and reached higher against the winds at his command, settling back after as he stared down at Atara one final time. "Prove your worth," he goaded. The handmaiden dashed across the field, striking the elder demon only to be deflected and tossed down to the grass. Atara turned to meet the demon again. Steel flashed in a flurry before his eyes, each repelled and parried by an emotionless Aeliger, almost to the point of boredom. Aeliger kneed her in the stomach. The spike on his knee did not pierce her flesh, but the impact took the wind out of her. His lower hands reanimated and met her face with powerful blows. Atara's were lip-busted and her face felt swollen from the punches. The demon's dominant hands rose and slammed down against her shoulders, forcing her down until a kick was thrown in her face again. The demon sent her flying into the corpse of a swordmaster. The handmaiden was bruised and hurt, her crown fallen from her head, but glimpsed at the great sword in front of her. Grabbing it as she raised herself again, Atara met the two blades together and aimed it towards the archvile, who looked on with insulting amusement. Atara leapt again, the two blades clashing against the claws of the heresiarch. The demon held his lower hands back, refraining himself from using magic to delay her death further. Atara swayed to her left as the tail blade aimed for her waist, all the while slashing at him without success. Eliathra watched intently, looking for signs of hope. Trodden stared through his one eye while listening to the Baron laugh behind him as the archvile played around Atara in her duel. Atara grew haggard and out of breath while the archvile looked down upon her, unfazed by tiredness. She dropped both weapons from her hands, signifying her imminent defeat. Seeing her weak and exposed, Eligos raised his left claw in the air, bringing it down in full force. In a split second, Atara jumped to his left much to his surprise. She grasped onto the greatsword once more, channeling all of her magic into the blade before twirling and cutting it across his cheek. Shock overcame Eligor, leaving him exposed to impalement through the waist by Atara. The handmaiden pushed the blade through with every ounce of strength left in her. The archvile let out a death cry as he clutched the sword, before falling onto his knees. Atara felt a surge of victory wash over her as the demon lowered his head to death. A dark laugh escaped from him instead. Atara's joy turned to despair as the archvile raised his head with a wicked grin. Eligor grabbed her head with a clawed hand and lifted her up in the air. Atara struggled and beat his hand with her fist to go. All the while he pulled the sword out with both of his lower hands, slowly pulling until it exited the wound where it healed instantaneously. All of that flash? For a mere scratch? He said with faint amusement. Admirable, but pitiful. A sharp pain ran through Atara by the abdomen while Eliathra screamed in horror as his hell blade pierced through the handmaiden. Trodden wrestled through his restraints, desperately freeing himself to save the girl. Eligor lowered her to the ground on her 2 feet. Lapse, Black Math. Say your farewells, O noble elf. Eligor suggested to Atara. The handmaiden slowly turned towards the Everchild. She used what remaining strength left in her and stepped towards Eliathra. She had managed 7 steps before falling to the ground. Undeterred, Atara crawled with her bare hands, heaving herself while Eliathra looked on behind her dome with tears running down her cheeks. Eligor followed behind the crawling elf, with a greatsword still in his grasp. Atara reached out her hand to the Everchild. Eliathra could only press hers against the dome in futility. Hope. A pain worse than any wound dealt by a weapon, be it sword or axe. Eligor mused. Makes the despair all the more sweeter. The archvile's clawed feet pressed gently over Atara's back. She felt the tip of the greatsword slowly push through the skin on her neck. A sense of calm washed over the dying Ossir, death's door nearing her. She looked to Eliathra once again. A great loss of innocence was painted all over the Everchild's face. Too many deaths in only a matter of an hour. Eliathra, in turn, saw acceptance in Atara's pained eyes. No. Eliathra pleaded. Please. With her last breath, Atara whispered, be brave. Eliathra. The greatsword pushed through Atara's neck, the tip exiting on the other side. Eligor pulled the sword out, blood pouring from the wound. Atara spat and coughed blood, the light in her eyes fading before Eliathra. The Everchild lowered her head and broke down. The energy dome dissipated, releasing her from prison. Yet, Eliathra lost her will to escape. Trodden again struggled, freeing himself to save her. But the tendrils tightened their grip to ensure he could not fulfill his duty. Eligor simply stared at the prostrating form of Eliathra. The final piece had been found, and the ritual will begin. The archvile cast a sleep spell on the girl, her body limping instantly after. The moment after, Eligor sniffed the air, a faint scent of rot passing over his acute nose. Soon after, a great shadow loomed and glided over the field. Eligor looked above to see the rotting form of a zombie dragon slowly landing on the ground. The undead creature's wings folded and its head lowered as the rider let himself off. The being was once a man, now given undeath to his form. A vampire. Of the von Karstein bloodline. His black armor, twisted with dark magic of this world, was instantly recognizable by its wing adornments and horns on the back. Only the vampire's arms had been left exposed. The archvile turned and bowed respectfully to the bald vampire. Count Manfred. Eligor greeted. The final sacrifice has been secured. Arhan will be pleased to hear of this. Good. Manfred replied, delighted by the news. Thou hast been successful. I saw the fires from great yonder. Hast thou taken care of ending the threat? Close. Eligor answered. My scouts are hunting down the last of this little union. Excellent. We shall begin thy ritual soon. Manfred stated, impressed by his guest's resourcefulness. Looking over the demon's shoulder, he witnessed the laying form of Eliathra. There was dried blood on her hair and clothes. The vampire was seemingly annoyed by his honored guest's handling of her. Thee hast not laid a scratch on the maiden, hast thee? I have not, my lord. Eligor denied. I simply put her to sleep. My minion, however, was a little too rough on the others. Both sorcerers cast glares on the Hell Baron, who in turn grumbled by their disapproval. But I can assure that she is in good health. I am hopeful yon thee speaketh the truth. Manfred growled. The muffled screams of Trodden caught the vampire's attention. Manfred stared at the frothing dwarf in amusement to the point a chuckle escaped from his throat. And what shalt thee doth with him? Nothing to concern yourself, my lord. Eligor assuaged. I will take care of this dwarf. Wonderful. Manfred soon lifted the Everchild into his arms. I shall await thee at Nagashizer. Shall thee come into the fortress? I will accompany you later. But for now. Aeliger stared at the glaring dwarf. I have other businesses to attend to. If thou insist. Manfred understood, mounting his beast of burden with Aeliathra in tow. Fare thee well. The vampire lord took the reins and urged the dragon into flight. The tattered wings spread forth like a legend it once was, before finally taking off. Trodden was forced to watch as the ever-child was whisked away, leaving him with the demons. The Hell Noble breathed down on the Longbeard's face. The demon's breath felt hotter than Grungni's furnace. The demon's one remaining eye bore into him with a hateful glare. Enough, ordered Aeliger. You will not kill him. That is your punishment. The Baron stared furiously and growled at the heresiarch. Aeliger wasn't fazed at all, however. He did let out a sigh. However, you may break him, said Aeliger, much to the Baron's relief. The tendrils then positioned the dwarf upward to meet them at his full height. Not long after, the tendrils unraveled from his lips. The dwarf immediately insulted. When I get out of this, sorcerer, I'm gonna shove your entire body up in that bitch boy of yours so far up its ass, it's gonna be your new MOM. Aeliger simply chuckled at the dwarf's barrage of insults lashed out at him. My, I can see why you dwarfs live underground. You are simply dirty. Both body, soul, and tongue. Come closer, and I'll show how real dirty the DAW I get. I'm fine where I am. Aeliger responded. The sound of trees and branches snapping caught the heresiarch's attention. Approaching from the forests, swarms of imps flooded the scene. And dragging with them were some of Trodden's kin. Running alongside them, Hell Knights carried trophies of Ossur heads. Trodden recognized one of them as belonging to Avala. The poor woman must have died horrible based on the terrified look on her face, he thought. An imp walked on all fours before Aeliger. The demon spoke in an unknown language to the archvile. Aeliger smiled in content and turned to the one-eyed Longbeard. It appears that these are the last of your company. How convenient. Aeliger approached one of the dwarfs and gently grabbed his beard. A Hell Knight restrained the dwarf from further resistance. Such finely groomed beards, don't you think, Baron? Aeliger asked rhetorically to the noble. It did not take long for the Baron to understand the implication and simply strode upon the dwarfs. Trodden was slowly beginning to understand as well and frantically moved against the tendrils. The Baron grabbed onto the beard and pulled it a bit closer. The dwarf yelped and felt as if his head was about to dislocate. With one claw, the Baron pressed into the dwarf's cheek and carved deep into the skin. The dwarf howled in agony by the burning tip cauterizing as the noble demon skinned him of his beard. The other Dai hollered in anguished protest only for the Hell Knights and imps to hold them down firmly. No. Stop. I beg ye. Trodden pleaded. I'm the one you want. Kill me instead, you chaos wretch. Aeliger snapped his head back to the Longbeard with tumultuous contempt and moved the tendril to muffle him. I am not a servant to those false usurpers you speak of. They are beneath me, as it is the god I worship. The tendrils then went for Trodden's eyelids, forcing the remaining eye open long enough to witness the Baron finally rip the beard off the restrained dwarf. The beardless dwarf screamed in horror while the Baron held the flayed beard over its head and roared triumphantly, followed by the praise howls of its lesser kin. The dwarf's scream stopped as the Hell Knight twisted his neck, killing him. Consider this a consolation, Baron. Aeliger praised the demon noble. The old dwarf will die last. Not by your hand, however. His suffering will suffice. The heresiarch walked away from the execution, laughing in the distance in triumph before a portal opened and vanished. With his one eye forced open, Trodden suffered a fate no dwarf should ever go through. A scream pierced the air as another Dahlia was flayed of his beard. The Longbeard could not hold back the tears, for a great shame was forced upon him. The warp. From the depths of their anarchic realm, the dark gods seethed with anger. Hell had returned. The ones who imprisoned them. They had no right to take away what was theirs. This world belonged to chaos. It was their right to destroy and be liberated from this mortal realm. And to have that right snatched away from them yet again enraged them. A deafening cry escaped their realm and unto their servants. Their warriors raged and slaughtered their way in Kislev and Cathay. Their cultists burned down villages and slaughtered the innocent with rabid dogma. The beastmen of Drakwold turned their sights upon Nagashizer while rampaging across the countryside. Beyond their dark realms were the heavens. From there, the gods of man, elves, dwarfs, and even the horned rat shuddered from the chilling cry. Only the orc twins laughed in excitement. It was not the laughter of thirsting gods, nor the screams of dying ones, but the roar of anguished titans. War had come, and mortals will tremble in the face of chaos and hell. Chapter 13. Vengeance Never Rests. Hours later. No, stop. Oh. The GHH. Another dwarf screamed as the Hell Baron flayed him alive. Teeth and bloody flesh exposed from whence lips were, before his neck snapped after. The Baron barked at the others, calling the lesser demons to bring in another. 2 imps dragged in a red-haired dwarf, dropping him to the ground. His limbs had been severed and amputated earlier, having proven to be unruly and resisting. The other dwarfs wrestled and squirmed against the Hell Knight's grips, helpless to save another brother from a mutilating fate. Trodden was no different, albeit his fate was worse. The black mass that coiled him against his will had proven to be immovable and tight. The Longbeard's one eye was forced open, watching the painful process of beard flaying. Spurts of liquid poured into his eye to keep it from going dry, continuing his torment. Their screams rang in his ear unbearably. He sank further deep into despair as another dwarf was skinned. The demons cackled like crows in a feast, indulging themselves in the torment of their fallen prey. It had been like this for hours now. Night had befallen now. More and more demons had sprung from the forest, dragging more surviving dwarfs in their claws. Please, stop? Trodden pleaded in his mind. Tears had dried long ago, even as the clear liquid poured into his eye. As if instinctually, the demon noble halted the process. The Baron clutched a beard, holding it over his head and admiring it with an uncanny smug. The demon had skinned and collected enough beards to decorate himself with as many twisted trophies to display as possible. A guttural growl escaped his heated breath, the others listening intently. Trodden had no clue as to what they were saying, but the moment the demon turned his gaze towards him, he knew something terrible would befall him. The Baron barked again. A clawed hand pointed towards the long beard before he summoned a portal behind him. The Baron was finished with his ritualistic killing, throwing the last beard on top of its collection pile beside him. The imps made haste and quickly tied and bundled the beards with dwarf intestines from their recent kills. The demon noble waited impatiently with the imp's hasty binding, grabbing one of them and biting its head off. The imps hurriedly looped the beards in response until the last had been collected. The imps moved aside, showing the leader of their handiwork. The Baron growled but picked the beard bundle in his hands. The Baron gave one final look at Trodden and smiled. A deep laugh bellowed from his throat before finally disappearing into the portal. An imp howled, and the others began to gather the dwarfs in one grouping. The demons circled the survivors, baring their claws, teeth, and eyes lighting with malice and hate for their victims. The Dai panicked, though some grew defiant to the end. Trodden, useless in his restraints, prayed to his ancestors to comfort the dead that awaited their halls. One Hell Knight raised his claw high up in the air, ready to claim his first. An imp croaked, however, signaling the others to stop in their tracks. Trodden noted something had alerted them. Their heads raised in the air, catching the scent of something strange to them. A sound in the air came after. Almost like a whistle, but not a normal one. Almost as if chopping through. A Hell Knight's head was split apart by an axe upon landing. The demons looked at the dead knight with mass confusion and surprise. Out of the corner of Trodden's eye, a blur of white rushed towards the confusing demon cohorts. Wazix, cursed a revealed dwarf, punching an imp with such force to have it flying in the air. The body flew in the direction of another Hell Knight, though batted aside with a swing from its hands. This merely distracted it before the dwarf landed a dropkick to its head. The power behind his kick twisted the demon's head in a full 180-degree turn. The head struck a prowler as it landed, the creature crashing to the grass after. The dwarf landed on his 2 feet after. The Hell Knight's body fell to the ground behind him, blood spurting from the stump and all over the grass. The demons encircled the dwarf, now on the defense and cautious of this new opponent. Trodden strained his eye a bit and focused on his rescuer. The light of Manslide revealed the figure more, and the Longbeard felt breathless as he recognized a mythical figure made manifest. Standing upward with a look of absolute fury, a dwarf with abnormally large amounts of white hair and decorated beard clenched his fists so hard that even rock would crumble under his grip. Angry eyes looked around, looking directly at every beast's eyes. The demons sensed dread like no other being save for the Doomslayer himself. Grimnir's rage flashed behind the dwarf's cold blue eyes like flashes of lightning. You think you can get away killing my fellow Dai with your senseless cruelty? Without being recorded into the Book of Grudges, roared the mysterious dwarf. No one escapes without 1,000 axes down on their heads. And I, Grombrindle the White Dwarf, shall see it fulfilled. The demons roared furiously, their attention now on the White Dwarf. Imps swarmed in but were met with stone-hard fists. Grombrindle struck with savagery and temper, their heads crushed and caved in with each wallop. A Hell Knight charged and managed to get a hold of him. However, the White Dwarf stood his ground despite the Hell Knight doing its damnedest to push against him. Grombrindle gripped the demon by the hands, both struggling to overpower the other. The Grombrindle proved to be far more cunning and used this opportunity to launch himself into a headbutt. The demon was disoriented by the hit, seeing stars for the first time in its wretched existence. Grombrindle strafed to its side, grabbing it by the waist and performing a suplex on it as he threw himself back. A loud crack alerted him that he had broken its neck, killing it instantly. Quickly gathering himself, Grombrindle turned in time as a prowler from before teleported before him with claws flashing. The fiend struck, but caught only air as the dwarf was quick on his feet. The White Dwarf smashed his fist against its belly, the force of it rupturing its organs from the inside. Blood erupted from its mouth, followed by being grabbed at the leg and smashed into bloody smithereens by the dwarf. The demons, despite the intimidation, gathered around in numbers. Grombrindle managed to glimpse to where his axe was and dashed forward. In one big leap, Grombrindle grabbed and wrestled the axe from the dead demon as he flipped over it. Blood sprayed across the sky, but Grombrindle smashed his axe downwards upon a pinky demon, splitting its head in 2 after. The rune axe of Grimnir glowed with a supernatural blue as the runes were activated. With weapon in hand, the legendary dwarf unleashed the retribution of Grimnir down upon the cohorts of hell, cursing them as he slaughtered with righteous fury. His axe severed and tasted demon flesh as its wielder swung, dismembering and throwing limbs like a mighty whirlwind of vengeance. In the midst of the one-dwarf onslaught, the captured dwarfs worked through their restraints quickly right as the demons were distracted. Inspired by Grombrindle's tenacity and willpower, the dwarfs' morale skyrocketed as they freed themselves, grabbing whatever weapon lying around and rallying up a mob. The demons turned their attention to the freed dwarfs, though. They were the ones to be overwhelmed. The Dai fought against their captors, chopping and clobbering with axes, hammers, and even fists to gain the upper hand. Trodden noticed other dwarfs coming to his rescue, readying their axes. They chopped through the tendrils of the spike holding onto him, carefully so as to not wound the old dwarf. The tendrils screeched eerily before releasing the long beard. Trodden fell forward, face planted into the dirt. Blood flowed slowly but freely into his limbs once again from that tight hold. "Come on, old man." A younger dwarf helped him. "Get them limbs kicking. We're gonna need your fists to stamp out some grudges." Encouraged by those words, Trodden heaved himself up, working himself against the numbness. He struggled, but Adayu was stubborn to a fault. He pushed himself up, reminding himself as to why he should. The ever-child, Eliathra, was kidnapped by a vampire count. An infamous one to be exact. His throng slaughtered because of that damned vampire schemes. Forced to watch the suffering of his kin in a helpless state, despair turned into bitterness. Bitterness to wrath. And wrath to violence. And violence did those fists find great purpose as he clenched them. Trodden worked himself into a berserk state, pushing himself up and screaming himself into a mad frenzy before running towards the nearest demon he could get his hands on. Two imps were at his mercy as he gripped them by their necks. Their heads smashed together into bloody pulps, their bodies cast aside after. A pinky came charging, but stopped head-on by the long beard as he tossed upwards and thrown down again. Trodden pulled violently at one of its tusks and stabbed it to death with it, ruthlessly. Trodden turned instantly and caved in a prowler's head with his fist barreling into it. Nearby, Grombrindle rallied the rest of the dwarfs into a bulwark of unbridled violence against these invaders. Once seemingly impervious and unstoppable, the demons found themselves completely headless and thrown off by the sudden vengeance of the dwarfs. The white dwarf butchered through the demons with ease, making quick work with precise swings with his axe. A terrible roar that seemed more screams came hurling his way. Soaring from the skies, a pair of revenants and a cyber-mancubus bore through the trees and made their presence known. They started firing rockets and balls of fire sporadically, uncaring of who was in their range, be it dwarf or demon. Grombrindle directed his wrath upon the dual revenant and pressed a charge towards them. The revenants noticed the coming dwarf and targeted him, firing a missile barrage. The white dwarf noticed a Hell Knight and grabbed at it, using its body as a shield against the firepower. The demon screamed as the rockets blew its back, completely ripping away the flesh and down to the bone. Grombrindle cast the body to the side, throwing his axe into one of them in one powerful motion. The mighty axe managed to sink into the chest of the revenant, its body now flying in circles before exploding into smithereens. The last revenant flew back, but was too late as the white dwarf grabbed its legs. The flying undead kicked and fired desperately as it wrestled the dwarf to get off, only to piss him off even further. Its jetpack flying wildly as the dwarf's additional weight forced it to go down. Grombrindle climbed up and mounted onto its back, punching the back of its head repeatedly. Its shoulder cannons fired wildly in response to the white dwarf's presence, indirectly activating its combat servers. A barrage of rockets went flying into several imps and Hell Knights like an Hellstorm rocket battery. Seeing the potential damage it could do, Grombrindle whacked the demon, again and again, spurring it to launch rockets with carefully timed hits. The cyber-mancubus sensors picked up the revenant's erratic movements and aimed his arm cannons directly at it. A guttural roar alerted the white dwarf, followed by toxic sludge that went flying but narrowly missed the revenant Grombrindle was on by mere seconds. His attention now laying upon the obese demon, Grombrindle hit the revenant, blasting rockets and eating away at the mancubus armor. The fat demon growled in pain and rage, unleashing toxic fire in the air. The revenant quickly evaded, avoiding being engulfed by those noxious fires. Grombrindle responded with another fist to the revenant's head, activating its cannons again. Volleys of rockets ate away at the mancubus armor, this time destroying it completely and exposing the demonic ogre's flesh in the open. Trodden witnessed the rain of fireworks down on that fat bastard as he crushed two imp skulls into his hands. Those explosions were music to him. This was the sound of vengeance blaring in his ears. The scream of vengeful ancestors rising from their graves to bring down the hammer and axe on evil's great fat forehead. He watched the smoke dissipate to reveal the bloated form of that lard-ass rising again, now more pissed off than ever. It unleashed terrible fire upon dwarf-mounted revenant, angrily misfiring with Grombrindle controlling the demon. However, Trodden soon noticed its chest exposed. At the center of its abhorrent body, its heart gave off an unnatural glow, beating visibly in its disgusting nest. Trodden prepared to face it head-on but saw a couple of lads immediately get engulfed by its fires. They screamed as the flesh melted away from the toxic fires. Distraught but determined to save his remaining throng, Trodden scrambled for a weapon to use. Any weapon. A strange blue glow appeared in the corner of his eye. The rune axe of Grimnir was still embedded on the revenant's corpse. Taking his chances, the old dwarf kicked into high gear and ran for it, pulling it from the desecrated corpse. Looking into the beautiful but terrible power it held in its runes, Trodden turned his hateful gaze on the mancubus and roared. The demon broke his focus on Grombrindle, aiming his weapons at the long beard, but distracted by the white dwarf's assault. Trodden, knowing the danger of getting too close, swung the axe in a full arc, spinning the weapon to gain momentum. With the weapon picking up speeds, Trodden raised the axe over his head and let go. The axe went flying in the air, chopping through the air and hurling its way to its target. The mancubus turned in time to find the axe biting deep into its shoulder. It screamed in pain, spraying its flames wildly in the air. Trodden used this moment to launch himself at the demon, pouncing and landing upon its torso. The demon swung and flailed its arms in desperation to throw the dwarf off of him. Trodden quickly went for the heart and grabbed it, yanking it from the cavity. "Eat your fucking heart out," yelled Trodden right before shoving said heart down the mancubus' throat. The dwarf jumped and rolled into the grass, rolling away and watching the fat bastard choke on its own organ. Despite having no hands, the demon grasped its throat, desperately trying to cough out the heart. Too late did the demon explode violently upon its expiration. A visceral display followed with the mancubus' spine dangling between two destroyed arm cannons like a holiday tree on Festag night. Seeing the demon now dead, Trodden relaxed a bit before the rune axe came crashing to the ground next to his head, nearly killing him by a few inches. Seeing the explosion from above, Grombrindle twisted the revenant's head, killing it, and landing back into the earth unscathed. The revenant's corpse lobbed itself into a pack of imps, exploding on impact. Seeing the wrath of the Dahlia in full display, a Hell Knight howled and sounded a retreat. The surviving demons answered the call and fled before the throng could settle the grudges. Regardless, the High King will write this transgression in the Great Book. With the onslaught now over, the Dai cheered in defiance against the dark forces. Grombrindle watched his kin triumphantly raise their fists in celebration as he gathered his axe. All but one. Next to the axe, the white dwarf saw Trodden sulking with his head down. The Longbeard did not share the same uplifting spirit as the rest, for he had failed to deliver his oath. The Everchild was still out there, stolen by that undead bastard. Sorrow dragged over him like a heavy blanket. Grombrindle feared the fate he would partake in the future. The dwarf stood in front of the Longbeard. "You all right, lad?" asked Grombrindle, stoic but not unsympathetic. "Nay," said Trodden, meeting his gaze with his remaining left eye. "Nay at all. This journey has failed. The child of the Elgi has been stolen while her people died, and I was forced to watch that damned Nufus Kazi kidnap her with my own eye, while I had to listen to the screams of the younger lads as those foul demons flayed their beards from their chins. Not shaved. Flayed. All in one day." Trodden's voice trembled with despair. He was reaching the depth of his own hopelessness. His fist quivered, not of anger but of loss. "I have failed my ancestors, my oaths." Grombrindle silently regarded the sullen old dwarf before reaching out a hand for Trodden to pull himself up. Trodden eyed the white dwarf's gesture and slowly reached out. The Longbeard stood up with the living legend's help. "Nay, you haven't," Grombrindle denied. "There are still Elgi back on the road. One last named Avarla said you were escorting the girl here." The one-eyed Longbeard blinked in shock. "But I saw her head dangling around those monsters." Trodden swore. "Impossible. You mistook her for one of her kin." Grombrindle corrected. "The Elgi look the same, but they could the same for us. Regardless, it is most fortunate to know someone to recognize." Speaking of someone, the white dwarf reached out his backpack and pulled out a most peculiar companion. "I believe this one dearly misses her friend." Grombrindle gently held the rabbit Althena in his arms and passed her to Trodden's. The Longbeard's face squinted in joy at the Everchild's little friend, rubbing her head gently as possible. The white dwarf picked up his axe after. "All hope is not lost," Grombrindle asserted. "The Everchild may be taken, but she still lives. Gather the survivors both here and on the road and take him back to Karazakarak. Inform the High King, and he will make certain that this will be written in the book." Trodden, no longer sullen, looked with firm eyes and renewed hope and nodded. "Aye," he said. "I'll be sure to make that. I will fulfill my oath to save the girl, even if I have to drag a mountain of bodies to rescue her." Grombrindle nodded respectfully. "Good, but I must go now. There are still others in the old world that need my strength. But until then, we shall meet again." The white dwarf walked away, passing by several Dai who regarded him with high praises and respect before disappearing into the darkness. The throng looked to one another, unclear and uncertain of their next objective. Trodden came forward and announced his presence. "Lads," he cried, "get the wounded and find whatever weapon you have on you. We march to Karazakarak, and there, we have a grudge to settle." Unknown. Wulfric trekked through the harsh snows of his homeland's untamed tundra. The touch of winter bit into his flesh like frozen fire. The frost stirred him to move hurriedly for some sort of shelter. All around him, only blankets of snow, and the harsh winds of Norska impaired his sense of direction. It felt much worse than usual. So cold his armor and his cloak of scalped giant's head did little to keep him warm. Damn frost, he thought. If I could find a mammoth nearby, I'll strip it of its guts and sleep inside its warm husk just to hide from this damn cold. Nurgle will be pleased by that when I find one of those damn things close by. He grumbled under his breath, pulling his cloak. Trudging through the snow and stubbornly gritting his teeth under terrible weather, the gods granted him salvation as he could see a flicker of light from a distance. Peaked out of curiosity and desperate for fire's embrace, the lone Norscan pressed forward. Winter bit at his heels, urging him to sprint despite the thick snow slowing him down. Closer he went, the faint outlines of a building became clear. The roof of it gave away its position as snow blanketed the head harmlessly. And on that same roof, smoke escaped from it. The lights from before were revealed to have been seeping away from the front door, ever so slightly jarred to be inviting. Inside, a tune slithered its way into the executioner's ears despite the harsh howls of winter's winds. Varjan Eiler I Natin Skog. Hanvil Min Kan Inte Sova. Hungern River I Hans Vargabook. Octet Ar Calt I Hans Stova asterisk. The voice singing that tune was enthralling, enough that it could perhaps lull the most vicious troll to sleep. Yet, Wulfric did not feel eased at all. It could be an illusion, he thought, or perhaps it wasn't, and it may be home to something sinister. Yet the cold continued to bite at his skin, and having no other choice, Wulfric slowly approached the doorway with one hand gripping his sword's hilt on his hip. Wulfric pushed the door ever so carefully. Entering, the Norscan champion was greeted pleasantly by the vast halls of a longhouse fit for a true jarl. Walls were mounted with shields, swords, and axes while long tables lined up with succulent food and cups of mead raided from the south. He had wondered if he had finally died a warrior's death and entered Valhall, the great hall of warriors. The song continued its tune even as Wulfric entered unannounced. And at the center of this house belied a hearth. And near this hearth sat a stranger singing unaware of Wulfric's presence. The voice was clearly that of a woman's, and it became more soothing to his ears. As he approached near her, he could see hair of golden color covering her back. Creak. The woman stopped singing as Wulfric stepped on a creaky part of the floor. Wulfric was ready to pull out his sword as she slowly turned to him. The sword was never pulled, however, as Wulfric gazed at an old familiar face once cherished. Wulfric, the woman said in surprise. Wulfric's breathing stopped and his eyes bulged out comically as he stared directly into the beautiful azurite eyes of Geordie's. The woman sighed in relief and smiled warmly. Wulfric, you gave me a scare. What are you doing here? Father would send his guards to kill you if he sees us together. Wulfric scoffed but bemused. Let him try. Even a goblin could fight better than those scarecrows he is following him. Geordie's laughed softly before standing up. My Wulfric. She doted. Never change. Geordie's placed her head against his chest, embracing him as she had the serpent's approval. How was your last raid? She asked. Not that much different from the last ones. Wulfric admitted. The Southlings still put up a fight whenever we make land. Hopefully, the Hound is very much pleased with my sacrifices. He most likely smiles upon me with the skulls I've collected. And the loot will suffice for the both of us. Geordie's frowned upon his odd disposition. You don't seem at all happy fighting. Has my Wulfric suddenly grown tired of battle? No. He replied, scratching the back of his neck. I am simply restless to find new challenge each day. Yet, I am always finding myself fighting the same enemies. Just different faces, really. Geordie's tilted her head in sympathy. She placed a hand on one of his cheeks. Her eyes stared deeply into Wulfric's equally icy blue eyes. Do not despair yourself. I would rather not have the crow bless your cock with disease. She jested. This brought her lover back to a cheerful mood as he chuckled. Come, Geordie suggested. I have a bed in need of company. Wulfric was all too willing to speak, his silent but passionate kiss giving away his thoughts. Yet, as the two lovers continued exploring their necks with each other's kisses, the executioner of the dark gods caught a glimpse of a particular shield he had laid his eyes upon. This shield stood out the most. Others had images of great and terrible beasts such as dragons, merworms, and shaggoths painted upon the shield's surfaces. This one was unknown. It was an etching, a marking. It was unlike any other that Wulfric had seen. It was a cross between the letters T and J with 4 small symbols framing on different corners of it. Yet, this very symbol had power. It spoke of terror and reckoning, a symbol that even his gods feared. So enthralled by the mark that he had lost interest in his betrothed. His hands went loose, and he walked towards the shield. Wulfric. Geordie's called to him, worriedly. The burly Norscan eyed too long at the shield. Sweat came running across his forehead, heart beating as fast as if he were fighting in the midst of battles. Where did you find this shield? Wulfric turned back to Geordie's, pointing his finger back at the shield. Whose shield does this belong to? Probably from one of Father's men. He must have been an honored one. She excused. The wanderer wasn't convinced. Anger was rising. Geordie's, I know that symbol. He lashed out. It does not belong to one of us. Tell me. Geordie's backed away with fearful eyes. Wulfric, you're scaring me. Please, I'm sure Father will have answers. Tell me, yelled Wulfric. Just then, a sharp pain struck his chest. Wulfric clutched his chest and knelt against a seat beside him. Wulfric. Geordie's cried out in fear of her beloved. Searing pain enveloped him with such an agonizing ordeal. It was like hot iron puncturing his heart. He tore off the breastplate to reveal a nasty gash riddled across his chest. Then suddenly, visions began flashing before him. He was in the midst of battle. Fighting broke out between 2 ships. One ship was full of his men. The other, filled with elves. But instead of invading the elf ship, they invaded theirs. Wulfric took part in the defense of the Sea Fong, killing elves that strayed too close. And in the midst of the fighting, one warrior appeared among the elves. He was no elf, and he fought like he were of the Norscans. Yet he wore not the armor of the gods, but a greater being. The surface was smooth, yet its design would have made a dwarf jealous to look upon. And in his hands were weapons that only the Southlings could wield, but with greater power. They roared like dragons and spewed fire without rest. Wulfric's men were being obliterated by the awesome power of this new challenger. And Wulfric took to challenging this warrior amongst elves. The eternal challenger dashed forward and clashed with this new enemy. They had come face to face, eyes met with wrath and destruction in hand. And as Wulfric laid eyes upon him, he saw the mark. The mark of the Slayer. Blows came after, with neither warrior backing down and fighting relentlessly. Enduring it all, a cowardly elf struck him dishonorably during the duel. But before the wanderer could deliver punishment to the interloper, the unnamed warrior had one of his weapons planted against his chest and struck true as the diabolical musket delivered its terrible fury with fire and metal. Wulfric was blown aback before falling into the depths of Mermidis's realm. The vision stopped and Wulfric was able to clear his mind. Sweat poured under his brow and his breathing turned erratic to control. Wulfric looked around and saw everything had gone back to normal. He looked at Jordies, who returned with worried eyes. As he processed his thoughts, Jordies slowly approached him. Wulfric. Jordies quietly called to him. Are you all right? Wulfric was back to his surroundings and immediately backed away from his betrothed. I don't understand. He said, did I foresee my death without rest? Or have I truly fallen? Wulfric, please. Jordies pleaded. What is wrong, my love? Suddenly, the earth beneath their feet began to tremble. The longhouse shook violently under the earthquake. The weapons on the walls dropped to the floor. The bonfire behind Wulfric burst into a wildfire. Its flames consumed the roof with avaricious consumption. The food, once delicious to look upon, was swarmed with maggots and disgusting flies. Cups once filled with mead were replaced with vile concoctions that burst forth and began melting anything they touched. This longhouse's beauty became a nightmarish landscape. Wulfric, now in the total realization of what was happening, set on escaping. However, his first instinct stood before him. Jordies. Wulfric jumped back on his feet and moved towards his betrothed. Come, Jordies. He yelled. We must flee now. It's not safe here. Jordies, however, simply stared at him. Instead of frantic terror that would naturally come to them, Jordies looked upon him with cold acceptance. Genuine remorse was written all over her face as she touched his face one last time. No, Wulfric. She muttered so loudly despite the roaring fire around them. I'm afraid you're too late. You can't save me. Nothing can be saved once it is offered to the gods. As she finished, blood began to leak from her mouth. Wulfric could stare in confusion before felt his hand gripping onto something. Looking down, to his horror, a blade had been driven through her stomach by his own hand. No. His mouth trembled. He looked up to meet Jordi's eyes only to stare back at the mutilation done to her. Where once there was pale flesh and golden hair to welcome his eyes, only the bloody side of her skinless and scalped head greeted him. Where a heart that once lived between her bosom and a belly made to bear their children were replaced with bloody hollows emptied crudely. Wulfric couldn't even hear his own screams of horror and despair as the fire roared throughout the collapsing longhouse. Kneeling beside his dead betrothed, Wulfric's final moments were to look upon the shield he saw not too long ago, the symbol of the man who had killed him before a rush of water burst forth from behind. Present. Wulfric's eyes shot up and gasped for air. He awoke from his near-death state before turning to the earth and vomiting out gallons of water and blood. Among them, small metal pellets had been collected and exited from his throat. He retched out the waters from his gullet, tasting bile as he emptied in painful heaps. Minutes felt like hours before Wulfric finally stopped and inhaled frigid air. His eyes were still bleary and his limbs felt weak. However, he knew that he was on dry land. Mermidis had not yet claimed his soul. Better that way, he thought. Wulfric moved sluggishly as he tried to stand. He felt his chest hurting as he regained his senses. He looked down to find his cuirass ruined. A gaping hole the size of a fist exposed his chest. His collection of skulls on it were now lost to the sea. The lone champion tore off the armor piece with one hand, ridding himself of the now useless scrap metal. Now bare-chested, Wulfric could see the wounds left behind in his last fight. Large buckshot wounds were scattered all over his chest. It had explained why he had vomited the pellets in the first place. The fight before made him rethink his next brush with Death's champion. The weapons were nothing like what the Southlings had used, and that proved to be a hunt most difficult to gift the gods. It was a bloody miracle he had managed to survive. The wound had healed tremendously, but moments spent in the cold waters had left a nasty blue discoloration. The soreness was beginning to rise in his chest, but Wulfric did his best to ignore it. How long have I been out? He moaned to himself. Scanning his surroundings, he only saw the wreckage of ships, both Norse-skinned and elven, on the shores. Corpses were everywhere by the thousands. The only ones to attend their twisted graves were the crows. The Carians took great joy in feasting on Nurgle's charity, cruelly laughing while engorging in the buffet of corpses. Wulfric would have felt disgusted had such a feeling withered ages ago. Now, his only desire was to return to doing his god's bidding. A slight tap to his boot brought to his attention. Torvald's sword had washed ashore alongside him. A simple message from the gods to continue his oath. He took up his blade and prepared for another journey. Firstly, he wrapped the cape around his body to protect himself from the cold. Then, he took the collection of skulls over his shoulders. And finally, he removed the pole that had been strapped to his back and carried it in one hand like a gruesome banner. A distinct crow's caw drew the hero's attention, looking up into the sky to see the Carian circle above. The bird quickly flew east, and Wulfric followed it to where it guided him. Wulfric wandered among the corpses, searching for any of his surviving shield brothers. The stronghold from the distance had smoke going up, yet he heard neither screams nor battle from within. Wulfric had drawn two conclusions. His brothers in arms had won, or the elves had retaken the hold. If it was the former, then he could at least regroup with the others. If it was the latter, well, he had no issue giving more tributes to the ruinous powers. The lone Norseman continued his way through the mass graveyard. Every corpse he passed, he saw only the blank expressions written on their faces, their skin a blue pallor after soaking up in the seas of this dreary land. Wulfric tugged his cloak closer, the cold burdening him a bit. Sometime after, he came across the body of an executioner with an axe stuck to his head. It was an ordinary boarding axe, used for raiding and piracy, a profession he was most familiar with before and after his ascension to champion of the gods. Needing an extra weapon for future skirmish, Wulfric wrenched the axe off, gore spilling from the rotting wound, continuing his march after. As he strode along the coastline, Wulfric contemplated the dream he had. How long had it been since he remembered Geordie's? How long had it been since he gave her to the gods? The last memory of her pained him more than his chest wound. Everything about the dream opened too many other wounds. Why bring her back now? Had the gods reminded him of his duties by torturing him with lost love? He cast her away in his final rites as the gods had intended, along with her father, Viglander, and that spineless Essling whelp, Svaemjorn. Their names had his fists clenching in anger. He stripped himself of any mortal affairs and ambitions. Ormscarrow and all the sorrows that resided in it were now ashes to the wind. So why now? His face softened from the stern glare he once had. Why did the memory of her come back? Now, of all times? Such thoughts were completely evaporated as the earth rumbled beneath. Off in the distance, he saw a drooky-eyed patrol coming towards him. He counted 5 among them riding upon cold ones, seeking out their prey. Wulfric, however, was no ordinary Norscan, for he felt no fear in his heart. He was the eternal challenger, the executioner of his gods. They were but pitiable prey to his eyes. The riders drew near before finally encircling him. Their mounts snarled while the drooky-eye showed leering expressions in an attempt to intimidate the lone warrior. Upon closer inspection, he noted 7 witches among them, riding on their vicious horses. Wulfric planted his skeletal banner to the ground as the bloodhag rode forth to greet him. Look, sisters and brothers, she mocked. A corpse washed ashore. And it can walk too. I still haven't been claimed by Nurgle just yet, witch. Wulfric retorted in the elf's native tongue. Harsh as the accent was, the witch elf blinked in surprise by his language. You speak our tongue? I speak in many tongues, answered Wulfric. Even your Noggler. And I fancy a nice talk with him than I have with you. The witch gritted her teeth, not deigning to be provoked by the executioner's sarcasm. She hissed, I'm sure they'll enjoy a good treat out of you. Oh please, after you. Wulfric sassed. The witch immediately ordered the knights to attack. A rider behind him was the first to charge. Wulfric ducked and turned, his sword swinging across in momentum, hacking through the cold one's legs. The Noggler crashed to the sand, throwing its owner into the jaws of another Noggler. Its screeches of agony were silenced with an axe driven to its skull. Wulfric let go of the axe's handle and backed away in time as a cold one snapped only the air from where he was. The warrior chopped right through the neck of the Noggler with unyielding force. The knight lost control and fell beneath his dead mount. The warrior turned with his sword, cutting into the mouth of another raptor. Steel cut through skin, splitting from ear to ear and all the way through the neck, finally passing through the legs of its knight. Though much of the knight's body had turned numb from the special ointment used to mount his Noggler, he screamed at the loss of his legs before Wulfric impaled his face through. Kill him, howled the hag. The remaining pair of knights lashed out, with the first charging Wulfric at blinding speeds. The hero dodged swiftly and prepared the death strike until the other Noggler snapped his jaw around his sword arm. He bit back a scream, dropping his sword in the rush. Undaunted, Wulfric threw a fist into its eye, disorienting and blinding it. The reptile released upon retaliation, its knight trying to balance himself as it spun. The other knight rushed again, seeing Wulfric now unarmed. But his confidence dropped as he underestimated the hero's vulnerability. In an impressive feat of strength, Wulfric stopped the Noggler's jaws with both hands and tossed it over his head. The rider was sent flying from his mount and crashed into the sand. A sound of something crack came, and the knight remained immobile from his landing. From the sidelines, the blood hag and her coven were infuriated by the incompetence. All 5 knights failed to kill the human, 3 of which had lost their mounts and 2 of them dead. The hag cried out for blood, commanding her cohorts to kill the Norscan as he continued to finish off what's left of the knights. Their horses galloped to him, thirsting for blood and vengeance. Wulfric noticed the witches riding hard as stabbed his sword into a knight's throat. Quickly, he grabbed his axe and prepared to deliver more skulls to Khorne's throne. Clenching his teeth, the hero was ready to strike the hag before something whistled in the air and impacted the woman's skull and horse. Startled by her death, the witches redirected their attention to the arrow's origin only to find a damaged Norscan warship appearing so close and suddenly. For Wulfric, he instantly recognized the dragonhead. The Sea Fang's crew readied their bows and threw axes upon the shore, raining down death upon the dark elves while also avoiding friendly fire on their jarl. The rest of the Drukei, seeing their leader dead, were forced to retreat, leaving the survivors to their fates. Wulfric lowered his blades, grumbling irritably by the elves' cowardice but settled with his crew rescuing him. Then angry to see the Sea Fang manned without his permission, the ship immediately took to landing upon the shores, allowing the crew to jump out and welcome their captain back. The first to do so was an older raider named Eldgrim. His head was shaved down to the scalp, leaving only a bald head save for the tattoos that nearly covered it all. His long gray beard reached the buckle of his belt, hiding his burly chest underneath lamellar armor. Being the closest, he was short amongst his crew, reaching only Wulfric's shoulders. Yet this did not hide the fact he was more experienced out of the crew, and the one specifically chosen as his second-in-command by Wulfric himself. Jarl. Eldgrim. Wulfric regarded the elder marauder. Who's manning my ship? The old raider sensed the displeasure in Wulfric's tone and immediately answered, No one, Jarl. Troll shit, you did. Wulfric spat, fuming now. Many of his men slowly stepped back for fear of their Jarl's wrath, having heard stories of disemboweling any man who had the chance to control the sea fong. Eldgrim raised his hands in protest. It's the truth, Wulfric. He blurted out. None of us had taken control of the sea fong save for you. Then how the hells did it get here? The hero questioned, growling lowly to remind the old man who controlled the ship. None of us know. Eldgrim admitted. When you fell into the waters, the sea fong suddenly had a mind of its own, breathed fire on the elves and that warrior of theirs and threw us into the bridge between worlds. Some of the men fell prey to the phantoms, but I was able to get a hold of most of the surviving crew. By the time we returned to the mortal realms, it landed us here, finding you in the midst of combat with the elves. The hero regarded the words of his trusted confidant, dwelling if there was truth to them. He snorted in dismissal but relaxed his shoulders. So be it. Wulfric dismissed. But I will have everyone cutting their palm and dropping blood on the dragon head. If you speak true, then I will let it slide. But if I find any of you deemed worthy of this vessel, the phantoms you go. Along with you, Eldgrim. The elder raider was incensed with the threat, but he damned knew that he was able to prove it later. Wulfric's eyes wandered to the men behind Eldgrim, all nervous and fearful of his wrath. As for everyone, the only thing I have to say is to grab whatever loot is among the corpses. And be quick about it, before the carrions return with more numbers. A noise behind Wulfric alerted the Norscan crew. A cold one night was pushing his dead mount off of him, though helpless given his weakened state. Wulfric grabbed his sword and walked directly to the elf. The knight noticed him and raised his hands, begging in his own tongue. The executioner simply strode up and planted the sword through the elf's mouth. Wulfric watched him passionately as the knight struggled and choked as steel collided and punctured through the back of his throat, the life in his eyes fading and his arms falling back to the sand. Moments later, the hero pulled free and gathered his belonging. And make sure the corpses stay corpses. Then take the loot for all I care. Wulfric passed by his crew and went back to his ship. The marauders quickly scurried to find whatever corpse they could scavenge off. To them, at least they could use something to get a few days of ale and meat. For Wulfric, mere scraps for the rabid dogs, for there is no greater reward than to show the gods the head of his latest hunt. The head of the Doomslayer, the beast of Ragnarok, and the devourer of the gods, his gods. But for now, a wolf needed to lick his wounds, and an ego to soothe. And only then will there be more time for another challenge to overcome. Chapter 14, Wolves at Bay. Hours ago. Fire. Ulthuan was on fire. Tyrion saw it everywhere. Cities had fallen to cinder and the screams of his people were heard, distorted and terrible in their cries. Bodies immolated by the fires, all in petrified agony. Massive ships slowly landed onto the beaches from the shores, sailing terrible flags of the Witch King's personal heraldry. Great footsteps echoed the streets as the Druchii marched in unison, prowling for the wounded and the weak. Tyrion grasped for his sword only to find none on his belt. Moreover, he was no longer in his famed armor, only in tattered rags. Seeing himself vulnerable, the defender of Ulthuan scrambled for cover, running into an alley nearby. The walls grew taller, and the path became almost narrow as he ventured the darkness, evading the sentries behind him as he escaped. Yet, he braved his escape, with a faint hope of finding the remaining Ossar soldiers still left in the burning city. And following the thought were his fears. Alariel, Eliathra, Teclis. Where were they? Did they make it to safety? Could they have been captured? His fears turned to terror as he thought of them, of what the Druchii would have done to them. He ran and ran, his legs never failing him as he raced for the hope of seeing his family alive. The chase only ended as Tyrion now found himself at a crossroads. He stood center of it, searching for a path to freedom and avoiding the clutches of terrible evil. Tyrion. He heard, turning his head in search of his caller. Melodious in its voice. Female and in somber, it was. This way. The defender turned to see who called but lost her, all while footsteps grew closer. A flash of something caught the corner of his eye, and Tyrion turned in time to see a faintly female figure pass through one of the paths. Risking it all, Tyrion followed the figure into the passage he witnessed. After taking so many turns, the way was finally lit as light beaconed further away from the son of Kothik. Tyrion sprinted as fast and hard as he could in his legs, ignoring the fire and loss of air as he pushed himself towards liberation. The pathway finally ended and the warrior twin found himself yet again in the streets of what was Lothern. The light vanished, revealing fires had died down. Only smoke and ash covered the streets like blankets of snow. Burnt bodies were curled up in painful positions, others simply impaled on makeshift poles. Tyrion was accustomed to the horrors inflicted by the Druchii, but to see his very lands be put upon the pyre like this only brought anger and sorrow as he made his way through the desolate street of what was once a beautiful paradise. Mist of smoke blanketed around him, impairing his sense of direction like a thick fog. Aimlessly, he wandered. Hurry. He heard the voice again. It sounded so familiar. The voice enthralled him to follow. His intuition, this time, was better, and he navigated through the ashy mist. The smoky fog was thick, but the air was still oddly bearable to breathe in. He did not at all seem deterred by it, let alone choked by it. Tyrion breathed in the normally suffocating smog like it were oxygen, showing no ill effects of it. Whether it was of magical nature or not hardly mattered as he heard the cries close by. "Help me, father." "Eliathra," Tyrion called out, fear growing within as he recognized the distressed call of the Everchild. His own daughter, born in secrecy between his true love, Alarielle the Radiant, and himself. Swiftly, he moved. "Father, save me." "I'm coming, Ollie," he called out, desperately rushing through the fire and smoke. Running endlessly, he could hear more voices growing louder with each step he took. "Tyrion, my love. Help. Brother. Save us. Alarielle. Teclis. Where are you?" Tyrion cried out, to no avail. They called to him, yet no answer came. The fog was thick, and even when he seemed so close, they were always at a distance from him. His heartbeat was giving out, and he felt the fire in his veins wearing him out. His relentlessness, however, pushed him to search endlessly. As he continued, the smoke began to clear out. The ground was visible, and the smoke receded from him. Slowly, his speed decreased. His running slowed down to simple walking in mere seconds as the fog dissipated. Far away, 3 silhouettes made their presence behind the mist. Tyrion stopped in his tracks and took into a combat stance. He was unarmed but no stranger to fisticuffs. The shadows came closer. Tyrion's heart was beating to a normal. Neither fast nor slow, even under the fear of death. He fought for all of his adulthood, and this will not be the last. Fists clenched tighter as the figures drew close, almost digging through the palms to draw blood. The first stepped out, and out came a woman who had reached maturity. Tyrion's fists unraveled and rushed towards her. Her face had the qualities of both her mother and Tyrion's. "Ollie," he cried, embracing her so that he might have crushed her in his grip. A father's love gripped him, a feeling most triumphant than the victories in the aftermath of each battle he fought. Behind his daughter, the other two made themselves known. The second came in the recognizable turquoise silk that suited her figure. She represented the will of Isha and stood as the mother of all elves, be it Aesir, Druchii, or Israi. The third and final donned his armor as befitting a follower of Liliath, with the war crown of Sapphire and the moonstaff of Liliath to complete the look. Tyrion's heart filled itself with joy and relief to see all have survived. "Alarielle, brother," he cried, "you're all alive." Tyrion's emotions blossomed so much he never noticed the solemn looks on their expressions. He was bursting with energy and was content to escape with them. "Come, we must find safety. This city is no longer safe. We'll have to dash." Tyrion was interrupted as he felt his daughter grip tightly on his arms. He looked down and noticed for the first time the sad expression on Eliathra. "Why didn't you save me, Papa?" she asked in a pleading tone. "Why did you leave me to die?" Tyrion was speechless in confusion and scrambled for words. What are you talking about, Ollie? I'm right here. I found you." "No, you didn't. Look what they did to me," Ollie cried, tears running down her face as she pulled her hands to his face. Tyrion's blood froze as he saw her wrists were slashed and blood spilled from them. Fear and panic gripped him tightly like a serpent coiling him. Tyrion desperately covered her bleeding wrist with the torn cloth on him, staunching them in futility. "You left me to die. You did this to me. Why couldn't you save me?" Eliathra screamed, now with a face of anguish and rage as she pulled away from him. Tyrion's throat hitched in shock, few words escaping. "I wanted to save you. Why, you're my daughter." As if compelled, his daughter fell to the ground after, and Tyrion held her in his arms, cradling her as he apologized to her, over and over. "I'm sorry," he repeated. His daughter's glare remained even as she was slipping away, turning her head away from him as if to shun him. Realizing the other two still stood in place, Tyrion called out to both his wife and brother. "Alarielle, brother, please, help her," he pleaded. Neither showed concern for their own child. "No, my love." Alarielle spoke first, despair oozing out of her voice. "There is nothing we could do. She is lost to us, as am I." The ground quaked following Alarielle's final words. Huge metal spikes jutted upwards and surrounded Tyrion's paramour, revealing themselves as fingers of a massive giant. Tyrion watched helplessly as Alarielle was lifted from the ground, stolen away to meet the snarling mask of the dreaded Witch King. "Alarielle," he called out to her. The hand slowly closed in on the Everqueen. Alarielle didn't even scream as Malekith's hand slowly curled itself into a fist. Tyrion was unable to witness her death as the hand obscured her. Only the sickening crunch and blood pouring to the ground was enough to break him. Malekith's emerald eyes glowed with oppressive malice as he looked down upon the weak Aesir. A peal of dark laughter bellowed from the giant, mocking Tyrion like a knife twisted through his ears. Tyrion's head keeled over and wept as he lost his greatest love before his eyes, and their daughter would follow after. Teclis still stood motionless, unfazed by his brother's sobbing state. "Teclis," pleaded Tyrion, almost silently as a whisper. "Please, save her, save my daughter." "No, brother," replied Teclis, almost uncaring to a degree. "She was destined to die. Malekith will take his place as our lord, and you will not stop this from unfolding." Distraught and horrified by his brother's declaration, Tyrion felt almost every emotion clawing out of his skin. Betrayal, anger, despair. They were seeking to unleash themselves. Tyrion's gaze turned baleful and prepared to roar in anger. No words came, however, and in mere moments of reacting, his chest exploded in visceral gore. A sword impaled him through the chest from the back. The blade was still burning, melting his flesh and boiling what blood was left spilling out of him. The pain, he thought. Oh, what imaginable pain he felt. To be stabbed was one thing, but to feel burning metal cook his flesh was horrible. Tyrion tried to scream as he felt the agony coursing through his veins, but nothing escaped his voice. Only strangled, gurgling noises came as he choked on the blood. As he struggled to remain alive, a figure circled behind him. It was huge, stout, bulky, even, and above all, it was smoldering in flames. It was built like one of the barbarians of the Chaos Wastes, titanic in size. The armor, however, was distinct. It bore no marks of the dark gods, nowhere near as impractical nor unconventional as the supposed champions of their foul deities. No, it bore resemblance to a sinister figure he had met, a demon summoned by his own brother, the so-called Doomslayer. And now he stood over the defender of Ulthuan with utter disdain, insignificant in the human's eyes. The Slayer gripped the sword by the blade, which suddenly morphed, reversing itself with each end switching positions. Finally transformed, the burning giant pulled the sword free from Tyrion's chest cavity. The Soul Osir remained remarkably alive despite the impalement. Tyrion, seeing the sword in its glory, realized that it was nothing he had expected. In the Slayer's hand was the fabled sword Inarion wielded in life, the Widowmaker, the Sword of Kine. And in his horror, Tyrion watched as the Slayer raised the flaming blade over his head and swung it down. Tyrion screamed for his life as the blade reached its intended target. Tyrion gasped as he was stirred awake from his bed. It was the dark of the night in his home. The stars bloomed all over the sky, and the darkness cascaded over like a blanket. But there was no comfort in his own home. The scream tormented him even as he came to the reality of it all, before realizing the scream came from someone else in the room. Tyrion darted back to the person next to him, wailing in anguish. Aelii, Aelii, cried Alarielle as she thrashed around in her sleep, arms flailing in the air as she reached for something. Tyrion immediately shook her to wake up in fear. Alarielle, wake up. I am here. You're having a nightmare. Open your eyes. Tyrion urged her, calming her in his embrace. He stroked to cool her down and hushed as gently as he could. The doors to their room burst open and the handmaidens came rushing in, alerted by the Everqueen's wails. What has happened to the Everqueen? She's having a nightmare. Help me, Tyrion answered. The handmaidens quickly gathered and one set off a spell to wake her up. Alarielle, having been given clarity, calmed down as she awoke. However, the Everqueen broke down in Tyrion's embrace following her nightmare. She wept again and gripped tightly in Tyrion's arms. The prince spoke up but gently. Alarielle, it's me. He soothed. I am here. What happened? She faltered. I sense her. What do you mean? Tyrion asked, now concerned for her. Who are you sensing? Aeliathra. She answered. They took her. They took Ollie. Who? Asked Tyrion, his heart now coiled with fear. Who took her? Alarielle's eyes stayed almost blank, wide-eyed but only expressed in trauma and terror. She slowly looked up to her lover, and the words that followed gripped him tightly. The demons. She spoke in a halting whisper. The demons have taken her. At that, Alarielle reduced herself to a sobbing wreck, kneeling her head against her beloved prince's chest. Tyrion's greatest fears rose up and wrapped his heart in a vice grip. Their daughter was now in danger, and outside the safety of Ulthuan's defense. With no other choice, Tyrion would now have to force his hand into the matter. Look up to the handmaidens, who despite serving only their queen, Tyrion made his orders clear. Handmaidens, Tyrion announced. Though I am not your lord, I must make my request. Send word to the barracks. Muster the lions, the sea guard, my brother. Anyone. The Everchild is in danger. The maidens, not accustomed to a prince giving out orders, understood the dire situation and moved hurriedly. The guards rushed out, some staying behind to alleviate the queen's pain. Regardless, it was Tyrion's duty to protect both the Everqueen and her child. Their child. And he would go to the ends of the world to see their daughter safely returned, he thought. The Darklands, Daniel Pemberton, King Arthur, Legend of the Sword OST. Present. The clouds were glowing with the sun gliding over, giving an ethereal glow above the cavalry. For a few hours, it had been mere darkness save for the purple-lit torches that guided the cavalry. The harsh winters of Nagaroth posed a difficult challenge for the temporary alliance of the Osir cavalry. Even if they were accustomed to the cold, the Dark Elves were all but invulnerable to the climate. Yet their arrogance proved to be an advantage to their situation. Under the grasp of the Blood Queen, the men and women of Harganeth followed under her, lest their disobedience catches her attention. For a Lith, he and his men were disciplined to treat their entire lives as being on the edge of death, spending their lives fighting in enemy territory with the Drukei as their prime targets. For the Slayer, the cold didn't really dampen his trek whatsoever. The Arctic had similar temperatures, and even then, the powers he had made him invulnerable to the same weakness a normal human would go through. That being said, just looking at a Lith reminded the Marine that there are others amongst him that don't have the same privilege as he did. What did bother him, however, was the fragile ceasefire between Hellebran's and Elith's troops. Doomslayer could feel the deathly glances given to him from the High Priestess and her cohorts. Not that they could even pose any significant damage to him. Even if they could, they are but mosquitoes to a giant like him. The Road of Skulls is the fastest route we can take, yelled Hellebron, galloping in her dark horse. If no interference poses itself, we'll be to the king's fortress in a day or two at this speed. You'll have to factor in the possibilities of a chaos warband colliding with ours considering the invasion unfolding all around us. Alith countered. This brought him a contemptuous grin from Hellebrand. If you're so worried about being captured by them, don't be. We'll give you the mercy you've asked before they do. Hellebrand casually threatened. On that remark, Doomslayer turned his baleful gaze back at the woman, who did her best to not let the Slayer's glare get to her lowered confidence. Do remember that you have me in your presence, Hellebrand. Hayden reminded, indicating the Slayer in the company, though keeping the guys intact. My mind slipped? Hellebrand half-heartedly excused, feigning an apologetic tone to mask her rueful malice. Doomslayer turned his head to the road ahead, still keeping his eyes on the witch. The witch, meanwhile, glanced to his mount. The Noggler, to her surprise, showed no resistance to the rider's presence. In fact, it was fully submitted to the gigantic man's control. She scoffed otherwise, having no time to ponder the mystery behind the man. Off in the distance, Alith spotted a snowstorm pushing its way from the north. He thought of it to be just that, but the rumbling was unusual. Listening carefully, he heard the sound of multiple footsteps trampling the snow bed beneath. The Shadow King, realizing the danger looming, yelled, from the north. A threat descends. By his words, the elf riders prepared their bows and crossbows. Doomslayer, likewise, grabbed the heavy cannon in preparation. The moving storm drew closer, with shadowy apparitions revealing within. A beast burst forth, revealing itself to be a warhound of chaos. Jagged teeth and bone protruded from its mangled face and orifice. More jumped from the snowstorm and descended upon the elves with avaricious hunger. Alith knocked the first arrow and slammed it into the first mud, straight through the back of its throat. The beast toppled over and rolled on the snow, body trampled over by its other kin. A rain of arrows followed suit, delivering death upon the demonic packs. Hellebrand and the witches joined as well, carrying smaller crossbows to keep the beasts at bay despite being inexperienced and untrained in their hands. Still, they managed to punch holes into the rabid beast's flesh and fur. Doomslayer, predictably, supported his lot with his own fusillade of micro-missiles, depleting the hound's numbers with explosive results. Regular rounds would have been applicable were it not for the thundering barrage that the gun produced, spooking the mounts to break cohesion and disrupt the mission. Even so, the missiles hit their strides all right. But even as the cavalry dealt death from afar, more of the feral beasts continued to emerge from the rushing banks of snow. Terrible jaws oozing with toxic maladies, infused with the powers of chaos coursing through their ill-ridden veins. The warhounds endured the raining death, pushing themselves to sate their appetite. And as if that weren't enough, a bigger breed of wolves appeared. Ice wolves. Native only to the frozen tundras of Norska. As soon as they got close, Hellebrand unsheathed the death sword as they reached past the archery range and howled, Drukei. Prepare death in hand. Spill blood and guts for kine. Men and women readied their swords in anticipation of the up-close and personal quarrel. Alith barked his own orders as well, and the Shadow Warriors switched to theirs. The first wave of hounds collided with the closest elves they found, crashing into their horses with incredible force. Steeds toppled and riders crashed into the white road, immediately swarmed and devoured by the rabid dogs as they land. The surviving numbers retaliated with slashes of their swords and daggers. Doomslayer switched to his axe, delivering a swing to a leaping hound. The beast met its end with sharp steel and a messy cut. His mount snapped its jaws as another hound came and trapped itself in the raptor's crushing maw. There's too many of them, cried Alith. We're fighting against an endless tide here. Then have your warrior use one of his magical weapons, snarled Hellebrand. I don't care how. Just get them off my back. Doomslayer's helmet beeped as Hayden spoke inside his comms, grumbling the usual action. You know what to do. The Marine grunted and whipped the Noggler to move forward. The two elves spotted the Slayer drifting away from the main body of riders, now leading the front of the feral packs, sparking ire from the bloodhack. Where's that fool going? She hissed. Since when has he been so fraught with fear? And all it took was a storm of wretched hounds to set him off. If I'm not mistaken, he's usually up to something. Alith argued, to which Hayden jumped in and said, Be of no concern, Alith. Focus on getting to the Witch King's location. I will have the Slayer track your coordinates while he keeps the wolves at bay. Go. With the message relayed, Alith whipped his horse to speed. Hellebrand was left to the back with little idea of what was happening but made no attempt to claw out for information. As the horsemen bravely finned off the hounds, Doomslayer summoned the Paingiver and launched rockets into the sky, detonating them as they reached the clouds. The explosions attracted many of the warhounds, leading them away from the elven host. The Slayer continued to detonate the rockets until the Paingiver was finally depleted. By this point, many of the rabid hounds had instead followed after the Slayer's mount. The nearest hounds closed in on him, snapping their jaws only to be met with a slug from the shotgun, heads exploding and dropping to the ground to be trampled to death. The Slayer cocked his gun and blasted away at the creeping horde. With more and more drawing, the Slayer drew out the axe and extended the doom blade, preparing for vicious close quarters and reacting in kind. The Noggler, likewise, retaliated with tooth and claw to keep the wolves from getting close. Together, both man and beast fought with unmatched synergy as they rode through the darkness in search of an easy escape. Slayer, Hayden spoke up. While you are preoccupied with the hounds, I have managed to locate an advantageous spot for you. A choke point. Just northwest of your location, there's a narrow valley that you could lure them into. Lead them there and end this chase. You already have the weapons at your disposal. I'll leave the rest to you. A checkpoint appeared at the top of his visor, pinpointing the Slayer to his new location. Not one to turn down an advantage, Doomslayer whipped again and steered his mount to his destination. The Noggler outpaced the hounds on the whims of his rider. Though it could feel exhaustion, the Noggler would prefer its survival over being fed to the hairy beasts. Besides, its master seemed much kinder compared to the last one who rode it. From a distance, the Slayer could see the unmistakable shape of a valley with only an opening pass. The Noggler sensed the rider's intentions and dashed straight to the canyon. Behind, hordes of mutated wolves picked up their speeds, eagerly chasing their stubborn prey. The distance, of course, had been exactly farther enough for the Slayer. The Noggler's determination proved itself to be the better sprinter. The vast outline of the valley became more visible to the Slayer, growing taller and taller as they reached the narrow pass. The path was small enough to force the bulk of the horde to squeeze. Other times, it would have deterred smarter enemies, but their pursuers were too desperate and hungry to care. Trampling their own kind was merely an obstacle for the prized meal. In another brazen display of human valor, the Slayer jumped off from his reptilian steed as the Noggler raced halfway through the valley. The Noggler felt the weight of its rider lifted from its back with surprise and relief, but continued its escape. The Slayer, meanwhile, held his ground and unleashed the ballista into his hands. The destroyer blade revved up its malevolent power, its deathly heat melting the snow around him. The ground rumbled with grave danger. The packs were coming close despite the storm's obscurity. Not one to hesitate, the Slayer released the trigger, firing the scythe-like energy into the direction of the mob. The dying howls could be heard as the blade sliced its way through one wave of the rabid beasts, never hindered by the bodies it left behind. The Slayer started up the ballista again, repeating the action over and over. Swathes of lifeless bodies started to pile and reached closer and closer, stacking and falling over with each blade severing through the corpses, both old and fresh, into the crashing waves. The dogs were relentless, however, with the lucky ones managing to avoid the deathly plasma blade and climbed over the pile. The Slayer sensed his weapon lose its juice, instinctively switching to the chain gun. The quad barrels expanded and whirled up to life, opening fire upon the nearest hound that opened its maw. Bullets pierced through the mass of hairy, mangled flesh that ran foolishly into the Marine's direction, ignoring all instincts for the mere taste of human flesh. Doomslayer kept his thumb down on the trigger, never releasing it as the mongrels pushed their way through to get close. Other times, a grenade or two was launched over his shoulder once the mass got too big. The passage was clogged with the bodies of beasts, blocking the path for any sentient creature who would seek to go through it. Soon, the horde's numbers dwindled into small dozens of them. By then, the Slayer's rounds emptied from the massive weapon. With only a few dozen left alive, the Slayer got to work with the shotgun and blasted away. Small fries they were, and no less stupid. The fight ended with little inconvenience, with the last of them receiving a boot over its head, crushing it to death. The Slayer breathed heavily, not out of tiredness but of mild annoyance for getting sidetracked. By now, Alith was running alongside enemies who would be more than happy to cut him down at a moment's notice. His thoughts were interrupted as heard a growl nearby and turned with the shotgun only to find his mount tearing through the flesh of a dead hound with its teeth, enjoying its meal. "I'll get word to Alith about this," Hayden spoke up. "And it seems you'll have to take a detour elsewhere." Doomslayer understood as he noted the mountain pile of corpses that choked the entire route he just came through. He grunted indifferently. "I've pinpointed a new direction that will allow you to traverse the next route. It'll take a while to get there, but dash." Doomslayer walked towards the feasting Noggler. With both hands, the Marine lifted the mount with his strength, much to the confusion of both Hayden and the raptor. Turning back and walking towards the blocked valley. Stopping before the wall of frozen flesh, the Slayer used all of his strength and launched the Noggler in the air, throwing it over successfully even with all the screaming that followed. Following this, Doomslayer began to climb over, using the limbs to pull himself up to the top. Finally reaching over, the Marine slid down to the bottom, where his mount was found shaking and glaring back with great offense, which had no effect on its rider. "But of course, you have other means of getting back." Hayden sighed. "I'll pinpoint Alith's location now." "UNF," grunted Doomslayer, mounting his Noggler once more and chasing after the cavalry. Had the Slayer stayed behind the wall a little longer, he would have noticed the onslaught of greenskins riding their way towards the valley only to find their route blocked by the Corpse Mountain. Both the large brutish orcs and the sniveling crooked-nosed goblins looked on in puzzlement by the sight. Some of them, however, grumbled about the weird noise that came from here. The sounds of explosion and vibration had them talking when their ears picked up. The goblin Crixus approached first, dismounting from his seal squig. "Sure wasn't air the last time I came through, air," Crixus remarked. "Damn, means we'll have to smash through or get elsewhere." Turning back, Crixus noticed the war boss approaching, riding upon his boar. Of the orcs, he was the largest of their kind. He was a black orc, the toughest, meanest, and strongest of them. His black armor brought fear in his lads yet was revered by all who sought a good fight. And a good fight was found in breaking the knife-ears who put them in chains and whipped them to do the humiliating labor work. "Looks like dem pointy-ears are getting more and more cunning, war boss," Crixus reported. "That the red gits have been getting real choppy lately." A loud snort blasted from the black orc. The goblin could sense the slight hint of irritability from his boss. Crixus took a step back to give way for the orc, only to accidentally kick something next to his feet. Curious, he looked down to find something shiny. Picking it up, he opened his hand to discover a spent shell. The scent on it was still fresh, and he could recognize the smell of gunpowder deep inside the cylindrical metal. Prior, Cruxes had belonged to the Old World continent where the boys were eager to smash the Yumis of the Empire before the pointy ears snatched him and his boys. The goblin could tell it was them. He then noticed there were several more on the ground beneath. The goblin was curious to see so many on the snow. "Seems we got some Yumis over air," Cruxes asserted. "They brought dim boomsticks to the fightin'. Explains all that thunder we heard. But whatever they got on dim hands could be useful for us. That don't explain the footprints left behind." The orc finally spoke, pointing at the tracks below. "'Cause I spotted only 2 gitch tracks." Cruxes looked to where his boss was pointing, 2 pairs of feet, one human, the other bestial, much to the goblin's embarrassment. "Oh." The green-skinned behemoth dismissively walked past his lieutenant and stood before the wall. The track stopped before the carcass mountain and looked up, thinking how lonesome Git managed to get over the top. Then again, he also thought of how this Git managed to best a horde of the mongrels by his lonesome. The metal bits that were strewn all over brought him to the conclusion that this lad was a tough one. The red Gits would have been his prime suspects, but the booming thunderous noise that the boys heard from afar made him think twice. With no patience to reroute and little time wasting on the lads, he roared to his mob. "Start climbing, and be sure to get the meat after this. 'Cause you're all starving. But I'm starving for a WAAGH." The greenskins roared with enthusiasm by the Warbus's proclamation. They raised their brutal and crude weapons in the air, screaming "Wayag" with bloodthirsty intent. War is good, and the orcs were good at just that. And watching them just above the chasm lay a creature of an older era, a time just right after the old ones had disappeared, where chaos had spread throughout the entire world, almost engulfing them into an era of destruction, were it not for the elves' casting of the great ritual and the sacrifice of perhaps one of the greatest slan mages to serve the gods. This one served his purpose just like many of his cold-blooded kin, though his was a much hardened path. He traveled unwittingly through the realm of chaos, delivering devastating blows to the dark gods' plans, even aiding a fellow hunter of an unknown yet grimdark era, while also evading their attention unseen. Fighting for what felt like an eternity, the Cold One returned to the world just only 7,000 years. Too long as time passed since he was trapped and now lost in translation to the newest spawn of his brethren. And yet only one other creature, one whose body has since been ravaged by time yet his soul remains vigilant, had taken an interest in him and wished to give renewed purpose. To seek out the one that demons fear. A new order and a new mission, the Cold One travels through the north. And if not, he will find him elsewhere. For he is the one that hunts unseen. And right now, his observation was over. The Slayer was his target. The orcs, blighted as they are, were not his to seek. And into the winter's grip, he sprinted. Hag Graf. Malice smashed a bloody berserker underneath his foot while crushing another's windpipe with his gauntlet. Or to be more accurate, a demon-empowered Malice going on a rampage as he defended his city from the bloody legions like a red tide pouring into the city's walls. In the midst of the siege, explosions all over had crippled the defenses. Malice had managed to survive and part of TZ Archon's ruthless nature. Both wanted to survive, actually, but the demon needed his vessel alive. If there's one thing he hates more than Malice, it's Khorne's bloody henchmen. In his time in the palaces of Slaanesh, he had to deal with these savage idiots making a beeline to hear home. He never got sick of fighting them since they made good sport and good eye candy. But would it kill them to calm the fuck down and just relax and hear home? They got refreshments the bloodthirsters could take with them for free if they want. TZ Archon scoffed as 3 more of these raging idiots charged blindly before he decapitated them swiftly with one swing of the warp sword. TSK. All screams but no tact in their fighting. Disappointing. He voiced his thoughts before impaling a bloodletter on his sword. The horde was pouring through Hag Graf like a raging flood. Everywhere, the warriors of Khorne made wanton slaughter on the citizens and slaves. Drukei infantry spread and defended their position with utmost fervor. From TZ Archon's vantage point, he could smell something despicable. Warpstone. And those Skaven bastards were under their noses this whole time. Somehow, they managed to sneak into the defenses and gave Khorne's idiots a chance at winning. Malice would probably be screaming his head out in anger. So was TZ Archon, but he was a lot more annoyed about it than his vessel. The demon continued to make the invaders look like chumps as he cut a swathe through their numbers. The Drukei behind him rallied to their leader despite being possessed by a demon. Fight, you meatbags. Fight and defend this little fortress you call home. Or do you wish to be a sea of corpses? You are Drukei, so fight like one. Fight on. TZ Archon commanded with ferocity, raising the dreaded warp sword of Kine over his head. The Drukei's morale increased, and their murder prowess boosted exponentially. For none dared to question the first Dreadlord. Demon-possessed or not. TZ Archon moved to the back of the Drukei Dread Spear line, allowing the defense line to soak up the onslaught while he made it to the back and did his best to hold onto the chains of command. The demon was not one for being a leader, but with Malice out cold, he was doing his best to curb the invasion. From a distance, thunderous footsteps shook the earth like tremors. A loud roar erupted over the sound of clashing steel and battle cries from mortals. Its massive red frame and equally sized wings extended as it made its presence known. The exalted bloodthirster leapt to the skies, leathery wings loudly flapping and blowing with force to imbalance those too close in its vicinity. His great whip cracked like thunder and struck down a misfortunate elven spearman at lightning speed, killing him violently as he exploded upon contact. Any other times, the demon would have bested bloodthirsters like him in the Chaos Realms when he had his original form. But to be trapped in a vessel like Malice has inconvenienced him to some measure. That's not to say the Dreadlord was in any way weak. He just needed to be craftier with his tactics. "Face me, bastard of Khorne," roared Tzarkon. "Or are you so much a coward to lay waste upon mortal flesh for your slothful king sitting on his ass on his rusted throne for all of eternity?" The exalted demon snapped his head in the direction of the demon-possessed prince with irate eyes glows in the darkness of his vast size. "Traitor," roared the demon, "and a whore of Slaanesh, no less." The blood-red demon swooped down in a race to cleave the Tzarkon in his mortal form. With the blessed speed of the Dark Prince, Tzarkon managed to sidestep the slam of the demon's axe, the cobblestone floor exploding in multiple directions, hitting any unexpected mortal with critical and/or fatal results. Tzarkon reacted with a swift cut to his ankle. Enraged, the exalted demon lashed out with a swing of his mighty axe, only for the empowered Drukei to duck below in rapid response, escaping from a brutal execution. Combined with Malice's excellent swordplay and footwork, Tzarkon amped up his vessel's potential with his own powers, allowing both to keep up with the violent monstrosity before them. The bloodthirster swung his weapons with infuriating dismay upon facing a swift opponent who managed to cut through his legs with perfectly timed strikes. "Hold still, coward," the bloodthirster roared, smashing his axe and whipping about with his whip. Like lightning, Tzarkon moved with unparalleled speeds and striking in accord. The battle still raged around them, though some were foolish to take a glance before arriving on death's door or return to the immaterium to lick their wounds. The duel was tipping to Tzarkon's favor, and he was quite confident about to the point he was just ready to make the final blow. Unfortunately, fate was quite fickle and tipped to the bloodthirster who, in a stroke of luck, found his grip loose on the axe as he went for a low swing, causing pieces of stone to fly directly toward Tzarkon, who had a split second to shield his face with one gauntlet. The towering demon wasted no time and delivered the butt end of his axe back at his distracted opponent, swatting him against the wall with a loud crash. Were it not for the possession, Tzarkon's host would have been as flat as a bloody fly on the wall. The demon of Khorne grinned satisfactorily upon seeing Tzarkon's imminent defeat. His scourge-bearing hand twitched with enthusiasm, raising his whip above as he prepared to deliver death. Had he been well aware of his surroundings sooner, the greater demon might have noticed the portal opening behind him. The bloodthirster was suddenly grabbed by a black tentacle from the wrist. To his confusion, more tendrils sprung and grabbed him by his limbs. Struggling, the demon wrestled its way out and even swung his axe out of desperation. Too late, and too many to fight off before he was dragged away into the black abyss. The portal vanished after, leaving Tzarkon temporal respite. A nude figure approached the possessed elf. Tzarkon looked up and smirked to find the self-proclaimed mother of all Drukei leering down at him with semi-amusement. "If men were like dogs, I'd say you should go ahead and call your pet, demon," Morty commented, earning a dark chuckle from Tzarkon. "Always the complimenter, my lady," smirked Tzarkon. Dark veins and white hair reverted to their original form as the demon receded from his host, allowing Malice to gain consciousness yet again, pissed off and inconvenienced. "Blasted demon," cursed Malice upon awakening. "I had everything under control until something threw me off the walls." "Well, it seems to me that you had some rodent issues within," Morty pointed out. "I'm already aware of that," Malice said bitterly. "Damn barbarians are in league with the Bloody Skaven. They've been under our noses this whole time. Perhaps we should call in a rat catcher or two to deal with it then," Morty remarked, looking at her nail with complete disinterest. Malice bit back a snarl and some cursed words. Were it not for her status and influence, he would have the chance to rip her to shreds. "Aside from gaining my thanks, I take it something of importance has come up?" he questioned. Morty smirked. "How prophetic you are. My son, that is, your king, wishes every lord and subordinate to be at his tower. Important as I believe it is, I cannot go. Not while Hag Graf is under siege by barbarians." Malice protested. "Oh, don't be so daft," Morty dismissed. "That's why I'm here on his behalf, darling." With a snap of a finger, several portals appeared and all manner of monstrosities poured out from them, followed by their tamers leaving. The most famous of all beastmasters appeared with that bright red plume on top of his armor of torment. That signature smirking scar on his cleft lip was striking and recognizable even from a distance. And of course, dear Rakarth. Morty introduced, followed by Rakarth remarking, "It's always a pleasure to feed the menagerie. It would be too cruel for them to go on an empty stomach. And this was just too good of an opportunity." Malice groaned upon listening to more of Rakarth's animal jokes. "Is this going anywhere? Because I'd rather see the king now than listen to Rakarth's perverted animal fantasies." "Ooh, I would love to hear those." Morty perked up at the suggestion, being the complete opposite of Rakarth's now scowling and brooding demeanor. "But let's not waste too much time. I'm sure your men will hold on without you." Nagarond. The Witch King's council room was a cacophony of generals, advisors, and dreadlords bickering over the next strategy and contingencies with the recent diabolical attacks. Across the Great Walled Cities, bombings occurred over several key wall points, crippling their defenses and exposing their vulnerability. The siege battles were now coming under fire, spreading inland, past the barriers that protected the rightful species from the savages. The sin of pure chaotic magic and the ill-green color that reflected upon these explosions lead to the conclusion that it was neither the work of the dull-witted reavers nor the scheming lords and ladies of the Drukei nobility. No, it had to be the Skaven, always seeking to exploit and gain an advantage when the opportunity was at hand. Such as this invasion. Of the cities, only Nagorond had not yet fallen prey to these bombings. It was only through Khurran and Ebnir's efforts to fortify the walls did they uncover the Skaven's plot to weaken the elves in the pursuit of bringing forth Scavendom once the hordes of chaos exhausted themselves. Were it not for this discovery, the Drukei would have been completely sundered with all cities no longer safe. As it was, the Witch King's kingdom was safe behind unmolested walls, barring any demon and worshipper of the Four from entering. Presently, Malekith had been in distress with the recent plights of the vermin. It's one thing to fight off barbarians, it's another to fight off bloody rodents. Damn it, thought Malekith, not when he was prepared to end the scourge. The king's crown deafened the sound of sycophantic generals unless it was needed as he contemplated his future. What will happen to him when his war was lost? Will he ever achieve his destiny of uniting Ulthuan under his rule? Could he really do so with the threat of chaos casting its shadow over him? My king dash. What? Malekith lashed out at whoever snuck behind him, only to find his loyal Khurran standing as he turned. The look of mild shock and perturbed expression on Khurran had Malekith almost regret doing so. My apologies, your highness. Khurran apologized. But Lord Darkblade has been retrieved as requested, and the council wishes your next course of action. Malekith fumed but sighed as he tried to calm himself, some of it being flushed out by his crown's magical properties. Very well, Khurran. I shall join as of now. As you say, my king. Khurran obeyed. Malekith watched as three figures joined his war council. Malice and Rakrith took what seats were left available while Morati stood beside him. The Queen Mother waved her authority plainly but non-verbally to everyone addressing Malekith as rule, simply by just standing next to him, much to his malcontent. My son, his mother addressed him. Just as you've asked. One possessed prince. Indeed, Malekith dismissively remarked. Your help is needed as always. So I've heard. Malekith acknowledged. As it is, we will punish these infidels for destroying your hold. Destroying my hold. Morati repeated, perplexed. Malekith raised a brow when she inquired the offense done to her. Yes, they have brought your tower to ruin, did they not? A look of realization dawned on her face. Oh, that. No, you have that all wrong. She corrected. That was my doing. Even with the mask obscuring, his mother could already read the shock in his jade-colored eyes. Oh, come now. Morati dismissed. It's not like I could do much to save it all. The Northmen were already clogging the place, so blowing it up was the most logical thing to do. The only things that weren't worth leaving out were a couple of artifacts and heirlooms, and a hefty amount of harem slaves, and some precious minerals. Oh, and some pupils that I had not yet abandoned. Malekith sighed in exasperation. The things his mother had done still confounded him. The Mother Queen could sense her son's annoyance. Oh, don't feel so worried. I could stay here in Nagorond when all has settled down. If not, I'm sure the other cities wouldn't mind me ruling in their stead. Morati reassured. Upon hearing this, some of Malekith's trusted advisors and lords gave worried glances to each other and prayed Harganatha's leadership had an empty seat available by now. We'll discuss this another time, Malekith stated, giving a sliver of hope to anyone eavesdropping. Peering around his subordinates, he saw subtleties of exhaustion and despair. Some were still licking their wounds, in a half-literal sense, with Lokir of House Fellheart visibly bandaged and treated with what medicine and narcotic wine were available to him. Others, like the recently arrived Malice, had an expression of dullness that could even border on madness with their forces suffering attrition and losses not seen since the Battle of Finuval Plains. A defeat many not dared to speak within the Witch King's presence. And still, there were a few missing. Perhaps dead and replaced in the time of war save for one other individual. Waiting for her would not bring things up to speed. The council ended their constant debating as Malekith made his presence. The time of bickering has ended. Malekith spoke up. I have gathered you all here, the ones that survive, that is, for the expressed purpose of ensuring our people survive this apocalypse. The wolves no longer wait at the gates. They flood the streets of your homes with blood spilled to pave themselves and coat their armor. Not only that, but the verminous Skaven have taken to undermining all of our defenses with their eyes behind our backs. Only Nagorond remains standing with its walls still unbroken from interference. Even so, my tower could only stand as long as there are able bodies willing to fell the enemy and to keep the pressure holding before we fall apart. This means we are now facing two fronts with a limited window of time until our nation is turned asunder unless we commit ourselves to the betterment of our people. So I say this to you. Offer what is from the mind and onto the table. Or I split it out from all of you myself. If it means to ensure the rest's survivability. The War Council looked uncomfortably at each other, staying silent until one of their own was willing to sacrifice themselves. A wrong answer, or a misstep even, could bring his wrath down their heads and even their houses. Of the council, it was Ebnir Soulflayer who stood from his seat. The deep-seated scars that painted his once handsome face did nothing to hide the concerned look he had. "My king," Ebnir started, "as we continue to reinforce the defenses with what numbers we can relay with the help of the sorceresses transporting our supplies and numbers, and the beastmasters sending their menagerie in place of siege weapons, we have been going into a number of problems. With the walls destroyed in several cities barring Nagaron, our fighting forces have been split and reallocated to the exposed points, leaving us in an unfortunate position. Our numbers have seen casualties more than we can to the enemy. And, not wanting to compound this further, we have also seen a loss in supplies. Much of our rations have been spoiled and poisoned by Skaven saboteurs. We've seen the patrols responsible for securing and overseeing such supplies executed for gross negligence, but the Skaven have so far evaded punishment. In essence, we can only hold on for, perhaps, a few weeks." "This is merely a report," Melkith stated, his gauntlets dug through the ebony table, speaking to his displeasure. "Though, I sense there is more to it than just that." Ebnir paused as he thought to speak of the wisdom. His wisdom, at least. "To start with the latter issue, I would suggest we use the slaves or animals to recoup our dwindling supplies. As it is now, a majority of our slave pens so far have remained hidden and left untouched in the duration of this scourge. So, with your permission, we could perhaps extend our lives beyond the few weeks given if we resorted to, well, finding replacements for rations. Not now, of course, but before the supplies reach their expirations. This is merely a last resort." Whispers spread amongst the generals. Some have shown disgust and wished to rescind it altogether. Others understood the pragmatism behind Ebnir's reasoning. Individually, it was a mixed reception. Even Ebnir did not seem to enjoy this proposal he had made. As with the two most powerful rulers, they were not immune to opinions. Melkith felt nothing but revulsion to resorting to cannibalism, while Morty suddenly now had a craving for long pork. Even so, the former desired to see his kingdom survive, even if it means turning their proud people into carrions of the dead. "This is something that I find concerning, but it will be brought up for another time," said Melkith, not remotely hiding his disgust at all. "And I pray this does not end here, I believe." "And no, my lord," Ebnir answered. "As for the defenses, we are, as mentioned, taking heavy casualties. If Nagaroth falls, and that is a big if, I suggest we prepare a massive evacuation with the Black Arcs and all remaining ships in the case of overwhelming defeat." "And what is it you suggest we sail towards, dear Ebnir?" Another spoke up, one belonging to that of Venel Chillblade, the latest batch to wield the position in Melkith's council by hereditary. "If you insist on Ulthuan, then let it be known they are still the bane of our existence. Treating them with diplomacy would end with swords raised and blood splattered on the sands." "I stand by Lord Chillblade's stance," said another. The beautiful, though, beneath Maradi's beauty, drained Blackblood voiced her support. "We should set sail towards the east. We once had colonies there belonging to us. I'd say we get rid of the occupants that populate them. Killing them would be easier than killing Skaven. I would advise against it." Lokir countered. "These occupants you speak of will not go down without a fight. Not when they are equipped with their blasted gunpowder. I've seen the onslaught of elves fall prey to the inventions of guns in the hands of human forces. Even if we commit ourselves to lightning raids, the race of men still outnumbers us. Their populace is ever growing and replacing their numbers in the blink of an eye. And let's not forget the dwarfs who still seek to smite us to settle grudges." "Tisk," Venel sneered. "The great Krakenlord fears cattle that take merely too long to reload their fire staves, while we possess powerful beasts and magic on our side. And the last I heard, the humans are too busy dealing with all sorts of monsters of their own. What's so different about us coming to the lands we rightfully lay claim to? Then we'd be simply replacing them and heap all of their problems to us." Lokir argued, his voice raised in response to the taunt. He looked to Melkith. "My lord, it is best we sail towards Ulthuan. Damn the Asur for all I care." "I second that notion," Ebnir agreed, which caused an upheaval between the many lords that listened in. The endless torrent of bickering brought no end to frustration from Melkith. Any other times, such disorder would be met with hanging on the edge of his tower. Yet, the direness of this war forced him to be much more conservative with his lieutenants. His mother, however, did not seem to approve of his passivity. It was so unlike him to be this apathetic to the fight before them. Of course, she had witnessed bouts of wrath sporadically in every meeting she had, but this impassive form he espoused struck her as off-putting. That was not what Inarion would do, and neither his son should do. It was only when Venel made an unfortunate slip did Melkith react rightly so. "Oh, you wish to repeat the same mistake upon arrival as to what had happened in Fenuval Dash." Venel stopped mid-sentence before realizing his greatest mistake. The others gasped with horror before the noble was dragged away by dark chains conjured by the Witch King himself, his eyes burning with unnatural green colors as he was reminded of that failed assault centuries ago. "You dare!" Melkith roared, his booming voice howled for blood. "Have I gone soft and lenient to allow you to speak of that incident? Have I grown complacent to allow sheep like you to fester within my ranks? To speak so brash and daring before your king. Why your greatness? It was an error of my judgment. Venel protested, hands shaking in the air as he tried for innocence. Malekith ignored all protests as he dragged the poor nobleman outside, where the freezing winds caressed the king's midnight armor. From there, Malekith stood by the edge of the tower with one hand grasped on the frightened lord's chains. Venel could only cling to Malekith's arm as he desperately tried to avoid his fate. The grand height from below would be enough for any victim's screams to be carried by Nagaroth's winds. Too long have I tolerated each and every single lord here prattle about their exploits to curry my favor. Long enough to speak their minds with loose lips and intrigue. From this day forward, I will see to it that all will understand who rules this land. Suddenly, almost every single lord had been dragged by the ankle with the same dark chains to join with Venel. Only Kuran and Mority had managed to seemingly be beneath Malekith's wrath, but even they felt disturbed with the king's maddened state. The lords and ladies that make up the Witch King's council could only scream in terror as they dangled by loosening chains. Some begged to spare their own lives, while others took to gripping themselves onto said chains in an effort to somehow outlive the others. Malekith had reached his breaking point. His kingdom was falling apart. His parliament was full of greedy harpies who incessantly proclaimed their allegiances to him, just so they could have a better comfort. And now, enemies seeking to undermine him in every way possible. Malekith's fingers loosened around Venel's collar, the noble in his grip losing blood from his pallor as death was finally catching up to him and the others. Yet, as the Witch King gleefully looked forward to it, with Mority even taking some joy in it, a flash of something pulsed in his head. The air around him was seemingly frozen, as was Venel's expression. No one but Malekith was aware of this phenomenon, and he had only guessed what it was. Came back to beg again, father? Asked Malekith to the apparition behind him. He had already felt the strange but recognizable warm glow that seeped through his armor and touched his skin. He would have felt it unbearing and tormenting even, but it soothed him rather. Turning back with his hand still outstretched and gripped, Malekith saw his father standing yet again, motionless like before. Behind him, both his son's loyal right hand and mother stood frozen in suspension like all around them. Knowing Mority, it was hard to tell for Malekith if his mother was witnessing all that was present, but that did not matter to him. What's wrong, father? Do you not approve of what I am about to commit? Are you here to stop me from killing this pestilent weakling? No, Inarian answered. I have no intention to stop you from what you feel is best to sate your old wounds. Therefore, his life is on your hands, as is theirs. Malekith scoffed at the sheer apathy of his father. Very much like him when he was alive. There's the father I know, and the father I've come to regret being. Inarian lamented. Make no mistake, my son, I do not seek to stop you from killing a man whose forefathers spilled so many blood and buried so many bodies to accomplish a seat in your quarters, and is still even passed down from one generation to another even to this day. Then by all means. But if killing your subjects to prove some deranged point reflects who you are, then it will do little in the eyes of Ulthuan. And there it is again. Malekith laughed. I thought you would never mention it, but it seems I misjudged my foresight. So suddenly does he now care about Ulthuan when he had abandoned his own home, his people, a world where Inarian never once thought that everyone close to him wouldn't mourn for his passing. Just head straight to the battle to save the world while never batting an eye when he left his own family, his own son. Inarian simply stood and braced his son's emotional turmoil. All that anger, that grief, the suffering, emotions that he could not solve in his own way to Malekith. But rather than talk down and berate, Inarian simply let him expunge all that pain his son had carried over his shoulders. And now he comes back, just to lecture his own blood and flesh about change. Why? Just why do you still believe I am worthy when I have done nothing to show any goodwill for the past millennia? Look at me now, of what I am about to commit. So what is it that makes me so special that you would come back when I am so far gone? Inarian sighed. Because even one so high as myself could never forget the most basic of needs, like raising his own child to be better. I wish I can reverse time to spend what remaining days I had to concentrate on raising you not just as a king, but also as a good man. But we're long past that now. And even so, I am here to make amends. Starting with you. I love you, Malekith. Even if what I see now is not what imagined, I still forgive you, as you should forgive yourself. So please, don't let this poison inside you rack your body. Don't let grief consume you as I was. I know you are strong. I'm not asking you to make the biggest transformation. Just a small sum of kindness will be enough. Malekith stood there, silent and distanced, having lost all umbrage and maddening sorrow as his father poured his own heart out, to reach out for what he could have not done in life. Perhaps, too late even, but better than never getting that chance. Malekith turned away from his father, looking at the petrified Venel in his hand. Staring off, he saw the equally terrified council left hanging over the edge. In one blank, time returned to normalcy. The air caressed his armor harmlessly, and the many cries of his subordinates blasted in his ear. Emotions returned to him once again. The feeling of anger consumed him to commit yet another terrible deed. But instead, the Witch King cast the nobleman back onto safe grounds, as the same was done for his loyal advisors. The council gasped and hyperventilate as they tried to reassemble themselves more calmly upon their spared lives. That will be the last time any of you dare step out of line, Malekith simply stated, and I will need all the extra hands to keep the masses disciplined. Not far. Karan sighed in relief to see the Lord had not gone too far. Morty, however, could only express disappointment, both in how anticlimactic it was after all that bravado, and to see her son express weakness. By happenstance, another portal appeared. Appearing was Felician with some blood hags. Influential and authoritative, but nowhere near the one Malekith was seeking. Felician stared dumbfoundedly as to why so many lords were on the ground, but quickly presented herself upon seeing Malekith with the humbleness valued by most lords, feigning it to hide the contempt upon seeing Morty, which worked well in the eyes of many, save for Malekith, who noted the clenched fist as she bowed upon seeing her captor, Morty. "Where is Hellebrand, as I've requested?" Malekith demanded. "Your Highness." Felician cleared her voice of fear. "I was unable to retrieve her due to having left Harganeth by the time I arrived. However, I managed to retrieve the best authority I could find in the city." Malekith could furrow his brow upon hearing Hellebrand leaving her city. Left? Had she already abandoned the city when the invaders came? "No, Lord." A blood hag spoke. "The invaders had fled from the city with the aid of outsiders." "Outsiders?" Malekith questioned. "And who were these outsiders you speak of?" "Enemies of Nagaroth, Lord," said the blood hag. "They were the colors of the Asur, namely, the one known as the Shadow King." Upon hearing this, the council felt a grip of panic and confusion upon hearing the legendary Alith Anur had come to Harganeth's aid. Even Malekith was taken aback by this news. "You mean to tell me that Alith Anur had come to save Harganeth?" "Madness." "Unfortunately so. But that's not all. He comes to aid with a mysterious warrior clad in green and bearing arms not yet known to us." The blood hag said further. "Green, you say?" Rakarth spoke up. "Would this warrior happen to be burly like a barbarian, have carried an unusually looking human weapon?" The blood hag narrowed her eyes upon Rakarth's recognition. "Why, yes. Have you met?" "I met him when he was traversing through the Sea of Malice. He was with a crew of corsairs and Dash." Rakarth paused upon realizing his mistake. "Oh." Malekith glared at the Beastmaster with utmost outrage, grabbing him by the collar. "Are you saying you sent not only assassins to my direction, but also the High Priestess of Kind's holy grounds after me?" "I assumed they were looking for safety," Rakarth protested. "They spoke of treasures of sorts. I had no way of suspecting them of murderous intent were it not for the battles with the warriors of chaos." Malekith fumed in anger yet again, casting the Beastmaster aside. It was here that Morty approached. "My son," Morty started, soothing his son's distress. "I believe it best that you should stay your hand in this. Let the outsiders come. Perhaps there is more to this story than what is accounted now." "You speak of gambling my life by a thread," snarled Malekith, before pausing in a moment of clarity. "But if your assurance is anything, I'll be open-minded to more options available. But I will stand guard if my life depends on it." Morty nodded, gaining another of her son's trust. By now, the council had stood up with some regained confidence. Malekith, having reviewed what was given. "As of now, the current issues will be addressed. I will have supplies transported and rerouted to your holds for as long as I can. And if the situation grows dire, prepare all vessels until further instructions. Leave Hellebrand to me. I will take this by my own hand. Now be gone from my chambers." Portals began to appear as Morty gestured herself by Malekith's orders. Each lord returned to their holds and back into the fray. Of his advisors, Karan and Ebnir remained in their home fortress, but even they were sent back to manage the walls yet again. Felician, meanwhile, continued her duties as told. With the entire war room now empty, only Malekith and Morty remained. "You knew they were coming." Malekith spoke. "And do not think to play coy, mother." Morty smirked. "I figured you were too overwhelmed at the moment. Thought I lifted one issue off your shoulders, if only for a bit. Such information would have been brought to my attention in haste." Malekith retorted. "And would it do you any good?" Morty said back. Silence fell upon him. She could only sneer and said, "I thought not. Let mother handle this. You have enough on your plate. So allow me to lift your spirit this instance." "Just get it over with," ordered Malekith. "And I want those three alive upon reaching here. Since you are so well informed, I will have you be their envoy as of this moment. There are more questions than there are answers to this unexpected alliance. You are free to go." "Oh, my dearest Mally," Morty coyly teased. "You forgot to say please." "Just get them," Malekith repeated, pausing before relenting. "Please." Morty bowed respectfully and hurried off. Of course, Malekith had already sensed she had something to gain from this. As he recalled, he could only guess the Green Warrior known only as the Doomslayer was her main objective. He could only shudder in the implications. To keep his mind a bit more sane, he had thought of what his father had said. If there was a single shred of goodness left in him, would it be enough to rebuild not only his kingdom, but his own self? Was it even that possible to seek forgiveness in the eyes of Assyrian? And what would his people think of him? Not just the Drukei, but as well as the Asur of Ulthuan and the Israi of Athel Loren from across the oceans. He had not much else to think of besides this present thought. Alone in the room, only the sound of wolves being kept at bay as they howled for blood kept Malekith from sinking into insanity. To be continued. Chapter 15, 16, Dark Fantasies. The rat shrieked as Valkia impaled the wretched thing on Slopner. Its foul musk sprayed before it expired instantly. The Gore Queen expressed her disgust by retching the Skaven off her spear in one swing. Valkia's eyes were now directed towards the other vermin, now closely watched by her personnel. I was promised that the walls would fall. Valkia snapped. Yet, here they are, still standing before me while my army is painting the walls red with their own blood. The Gore Queen snapped one of her men to drag a Skaven before her. The thing was shaking in fear, as it was in their nature when facing authority. The elf things discover found us. Clever and cunning things. Ruin destroyed plans to take Steel Fortress. The Skaven cried out. Valkia roared in anger as she decapitated the rat in front of her. The other two squealed and shivered, spraying again their awful stench. Her men, meanwhile, tried their damnedest not to show their fear, sweating beads underneath their closed helmets as they watched the demon princess vent her anger on such pathetic creatures rather than themselves. A fortunate outcome greatly favored their side. The Gore Queen redirected her wrath once more to the foul vermin. Craven things are what you are, she roared. Killing you would ease my wrath, but to give such pathetic offerings to my beloved is an affront to his throne. Valkia grabbed the Skaven by the throat and threatened, remove yourself from my sight, and spread word to your lowly masters that the deal is off. Faintly pleased, Valkia cast the rat back to his partner, both of whom scurrying away to find some burrow elsewhere. Her gaze was now set upon the wall. Still, it stood arrogantly down upon her army for the past week. No matter how much manpower and demons she could attain, the elves used their damnable magic to ensure that they would survive this battle longer. The Skaven were supposed to do their damn jobs, but it seems they weren't clever enough to hide their tracks within. The Gore Queen grinded her teeth in frustration with her derailed plans. On the other hand, it was only one fortress she was besieging. There were still other forces at the elven citadels elsewhere, and with their numbers, there was a good chance that they were successful in securing victories. For now, the Witch King and his cohorts were her targets. Except now they have the damn witches from Grant. She held her gaze on the eyesore of a tower. The top was now swirling with not only black dragons, but also dark magic to repel any that come close. Not even the mightiest bloodthirsters could penetrate its barriers without risking banishment back to the warp. The ebony tower was too much, and she turned away in disgust. I'll be in my tent, said Valkia to her men. The Norscans nodded and paid their respects before leaving her be. And rightly so, for she was in a foul mood. Valkia walked back to her tent, where the war table was set up at the center. This took a moment before Valkia smelled the scent of magic close by. She whipped around and readied Slopner at the intruder. As it turned out, all she found was an old, decrepit man in dark furs and gnarly staff. His eyes were milky white, indicating blindness, yet the motion of her spear created a surprised look on his face. Though, the most damning that caught her attention was the white crow perched on his shoulder. She was not fooled by the seemingly innocuous disguise his familiar went by, for a great source of magic was abundant within. Who are you and what do you want, Craven? Demanded Valkia. The old man held his hands in defense. Apologies, bride of corn, said the man. I am but a messenger of the gods, and a humble advisor to any ear that is willing. None that I shall not need from the likes of you. Valkia said dismissively. So tell me, messenger, how is it that you managed to come to me with sanity intact? I thought the other three gods left their followers drooling like idiots a while ago. That was the case indeed, the advisor said. But the mighty blood god was able to sort out the madness. Not that the initial plans for takeover had been, well, entirely intact. Plans that you were in the midst of, I take it. Valkia stated. A look of shame showed itself on Bertrand's face and said, as it is, I'm currently wanted in the Empire because of that event. MMH. Valkia hummed in a disparaging tone. Well, advisor. She spoke mockingly. Since you are here, what message do you bring that is so important to distract me from my own work? It must be a good one, for you know what happens to messengers like you, especially to those who bear the mark of Tsench. The elder's eyes opened comically wide and quickly answered, I assure you, Gore Queen, that I speak on behalf of the blood god. Cried the advisor as his familiar pecked hard on his face. At the moment, a brow perked up on Valkia's grim scowl. Continue. Mighty Corn warns you of a looming threat coming your way. The advisor continued. The Hellwalker is on the warpath. He has already defeated both Wulfric and Arbel in combat, leaving entire armies in disarray and retreating from their positions. Arbel especially has been slain. Valkia's attention was now paramount upon hearing the news. One of Khorne's mightiest chosen had fallen prey to this prophetic destroyer. Even if Valkia had been dismissive of Arbel's questionable title, He was a formidable warrior by his own right, and he earned it. How? She asked, to which the man answered. The Hellwalker overcame them with steel, strength, and a small force of elves. Both Asur and Drukei, both led by Alith Anner and Hellebron. Valkia's eyes narrowed when she heard of it. A small alliance? Madness. Perhaps, the advisor noted, but one that is deadly, and it will prove to be of great consequence should it continue so. Word has already reached out to King Malekith's ear. His mother has begun her search. The Blood God seeks to prevent this meeting. He has already sent the hounds, but they can only do so much. My current army is already pressing the attack on the Sorcerer King's fortress, Valkia argued. I need the numbers to fulfill their purpose. The siege is second to what Khorne asks of you. This is an utmost pressing matter, far more than you could possibly imagine, said the old man. His words were a little too forward, for Valkia's scowl turned into a hideous glare when she felt slighted by the old man. Are you taking me for a witless fool, wizard? She snarled. Have my efforts to honor the Brass Lord not important enough to be taken seriously? That is not what I am implying, Lady Valkia. The advisor clarified. Mighty Khorne truly values your devotion and always thinks ever so greatly of it. But to ignore such orders would be devastating to the dark gods. He implores you to aid his forces east of here, where the elves are riding through the Road of Skulls. Prevent it, and the expansion of chaos shall continue unimpeded. Valkia breathed harshly. There were too many plots on her plate, and too little resources to cover all. But this was Karnatha's will, her beloved, so how can she refuse such a call when it is received? The advisor seemed to have noticed if blindness didn't hinder his senses, and a relieving smirk seemed to have gotten Valkia's attention. In a pissed-off manner, that is. What seems to amuse you, old crow? Have my failures been pleasing to your cowardly god, or are there plenty more of your schemes up your sleeves? Gore Queen, I didn't come all the way from the old world empty-handed, he answered, clicking his fingers together. The tense flaps opened again. This time, a cornate champion bearing his patron god's emblems and armor that would put the dwarf smiths and architects to shame. Each hand, he held axes of brass and fire, growling and burning as they hunger for flesh to cleave into. A walking fortress if there ever was one. The man saluted to the demon princess with utter reverence, but scowled when turning his attention to the advisor, but restrained himself from cleaving the latter with his axe, much to Valkia's surprise. Hail, Valkia the Bloody, Gore Queen of Khorne, bride of the Axe Father, praised the warrior. I am Wolfram Deathmetal, hero born of the Kurgons, doom of the dwarfs, Ogrebane, and foehammer of the cowardly Skaven, and I bring honor and tribute to your name. Were it not for this crow's words, I would have slain him then and there and continued my pilgrimage with the Everchosen's war hosts. But if it is to come here by Khorne's decree, then I am bound to honor the Lord. Valkia's fiery temper had quenched like a sword submerging in oil upon those utterances. Her brow furrowed less and lips reshaping like that of an officer inspecting the discipline of her battalion. And what tributes do you bring, Wolfram? Asked Valkia. Best to show it to you, said Deathmetal, moving aside and gesturing to her to go outside the tent. The Gore Queen walked past him, laying eyes to several boons that flooded the camps. From the twisted and fire-forged war shrines carried on the backs of Cyclopean ogres, to the savage brayherds of untamed wilds culled by the mightiest Khorngers, to demon engines known as skull cannons, manned by bloodletters and ready to blast the enemy, to even the revered flesh hounds of Khorne, and finally, the fusion of flesh and metal abominations known only as soul grinders. Demons who surrendered their true names for the sake of restoring their physical forms, marching on iron legs. That can mortals beneath them, all surrounded by fresh warriors and cultists bearing the mark of Khorne on their armors, all pledging their services to her cause right before the walls of Nagorond. The sensation of contentment quelled any outrage and irritation she had prior, replacing the scowl with a bloodthirsty grin that even the sternest dwarf would shudder from. Perhaps I am able to assist Karnath, after all, she said out loud, looking at the bloodthirsters growing frustrated with the defenses of Nagorond's walls, followed by the Furies flocking over them alongside the hounds. Rated M for Mority. Hours later, elsewhere on the road. In any moment, the harsh winds would have proven to be a death sentence to anyone exposed to the elements. For Mority, she didn't even register the cold thanks to an unseen layer of magic wrapping her entire body and her dark Pegasus, Sulafets, keeping both of them warm and unharmed by Nagarath's deadly frost. Her steed galloped across the skies, searching for the enigmatic warrior, and the other two that accompanied him, but they were secondary to her objectives. Scrying through the thick, white landscape, Mority could scour naught but predators and warbands seeking unfortunate prey who crossed their paths. The sorceress didn't bat an eye and traversed the snowy plains with distant thought. It was fortunate that the blizzard upended and vanished, for it made Morati's visions all the more easy to find the fabled man. Thinking back on the Bloodhag's report in Harganath, she wondered how the city managed to prevail against a savage horde filled to the brim with a demonic host at their behest. The city would have laid waste within a fortnight. Her thoughts then veered to the strange knight. Out of the three, it had to be him. Alith was a feared man amongst the Drukei, but he didn't fit the description of someone who can take on a bloodthirster by his lonesome. Hellebrand, while just as bloodthirsty as the worshippers of Khorne, was no match to face a greater demon that embodied wrath and violence. No, it had to be him. No one could have turned the tide and defended an entire city by himself, let alone fight off against an army of murderous marauders and terrible beasts. And that enticed her search. All of the information she gained and witnessing the devastation he brought upon the arrogant corsairs within only a week, Morati was just looking to get a hold of this absolute juggernaut of a man for herself. Rarely was there a single being who would arouse her interest. Like gold to a dragon, Morati was on the prowl for him. Ensnare what she found, and then hoard it to herself. She was already planning all sorts of things when she had him in clutches. A few chains to keep him restrained, some runes to quell his mind, and praises whispered into his ear to keep him happy will be more than enough to keep him domesticated. Yes, she thought, he would be a fine specimen to her harem. No, he would be her prime consort to strike fear to any who dare threaten her and her son's rule. A prize weapon with the perks of being her toy. Stygia, metal. Helsinger foot Alyssa white gloves of archenemy. She broke from her thoughts as somewhere in the distance, a peculiar sight in the corner of her eye drew to her. A large tide of flesh hounds dashing from the north through the thick snow caught her attention. To her admission, they were splendid creatures to behold. Bestial spirits covered in fire, muscle, and sinew. Their formations were more organized unlike anything she had seen and sprinted in eerie silence with an almost determined focus. She would love to own such magnificent beasts were it not for her allegiances to the Dark Prince. They were antithesis to her ideals, and not worth the stress of keeping such a rabid thing. Throwing all thoughts of selfish desire, she silently followed the unusual behavior of the hounds chasing towards the south, cluing in on the prime objective. Obscured by the clouds, Morati was more than safe from the danger below. All the way, she followed their path, intuition telling her to keep going. Flying just above the cliff sides where the hounds traveled through a canyon, Morati's instincts were rewarded when they exited and discovered a dark mass riding through road of skulls from the east. It was smaller than the hounds, and the sounds of whinnies and shouting were a dead giveaway. It was them, all right. Already casting a scrying spell, her eyes scoped on the riders, and to her disappointment, there was only the combined force of Shadow Warriors and Harganeth riders led by Alith and Hellebrand respectively, but no Doomslayer. Was he abandoned by his peers? Or did he abandon them? Unlikely, she thought, for it was clear that this alliance wouldn't have existed for a reason. Morati, rather than intervene, simply indulged herself by watching from afar, letting the event unfold itself. The hounds howled as they sighted their prey. The Osterdrukei force responded by whipping their horses to hasten as the beasts tailed them. Elves took to bow and Urathans, sending a hail of arrows back at the slobbering things. Most managed to hit their targets, falling down and trampled by the rest, but the hounds were far too numerous to take out. The more determined and ferocious of them caught up, only for the elves to fight back with steel. The few hounds who were lucky managed to pounce and pull down their prey, both rider and horse, and swarmed them with their numbers. The horde eventually circled around them save for the front. The elves fought a desperate and losing battle, trying their all to keep the dogs away from them, dwindling as the hounds coordinated attacks on the gaps and weak points, with Alith launching his arrows from his moonbow, and Hellebrand lashing out with the death sword. The hag sorceress did not lift a finger, only planning to do so when there was only Alith and Hellebrand. She amused the idea of just letting the two die and reporting back to Malekith their deaths. It could make him happy and alleviated during stressful times, with Alith's especially. However, it would more than likely earn her his wrath more than anything. It was a coin toss, really. She watched with apathy at the dwindling party, falling prey to the endless sea of red pressing into them. Just as they were at their darkest hour, a dark blip was spotted by Morati as it sprinted behind the hounds. A lone rider, mounted on a cold one. Suddenly, a chain of fire bursted from somewhere before the rider launched himself into the mass. With her magic, Morati locked and enhanced her sights. Her breath hitched, and a manic smile showed on her face as the sorceress recognized him to be none other than the Doomslayer, jumping into the fray and killing demons with a roaring blade before casting fire with his staves. Morati watched with awestruck wonder as the man bravely jumped over and slaughtered the dogs with raw power and fury. Such strength and skill, she thought. Khorne's pets, now aware of the pursuer, divided as they stayed away from him and his companions. Unsurprisingly, the surviving elves had free range to maneuver and escape with their lives. Doomslayer, rather than group up with the others, simply continued his slaughter on the dogs of chaos with his chain. A baffling behavior that would raise concerns from any sane person. For Morati, sanity was a cage for the unwilling, and only the unchained can break from their prisons. This slayer had torn his sanity like paper as he threw himself to the dogs, blasting and slashing into the packs with little thought of self-preservation. and he did it with such style in his carnage that Mority was mesmerized by his performance. All of which topped off by a single stave that was cylindrical and bulky with a skull-like visage carved onto its side, blowing into the center of the pack. An explosion followed, leaving a horde scattered and Doomslayer launched into the air. Time slowed, and Mority witnessed the man soar gracefully towards the other remaining half of the horde, switching weapons to the one with a hook ornament at the end of the barrel. The hook found its target and pulled the Doomslayer to the next. To slaughter, he went. Rinse and repeat. Mority, jaw dropped and bespectacled by the visceral performance, felt her blood run hot, and the hair on her skin froze with goosebumps. Not since Inarian has she felt the exhilaration revive her cold, dead heart for someone so foreign and mysterious, but nonetheless bold against evil. Her loins cried with excitement. Yes, she cried with joy. Death. Oh, what beautiful death you craft. You shall have the honor to claim both my side and chambers. Her proclamation could not be heard within the roaring thunderclouds, save for the few Sithari she venerates and the Dark Prince, a desire the latter find none too pleasing to hear as a whisper of dubious intent. Mority watched as the last of the Chaos Beasts was decimated from existence by the warrior. Not far from him, the Cold One approached from behind and ran alongside the surprisingly fast Slayer, who hopped onto its back soon after. Concluding their slaughter, the Slayer regrouped with what's left of his allies. It seemed they were in the clear for now, but with Morati's enhanced sight, it was not so. A dark cloud was approaching them from the west. It would have appeared uninteresting if foreboding presence. But for Mority, she could see the bodies of red and eyes burning bright fire within. Swarming en masse were Furies led by hulking bloodthirsters. These gargantuans must have caught the scent of the group. No reason to conclude as to why, Mority thought. She doubted they would pose much of a threat for the Slayer. The others, quite the opposite, as they, despite their longevity and supernatural skills, could not face such an overwhelming force. Once fickle and apathetic to their plight, the High Sorceress had enough of her viewing pleasure. Now, Mority desired to show her power in the face of destruction, and to also show a bit of a dramatic flair with her entrance. After all, it's not every day you can impress a stranger, she thought. While she recited her incantations, down below did the survivors prepare for another battle ahead of them. Hellebrand roared a battle cry in Kind's name, prompting her forces to go into another battle frenzy. Alith likewise did the same, only with heroic resolve and discipline with his troops as they readied their bows. Lastly, the Doomslayer was deciding on whether to pull out the chain gun or the BFG, settling on the former instead. But as the two opposing forces came to a close, lightning flashed across the skies, striking onto the head of Hartrinder as it channeled the power Mority needed to unleash onto the horde of Khorne. The halberd now glowing with unstable energy, Mority took aim and burst forth black lightning into the direction of the swarm in a scattershot. Every strike hitting its precise target and exploding upon impact. Any other sorceress below her level would have managed perhaps a few good hits, and that is if they managed to survive from imploding in gory fashion. But Mority reigned supreme in the ways of magic, earning praise and scorn from admirers and rivals alike for her mastery of sorcery. A knowing smirk cascaded across her face as Furies screeched in agony, while bloodthirsters tanked through the pain, flesh still falling off and pouring fiery blood from their wounds. It was not enough to kill them, but the magic was powerful enough to stagger them, crashing into the snow below. The elves and Doomslayer had paused expressions by the sudden lightning attacks. They turned to find the source of the powers of their savior. Oh, don't tell me it's that bit dash. Yes, Hellebrand. Alith exasperated with the High Priestess in equal distaste. Yes, it's her. Who? Asked Hayden, not understanding the pair's disgruntled reactions. The Doomslayer, meanwhile, cut the conversation short as he wasted no time rushing into the bloodthirster's staggered forms, not showing an ounce of focus on his companion's concerns. The Marine brought out the super shotgun and hooked onto the closest demon within range. The first demon burst into flames upon contact, its last painful moments spent screaming at having its face being stabbed multiple times before the Doomblade sank into its right eye, killing it. Another bloodthirster had his left leg cleaved just as it was about to stand before Doomslayer ran across its back and decapitated it with a burst of the destroyer blade in midair. The third stood back in time and lifted his two-handed battle axe over its head, only for his opponent to dash in the air and blood punch him in the face. Time slowed down as the bloodthirster fell back into the snow again with teeth flying out, while the Doomslayer caught the humongous axe in his hands and slammed it into its demonic owner's face again. Doomslayer stood back up and witnessed another of bloodthirsters readying their weapons with murderous intent. One held dual axes while another carried a great sword in its hands. Cracking his knuckles, the Slayer threw himself into the one with the twin axes, landing on its face when it was ready to deliver retribution. The bloodthirster swung its weapons wildly as the Marine started brutalizing its face with his fists. The demon's panicked state inadvertently caused it to attack its fellow with his axes, angering the latter with one swing of its greatsword, bisecting it in two, from head to crotch in bloody fashion. No glory was found as the Doomslayer had already jumped away and fired off the meat hook into its chest, throwing in a haymaker to its face on impact. The bloodthirster fell back, dropping its sword mid-fall. Landing on the ground, Doomslayer dashed towards the sword and carried with all of his strength, aiming the blade towards the demon now recovering. In a great feat of strength, Doomslayer threw the sword up in the air and, in perfect momentum, threw another blood punch straight to the pummel dead center. The sword flew in the air, reaching impossible velocities right before impaling the dazed demon into its chest. The Doomslayer spared little time to admire his work as one more evaded his sight. The last bloodthirster stood up, concentrating its wrath on the former until the elves began pelting arrows against its thick skin, followed by a black bolt of lightning striking its face by the sorceress above him. Angered by Morati's magic, the greater demon took flight and prepared to strike her only for Doomslayer to dash towards it, launching himself into the air with a rocket jump and pulling himself again with the meat hook, interrupting the demon's flight and crashing them both into the ground, missing the elves below within a hair's breadth. The bloodthirster struggled and writhed in pain as the slayer grabbed a hold of both its wings, tearing them off with inhuman strength in bloody galore. The bloodthirster remained alive but was finished off when the slayer grabbed it by the horns and snapped its neck after, struggling no longer upon death. Another victory scored, at the cost of significant lives. In their wake, the elves regrouped as the slayer approached. Alith and his famed shadow warriors felt relief behind steeled gazes, while the elves of Har Ganeth began to whisper and murmur amongst themselves, growing in awe of the slayer's abilities. Even Hellebrand, most adamant of her skepticism, was completely thrown off by Alith's unique companion. It truly was as if the avatar of Kain was walking amongst them, she thought. Perhaps there was divinity beneath that perpetual angry helmet, sent by the Lord of Murder himself to walk the earth in his name. Whatever the case, Hellebrand's thoughts were broken by the sound of wings flapping and a horse's neighing, followed by the winds ceasing their blows, gathering everyone's attention to the sky. To the awe of every elf, many a male and some female in their gazes dash, descending to the ground, and mounted on her Pegasus laid the most beautiful elf to exist. Of her admirers, only 4 remained unwavering to her beauty. Alith Anner, who didn't hide his disdainful and contemptuous glare when she approached, Hellebrand, who was no different to the former, though, with little effort in putting a courtly smile. And then there was Hayden and Slayer. The former who, even if he had his body back, would have simply raised an eyebrow at this unknown but clearly dangerous woman approaching them, but also having a good guess as to what Alith and Hellebrand were talking about. As for Doomslayer, he was remotely disinterested but also wary of this strange woman's next agenda, prompting him to reload his super shotgun in case. Even in this harsh winter, she seemed unaffected by frostbite as her skin was exposed to the elements in revealing gear one can find only in a heavy metal album cover. Succubus was the proper way to describe her. She had a sultry and seductive air to her that could make the most celibate of men fall over for her. Alabaster skin so perfect and flawless that not even snow ever made contact to the touch. A great mass of ebony hair, weaved and braided so intricately on top of her scalp, rose above the 3 massive pairs of horns that curled with purpose and power. Cold blue eyes pierced beyond the freezing winds, always looking at those that bend the knee before her. The Druchii were the easiest to submit, while the shadows of Nagarith resisted even as their will struggled, with only the presence of Alith and their undying hatred for their dark cousins willing them back to their senses. Black, glossy lips curled into an amused smirk, indulging in the attention around her, before approaching the persons of interests. "Morati," said Hellebrand, cold in her voice with vile contempt as she uttered her rival's name. The raven-haired sorceress uttered faint, mocking laughter in return. My, Hellebrand," mocked Morati. "Is that any way to treat your savior? Was my hand not enough to receive a warm reception?" The others seemed to think so. "Oh, please. Your contribution was last minute. Hardly noticeable until you started a light show, I bet. Don't flatter yourself," Hellebrand said, with an almost passive-aggressive tone to combat the high sorceress' smugness, causing the latter to smack her lips in dismay. Excuses, said Morati, turning her eyes on Alith. This time, with an even colder reception. "Alas, I cannot speak the same for him. Pleasant to see you as well, hag, but not really," Alith replied, causing the sorceress to bristle and turn her smug grin into a baleful glare. And somehow, it was still beautiful to any beholder. The perks of consorting with demons. In some ways, there was amusement to be found as Doomslayer observed. The animosity was clear, and Alith was barely hiding her revulsion and teeth underneath that dour sneer of his. "Ugh, such a cold opening. You could do better than that," Morty groaned. That demeanor changed as soon as she laid eyes on the monolithic Doomslayer. She approached with uncharacteristic haste, walking past a befuddled Alith and getting up close and personal with his partner. Doomslayer seemed ready to start another firefight when he saw the unexpected. At long last, she exclaimed with utter enthusiasm. I finally have the pleasure to meet you. In the flesh, no less. Doomslayer was taken aback by her exclamation, and so did the others. Both Alith and Hellebron had looks of confusion and bewilderment drawn upon them. Hayden, likewise, seemed to show his surprise as he spoke. Do I know you? He asked, mimicking the Slayer's thoughts. A sly grin from her said it all. Oh no, don't be silly. She waved off. That would be ridiculous. Let's just say I'm an admirer from afar. But I know enough about you. Tall, dark and handsome. What? Said Hayden as he processed what she just said. Doomslayer, meanwhile, was rolling his eyes as he was mentally resigned to the torment that awaited him in the most unwanted but predictable fashion, a woman's thirst. People, the ones that were as normal and human as they could be, worshipping him as a symbol of hope and living retribution against evil was one thing. It was another to deal with the more suggestive ones. Doomslayer just couldn't bear another Elena Richardson. Only this time, it had to be an evil witch who was aiming for an unsavory appetite. Morty gasped and said, Oh, where are my manners? I am Morty, Hag Sorceress of Grand, first of the Hag Queens, Queen Mother to the Witch King, Malekith, and to all of the Drukei. Not to mention, the fairest beauty of the world. Second to none, if I say so myself. She emphasized the last title with a leery gaze followed by the biting of her lip. The hunger in her eyes was not lost on the Doomslayer, getting too close for comfort as she tried to wiggle her way in. And you are the Doomslayer. You know me? Asked Hayden, Doomslayer raising a brow in mimicking fashion. Word travels fast around here. Morty answered. And you have built quite a reputation around here. And in only just a week. Morty was doing not-so-subtle gestures like pressing her breasts together with both her arms to get his attention. I'm just so glad you would come all this way to Nagaroth. And seeing a prime specimen such as yourself up close, Oh God, thought Doomslayer. Was this really the time to do so? To no one's surprise, the sorceress started clinging onto his right arm, where much of his skin was most exposed. Very impressive, said Morty, wrapping her fingers around the exposed, bulging biceps, feeling the hard surface of his flesh. Bet the same goes for what you're hiding down there. Doomslayer groaned as the woman got very touchy and tried to get as much skin contact with him. Unintentionally, probably intentional. His arm was sliding between her proud bosom as she pressed in further. There was a mischievous glint reflected in her eyes that made it clear that she was doing this purposefully to exude interest out of him. Hayden connected to the inner sound system and spoke directly to Doomslayer. I am going to be direct with you and tell you that this sort of thing she has is not my forte. So do whatever you want, however you want. I'll be sure to make an excuse. With that clearance, not that he really needed any sort permission. Doomslayer pulled himself away from the sorceress, earning surprise and confusion from her. Why? Ma'am, Hayden spoke up. Given the dire circumstances, I am not remotely interested in your proposition, nor do I have time wasted to indulge in your proclivities. Right now, my priorities are to meet with your king, so that Alith and I may discuss matters of importance. Doomslayer's body language said it all and worked in tandem with Hayden's voice, signaling his displeasure. The combined skills of both brought out one of the most amusing reactions out of Morty. Already, she was blinking rapidly, signs of denial clear in her faltering smile. I don't understand, Morty said with uncertainty. Surely, this is some sort of jest. I'm offering you the chance of a lifetime. I don't even know you, nor am I inclined to trust you. And as far as impressions go, I condemn what you and your people do to others. So no, I will not take up on your offer. All traces of lust and pride disappeared from Morati's face, now replaced with all sorts of emotions in Morati's head. Shock, outrage, anger, displeasure, grief, scorn, and other terrible feelings. All in just one eye twitch. Doomslayer had to admit that was a not-so-bad insult. Alith probably seemed to enjoy. Wait, why is Alith moving away? And why are the others doing the same? He thought as he noticed the elves stepping back. While Doomslayer was wondering why the elves were getting so spooked, a rush of emotions blindsided Morty like a slap to the face. Anger, shock, umbrage, melancholy, incense, and other terrible feelings. Out of every unmistakable outcome, when all others would have happily agreed like idiot savants, Morty had not expected the one thing that could wound her worse than any blade in this world. Rejection. A feeling so strong and terrible to cut her so deeply that she could not convey the amount of sorrow and anguish by that savage comment, except for a lightning bolt bursting from her hand. Doomslayer was thrown back into the snow, crashing, but quickly rolling in motion. He stood up once and turned back to face the sorceress, whose eyes now burned with dark magic and scorn. All around, the winds immediately changed and created a vortex, trapping the survivors to face Morati's wrath. So it is true, cried Morty. You and that damned prince are here to take my son away from me, to destroy all that we have plotted for so long. How much did those pathetic eunuchs in Ulthuan pay you? 1,000 gold? Millions? Well, no amount of it will save you for what I am about to put you through. Doomslayer pulled out the super shotgun and shot the meat hook, only for Morty to grab hold of the tip, with dark lightning hitting her halberd and channeling through the chains, causing unbearable pain for the Slayer. Morati's wrath knew no bounds and began to speak incantations, causing agony for everyone within earshot. Blood seeping and pouring from every orifice, followed by pained gurgles. The voice was too loud to the eardrums, bursting them from every elf's. And then came the pop. Each head on every elf burst into a shower of blood and brain, for the blood-curdling screeches of Morati's spellcasting were too much. And as if they were finally released upon death, whether to be sent to Aerith Kyle's realm or the Dark Prince's palace of pleasures, their souls would be dragged and siphoned to create a powerful. Not even Hellebron and Alith were spared of the incantations, their souls wailing and weeping as they were reaped by the Sorceress Supreme herself. In under one spell, the Sorceress used it all to summon forth a star beyond the skies. The sky above twisted and warped to reveal a black hole, the void so dark that no light entered, save for one in the dead center of it. Morty watched as the Marine scrambled to get back up, only for black tendrils she had conjured erupt from the ground and entangled his limbs. The Sorceress gleefully relished the Doom Slayer's final moments, struggling with strangled screams as the light from the black pit in the sky grew larger and larger, for a red comet descended and crushed the very warrior beneath its power and weight. The Sorceress cackled in her maddened indulgence as the skies of Nagaroth danced with lightning and thar. What a pity it was to chase a man, Morty thought. But a waste to chase him this whole TI. Ma'am. Morty blinked into existence as she was brought back to her dark fantasies. She was back to staring at the Doomslayer, who looked expectantly but kept his weapon in hand. Behind them, the elves were sweating and worrying about the next event. Remembering where she was, Morty could do nothing but hold her breath. Leave me to my thoughts, she stated, walking past the Doomslayer, much to everyone's befuddled expressions. The Sorceress disappeared into the thick and impenetrable winds, leaving only footprints soon covered by snow. Doomslayer looked back to Alith Anner, sharing a glance followed by shrugged shoulders. Then, a rod of lightning struck from a distance, with horrifying wails and curses that were incomprehensible to mortal ears, fortunate to not be in closing distance. Moments passed as a spectacular light show greeted them from where Morty was presumably located. Shadows in against the light revealed the terrifying flailing and convulsing form of Morty, throwing what was essentially a temper tantrum. Doomslayer went back to Alith, sharing his exasperation, who was more than impressed by the former's fortitude. The same could be said of Hellebron, though hers had a more gratified smirk to it. Shall we move? Best we do. Alith replied to Hayden. I can't stand being with the bitch any longer. Let's get moving. Too late. Hellebron added, much to their disappointment. She's back. And as she correctly deduced, the hag sorceress had returned. This time, as Doomslayer noted, there was neither the look of objectification towards him, nor the smug glances she gave to others she viewed as beneath. Simply an aura of cold professionalism as she approached the three. She cleared her throat and said, Your activities and reputation have reached the ears of the Witch King. And for that, he has sent me to retrieve you. But we all know that whatever charade all three of you are playing at will not work in your favor. And especially for me. For that, you're going to have to keep up with me. Unless you prefer to bask in the cold plains, soon to be your graves. Is there no other means of a shortcut? Hayden logically questioned. Oh, there is. She answered, turning her back to Sulafet. I just don't want to. The three expressed their disapproval in various degrees. Alith and Doomslayer, hardly different from one another, groaned with soured grimaces, while Hellebron looked ready to implode, grinding her teeth when salvation was so close in the damnable cold. As Morty rode up on Sulafet's back, she returned another glance back at the Slayer. Her spurned interest clashing with his uncaring distrust, Morty brushed her thoughts off and rode into the skies. Try and keep up. I would rather not disappoint my son if I have gone empty-handed. She called out to the rest, prompting them to get back on their beasts of burdens. As Doomslayer went for his, Hayden spoke into the intercoms and said, Probably should have played along with her, but we both know that this is beneath us. And so is she. For once, Doomslayer agreed. Chapter 17, Malum Mortis. Unknown. Aliathra's body shot back up to rejuvenation, gasping for air. Delirious, the elf princess vision was rather bleary from the start, not helped by how dark it was at the moment. Even so, she did try to stand only to fumble forward. How long had she been asleep? She could not tell. Strangely, she felt something binding her wrists and legs. She then felt something grab her, startling her, and almost shrieked before the person in front of her spoke. See, calm down. Hushed the woman, speaking in Eltherin to the girl. I'm not trying to hurt you. Surprised to hear how gentle the voice was, Aliathra halted, and her eyes were now quickly readjusting to the dank and grimy room around them. With only a torch hanging onto a wall opposite of them, Aliathra took a good look at the woman in front of her. It was a human, appearing in her prime. Pretty and not bad in the eyes, but probably average looking to an elf. Her dark brown locks were in messy tangles, and there appeared to be dirt on her face. Her white robes were equally dirty as well, covered in the same filth and grime as the room. Suddenly another woman came into view. "Are you all right?" asked the other woman, also speaking in Eltherin, but with a distinct Britannian accent. Where the brunette was simply pretty, so to speak, Eliathra was somewhat struck by how beautiful this woman looked to an almost supernatural level. Golden hair and bright green eyes with a face that could rival the sisters of Averlorn, only just a step below her mother's beauty. Though, such grace was hindered by the grime on her face and white robes. Like Eliathra, both women were bound by shackles, limiting their movement quite a bit. Looking closely, there were runes carved onto the metals that Eliathra did not recognize. They were nothing like the ones she had seen in Uncle Tekla's studies and grimoires. Far eerie and malevolent to the eyes. Who are you?" Eliathra asked. There was a pain in her voice, almost dried and parched. The brunette hushed her and said, "Be still. You have been asleep for a full 2 days." 2 days. Eliathra murmured before she was handed a cup of water. How can it be? You were captured. Like us," answered the blonde. "I am Morgiana Le Fay, Fey Enchantress of Bretonnia. The woman here is Elspeth, a priestess of Shalia from the Empire." The Fey Enchantress? Elithra was dumbfounded, recognizing the woman's revered status in her respective lands. "But how dash? A series of misfortunes happened," sighed Morgiana, "and I am stuck here as you are. And we're not the only ones either," Elspeth added, which was followed by voices coming from the opposite cell. "Oi, did I hear our new friend was awake? Name's Sinst. What's yours?" Sinst asked, speaking in Reichspiel and completely unaware of Eliathra's native language. Thankfully, the girl was already taught in multiple languages before capture. As for the man himself, he was the exact opposite of Eliathra's female company. While not exactly unpleasant in the eyes, the man seemed scruffy and had unkempt bushy hair. A fuzz for a beard was growing. But overall, the man was rather unassuming at best to look at, right up until Eliathra quickly noticed that the man had no limbs whatsoever. She was a little disturbed, to put it mildly. Noticing the odd looks, the man seemed to take notice as well and cheerfully said, "It's not so bad to look at. Barring a few itches I can't reach, I've had the most wonderful service catered to me. I've even got old dog here to cater to my whims. Shut it before you wake up the dead, you damn limbless thief." Another voice erupted beside Sinst, coming off more like an animalistic growl than a normal human sound. Said man was burly and scary to behold. He was more wolf than man. His face was wild with a long red mane and beard to add to his fierce visage. His clothing was down to that of a torn gambeson. His armor was more than likely removed before imprisonment. One look from the man's gaze, and Eliathra looked away in fright at how savage his glare was. Elspeth reached to her and calmed the elf. "Do not be so quick to anger, Ulf Doggard." A third voice interrupted, calm and reasonable to the ear. "Like us, the girl has suffered through the terrible fate that she now shares. Lashing will do you no favors, Wolf." "Like hells I can't," sneered Ulf. "Hellspawns killed my brothers like cravens, while I am to live with the knowledge of their bodies left for the crows to feast upon. Do I not deserve to howl for blood and vengeance?" "More has heard your grief, Wolf," the man calmly replied, giving sympathy to his companion. "I will send my prayers to him to guide your brothers safely to his gardens." Ulf said nothing after hearing the man. The latter finally gave his attention towards Eliathra, revealing himself under torchlight. It was an elderly man in dark robes. His head was shaved down to the scalp, leaving nothing to the imagination. Yet, what drew Eliathra's attention the most were the tattoos that were inked on said man's face. Like writings in a scripture, letters dotted across the man's face. The significance of which may have held some importance, Eliathra thought. "As for you, my lady," the man said politely, "I don't believe we've introduced ourselves properly. My name is Mordeval Cadavian, a humble priest of Mor. My two fellows you already know as Sinst, a humble thief, and Ulf Doggard, a knight of the White Wolf. Tell us what's yours." Eliathra kept quiet for a moment. She was very much hesitant to say to these new faces, but ultimately relented in the face of kindness given to her. "Eliathra," she said softly, "Everchild of Ulthuan. Then I am honored to be in your presence, Everchild," Mordeval said with a respectful bow. As for the others, there were looks of surprise on their faces. Morgiana was the first to express this. "Then my suspicions are correct, it seems. We have all been gathered here for some nefarious scheme. But why us?" Elspeth raised. "What is it that connects us despite not being remotely connected at all?" "I do not know." Morgiana frowned. "But with the Everchild here in me, I can take a good guess as to why." Eliathra, intrigued and curious about the Fey Enchantress deduction, tried to speak up until she heard a loud commotion coming from the halls of the prison. The noise itself came from a man speaking loudly in Reichspiel with evident anger and fervor. Eliathra jumped in fear when she quickly recognized the monstrosity before. A beast she thought would stay in her nightmares. Black as the stone on the walls and burly as an ox, with only its bony white face barely visible against the torchlight. Its hunched form did not dissuade its size. only making it more predatorial in a manner. In its large, beastly hands, it dragged a screaming man across her cell. Aim of Sigmar, I demand you to release me from these chains, foul demons. I curse you and your ilk in eternal damnation for laying your hands on the Grand Theogonist. Unhand me at once. He furiously spouted, violently resisting his captor. Aliathra had gotten a look at the man, revealing a bald, grizzled but stern-eyed priest with a white beard and mutton chops, a scar noticeably running down his right eye which only added to his fierce visage. Behind him, two smaller, brown-skinned creatures were dragging another man not far. On him was armor of excellent quality, adorned in black and gold schemed, with the heraldry of an angry sun on his chest. He did not seem at all conscious at the moment, though. Whether he was knocked out during the battle or struggled against his captor was moot. The two men were thrown into another cell, right next to the other three. The beasts themselves chattered and growled as the Grand Theogonist continued shouting religious vitrials back at him. The huge black beast roared back in anger, causing the other mortals to recoil and block their ears. Volkmar, however, stood defiantly in the face of a demonic servant. Do you think I have not stared into the face of damnation before, foul demon? Volkmar rhetorically stated. I have struck down your unholy ilk, the likes of which only Sigmar would rise from his throne and cast his hammer down upon your wretched existence. Upon speaking his defiance, the gargantuan beast was ready to tear the man with its claws until another figure came forward. Nay, not that gent, not any of these folk. These might not but liveth, he said, revealing his unnatural state. To the ignorant and ungifted, he could very much stand out as a pale-looking, if regal noble, with heraldry not unlike those of the Empire. But to those who have seen through the glamour, they would know him to be a vicious creature of the night, born of dark magic and death. A vampire. His appearance was decked in a black set of plate mail. While not nearly as refined nor artistic compared to Ossur blacksmithing, the armor possessed a miasma of evil magic around it to compensate for its design. The spikes that jutted out of his back, however, may have overcompensated its intimidation a bit. Screameth thy lungs, all thee wanteth. Nay, one shall cometh to saveth thee, gloated the vampire. Glancing to the side, he noticed Aliathra was now conscious. And I seeth yon the issue is anon awakened from her longest slumber, said the vampire in a rather archaic form of Reichspiel. How wast thy rest? Thee might not but best famished. Looking down at Aliathra, the vampire flashed his grotesque fangs. Aliathra recoiled upon seeing such horrific things, reeling and crawling into the safety of Elspeth's embrace. The vampire smirked, gleefully scenting the despair of the elf. Cower in another's arms. Fleeth to the dark corners. Thy destiny shalt await in time's passing. And just what sort of destiny will exactly await us, vampire? Morgiana ruefully questioned, which only humored the bald undead even more. To serve as a conduit to awaited divinity, spoke the proud vampire, where I shall bask in the glory of mine own master's returneth, as the all knoweth so well. This brought a rebuke from the battered Sigmarite priest. If you think bringing back Vlad von Karstein will legitimize your claim to the grave, you know better than to stand against the Empire itself. We have advanced far beyond your twisted burials and cemeteries in the past 5 centuries. Our faith in Sigmar remains, but it is our steel and gunpowder that carry us forward to victory. Your reign will be short-lived, Manfred von Karstein. So I have witnessed from afar. The vampire bemoaned, his displeasure plain on his face. And I'll admit, I might not, but giveth merit to thy people's evolution. Those gents have cometh so far, forsooth. However, 'tis not mine own father yond I speaketh of. In this very tower thee reside and lies the power of warpstone, hath built upon the backs of slaves, both living and undeath dash, and hath used in its very foundation, all crafted and forged by the very first master of necromancy. Upon hearing this, Mortival's face ran pale with horror and plead, no, it cannot be. That is insanity, you are dabbling. O I augurer, thee knoweth who I speaketh of, the architect of unliving himself, Nagash, gloated the vampire, and with the aid of mine own new benefactors, thy empires and kingdoms shalt falleth down liketh twigs under the feet of the undeath. Hearing the proclamations, the cells ran cold with dread. Even Volkmar, a man of fiery fervor and righteous fury, possessed a look of quivering fear and despair. You are trifling with powers beyond your control, Manfred. Morgiana sternly said, stoic in her resolve. Nagash is not some pet necromancer like your servant, Gorst. And these creatures you have made bed with do not hold to your vile intentions. You will fail. This I very much predict. The vampire scoffed and sneered at the enchantress. Speaketh all thee wanteth. But these new cater cousins art more malleable and straightforward than the spawns of chaos. Oh I, those gents has did provide most wondrous service to our conquest. Manfred gestured the creatures away, obeying without question. As they passed, Ulf snarled quietly at them, something that did not unnoticed as the largest beast snarled in kind. Out of sight, Aliathra, who remained quiet up until this point, spoke up finally. What will you do with us? She asked in a quivered tone. She received a bemused laugh and was answered. Is not gross in sense. Each and every one thee shall shout beest hath used to power the most wondrous necromancer himself. Right, but how exactly are we connected? Since interrupted. I mean, I get a bunch of pretty lasses is the norm, and a couple of priests is a second go-to. But what the hells do a pair of knights and a humble thief like me got to do with this? Doesn't seem to add up, if you ask me. Astute, forsooth. Manfred agreed. The sooth is, thee have all been did select for a specific reason. Besides the enchantress and the elf for obvious reasons, the rest of thee were chosen because of thy bloodlines. Divinity runs in thy veins. Aye, co-equal a lowly cut purse such as this one here. Though, yon wouldst beest giving praise considering thou art a sir of Ranald. So bethink not thee can runneth from this. Presentation, notwithstanding. A frown appeared on Sin's face, not at all humored by Manfred's insinuations, but made no objections about it. Suddenly, a flash of red glow came, urging the vampire to his attention. It stood a man, though much withered and decayed. A literal corpse were it not for the winds of shyish flowing through his body. A noose hanged around his neck and tattered red vest, followed by a collection of bat wings covering his waist and legs. A pair of gauntlets covered his hands, with only a pauldron covering his left shoulder. The cowl he wore did nothing to hide the ghoulish expression that was his face. What news doest thou bring, Gorst? Master, Gorst addressed. The prowlers have reported a small number of carriages heading from the southeast of Sylvania. They bear the mark of the Lamians. Thank thee for imparting this, my faithful. Manfred thanked. I might not, but when Danon entreateth mine own guests, I'll be as sure to mocketh I stayeth as miserable as the robes the moth shall feedeth upon. The vampire laughed with mockery in tone. Volkmar pushed against his cell's bars and yelled, There is no victory in your wake, vampire. Only death and suffering. Oh yes, Manfred replied. Death and suffering upon thee. The Eternal Throne, Darksiders 2 OST. Sylvania. The carriage rocked as it hit a bump on the road, fouling Neferata's ever-growing annoyance. Naima barked at the driver from the side window for his carelessness to quell the ill thoughts plaguing her mistress' mind since they left Silver Pinnacle. Manfred's latest scheme would be the doom of every single being in the world, bringing Nagash to the mortal planes. The thought not only sickened Neferata, but it also enraged her. The damned von Karsteins were always trying to take over the world through force and an army of corpses. Astonishing display, but impractical in the grand scheme. It would undermine not only their existence, but every other vampire as well, especially Neferata and her precious Lamians. And it wasn't just because she feared the first necromancer out of genuine concern for the mortals. For uncounted millennia, Neferata had been a master of the long game. From the shadows, she pulled strings, manipulated pawns and tools to great effect, and had her servants infiltrate and guarantee high positions in almost every human society she could take advantage of. Neferata rose to the top to where she was now, and she damn well enjoyed it. And to have this all topple to the ground because of damned Manfred put her in the foulest of moods. You do not seem well, my lady. How can you tell? Neferata dryly replied to an observant Naima, staring out the window. Was it my silence that you took notice of? Or was it my brows that are fixed in a permanent glare? There is no fault for how you feel, mistress. Naima spoke sympathetically. Manfred's ambition was troubling to read. Though, I must ask, is this a sound idea? Accepting Count Manfred's invitation simply to berate him. I suppose assassinating him would be tempting. Neferata spoke out her thoughts, earning a headshake from Naima. But for now, we will engage in his hospitality. And while we're at it, you or one of our own must gather any information on Manfred's intentions. Talk to the guests, snoop around, observe any suspicious activity, etc., etc. Sound strategy, my lady. Naima responded, I will gladly fulfill my duties. That's too kind of you. Approved Neferata, but I would rather you keep me company for this event. Understood, mistress. Naima said, with Neferata looking out from the window after. To say the lands of Sylvania were dark and foreboding was like saying ogres had poor manners. Everyone knows it, but someone had to say it. The forest surrounding truly capitulated Sylvania's ghastly reputation as a corpse country. The scenery quickly changed to that of graves and cemeteries, staple landmarks for necromancers and vampires alike. And yet, none are so monumental as the great castle on the horizon. Once, a significant capital of the imperial province itself. Now the seat of decay and ruin. Manslab's light cast over the dark outline of the castle. Those who know of its existence, both living and undead, know it by one name. Castle Drakenhof. Estate of the von Karsteins. A concentrated nesting ground of power rivaled only by Neferata's base of operations. Something she both envied and admired from this distance. Neferata let out her disgust. Ugh, ever a sore on the eyes. The von Karsteins are not known for their subtlety, my lady. Naima commented. Sooner or later, it will come back to bite them. Your quips are getting rather dry, Naima. Neferata purred. Try not to exhaust yourself further. I simply speak to only entertain your repertoire, Lady Neferata. But as you wish. Kind words, dearest Naima. Neferata finished, looking at the dark castle that grew bigger as they reached the grounds. The gates opened on their own, touched by the magic as the carriages reached past the metal bars. With anticipation, the carriage came to a slow crawl, stopping completely as soon as they reached the castle's doors. On both sides of her vehicle, the Lamian sisterhood and their servants immediately left their carriages and began surrounding their mistress's own in an orderly fashion. Neferata exited her carriage with the help of her handmaidens, fixing her posture after sitting in the wagon for gods know how long. Neferata beheld one long look at the castle once more in its glory. It had been too long since she had come here. Yet, even if it were the same monument for its immortal masters, the air around it felt off. Few things had ever truly caused fear for Neferata, but this was different. There was indeed magic, but the winds were different in a way. It was nothing like the magic she was familiar with. Around Sylvania, at least. It was not shyish as she felt earlier ago. There was certainly crossed off from her suspicions. And the presence of warpstone, despite being far more common around these parts, did not feel potent to detect. This magic felt almost like the heat of a growing fire, but more controlled and contained, like a furnace being readied in a forge. Not even the magic of chaos could feel what she sensed. The thin wispy hairs on the back of her neck stood up, warning her of impending danger. Neferata's foreboding instincts were interrupted as the castle's very doors opened wide and out came one of its inhabitants. She strode through the doors in Sylvanian fashion, adorned in a deep red gown, ostentatious and reflective of von Karstein nobility. Her crimson hair had been styled up in two buns resembling the top half of a heart. Neferata took a critical eye at the golden beard she wore on her chin, a white cloth attached below it, covering her neck. The von Karstein carried herself with graceful air and a calm demeanor. "Greetings, Queen Neferata. Castle Drakenhof is honored by your presence." "Greetings, Elise," Neferata responded. "I have come with Manfred's invitation." "Along with murdering him," thought Neferata, keeping with the facade and all. "Indeed," said Elise, remaining stoic upon hearing it. "Follow me inside. The other guests are waiting." The decorum remained the same, vast and ancient save for new and fresh faces on the mortal servants that were busy attending to their duties. How long they will last before they fill a vampire's appetite is anyone's guess. The halls were long and confusing, but for vampires, familiarity becomes a key advantage when you have centuries under your belt. After what felt like forever for a mortal, the Lamians had arrived at the banquet. Elise opened the doors and revealed the other vampires. All vampires present turned their heads as they saw Neferata's kin, falling silent by their beauty of them. To Neferata's surprise, she observed that Manfred had invited more than just the acceptable bloodlines. The vast majority, as she expected, was the von Karsteins and the Blood Dragons, both bloodlines mingling about, trading stories and cups of blood to pass the time. She could more than tolerate those two. She, however, did not expect the others. For every 10 von Karstein and Blood Dragon, there was either a Necrarch or, to her horror, a Strigoi sitting in the corner. Ghastly as the Necrarchs were, the walking corpses naturally had an aversion for social gatherings and seemed content with simply staying in their little corners or removing themselves elsewhere. The Strigoi, on the other hand, were another issue. Though not quite as large in numbers as the other vampires, the Strigoi seemed to have huddled themselves as one big group, staying away from their more enlightened cousins as they feasted on what carrion they were given. The other guests ignored them entirely, being mindful as to not laugh in their direction, lest they incur the wrath of these savage beasts. Yet, such caution was ignored in favor of giving focus to the new arrivals. Neferata felt a measure of gratification as she basked in the attention she and her dearest servants received from everyone. Some, like a few von Karsteins and Blood Dragons, were attracted by them. Others, like the female attendants and many of the Strigoi, spared no contemptuous resentment back to them. However varied the receptions were, Neferata felt a little bit of her ego stroked to a cooling effect. A wonderful sensation she could never get tired of. Eliza spotted a pair of mortal servants standing in attendance with glasses of blood in hand and snapped her fingers to gain their attention. The two did not hesitate and approached. Neferata snatched the first cup closest to her and drank the red liquid deeply. She felt a bit of her energy rejuvenated upon sating her thirst. Lowering the cup, she wiped the corner of her mouth with a thumb, her mind a little relieved. The rest of her maidens soon took their pickings, indulging in the wine spice mixed into the blood. As Neferata's kin was partaking in the blood tasting, another servant approached Eliza and whispered into her ear. Neferata's heightened senses allowed her to hear the words. "The servants say Lord Manfred has just arrived, along with the others." Just the way the servant said "others" roused some suspicion due to how nervous he was. Eliza nodded and turned to Neferata, who smoothly feigned ignorance of any eavesdropping. "My apologies, Lady Neferata, but I must prepare for Count Manfred's arrival. Please help yourselves around the banquet. There's plenty of blood wine here." "You're too kind, Elise." Neferata feigned praises. Elise then turned to the crowd and announced, "Count Manfred will arrive shortly. Wait a moment. Please enjoy your stay here." Without much ado, the von Karstein doyen left the banquet with grace. Neferata's maids quickly scouted for seatings for their mistress. A few admiring von Karsteins emptied one table for the Lamians to take a seat. Neferata's servants were cautious of the invitation, ready to pull out steel daggers sheathed in their extravagant clothes. Their mistress, however, raised a hand, signaling them to cease hostilities. She took her seat, followed by Naima sitting beside her. The rest of the sisters stood by, not letting anyone come near their mistress. The von Karsteins distanced themselves, but Neferata could see the enamored gazes they had before disappearing into the crowd. She was amused, to say the least, but also saw the opportunity in it as well. Snapping her fingers, the Lamian snapped to attention. Neferata leaned forward and whispered, "Go on and mingle about." They all nodded, to which they understood as gather information, and quickly fanned out, with only Naima staying beside her mistress. Her servants blended well in the crowd, confident that they will return with new secrets. Seems rather uneventful. Naima quietly passed the knowledge on to Neferata. But I suppose we are a bit early to the party. Very astute, dearest Naima. Her mistress playfully teased. But I believe we're on time. Naima flashed a small but genuine smile but was quickly alerted by the presence of someone coming their way. Neferata turned in time to see a vampire in full crimson plate mail. He showed no sign of reaction towards the Queen of Lamia, only a permanent grimace. Even among vampires, few dared to challenge his authority and his ferocity as Grandmaster of the Blood Dragons. Wallach Harkon. Neferata. Greeted Wallach, words cutting through as he did with a sword. Care if I join you this evening? Such blatant disrespect from a lesser being would have been torn apart by either Neferata or her servants as Naima would, preparing to pull the blade hidden in her sleeve. Neferata, however, had known the knight long enough to match wits with him, seeing his honesty being oddly a breath of fresh air. She placated a hand over her faithful companion, refraining from provocation. Instead, the queen raised a brow and asked, "I never took you for someone who would seek female company. Are the boys boring you already?" "Rest assured, my prick is reserved only for women," he replied, earning a snort from Neferata. "As for my knights, they know how to behave, especially around your handmaidens." "That's a relief," she snarked. "Fine. You may have an audience with me." The Blood Knight sat amicably, placing his cup on the table. "I take it you did not come all this way to find joy in Manfred's latest scheme?" Oh no. Quite the opposite." Neferata stirred her cup as she nursed the murderous thoughts inside her head. "What he's planning may be the death of us all." "I concur," Wallach agreed. The others seemed to think so as well. Save for the Necrarchs, everyone else is in fear of the Necromancer's return. Then what is stopping the rest from sabotaging Manfred's plans altogether? Neferata whispered, keeping herself and her kin out of the conversation. Wallach smirked and said, "Well, from my observations, I'd say it has something to do with his new friends. Neferata raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean by friends?" "You'll see," Wallach cryptically answered. Just then, the entrance opened. The entire room grew silent as guests turned to the host of this main event. Manfred von Karstein, the lord who gathered them all here, with everyone save for the Blood Dragons wanting to know what the scheme he concocted was this time. Nagash's return was already an open secret at this rate. No point in hiding, Neferata thought. However, the clear look of confidence on his face seemed to speak of something else entirely. He was already outfitted in his suit of armor, implying war was imminent. One that Neferata found displeasing. "Greetings, thy honored guests," Manfred addressed. "I am pleased to see thou attend. Could you speak properly instead of that weird flowery crap you keep spouting about? Most of us can't understand a single word you just said." Wallach brazenly heckled, earning a lot of attention from the other attendants. Some glared at the affront that was given to the lord. Others had amused looks but kept quiet to not earn Manfred's wrath as he was now expressing. Fortunately, he only showed a smoldering glare and kept his anger to a simmer. "Fine," Manfred growled, none too pleased by the Grandmaster's heckle. "I am pleased that everyone is gathered here to witness the pinnacle of our kind's history. You all know what awaits us. The return of our master and the first of the necromancers, Nagash the Undying." The entire crowd began to murmur and whisper amongst each other. Not only did he confirm their suspicions, but he was also declaring with absolute certainty. The reactions of the crowd were mixed. Like Neferata, most did not wish to serve their lord and were content with the power they had in lording it over the people that served under them. On the other hand, the more vocal supporters, like the Necrarchs, showed eagerness to pledge fealty to the Master of Undeath. Of these Necrarchs, Zacharias the Ever-Living made his way through the crowd and spoke, "If what you speak is true, Count Manfred, then how do you propose this plan would come to fruition?" Manfred simply laughed under his breath and said, "Allow me to introduce you to my newest friends." Stepping to the side, the crowd stood witness to Manfred's newest guests. To say they were horrified was a complete understatement of their existence. First, it was the sensation that fell through. Neferata felt it before, but now it was palpable. She could see the other guests were recoiling as well. They felt the fear striking down on them just as she did. Those who did not found their hands moving to the hilt of their swords. Close beside her, Naima moved her hand across her mistress' belly whilst sliding her weapon from underneath her forearm. Even the savage Strigoi backed themselves into a corner as one, barking mad like dogs. Oddly, the only ones to not be afraid of were Wallach and his order. Of course, they were reputed to be brave and never one to back away from a fight. Yet, it was rather uncharacteristic of them not to even pull out their swords in the face of these new entities. And then they came. Pouring from the doors were hellish creatures that were not meant to exist. The first to come pouring through the doors were small tannish creatures with spikes jutting from the shoulders. Nimble and wiry to the eye, yet no less a threat to the uninitiated. Next came the larger and more brutish of their kinds. They were hulking masses of muscle and savagery, their heads being literal skulls with sunken amber eyes. Flashes of purple light almost blindsided the crowd as a gaunt purple creature towered over the nearest group before joining the rest of their ilk. The aberrants seemed to come worse than the last as horrific creatures of flesh and metal, ranging from hideous brain-like arachnids to giant skeletal beings to ogres with cannons grafted to their limbs. The smell of brimstone was in the air and overpowered the court's nostrils. The foul smell made the sin of corpses seem like a fresh bed of flowers. Neferata, already on edge with Manfred's latest schemes, stood from her seat and exclaimed, "What is the meaning of this, Manfred?" "Calm yourselves, my dearest guests," spoke Manfred, "for they are friends from the other side." "You summoned the demons of chaos?" Neferata recoiled. Hearing this, the undead were in an uproar and quickly raised their weapons and bared their fangs. Likewise, Manfred's infernal servants were ready to cause chaos as they responded with claw and fang. It was only when Wallach intervened and said, "Hold." By his command, the blood dragons quickly moved and stood between the vampires and the infernal beasts. Though instead of facing the demons, the knights faced their undead brethren, swords raised against them. "What is the meaning of this?" Zacharias demanded, hands glowing with necromantic magic. "Silence your tongue, Necrarch," Wallach snapped. "Manfred desires to explain himself, so save your breath." The vampire aristocrats were now silent, but brewing tension remained as they felt uncomfortable around this monstrous host. Neferata felt nothing but disgust as not only did Manfred have a host of demons behind him, he had now apparently earned the loyalty of the infamous Knightly Order. Manfred had an air of confidence flushing over him as he stood proudly and said, "Honored guests, be not afraid of these otherworldly beings, for they do not serve the powers of chaos. Indeed, from what I have been told, they hail from a place known as Hell, and they very much prefer to be called by the moniker, Demons. What difference would it make when they are the same breed of evil?" Neferata spoke in defiance, her guards now surrounding her for her safety. "Because we do not serve pretenders," outspoke a demon, "nor are we chained to this world's tethers." Emerging from the sea of demons and standing next to Manfred was a corrupted warrior. He stood impressively tall, taller than Wallach, and decked in earthy green armor that reminded Neferata of the famous Tilian pit fighters. His skin was pale white with corrupt veins seeping from underneath the chest plate protecting his left side, which had a red glow on it. Strange symbols were etched across his armor, with a few significant ones such as the belt buckle. 2 pauldrons covered his shoulders, the one larger on his left shoulder with heavy armor down the arm. 2 pairs of horns protruded from his bald scalp, the largest curving upwards while the smaller ones curved downwards to the side from the back, with a row of spikes going down the center of their forehead. And though a mask visibly covered his entire mouth, the upper half of his face was exposed to reveal a humanoid skull, with red eyes glowing from their sockets. Neferata felt wariness in confronting this demon. Even so, she stood with dignity and spoke. "And you? What are you?" "Their leader. An enforcer," he said. "A marauder, if you will, taking another's place in his absence." "And where is your master?" Neferata further inquired. Before the marauder could say further, Manfred interrupted and said, "That is a surprise making its way, eventually. Rest assured, he will arrive soon. Now please, give our new visitors the same courtesy as guests. They will provide plenty of entertainment throughout your stay." Subjectively, the marauder murmured, earning a subtle glare from Manfred. "Regardless of your feelings, the Hell denizens will contribute to the return of our master, as they will provide us with the means to crush the Empire, and all that repelled Sylvania from its true glory. But enough of that. More wine." The crowd cheered though, mostly for the wine. As for Neferata, she did not feel content with these demons around. Quite so, she was deeply disgusted. Not only did the world have to contend with the forces of chaos in the north, but they now have to deal with another otherworldly force that was beyond their understanding. They were now trapped between plague and pestilence. And to think Manfred von Karstein couldn't have sunken so low with his ego, she thought. Neferata watched as the demons began mingling with the vampires. The fact that wine was quickly and freely given by human servants seemed to have alleviated the latter's troubles a bit. The blood dragons, likewise, sheathed their weapons and dispersed to join the crowd once more. Their grandmaster was nowhere to be seen. Already, some nobles have begun rubbing shoulders with these hellish creatures, even taking an interest in their abilities and resourcefulness. Her faithful companion, Naima, leaned to her ear and whispered, "This does not bode well." "So I have noticed," Neferata grumbled. "I cannot for the life of me fathom the madness overtaking Vlad's bastard heir. However, this is a delicate situation that we must handle carefully." "Your orders." "For now, we will do nothing," Neferata answered, "and if we are given the opportunity, gather as much intel as possible. We must know more of these anomalies as soon as we can." Naima firmly nodded. Neferata kept her eyes on the heir of the von Karsteins, which quickly changed as she noticed the marauder staring directly at her. Those burning eyes bore through her, and it unnerved her quite well. Thankfully, it was not long until Manfred said something to the demonic warrior, gesturing him to follow outside the banquet. The urge to follow them was quickly repressed by her need to remain covert, remaining in her spot and passing herself off as unaware. For now, the event had gone accordingly as planned, Manfred reflected. So for the fact that he was slighted by the disrespect of a few guests did not bode him well, one of which was now walking beside him to discuss other matters. "It is unwise to speak ill of your host. I do not serve you. But your master does." Manfred, discouraged, his disdain made clear. So best you wizened up, unless you wish to be disciplined. The marauder growled lowly to his displeasure but kept quiet. It did not help that the marauder reached 6'8" compared to Manfred's humble 6 foot. The only relief the vampire lord could find was that the warrior was subservient to him in some capacity. I thought so. Manfred sneered. Speaking of which, any news from your lord? I'm growing impatient with his lateness. He has reclaimed an artifact from the walking vermin, answered the marauder. Though, I am to inform you that he is now making his way to Bretonnia to aid the leash. Good tidings, indeed, Manfred said in good spirit, before turning downcast by the latter news. But I seriously doubt Archon would need such help. From what I have gathered, the leash is dealing with betrayal by a human necromancer known as Heinrich Himmler. Himmler, Manfred said venomously, almost as if the name was a curse. Will your master succeed? My lord is a master of war. His craft is unparalleled. He will make short of this treachery. La Maisontle, Bretonnia. The sacred vault that housed the most powerful relics and artifacts rocked as bursts of necrotic magic flung and blasted outside its walls. Were it not for the growing darkness, one would see the holy grounds desecrated by mounds of corpses save for the few fires lighting in the night, both fresh and decayed. The secrets of the vaults were just within Archon's reach. The Leash King recoiled in pain as a blast of magic struck his chest. Archon took cover behind a corpse mound, raising them to take the full brunt of the magical energies. His enemy, likewise, raised his own and met with Archon's puppets with unyielding obedience. Both enslaved armies fought in perpetual stalemate. Any lesser necromancer would have crumbled were it not for the fact that Archon's enemy was Heinrich Himmler, the greatest living necromancer of the world. Traitorous worm, cried the enraged Archon. You think standing in the way will stop the procession? You would only delay the inevitable. His opponent laughed at his proclamations. Fool, you talk as if you wouldn't have done the same to me, that I am some means to an end, and you the clever one, but you presume too much. I too want what's in the vault if only to destroy what remains of your master's trinkets. Condemn him to an eternity of suffering between realms in the name of my dark masters. Archon seethed with anger, corrupted magic flowing within him. Insufferable nuisance. Once I take your soul and restore my master to his glory, your gods will know fear. Better this world fall to chaos than be a slave to that skeleton. Himmler decried. Both masters of death shot out beams of death. Around them, a tide of corpses washed and waned with cacophonies of steel and axe-meeting chainmail and flesh. In that battle, the tide would soon go in Himmler's favor. Entering the skirmish, a mighty white and blood-coated plate mail appeared. Long has his flesh decayed under the cursed armor, now held up by his bones and dark magic. His presence was announced as his shadow loomed over the sea of corpses. Huge and mighty was his stature, did his black axe find reach in his unnaturally strong hands, swinging into the undead masses with ease and efficiency. Krell, cried Himmler. Protect your master. Kill the lich. Hurry. Yes, master. Alert, the white known as Krell had his sights on the disciple of Nagash. It mattered little to the white as he forced his way toward Archon, cutting swathes in his way. Himmler smiled with glee as his champion made his way through, with the Leash King now focusing on the approaching white with extreme wariness. Even with his mastery of magic and experience in close quarters, Krell's sheer size and superior strength of arms would decimate the Leash King completely. Summoning skeletal warriors to his side, Archon ordered them to attack the white to slow him down, summoning a beam of death to hurriedly whittle at his defenses. The magic struck Krell's chest, but the white was undeterred, resisting it whilst cutting down undead attackers. Himmler supported his champion with a barrage of deadly spells thrown in Archon's way, keeping the latter distracted from engaging further. Overwhelmed and with little room for offense, Archon had no choice but to back away from the fight, summoning more of his minions to protect his flank. But the White Lord had already gained speed, charging through the skeletons like a bull. With his axe raised, Krell was within reach. Desperation consumed Archon as he pulled out his sword to defend his own life. But just before the axe could fall, a portal of fire and oblivion appeared, and out of it burst a hand of demonic origins, carrying with it the legendary Fell Blade. The accursed weapon locked blades with Krell's mighty axe, pushing him even with his feet dragging into the dirt back as a mighty demon stepped out. His crimson skin and violet aura shone brightly even in the dark. A towering figure of dark power, the demon managed to stand taller than the already imposing white by 2 heads. Archon looked up to find Manfred's newest partner, Aeliger, pushing the white with effortless strength. So much, Archon mistook the demon for giving a light shove. Even so, Krell stumbled back in surprise at Aeliger's strength. Entering the field, a ring of fire was formed around them, repelling any interferences from either side of the undead. Your timely arrival was much needed, Aeliger. Archon spoke in gratitude, standing beside the STA. I came here as soon as I could. Aeliger replied, flashing the weapon to him. I take it the partnership ended? The monastery is within reach, Archon informed. Just one more obstacle that needs removing. Then leave this to me. Aeliger grinned. Hold the blade. I have no need of it. The Archvile planted the fell blade into the ground, leaving it to Archon. Approaching with eerie calmness, Aeliger dodged the white's great swing of his axe with ease, ducking and weaving from Krell's reach with graceful intuition. Thrice did the white strike before the Archvile caught the grip of the axe with one of his larger clawed hands. Krell struggled to push the blade as Aeliger twisted his weapon out of the way with incredible ease. Archon felt strangely satisfied to see such a lumbering warrior fighting for his life while a mortified Kimmler looked on helplessly. Krell took one hand and punched the archvile hard in the face. Aeliger did not seem at all fazed, which made Krell even more angry and punched the demon harder. The archvile caught the hand, however, and channeled a burst of hell magic throughout Krell's body. The wight let go of his weapon, staggered as the dark magic was being burned away from the inside. Exposed to his opponent, Aeliger took the opportunity and snagged the wight's leg with his tail in the distraction, flailing the latter around the ground in amusement. This went on for half a minute before Krell was thrown near the edge of the ring, severely damaged and too crippled to stand. Triumphant, Aeliger made his victory known by raising his enemy's weapon in the air, engulfing himself in violet hellfire before slamming the axe down to the ground with dramatic flair. The ring of fire suddenly expanded around the surrounding area, scorching both land and undead to ash. Kimmler, seeing the fire sweep across, managed to summon a magical protection circle around, protecting him from the unholy flames. By the time the flames died out, only Aeliger, Archon, Kimmler, and Krell were the last ones standing, the rest burnt to ashes from the hellfire. Kimmler's magic dissipated slowly as the wizened necromancer stood up from his spot. He nervously witnessed the archvile stand up to his fullest height, looking down at the human wizard with a look of contempt and apathy on its face. The demon stood where he was, though, as Archon approached with a calm but clear sense of entitlement, the fell blade now within his grasp. Kimmler rushed towards his champion, raising his staff only to feel a scorching pain from his palm. The necromancer dropped his staff to nurse his hand. The staff then levitated and flew toward the demon's hand. Powerless, Kimmler stood with what little dignity he had left. "Fortune smiles upon me, Kimmler," gloated the Lich King. "Your gods have failed you at the precipice of your glory. Get on it, with you damn skeleton," spat Kimmler, turning red with anger. "Kill me, but don't expect me to kneel before your master. I am but one servant to the gods, for there are many more before me, and many who will be more than happy to destroy you." Kimmler then pointed at the demon and yelled, "And you? The gods know of your existence. Oh yes, they know all about you and your ilk. And when the end times come, they will break free and wage war upon you." "War," Aeliger uttered, grinning as he spoke it. "I like that. Enough of your babbling, Kimmler." Archon silenced. "Time to pay your dues." Archon raised his staff and prepared a spell. Kimmler stood with a look of defiance on his face, ready to face his death, all while Krell desperately tried to stand up to protect his life support. Such fate was prevented, however, as the demon lowered Archon's staff, much to the surprise of both wizards. "Lord Archon, if I may," Aeliger announced. "Perhaps the wizard should be spared. A second chance, if you will it." What? Both necromancers spoke in bewilderment. Archon yelled in outrage, "Are you insane? You want this waste of skin to live only to stab us in the back again. Mefred entrusted me that you would excel in war, not in competence." "Oh, you are mistaken, Lord Archon," Aeliger argued. "I do not expect him to join our cause. But I am a sucker for second chances, and with a fair trial." Archon grumbled at the prospect but cooled his temper to hear reason. "How do you propose this to be handled?" "Simple. Trial by combat." "I beg to differ," Kimmler protested. "I am far from skilled facing you, demon. This fight would be a one-sided victory for you." "Then trial by champion then," Aeliger corrected. "Me against yours. Second round. If you accept, that is." Kimmler, seeing his opportunity, smiled upon his chance and eagerly said, "Yes, I will gladly accept those terms." Archon, upon hearing it, grumbled at the thought of this ritual. "So be it. 1. Final. Duel." "Very well." Aeliger threw back his staff. "Make every moment count." Wasting no time, Kimmler channeled all of his perverse magic into his damaged champion. The wight stood up, now reinvigorated with power flowing through him. The archvile then tossed the black axe back to its original owner. Krell's eyes burned with unholy green fires, menacingly dragging the blade across the ground with murderous intent, followed by his master laughing maniacally whilst approaching. "Fool, such chivalry has cost you your chances of victory. And I, Kimmler, greatest living necromancer to exist, will prove the consequences of such foolish actions." Hava hava ha ha ha. The mad wizard had lost all restraint and senses. His minion was at full power. It took every juice to enhance Krell to even the odds. Despite this, Aeliger remained serene at the display, much to Archon's perturbed wariness. Indeed, Aeliger concurred, distracting himself with a small fiery projection in his hand. "You truly earned that title. Just not the brightest." "Not the brightest?" Kimmler rebuked. "I have enchanted Krell to unimaginable power through years of mastered sorcery. And you have the nerve to say I am not the brightest? Well, my dear Kimmler." Aeliger glanced up with boredom in his eyes. "Chivalry indeed saved you, for a few more seconds." "What ash?" The archdemon's finger snapped, and Kimmler's body was split in half from the shoulder. Krell's embedded itself into the ground right where his former master was standing. Blood and guts fell and stained his axe as Kimmler's split toppled in different directions. Kimmler, helpless as he lay dying on the ground, silently muttered, "Why?" back to his favorite minion, whose eyes now changed to an infernal red light. The wight coldly responded by ripping out his former master's head along with his spine from the body. Aeliger looked on, gratified by his own masterful ploy, while Archon's jaw dropped from its place, instinctively catching it with his hands. I had not foreseen this, said a bewildered Archon fixing his jaw up. How is this possible? Quite simple, dear Archon, Aeliger began lecturing. A tap of my power was inserted in our fine white. You can already predict how that went. Speak of the devil. How are you feeling, Krell? More than better, Krell growled, rolling his shoulders. Despite my gratitude for the sorcerer's magic for bringing me back, he outlived his usefulness. And I have you to thank for freeing me from his influence. I grew bored of his ramblings. Well said, agreed Aeliger. With all the obstacles out of the way, the abbey is ours to take. But first, Aeliger gestured the white to give him the head. The archdemon caught it when thrown and looked straight into Kimmler's cold, dead eyes. Through the milky white windows, he saw the gods of chaos sitting in their lofty prisons. All stared with angry and contemptuous disgust, but could not lay a finger beyond their realm. And that only made Aeliger all the more eager to rub it in their faces with profound audacity and triumph. Witness me. Aeliger gloated. Witness the power that you could have kept so long ago. The benefits of loyalty. Finishing his chance meeting, Aeliger purified the skull by dousing it in hellfire. The flesh and blood burned away with nothing but a clean white skull left behind. Tossing it back to Krell, Aeliger ordered, keep it. The others might need evidence. Not a necessity, but it doesn't hurt to dispel naysayers. Archon noted, picking up the weapons and robes of Kimmler himself. Now then, to the abbey. Taking Archon's words, the three made their way to the abbey. Long had it been abandoned by its defenders, many of whom were now dead during its defense, that the three approached the vault at a leisurely pace. The vault door was enormous and heavily fortified to protect its relics. Aeliger, however, bypassed this with magic. Easily, the door melted to molten metal, cooling down immediately after. Inside, the three were greeted with many relics and artifacts in the storage. Some were magical in nature, others hidden knowledge kept in the dark, but none interested more than what the three sought after. Resting on display was the final piece of Nagash's power. There, the powers of its black magic glowed and emanated from its contained form. Alakanesh, Archon muttered with great reverence, approaching the staff with careful hands. Slowly, he held his master's prized artifact with pride and joy. With the fell blade and Alakanesh in hand, my master's return comes ever closer. Then let us celebrate fast, Aeliger urged. Manfred's guests await our return. Soon, the archdemon summoned a dark red portal before them. Archon went in first, followed by Krell. Aeliger was the last to go, falling behind as he heard a scurrying behind him. With a glance over his shoulder, the archdemon noticed something hiding behind one of the shelves. It was quick, but Aeliger spotted the blue tabard before it hid away. Aeliger stood there for a moment, before deciding to simply enter the portal with a knowing smile. With the portal closed, the stranger slowly walked out of his hiding spot. His armor was torn and battered in the battle against the undead. His blue tabard revealed a unicorn's head over a fleur-de-lis, the symbol of Canel's, belonging to none other than the Duke himself, Tancred II. A white cloth wrapped around his bloodied head wound. An injury caught on by an undead smashing his head over with a mace. Were it not for his helmet, he would have joined his brothers at the lady's side. But fate decided otherwise. The Duke sighed with regret, having lost his chance of ending the threat. Yet, his conscience spoke of making the pragmatic decision of staying hidden. Given his wounds, it was perhaps for the best. And in some ways, the death of Kimmler alleviated the pain of the innocent, even if that opportunity was robbed of him. Bending down on one knee, he prayed to the Lady of the Lake. "Forgive me, my lady," he regretfully said. "I did not have the heart to strike at the precise moment, but I live another day to atone for that mistake, and I will repay it by gathering more allies against this enemy." Turning away with renewed conviction, Tancred began to march his way out when he was ambushed by several undead skeletons. The Duke raised his sword with reinvigorated hatred, while the undead had spears and swords pointed at him. From behind, archers stood but kept their bows low to the ground. A standoff began, with neither Tancred nor the skeletons making any advances. Intense silence passed, giving enough time for the Tancred to analyze the equipment on them. Though old and aged in appearance, the gear was well maintained and more ornate if he could best describe it. The undead stood with perfect form and stance. Eventually, a new figure approached. It was obvious that this was the leader. What he did not was the woman figure it had on its bandaged body. She wore a beautiful golden mask which concealed only half of it, showing a shriveled and dried face behind the broken half. She approached with graceful and fluid movement. This did not discourage Tancred from lowering his sword. To him, the undead were a plague upon the innocent. One cannot tell friend from foe with them, for they slaughter indiscriminately against the living. "Stay back, fallen dead," Tancred barked. "Though I am wounded, I am not so hesitant to drag every one of you down with me." Upon hearing his threat, the skeletons made theirs. Spearmen and swordsmen took a step close with weapons held high, while archers now aimed at the lone knight. But the female undead raised her hand in protest, her followers lowering their weapons and standing upright. Tancred expressed confusion until the undead woman spoke up. "I see you are ignorant of the ways of Nehekara," she said sternly, "but I am willing to ignore such a slight for the sake of the greater world. I am High Queen Khalida Nefer of Liberus, and I am here on behalf of Setra the Imperishable as mandated by His Majesty." Upon hearing this, Tancred slowly lowered his weapon to the ground. Reluctant albeit relieved somewhat, Tancred introduced himself. "Duke Tancred II of Canels. What is your business here, High Queen?" We have common cause, you and I. Khalida answered emotionlessly. So tell me, Duke Tancred, where is Archon? Chapter 18, The Lurking Darkness. Neferata sipped her drink, watching one of those imps juggle its fireballs like some carnival performer before its undead spectators. The crowd seemed amused by its performance, though certainly not the only one to gain attraction. Plenty of other guests marveled at the exotic breeds performing. The Lamian queen, as she digested new information, studied them from a scholar's mind. It didn't hurt that the demons also had some sort of guide to explain the biology and behavior like zoo exhibits. Said guides were comprised of entities with golden masks and red cloaks called makers. She didn't get much information about them save for their drones. It still made her curious, and she will have to dig into them another time. As for the demonic breeds, Neferata took the time to study them all before retiring to her seat. Most seemed completely docile or disciplined enough not to harm the attendants. The more feral ones, though, had to be contained in magical circles with undead soldiers standing on guard for good measure. The first few she witnessed did not stand out save for bizarre ones like the cacodemons, which greatly resembled cyclopic meatballs that aimlessly floated around until they devoured their prey with their large toothy maws. The creatures seemed to just harmlessly bump against their magical prison or bump into each other, and continued to do so repeatedly like a balloon with no sense of awareness. She discovered pinkies, which were battering rams due to their bone plates shielding much of their faces, but leaving their backs vulnerable during charges against formidable foes. They bore a striking resemblance to squigs among the greenskins, except for the emanating hell energy, Hell Knights, the towering gray behemoths acting as shock troops and enforcers for Hellspawn, and prowlers. Lanky purple creatures similar to imps but distinguished by their spiral, three-eyed visages. And those were just the flesh and bone ones. The half-metal monstrosities captured Neferata's attention and raised her concern. Among the various iterations, certain ones were particularly notable. The Revenants, aggressive, giant skeletal creatures with jetpacks enabling flight and twin shoulder cannons. The Mancubi, resembling bald ogres with arm-attached cannons. The serpent-like whiplashes that strike with chain whips affixed to their thumb claws. The Arachnitrons, brain-like spider demons with cybernetic legs and a mounted gun. And the enhanced Dread Knights, an advanced form of Hell Knights. These were cybernetically augmented with dual wrist-mounted energy blades and filled with synthetic chemicals to heighten their combat aggression. There were plenty of other cybernetic demons that Neferata acknowledged, but the larger variations indeed made something of a spectacle for even her to be impressed by. Intimidated but impressed. She did not have the obsessive thirst for knowledge like the Necrarchs, but the information was her forte nonetheless. This made it even more alarming that Manfred had somehow succeeded in forming an alliance with these abominations. And if what the von Karstein patriarch said earlier about Nagash was true. Neferata took another sip to steady her nerves. She was uneasy about the direction things were heading and knew she had to find a way to halt everything. Sabotage was essential, yet the timing was everything. Deep in the Viper's nest, she had to blend in. An observer was already monitoring her every move. The demonic Green Knight, known as the Marauder, had announced his presence with a formidable aura. His posture and attitude signaled readiness for combat, always vigilant and unyielding. Notably, several countesses, some from Neferata's own lineage, attempted to engage him, but he met them with hostility and rejection. What stood out even more was the visible alarm of the vampires, who retreated in fear. This was an unusual spectacle, as the undead seldom show fear, save for the sun or sacred relics. His domineering presence made Wallach and his order appear relatively at ease despite their usual cold stoicism. Indeed, the Marauder seemed to command the greatest authority among his sizable peers, with the exception of Manfred. The other demons were intent on avoiding attention as he surveyed the entire ball. He appeared almost cognizant of the Queen of Lamia's subtle glances, even as she endeavored to project an air of obliviousness. The vampire swiftly reminded herself to tread cautiously around him. Neferata nursed her drink and pretended to mind her business. Looking elsewhere, she saw the von Karstein patriarch on a balcony above the ball. She noted that smug grin he had even from this distance. Manfred's ego was threatening the delicate balance of power. And soon, the world. Not long after, his servant, Elise, appeared to his side and whispered something in his ear. His grin grew ever bigger before quickly disappearing, presumably heading downstairs. Neferata grew suspicious and felt something was wrong. Predictably, that something came in the form of a dark red portal. 3 monstrous beings emerged, with Neferata recognizing Archon appearing among them. It had been so long since she had laid eyes on him. A strange sense began to wash over her. Something once thought lost. Such feelings, however, quickly died down as she saw the other two. The second was a large monstrous wight carrying a mighty axe. She recognized him as a servant of Kimmler, yet she saw no sign of his master. Strangely, his glowed the same red light that these demons had. The third entity was an enigma, yet its presence was no less intimidating. Towering over the ancient Krell, a formidable champion of chaos, the figure was shrouded in a voluminous black robe adorned with purple and gold motifs, which only added to its ominous aura. Despite the layers of fabric, Neferata could discern the creature's exposed hands and the glimpse of a face, both a ghastly crimson red and skeletal. His lengthy bony tail lashed out from behind before retreating back into the folds of his garment. As it moved forward, the demons in the ball knelt before his presence. Lords and ladies of the midnight aristocracy, Arhan announced his arrival. I, Arhan the Black, am pleased to see many heed the call of our master, for I bring the relics of our master's former power. Gesturing the largest of the two, the robed figure raised his hands in the air, taking Neferata by surprise to see a smaller pair of hands emerge from his robes. The being summoned forth ancient artifacts not seen since Nagash's failed conquest of the world. The fell blade which was in the hands of the Skaven and said to have cut down the necromancer by the hero of Kimri, Al-Khadizr, and Alakanesh, the legendary staff that channeled Nagash's magic. The crowd, sensing the strong magic in the relics, drew an encore as the Leash King earned approval before dying down. Yet I could not have achieved such relics were it not for the aid of this demon. He then directed their attention to the cloaked demon, who simply bowed graciously. Please, Lord Archon, you speak too graciously. The demon spoke humbly. I only came to your aid at the last minute. Even so, I would not allow an ally to fall at the hands of the Chaos Wretches. The demon noticeably clenched a fist as he mentioned the great enemy in the north, then directing his attention to the audience. Forgive me, where are my manners? I am Aeliger, a hellborn in service to the host of this very banquet. The crowd applauded to his presence if uneased. The demon continued, I see that my servants have been entertaining during your stay. I hope they have played well as gracious hosts. Why wouldn't they? A voice erupted from the entrance, revealing Manfred accompanied by Elias. They have proved interesting for the guests. Greetings, Aeliger. And to you, Arhan. I am pleased to see you are both well. And it is great tidings that you bear gifts to our master. He then quickly noticed the fallen Chaos champion among them. And a new servant, apparently. But tell me, what became of Kimler? He has been dealt with, answered Archon, with Krell pulling a skull on his belt as proof. Ah, such a great gift. I take it the white now belongs to us? To Nagash, yes. Krell spoke up as if correcting the vampire. Kimler was but a tool in my resurrection. It was only a matter of opportunity did I spring at the chance of betrayal. Now I can serve the great necromancer without impunity. So you have. Manfred noted. Neferata was quick to notice the subtle growl in his voice. It seems the Count was not pleased to hear such a declaration. She fought the urge to smirk knowing Manfred's plans weren't completely in line as expected. Still, the Count hid it well from the presumably ignorant crowd. He continued, nonetheless, your arms will benefit Nagash's army greatly. For who better to serve as our master's executioner none other than you? The White said nothing in response, prompting Manfred to continue. Now that everyone's here, another gift has blessed us. With a snap of his fingers, the darkness behind was overrun by a legion of soldiers. They donned armor akin to the Marauders, marching in unison like a professional army. Despite some mutated or exposed areas, each warrior stood tall and disciplined, clad in a fusion of Tillian and Norscan armor. They dwarfed even the Blood Dragons, standing in silence and uniformity. Their helmets concealed most of their heads, except for the visors that revealed their disfigured faces. Soon, there was movement from the rear as two warriors made their way forward to greet their leader. The first bore a striking resemblance to a Britannian knight, but in the colors of his troops and with a frayed red cape trailing behind him. His two lieutenants were just as formidable. To his right, a warrior stood, as immense as a barbarian from the Chaos Wastes. His armor, though less cumbersome, still gave him a colossal appearance, as if he were about to burst forth from it. In his grasp, he held a massive gun, adorned with skulls beneath the barrel. She was clueless about the device, which only fueled her curiosity. The most striking feature on him was his eyes. Initially, she thought he wore some kind of spectacles. However, upon closer inspection, she realized they were implanted into his eye sockets, moving peculiarly in and out of where his eyes should be. His lips had decayed, revealing teeth that appeared to be deliberately sharpened. To the knight's left, the third figure was hooded, shorter than the first two but equally imposing. His biceps and arms, veined with pulsing black lines, were bare and had strange bone-like protrusions jutting from his forearms. Like Aeliger, his hood concealed most of his head except his face, revealing a maw of teeth that seemed to have burst through his gums and cheeks. Neferata could tell that these three commanded respect from the others. The knight, Neferata presumed was the captain, saluted the demon with an arm crossing to his left shoulder. Lord Aeliger, he spoke, addressing his master, the mission was a success. We have captured the final sacrifice. Wondrous news, Drakas. Aeliger congratulated. I take it the Natin enjoyed his hunt? He proved to be a challenge. The hooded one growled, but one that I had no trouble in finding. The Natin gave a whistle call, and shortly after, a creature appeared. It resembled one of the pinkies, except its hind legs were mechanical and attached to its lower half. Its horns protruded forward, long enough to skewer any unfortunate enemy. Affixed to its back was the worn figure of a man, bound tightly. Dressed in animal furs and rags, Neferata quickly surmised he was either a holy man of Tal or a shaman of Gur. The knight, Drakas, then barked orders in a language Neferata had never heard before two subordinates came in. Both of them untied his restraints before dragging him to his feet. The man was clearly dazed with a head wound and had manacles that seemed to glow with strange runes. Neferata could smell the magic off the blood that flowed from his wound, as did the guests. If not for the presence of the demonic hosts, the less restrained vampires would have gone into a frenzy. He seems lifeless. Bemoaned Arhan, voicing slight disapproval. This is not good. On the contrary, big bones. The Titanic Marauder spoke up speaking like an orc before pulling out a strange rod from his hip. nothing a little shock wouldn't hurt. Gripping the weapon tighter, the rod's end burst with electricity and shocked the man awake in a screaming fit, earning a hideous chuckle from the behemoth. "Wakey, wakey," he taunted the now-conscious man. "Enjoyed your little nap, did ya?" The man was quickly aware of his surroundings and, without hesitation, spat at his captor's face. The marauder recoiled in disgust before whipping the man's face with the rod. The shaman cried out as his nose broke and dislocated from the blunt trauma. Drakas and Krell quickly moved forward, with the former barking harsh words at his subordinate in native tongue. The large marauder quickly snarled back with bared teeth, and Krell raised his axe dangerously close to stop the feud. Aeliger, watching the scene with surprising patience, simply raised his hand, and his subject soon turned quiet. "Unnecessary, Torment," admonished Aeliger, speaking with the tone of a parent would say to a child, "but the damage seems to be superficial. Good. Take him to the others. We shall discuss more at a later time." Soon, the shaman was hauled away by his captors, but not before screaming threats. "May the crows feast on your corpses and the dogs piss on you after." Before long, Manfred began to speak once more. "Apologies to my guests," Manfred feigned to the audience. "Despite their lack of decorum, these fine soldiers have provided excellent performance and duties. It is they who have brought glory to Nagash. Hail to the immortals of Amora." As soon as he gave name, the warriors stood at attention and broke into a war cry. The crowd were taken aback and turned dead silent upon reaction, with only the horned marauder following his brothers and Wallach's cabal remaining stoic if admiring their discipline. Manfred's gloating smile made Neferata almost turn with disgust before the vampire gestured his demonic guests to settle. As quick as ants, all so-called immortals turned heel and presumably to wherever barracks Manfred had appointed them to. The three introduced marauders simply stood in place, awaiting their master's orders. Neferata could tell that, besides the as-of-yet named Horned One, these were more than likely Aeliger's lieutenants. "Soon," Manfred announced, "but none are near as accomplishing of that which I now possess." After which, the Count began to pull something under his cloak. It glowed green and light before he held it up in the air. The crowd gaped in awe at the great and terrible relic that he now bestowed upon their eyes. "The crown of Nagash," Zacharias cried out. Manfred could only grin in triumph as they all witnessed the proof of his superiority. "Yes," he said, "look upon what I grasp in my hands. The glory to which I now hold and submit my fealty to Nagash. But do not weep for my glory. Cheer and dance to this day. Indulge in the wine of my success and spoils of my charity to all." The crowd roared with applause, and so did the demons. They howled and beat their chests upon declaration. The once silent halls of the castle was now filled with malevolent cries and laughter. Even Neferata, who had always held a dim view of Vlad's spawn, could not help but admire his success of the impossible if not for the obvious devils he had made beds with. "Now allow me to speak with the leaders of the respective houses here, for we such plans to discuss." Manfred's declaration was soon followed by scuttling imps who approached the most powerful and influential. Neferata was among those, being approached by one crouching low as if to show it was subservient. Naima was quick to stand between it and her mistress, but Neferata gestured to let it through. The creature simply bowed its head before gesturing for her to follow. The Queen of the Silver Pinnacle walked graciously and soon noticed the other leaders being led as well. Wallach, as usual, strode with the air of a warrior. Zacharias followed and had a look of intrigue and investment on his face, looking almost excited to know more of hell for the sake of feeding his own thirst for knowledge. Lastly, and much to her disgust, one of those lumbering strigoi had but a ragged and torn black cape over its body. Two horns stuck out and misplaced, one on the left side of his temple and the other protruding its chin. Neferata barely hid her disgust when the damn thing got a little close to her as they all walked to Manfred's direction. The robed demon lifted one of his smaller arms and a crimson portal opened behind them. Manfred, Arhan, Krell, and Aeliger went in first, followed by the latter's lieutenants and the rest of the bloodline leaders. Once Neferata passed through, time and space felt distorted, and all she could see was total darkness. Briefly, she could have sworn she was hearing whispers, yet closely, she realized she was the sound of screaming. Before long, she found herself in a different section of the building, or something along the lines. Briefly, she felt slight disorientation from leaving the portal and did her best to steady herself. And she was not the only one, as Zacharias and the loathsome beast were dizzied from the portal as well. The rest seemed to have weathered it better or had grown accustomed to the transition. The others didn't seem to notice, thankfully, as they looked upon the giant spiral of unnatural green magic swirling in the center. Soon, Neferata felt what little soul there was in her body suddenly left as she quickly realized where she was. "This place," she gasped. "This is the Tower of Nagashizer." "Yes, dear Neferata," said Arhan. "Welcome to the Master's home." Already, a sense of marvel and horror overcame her, as did the rest. "I thought I would never step foot in the domain of our Lord." Zacharias spoke, amazement shining through his sunken eyes. "Oh, the knowledge to be found here." Suddenly, the giant spiral grew ever brighter, and a voice cried out. "Knowledge only I alone possess, Zacharias. Knowledge only I can use to unmake your ambition." Immediately, both vampires and undead knelt before the voice. A voice that overcame them like a rushing tide. The Hellborn bowed, though, much slower to kneel. Most of the vampires trembled warily at the speaker, for none could command such fear as the first of the dead, the great necromancer. "Nagash, Master." Arhan greeted. The long-lost relics have finally been returned, along with the sacrifices required to return you to your former glory. All has gone accordingly. If it has been said, then why do I remain here still? Nagash questioned. Why have I not yet been released from my prison? This does little to show your service like these wretches before me. Please have patience, my lord. Arhan quickly assuaged, the fear escaping his breath. More Slibe is set to come soon. The stars will align, and I will assure you your resurrection will go without incident. And I demand nothing but the greatest of this procession. Nagash replied, You have served me well, Arkan. But my patience grows thin with the passage of time. I will not wait for another 1,000 years because of an oversight on your part, nor the others. I will return. I will conquer. And I will be in control of this world. Fail me, and you will never know rest. Yes, master. Arkan bowed his head. Your return will be imminent. Soon after, the presence of Nagash subsided as the necromancer retreated to his prison. The others stood up, with some harrowed from his presence. Even the strongest wills like Manfred and Wallach were visibly wary of Nagash's wrath. Now then, Manfred spoke, you all understand your parts in this. We all owe the Great One our services to him. And what shall we do from here on? Neferata inquired. For now, nothing. Arhan answered, at least nothing too important. However, Count Manfred and I have had a discussion, and we wish for all of us to combine our forces for the return of our lord. You speak as if we have already agreed to your demands. The Strigoi spoke. Neferata looked at the aberrant with surprise, not because of his monstrous appearance hiding intelligence. After all, he was not chosen to attend this event for nothing, but the fact that he was speaking in fluent Reichspiel, and being rather consistent, more so than his deluded brethren. Demands that which cannot be refused, Prince Gashnag. Krell spoke up, voice teetering on threatening. Those who turn away against our creator will do well as to not incur the wrath of Nagash. That which is his appointed executioner, me. The White soon gripped his weapon closely with implied provocation. Wallach and the Marauders seemed to follow suit, all of them placing their hands close to the grips of their respective weapons. The Strigoi growled lowly. Though, to Neferata's sensitive ears, it sounded more like a voice of compliance than outright aggression. Eventually, the Strigoi finally answered, I will be sure to keep the other Strigoi in line. As will I, Zacharias spoke after. The Necrarchs will be happy to serve Nagash once more. Manfred wryly smiled to hear more numbers added to the reserves, as did Archon, who nodded approvingly to the Necrarch's subservience. And you, dear Neferata? Archon turned to the Queen of Lamia. What say you? Neferata dreaded the thought of being complicit in the resurrection of Nagash, but she already expected this outcome and steeled herself. Like any mask, she hid her true feelings and answered, My bloodline will attend their duties to her master. Excellent. Manfred exclaimed ecstatically, We shall discuss more in time. For now, I will let all of you part and mingle with your acolytes. I must speak with Aeliger and his entourage and configure the arrangement of our armies. With this union, the world will tremble before the might of Nagash. Manfred soon gestured the rest and said, Leave and take rest. Elias will arrange rooms for all of you. Soon after, Aeliger did another display of his magic, and the portals appeared behind all but Manfred, Arhan, Aeliger, and their subordinates. The other lords left without question save for Neferata, who had prepared to map it when Arhan stopped her suddenly. Neferata, he called out, halting her steps before she could step through the portal. The vampires pivoted to find the Lich advancing towards her, the White trailing behind him, and with serene composure, he greeted him. Would you honor me by accepting my invitation to exchange stories for the sake of old times? Lord Archon, I. She began formally, recognizing the glint of ancient history in his revered eyes. Beyond him, she noticed Manfred retreating, walking beside the demon Aeliger, flanked by corrupted servants. Her gaze then settled on the Horned One, who returned her stare with equal intensity before until he was prodded by the largest of his fellows to follow the others. See no reason as not to accept it. Even as his flesh had long withered away, Neferata could still see a spark of joy in his hallowed eyes. Manfred could express nothing but delight in seeing his plans coming to fruition. Victory after victory, he felt emboldened by the repeated successes coming his way. The lords and ladies of Sylvania were not only in his pockets, but the other bloodlines were ensnared as well. He would have done it by himself, but his partnership with the Archvile only moved the schedule faster than expected. Now, him and the demons were walking down the cold halls of the great tower itself, Aeliger alongside him while his lieutenants and their mutt followed behind. Further ahead, they saw wandering whites marching in formation emerging from another passage and passing the other way, ignoring their presence entirely. Manfred and his cohorts continued forward, making their way to the prisoner. Not the sacrifices, but the one Manfred had kept to himself. You have done well, Aeliger, he complimented the demon walking beside him. Your services have guaranteed me a stranglehold on all these fools. Now, I have the means to dash. Serve the great necromancer with greater claim. Aeliger interrupted, speaking in a tone that Manfred had caught on to. Yes, he replied. Stopping immediately, the two looked in all directions of the hall they were in. So did the corrupted knights as well, looking all over and searching for any potential eavesdroppers. Soon, the demon's exposed head glowed in eerie violet light as he connected his mind with the vampire and continued on. I am pleased to hear such praises, Lord Manfred. He spoke telepathically, but we are far from reaching the finishing line. Even with the others getting their acts together, I believe some will voice concerns over the ritual, of which I am not so easily blinded by, Manfred replied, and who can blame them? Nagash has been a thorn for all of us, and it's time I take his throne and lay claim to it as the master of my destiny. And you will, Aeliger added, but for your sake, I would advise you to keep those ambitions in check. As human sayings go, pride goeth before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall. Such a way with words, the humans, Manfred bemused, but they will be the ones to fall, not I. That I do not doubt, your lordship, Aeliger stroked. Still, with the coming of Nagash, we will have to motion setbacks to weaken the necromancer first. Even in his imprisonment, I can sense his power has not faded. That and his followers are ready to defend him. I am no stranger to such, Manfred groaned, and to think such a task would be easy. Every goal has its risks. Aeliger lectured, smiling insidiously after, and so too its rewards. I am grateful for your wisdom, Manfred reminded, even if there is a catch to your service. The only catches there are, Aeliger started correcting, are your allegiances to Hell's dominion, and my lust for endless war. I can appreciate your simple desire, Manfred went on, but how can I be certain Hell will not try and play their hand in my ascension? Rest assured, Lord Manfred, Aeliger assuaged his patron, I will speak on your behalf and see to it that the other houses will recognize your sovereignty and autonomy as one of its rulers. That said, I cannot hold your hand all the time once this world has been annexed, but I doubt you'll have any issue carving your own throne on the other side. Manfred contemplated thoughtfully about the demon's words. I would desire more and seek to rule over Hell, but that is another conquest to be planned later. Many have vied for the title of Dark Lord, shrugged the demon, but I commend your patience and focus on the main task ahead of you, Lord. Small steps, Lord. Even I find that simplistic from one such as you, Manfred called out. The demon showed no slights to the comment and said, elementary, yes. But no matter what, every plan and goal has to have a foundation. A foundation built upon the bodies of my slain enemies and fallen. Agreed, he said out loud. Soon after, the group were approached by the vampire's mortal acolyte alongside one of the more loyal necromancers that pledged their services to the first of them. Both bowed before the vampire lord as they crossed paths. Ah, Gorst. Helsnicht. Manfred greeted. To what business do you desire to discuss? Master. Hellman formally greeted. Progress on the ritual circles has been slowing. There have been talks of sabotage within Archibald. We have caught and extracted a few possible suspects, but we are still in search of the true perpetrators. Manfred grimaced and growled in annoyance. The necromancers were pale imitations of the superior undead. They had ambitions unbound, and he felt it was a mistake to bring them here. Have they caused damage to the ritual? He disdainfully asked. Nothing significant, Lord. Helsnicht spoke up, gaining the vampire's attention. Minor incidents, but we fear that they may become a nuisance further down the line. Again, Manfred groaned before addressing Aeliger. You'll have to excuse me. I was hoping we bring news to the prisoner, but it appears I have traitors to deal with. Be on your way and continue the task I had planned. Please, Lord, by all means. Aeliger offered an excuse, his grin unsettling due to its twisted appearance. Shortly, the vampire left the demons behind and pursued his mortal followers. As he distanced himself, Aeliger's smile faded while he spoke to his lieutenants, advancing towards the chamber of the prisoner. Switching languages on the fly, the demon began to speak. You may speak your minds now. Aeliger spoke in fluent Argentine. Tell me, Alastair, what have you discovered during your stay? My discovery is that this Lord is a dime a dozen petty warlord, said the horned one, with legs too weak to support his fragile ego. Can't believe he actually thought we would make him powerful. Tormin laughed hideously, much to his brethren's bemoaning. Truly, an idiot of this world. Say what you will about Manfred. Aeliger all but agreed, but he has his uses. We cannot waste such resources when we are so close to achieving our goal. Ugh, all this intrigue and we have yet to make any progress. Draka snarled, why not marshal our forces and take what is ours? We still have enough numbers to take over this world. Oh, Drakas, the Archvile addressed the corrupted sentinel. Where's the sport in that? Have you forgotten the lessons of war? Like any fortification, there is always a gap, and we will strike it once it has been found. Throwing our enemies to the meat grinder is too straining. And with Necroval's main facilities now destroyed, we will have to be careful with our resources. I know Urdak has been reclaimed, but Hell will need time to recover. I will not waste more of our numbers against a populace that is already prepared on all fronts, especially the turncoats. Aeliger's enlarged claws balled into fists as he brought them up before quickly settling down. For now, we will play along. I hope so, Master, then Atten spoke up. This world offers some fine quarry. I have seen things with the head of goat slaughtering man flesh, beasts of green fueled by rage and combat, Northmen who remind us of our ancestors, and reptilian behemoths across the seas practicing the old ways. Oh, the trophies I will make. Just then, his pet hound slid under his hand. And plenty of meat for Bargus to feast on, said the Natin, addressing his hound with scratches on his neck. Ah, always the battle chaser, brother. Torment agreed as he slapped his comrade's back. I too seek slaughter, though I am interested in the fine delicacies this world has to offer. The brute then began to lick his lips. I hear the so-called elves are said to be the most exotic of the races. especially the ones on that donut island of theirs. Remove tongue from ass, Tormin. Drakas growled in disgust. If I so much as hear you pumped a bastard in another whore again, I'll have you castrated and strangled with your child's umbilical cord. You can try, Drakas, Tormin goaded, sizing up the fallen sentinel, but all that barking ain't going to change the fact you have to play second fiddle to a last dash. Enough, both of you. Aeliger stepped in, preventing the two from clashing. Tormin was quick to stay his tongue, though, smirked instead. Drakas, meanwhile, was barely holding back his anger as he noticeably gripped his sword with murderous intent. Like all of you, Alaster's services and skills exceed your usual kinsman. Aeliger reminded, and above all, it was his sacrifice to shatter his soul into shards do the legions of hell have a chance at delaying the Hellwalker's onslaught. For that, he too has earned his place as one of Hell's finest soldiers. Regardless of your opinions, I expect all of you like Alaster to be examples of your men. The rest simply nodded in acknowledgement, protesting no further. Even then, it did not quell the resentment that Drakas had for Alaster. It was no secret that the Sentinel General coveted Alaster's position as the demon's right hand. The Archvile, however, cared little and actively encouraged competition between his men short of murder and mutiny, especially with the current events back in Hell. Moving on, Aeliger changed topics. I am pleased to see you all have returned alive and well. Drakas, what news do you bring from the Britannian campaign? Grave news, I'm afraid. The Sentinel revealed, the King of the Lands was wounded in battle. However, the armies of Mazillan have been rerouted after some God King appeared and struck down the Black Knight. That's disappointing to know. Aeliger expressed, he seemed promising. And what of the Red Duke? He retreated alongside his knights back to Mazillan to lick their wounds. Drakas added, I have sent imps back to their bases to gather them before I left to aid the Natten and Tormin. Sat back, more like. Tormin muttered under his breath, earning a glare from the sentinel. I expected as much. Aeliger drew Drakas' attention. Still, was Mazillan's forces able to weaken Britannia's forces? Severely, said the sentinel. Without their blessed whore, Britannia's armies were no match for Mazillan in spite of the tides turning at the last second. Good. Smiled Aeliger, with Britannia on its last legs, the stragglers will have to deal with banditry and wandering undead with thin numbers. That's more than enough to hear. In any case, relay this to Wallach. He'll need to learn of this account. As you wish, Lord Aeliger. Drakas crossed his arm in salute, before departing and heading down the next wing. The other three marauders followed their master closely. So Alaster, Aeliger addressed, besides our patron, tell me of what you learned from the ball. Little to say, Lord, the marauder admitted, but enough to know the general impressions. The von Karsteins seemed to only follow Manfred like dogs, obeying him out of misguided ambitions. Wallach Harkon and his order could be potential threats. Their prowess and skills are admirable, but their fealty to Manfred might be problematic. The same goes for the Necrarchs. The Strigoi seem to follow only by strength, as this Gashnag has displayed. Astute observation. Aeliger commended, and what of the Lamians? What can you tell me about them? For a moment, the corrupted warrior took a moment to consider his words. They're an anomaly. Alaster admitted, they may have come here out of obligation, but their loyalty, it's elsewhere. Is that so? Aeliger digested the information. Do you believe them to be a problem? For our patrons? Perhaps. I've caught their mistress giving glances back at me and the Count. Aeliger, reviewing his intel, grinned insidiously upon hearing Alaster. I see. And I take it Manfred has not been informed. No, Heresiarch. Very well. Aeliger concluded, keep me updated. I wish to know more of our allies and what we can gain during our stay. As they continued, they were now closing towards the room of the prison. Just before they did, Aeliger turned to them. I'm afraid I'll have to leave as well. Aeliger announced, I have more contacts to speak with. Continue the routine as usual. Small doses. And maximize the pain. With pleasure, Tormin quit as the Archvile vanished through a portal. Alaster was the first at the door, swiftly unlocking it before swinging it open. Tormin followed, while the Natten lingered, instructing Bargus to stay outside, then joined his brothers. Inside, Alaster powered up the floodlights from an adjacent generator, illuminating the prisoner who dangled from the ceiling, chains binding his arms. Gone to the point of skeletal, the prisoner's life hung by mere threads of blood and a resilient will that endured beyond death. His head drooped, long white hair veiling his face. Alaster leaned against a wall as Tormin and the Natten began their work. Tormin procured an electric rod off the table, longer than his previous one and attached to a smaller generator. The Natten, meanwhile, picked up a gun-like apparatus from the same table, along with a small blood-filled cartridge, just enough to sustain the prisoner's life. He inserted the cartridge and approached the captive. I see Manfred has decided not to show his face this time. Spoke the prisoner, reacting little to the Natten pulling his hair away, pressing the gun against his neck before pulling the trigger. The needle stabbed through before he felt the blood coursing into him. The prisoner shuddered, gritting his teeth as he felt the blood stave off a bit of his hunger. He has business to attend, Alaster replied. Manfred has been hard at work. Indeed. The prisoner laughed mirth, all while taking the credit that you and your ilk had earned. It is not in our station to question our patron, Alaster replied, speaking much more relaxed around him. Oh, if not credit, then perhaps ulterior motive. He questioned. Keep on talking, dead man. Tormin snorted, testing the cattle prod's current. I'm sure your friends wouldn't mind some gossip material coming out of you. The rats have been of good company. Yes, humored the prisoner, but I still think your endeavors will lead to catastrophe. There is no fruit to bear in bringing the necromancer to life. Today says otherwise, Alastair countered. We retrieve the necessary relics and sacrifices to resurrect your master. The ritual will come to fruition. The prisoner, for a moment, did not respond, instead merely growling. Fools, he called out, all of you. Perhaps, yet your heir proves to be the worst. As always. Lord Karstein. Then Atton replied, putting away the gun and grabbing a strip of thick leather off the table. Reaching it to the prisoner's face, then Atton waited patiently as he bit down on it. Stepping away as Tormin closed in, the latter pressed the rod into the prisoner. Next thing he knew, the vampire gritted and growled as he endured the shock through his body. Eliathra's sensitive ears picked up the sounds of an animal in torment above her. She had very little clue as to where and how far it was, but she could somewhat ascertain the screams coming from above her. What is it? Elspeth asked, noticing the Everchild's ears perk up. I hear an animal crying out. Eliathra reported. The poor thing. Those monsters are torturing it. What do you expect, child? Volkmar exclaimed from his cell. These vampires are heartless monsters. Literally. Reasoning with them is impossible. Don't think to bargain your way out of this. There's no need to be rude to the girl, Grand Theogonist, Morgiana spoke up. Our current circumstances have left us in a terrible state. Yet, whatever happens, our fate will not lie in being sacrifices of Nagash. Save it, your highness. Ulf brusquely replied. I don't need you to tell us what our fates will be. I know mine will be with swords stuck into my chest, and dead vampires surrounding me. It's fitting enough if you tell me. While it is relieving to know you are in good spirits, son of Ulrich, you are not set to the gardens yet. Mordeval disputed, nor does Mor allow any to choose their fate unless it has been dictated. Ulrich still needs your hand to wield his wrath. For now, we shall wait for the time to come. After hearing the priest's serene words, the Wolf Knight calmed yet still furrowed his brow, presumably in frustration of his current situation. Over the priest, Volkmar spoke up with own thoughts. Mordeval speaks truth, Wolf, said the Theogonist. Even so, I'd sooner join you in battle than I will rotting in this foul prison. Encouraging words, son of Sigmar. Ulf replied, giving a rare glimpse of respect to the Theogonist. Listening to the humans, Eliathra helped but seemed impressed by the resilience of humans. Even in this harsh condition, their spirit was as hard and indomitable as any dwarf craftsmanship. Despite lacking refinement of the elves, they were truly curious things. She can actually see why Tekla spoke so highly of them despite their short lives. She can't quite connect them as much as, say, the Dai, but she knew how much they meant to the lore master. MMM. A groan emerged. Eliathra couldn't see whose voice it belonged to, but she was quick to notice Volkmar turning his head back inside his cell before disappearing. Lupio. Volkmar exclaimed, moving quickly to his side. The knight's eyes were beginning to open up, slowly looking around and growing frantic as he noticed his new surroundings. What happened? Muttered Lupio, quickly recognizing Volkmar's face in front of him. The Theogonist looked sad at all. I'm afraid we are deep in enemy territory, Blaze. Volkmar beared the bad news to him. Rather than be outraged, Blaze looked resigned and simply asked, how many? Only the two of us, Volkmar replied. The damned vampire beset upon us but has kept us prisoners. And it is grave as we speak. Lupio, somewhat disoriented but also in need of details, was about to inquire more before Sinst interrupted. Hey, don't hog all the attention. Introduce us to your cellmate. Volkmar's look of relief was soon replaced with that of annoyance and said, and the vampire also has other prisoners here. Helping Lupio up, Volkmar carried him to the bars where the knight emerged from the darkness and saw there were others. Or voices he heard, at least. So tell us about yourself, stranger. Sinst called out. I'd shake hands, but we're in different cells. That and my limbs were cut off. The knight leaned forward, allowing him to see a trio of women in another cell across him and Volkmar's. I am Lupio Blaze. Lupio stated, Templar of the Order of the Blazing Sun, and one of Volkmar's appointed company. Greetings, Sir Blaze, Mordeval addressed. Your accent hints you're Attilian, correct? Yes, stranger. Lupio answered the new voice. I am in service to our goddess, Myrmidia. I hear another voice, am I correct? Indeed, Sir Blaze, Mordeval replied. My name is Mordeval Cadavian, a priest of Mor. The joyful fellow you spoke to is Sinst. Another unfortunate like all of us. Don't forget, thief, Ulf snide derisively, and a crippled one, no less. Mordeval didn't seem fazed and elected to continue. That was Sir Ulf Doggart, Knight of the White Wolf. A son of Ulrich, eh? Lupio inquired, prompting a response from the Wolf Knight. You have a problem with that, sonny? Nay, Lupio denied. I speak no offense. I have met some in your order, though. Rough, but valiant in their hearts. Hearing that, Ulf made no comment, retreating to the darkness instead. Lupio, meanwhile, turned to address the women in the other cell. Apologies, ladies, Lupio treaded. I did not mean to neglect you all. None taken, Sir Blaze. Morgiana spoke. I am Morgiana Lefay of Bretonnia. My companions are Elspeth of the Shalian priesthood and Eliathra, ever-child of Ulthuan. The other two simply waved back at him despite the grim setting. The knight soon reacted with a look of surprise. the Fey Enchantress. Lupio spoke with alertness, and Ulthuan, if you two are here, gods help us. Best we can do is pray, Brother Lupio. Volkmar grimaced, the vampires are set on using us for their foul rituals. The ritual being the return of their master, Nagash. The mad beasts. Lupio cursed. I know, Brother Lupio. Volkmar agreed, the end times are indeed upon us. But fear not, we will get out of this. Volkmar's assurances were soon interrupted as the entrance to their prison opened to reveal their demonic wardens. A pair of green-armored warriors emerged with one of them carrying a new prisoner in tow. Seeing them for the first time, Eliathra was quick to notice their appearances. They were less beastly than the ones she saw. Instead, they appeared more like corrupted humans. Tall ones, in fact. She recalled her mother's consort, Tyrion, regaling stories of ferocious barbarians wearing armor of dark origins, with emblems and signs bearing their dark god sigils. However, she also remembered in techless tutoring that chaos and undead don't mix together. Indeed, both were antithesis to each other much like they did the races of the living. Perhaps these ones were of different allegiance that she did not know of? Eliathra pulled her thoughts away as the two corrupted jailers approached Volkmar and Lupio's cell. The first one spoke in a horrid language that got the two humans backing away before opening the cell. The other one simply tossed the dazed man at the others in the cell before both slammed the door shut and locked it as they exited. Careful, Volkmar ordered, put him down slowly. As they did, the two men laid him against a wall. The man looked wild and feral with his wild hair, but dressed like a shaman or priest of Tal. Taking a good look, the man had a big gash on his forehead and bled profusely. Volkmar was quick to rip a cloth from his ruined clothes. Preparing to wrap a bandage, Volkmar stopped immediately as the man suddenly jolted to life and almost lunged at him if not for Lupio restraining him. Calm, good sir. Lupio stepped in, holding the man's arms from attacking, calm. The man, hearing Lupio's voice, slowed his attack and looked around. W.A. Easy, son of Tal, Volkmar spoke up. I'm merely dressing your head. You suffered a head wound. Hearing that, the man relented and allowed the theogonist to care for his wound. With the wound staunched, Volkmar addressed the shaman with an almost authoritative voice. Tell us, your name, son of Tal, Volkmar requested, and we shall tell you ours. Russet. The shaman answered, and you? I am Volkmar, Grand Theogonist, said the bald priest, and this is Lupio, Knight of the Blazing Sun. I am not surprised to see a knight but you? Russet expressed, terrible luck to be in. Volkmar conceded, not caring if it was an insult, and far from the only ones. There's more of us. May as well mingle during our stay. Join us. Chapter 19, Blood and Gore. Meanwhile, somewhere in Nagaroth, the horse company managed to find shelter in this blasted weather. Nagaroth's unforgiving cold was a bitch, plain and simple. Their numbers remained consistent, with few losses in the duration of travel. Most of those losses, of course, were that of the Drukei, and there was not much loss in that. The survivors staggered their way into the dark depths, exhausted from the constant riding. Alith helped out a fellow shade make her way into the cave. Start a fire, he yelled out. The Drukei, for all of their sadism and despotic ways, were at least smart enough to gather provisions for events such as this. At least, those of Harganeth. Still, he knew it was only a temporary ceasefire given the invasion around them. Putting the shade down against a natural wall, the Shadow King looked to oversee other duties, only to stop and wince at the sound of shrilling harpy. Cloak. Give me your cloak. Hellebron shrieked, ripping off said material from a dark rider and wrapping herself from head to toe quickly. All but a few followers and Alith knew the exact reason, the latter catching a glimpse of Hellebron's hand shriveling up like a grape turning into a raisin. There was an odd satisfaction in seeing such a self-absorbed loon getting knocked down a peg. He could, and probably should, put her down like a dog now since she no longer holds any ground with Morati coming into the picture. However, there was an art in prolonging the humiliation further. That and his men are not as well off as their dark counterparts. As if to further illustrate that point, another figure approached the entrance. Morati strode forth with great confidence. Her skin was unbothered by the cold and possessed an aura that caused a desirable effect around the company. What's wrong, dear Hellebron? She voiced in mock concern. A voice which sounded delicate and tender to the ear. Is the cold bothering you now? You're starting to shrivel. Or was it shiver? Hard to tell with you under all that cloak. Shut it, you hag. Hellebron traded barbs. I am more than capable of handling myself. Capable. Morati parroted, before laughing to herself. Oh, such a big word from little Hellebron. Yet always in the shadow of her betters. Alith could see Hellebron clenching her fist with seething hatred. Even when covered, the Blood Queen was legendary for her tempers. As much as he wanted to see these two go at each other's throats, the Shadow King decided it was not worth losing more men at this rate. Thankfully, that ended when a big explosion broke the silence outside. A great shadow loomed closer, and it revealed the man from another dimension. The Doomslayer stashed the Paingiver into his inventory, which to this day has gotten plenty of brows raised as to where he stored them. As if sensing the questions Alith wanted to ask, Hayden spoke in an irritable manner. Morati, Hayden cut the formalities. Where the hell are you taking us? We have been traveling across the country to see the king only to find more snow and war bands in our path. As Hayden voiced his frustration, So did the Slayer in body language. It was obvious that the Drukei weren't aware that it was two people in one body, and Alith knew damn well to keep silent about it. Same for his company, as they too knew their master's thinking. If the Drukei caught onto it, so be it. He wasn't going to bother fixing the situation. From what he knew, the Slayer would deal with it in his own way. Moradi noticeably rolled her eyes, unbothered by the duo's valid complaints. Instead, she brushed off the concerns like the usual petulant she was. "Oh, please," she excused. "The fact that I am helping you is enough to show how generous Moradi can be to her subjects." "I am not your subject." Hayden gritted through his non-existent teeth, with Doomslayer crossing his arms, "and neither are they." The latter then pointed to Alith and his shades, addressing their presence before Hayden continued. "And you were to take us to the king, which you have shown little in the way of keeping up on your promise." "I am keeping to my word." She coldly dismissed. "Morati always keeps to her word. And it just so happens that we will be drawing near the Tower of Chill soon." "And just how soon will we arrive?" questioned Hayden. "Days? Weeks? A month?" "You have not exactly graced us with a good impression for these past few days. All of this could have ended shortly had we taken a quicker route." "I am not transportation service," Morati rebuked. "And even if I were to teleport you, the magic that is flowing down here is dangerous. Everyone here would have died, mutated, or been dragged to the realm of chaos. Ones you have so grown fond of. If you are so worried about the dangers of magic," Hayden further scrutinized, "then at least give us transparency as to where we are. Or do you not live up to your title as the most powerful sorceress of the world?" "Mind your tongue, human," Morati snarled, sparks of magic flowing from her fingers. "Skilled you are in the ways of the steel and smoke. You are nothing compared to the power of magic that I possess." Hearing the threat given, Hayden seemingly went silent. At first, Alith thought he was letting Doomslayer do the deed, and it seemed so as the behemoth approached and stood before her. Leaning down, the Slayer's face was close to hers before Hayden finally spoke. "Every lord and demon I have fought, they all say they are the ones to defeat me." Hayden voiced the Slayer's thoughts. "So far, I have yet to meet one who can live on that promise." Morati, for her part, stared coldly into the Slayer's eyes. Alith could see how much fun it was to see someone stand up to her. Anyone who can stare in the face of the most powerful and infamous sorceress and prove their mettle instantly earned his respect. Yet, he also noticed a strange but subtle look on her. It's as if she noticed something. Before he could conclude, the Slayer removed his face and stood tall. "If you will excuse me," Hayden excused the Slayer, "I will take leave, where I will take sentry duty and watch for any invader. And perhaps some firewood to provide warmth. I saw some pine trees not far from here." "Much appreciated, Slayer," Alith said. "Stay safe." The Slayer nodded, then promptly departed, vanishing into the chill. Everyone returned to their routines. Even the Drukei like Hellebron minded their own business and concerned themselves with what to do right now. Of the group, there was only Morati, who brooded over another rejection like a childish girl. Stepping into the cold and further distancing himself from the cave, Doomslayer finally took in the harsh winter and welcomed the rushing winds that blew against him. The sound it made was almost like white noise to his ear. "As much as I am quaint to be as relieved as you," Hayden interrupted, "you might want to get that firewood I mentioned." Doomslayer sighed, not at all amused by the cyborg's needling but nonetheless agreeing. Loading up the map on his HUD, he could see Hayden directing the landmark to where they had been. With a clear direction, Doomslayer reached for his mount. The Noggler had been tied not far from the horses, feeding on a piece of meat from one of the Chaos Hounds they had killed. Reaching to it, the raptor remained calm seeing the Slayer. It had grown used to his presence and seemed accustomed to him. Riding on its saddle once more, the Slayer kicked it to move. And move it did. Both ran towards the checkpoint. While the Slayer was moving, Hayden, who had been sitting back as a mere passenger, decided to run through the diagnostics once more. Between boredom and trying to clear his mind from that sorceress, the cyborg decided to check on the communications and the connection. So far, Alith's comms were still working just fine. The Slayer's armor, while not quite a living fortress, provided the necessary means to stay connected within reasonable distance. The same could not be said for Teclis. Running the connections once more, he was still unable to contact the elf wizard. The amount of this chaos energy that was flowing here was absurdly high. Even trying to activate the portal hasn't worked either. Perhaps the sorceress made a point. A fact that he couldn't help but agree despite the instantaneous animosity. I wonder how things are back in Ulthuan, Hayden thought. Honestly, he held little regard for the elves on their island. His understanding was that they had become technologically static, falling behind other unknown civilizations, a perspective he gained from Teclis. Their arrogance and self-importance also made diplomatic interactions challenging. If they recognized the benefits of progressiveness and forward thinking, perhaps they would have made more advanced strides. Nevertheless, he found Teclis somewhat likable. The elf's sharp wit and candor were qualities Hayden respected. As a lore master, akin to a high wizard in human terms, it was clear he commanded respect from his peers. Indeed, once the Switch King was secured, he would have to call in Ark forces to transport the slaves, and perhaps show a glimpse of Earth's advancement to the elves and presumably whatever civilization that lay beyond. The Drukei more than likely would have stored millions somewhere in their holds, and it may cause a problem back home. Earth had yet to recover from the aftermath of Hell's defeat, and there weren't many places yet suited to keep them safe. And Ark was already straining on the resources they had. Regardless, the feeling of disgust outweighed the cold and logical equation throughout the journey. He had seen and witnessed the terrible procession of Argent energy, and he could see a glimpse of it back in Harganeth. If this was the same for this world, he would be damned if he allowed another Argent dinner to happen. Clearing his thoughts, Hayden scanned the area. We're here. The Slayer pulled the reins, forcing the Noggler to stop in its tracks. Up ahead, the Slayer could see the outline of the trees. They stood tall enough for the top to be obscured by the snowfall and thick enough to warm the cave. Extending his doom blade, the Slayer swung fast and hard into the thick trunk. The tree split all the way, before finally toppling down to the snow. Well struck, Slayer. Doom Slayer quickly turned and pulled out his super shotgun, taking aim at the voice behind him. His alertness was quickly replaced with annoyance as he realized whose voice it belonged to. Even Hayden audibly showed his disdain towards the intruder and said, "Mority, what do you want?" "Just appreciating the view," said Mority, leaning against her halberd and basking in the merciless cold in her semi-naked form. "It's not often you find man-things coming to Nagaroth so willingly, and so armed to the teeth." "Well, you've seen enough," Hayden voiced dismissively, with Doomslayer turning away to approach the fallen tree. "Now go crawl under Helleburn's skin or something." Mority broke into a snicker and replied, "Oh, like I haven't done that at every opportunity. But that dance gets dull pretty fast." "And a lith." She gave a disdainful look. "Tempting as it is to murder him, he's escaped death more than I can count, and I will not exhaust myself to try another failed attempt." "So that's it." Hayden was exasperated, with Doomslayer chopping down the trunk with visible anger before pushing the log away with his feet. "You wish to annoy me? Why wouldn't I?" Mority snapped. "You've been quite an anomaly that I just don't get. Most men would kneel and prostrate before me, begging to have a taste of my skin. But you? You spurned me like a tired doll without a second thought. Me, the most desirable woman in the world." Mority approached the Titanic Marine. "As such, it intrigues me to meet such a specimen of your kind. But like an unstoppable force, I will make you mine. No matter how immovable you are, there's always a way to get around Y dash. For God's sake, shut your mouth," Hayden expressed, causing both the sorceress and Slayer aback by his none too pleased tone. The latter especially since he never thought he would break character. Instead, he had no idea what to do but look back at Mority like a deer in headlights. "Do you even hear yourself?" Hayden continued. "I have never been with someone as self-absorbed, self-entitled, most deluded bin I have ever met in my entire existence. And that's something since I've been stuck with this meathead for the last 2 weeks. Meathead?" Mority looked bewildered. What devilry is this?" "There isn't any," Hayden refuted. "The Slayer you've been talking to doesn't even speak. He's practically mute and hasn't talked for eons." "What?" Mority flatly responded. "So, whose voice am I speaking to?" "This is Dr. Samuel Hayden, and I'm the voice that has to put up with your childish demands. God, I want to delete myself from existence just so I don't have to hear you further. And I've already put up with women like you throughout my life. And they weren't nearly as chatty as you were." Hayden finally dropped his rant and left both people stunned. Doomslayer, since for all of his issues with Hayden, he hadn't expected the cyborg to drop such a verbal thrashing. Honestly, he already hated the sorceress, but it was pretty impressive to hear the cyborg talk smack like that. Mority, meanwhile, was feeling all sorts of emotions. Hell, it was already showing on her face. So many words she wanted to say, but none could truly express her thoughts. Soon, purple electricity began to cackle between her fingers. And then her hair. Her eyes had a creepy violet glow. And soon, thunder and lightning bellowed around them. Mority was at her worst. And she looked prepared to do the absolute worst. Doomslayer pulled out his super shotgun and was ready to end it until both heard something nearby. Quickly, the Slayer pulled out the heavy cannon and shot whatever was hiding behind a tree. The round pierced through the wood and exited out of the assailant. A loud squeal followed and a creature fell onto the snow. Mority followed and zapped the interloper with her dark magic. The body was burnt to a crisp after. Hayden took a snapshot just before the lightning and scanned the thing. It appeared to be a satyr of sorts. It was a small and ugly-looking thing. Stubby little horns barely poked out of its head, with furry hind legs revealing its inhuman appearance. It carried some crude and ineffectual weapons that looked too brittle to use. "Beastmen!" Mority shouted, gripping Heartrender and readying herself for combat. Soon, loud bestial roars broke through the winds, and the beastmen emerged from their hiding spots. They looked larger, hairier, and brutish-looking, being more goatman-like than the smaller kill. Some emerged from the snow while others dropped from the trees. Slayer switched to micro-missiles and aimed. The beastmen surrounded them, snarling and growling with crude weapons bared. "I'm so glad we have time to ourselves," Mority purred. "I was dying to show my worst impulses, anyway." "Oh, please save your flirtations. We'll have this discussion another time." Hayden sarcastically dismissed, before Doomslayer pulled the trigger. Missiles flew and hit several of the Gors, instantly killing them in a shower of gore. Mority, meanwhile, called to the dark skies and rained down lightning under the shaggy ambushers. Shocked by the display of power, some of the beastmen were taken aback but remained undaunted. Instead, most tried to reach the two with their weapons. One Boviger attempted to strike the Slayer overhead with his bat leaks only to be caught by the Doomblade mid-strike. The Marine aimed the cannon one-handed and shot him in the gonads, causing him to shrill in absolute pain before he bit the bullet for his troubles. With simple but efficient movement, Doomslayer took headshot after headshot, not wasting one bullet as the bodies fell over. Mority, in contrast, skillfully weaved through the skirmish with fluid motion. With Heartrender in hand, the sorceress swung the halberd with perfected swings and strikes. Its blade cleaved apart through goes with unnatural ease. Laughing throughout, Mority felt her frustration slowly flush out as she found new targets for her wrath. They might not be her pet-to-be, but they were good enough to release some stress. Nearby, Doomslayer pulled out the Paingiver and aimed toward a trio of Capriggers. The rocket flew past them only to explode from behind. Two fell forward from the shrapnel while the last screamed in panic from the burns. The Slayer charged in and grabbed him by the horns, ripping both of them from his head. The goat screamed not only in pain but in horror at his removed horns. It did not take long before the Slayer slit his throat with one horn and stabbed the other into his eye before pulling them out. Reverse gripping both horns, the Doomslayer made use of them and slashed a couple more. It was less to do with the sharpness of the horns and more the strength behind each swing. A Boviger fell onto his knees, clutching his guts before his eyes were stabbed in with the horns. Another tried to charge him from behind, only for the Slayer's Noggler to pounce and tear through the helpless gore. Returning his attention, Doomslayer pulled out his super shotgun and unloaded the slugs into a Boviger. As the battle continued, Hayden picked up a call from nearby. "Hayden." Alith called in. "What's going on? I hear explosions nearby." "Nothing that shouldn't concern you, Alith." Hayden gave his reassurances. "The Slayer and Mority are taking care of the nuisance." "Mority?" Alith was concerned. "Do you require assistance?" Looking through the visor, Hayden watched the Slayer punch a Caprigger so hard, his skeleton exploded from the other side. That was all Hayden needed to confirm. "Negative. It's being taken care of. Let your company rest." "Understood." Alith hung up afterwards, focusing on management back at the cave. Arrows pelted harmlessly at the Slayer, who looked to find some Ungus desperately shooting at him in a futile effort. His shoulder launcher belched fire in their direction for their troubles. They writhed in agony from the scorching flame before falling into the ground with a whimper. A loud roar pierced the battlefield, and Doomslayer spotted a trio of even bigger bull-like beastmen. They carried with them the brands and emblems of Khorne seared into the flesh. Bigger and meaner than the regular Bovigers, the Minotaurs charged their way towards the Slayer. In response, he pulled out the ballista and charged up the destroyer blade. The energy dissipating from it killed any nearby gores before the blade was unleashed. Even with all the muscle, the blessings, and cobbled-up armor, the Minotaurs stood no chance against the energy blade. Bisected with such ease, it almost made the Slayer feel disappointed before drawing out his plasma rifle. Meanwhile, Mority danced and skirted across the field with a playful flair. Heartrender was stuck in the chest of a dead Boviger, but the sorceress was not defenseless. The beastmen tried to reach her with mighty swings, but she was quick and graceful. Each time she dodged their rusted blades, she would poke them, leaving a glowing print somewhere on their bodies. Flipping away to a much safer spot, Mority smiled at her attackers as they realized too late. And boom. With the snap of her fingers, Mority cackled as she watched a group of them explode in gore and purple fire, before throwing the dark sword straight into a charging Go-Man. As the battle continued to draw, the morale amongst the beastmen was slowly dying. Overwhelmed not only by the ferocity of the Slayer's wrath and arsenal but also the sorcerer's presence, many beastmen began retreating. With victory near, both defenders ceased their attacks. Doomslayer lowered his weapon and checked his ammo count while Mority cackled in delight to see the beastmen flee in terror. "Run, cowardly beasts!" She laughed. "Flee to the safety of your forest like your Israi lovers. None dare face mighty Mority and her consort-to-be." Doomslayer could only roll his eyes in disgust. Hayden, likewise, agreed and muttered, "Oy vey." Such feelings quickly disappeared as the Slayer instinctively moved away from an incoming fireball. Alarmed, both sorceress and Slayer looked to where the blast originated. Another Go-Man appeared, though he wore more formally with robes on him. In hand, he carried a staff not unlike a mage would. Magic cackled in his hand with malicious intent. Before either could interrupt him, something huge stomped its way through the dark trees. Tall as the trees themselves, the giant beast was even bigger than the Minotaurs themselves, with only one single eye in the center of its head making any distinction. It carried with it a massive stone with chaos symbols etched upon it. Behind the two, more of the beastmen returned from the forest in greater numbers. They seemed more emboldened by the presence of the Cyclopean giant as they roared in unison, though were careful enough to give it room unless they became its next targets. A Cygor. Mority hissed. "It is blind, but it senses those with magic. That Bray shaman is controlling its movement. Distract the giant oaf while I deal with its master." Doomslayer simply replied by cocking his shotgun. The shaman roared and the Cygor made its way towards the sorceress. The Slayer quickly shot sticky bombs into its kneecaps. The bombs exploded instantly and the beast fell over. Flesh was exposed, but the tendons remained. Still, Doomslayer charged in, switching the sticky bombs for the full auto mod. The beast managed to stand back up, but the Slayer had already grabbed its head. Sensing his presence, the Cygor began to thrash around as the Slayer opened its maw and began ripping through its mouth in rapid fire. Blood and gore spewed from its mouth as the Cygor desperately tried to swat the man away. It could no longer feel its tongue, and it felt unimaginable pain. Many of the beastmen were flabbergasted to witness a lowly human single-handedly wrestle with a beast of chaos, one in which most men would flee in terror, and caused so much damage to it that the morale quickly died again and most began to retreat. And because the damn thing began colliding with them, killing most of them as it kept flailing about and tossing its stone aside. It eventually grabbed a hold of the Slayer and threw him off, only for the latter to pull out his double barrel and launch the meat hook into its eye, pulling him back to deliver a blood punch. As it wailed about, only the brave shaman and his cohorts were left in the midst of the rampage. Stunned by the beast's fall, the shaman's cohorts were unable to fathom what had just happened. Seeing their distraction, Moradi contended with the brave shaman. First she dealt with his guards, summoning vines from the tree to rip apart one half while the others were swallowed from the snow beneath their feet. Alone and exposed, the brave shaman summoned one of its more powerful spells and cast it on the sorceress, only for her to swat it away with minor inconvenience. The dark sword appeared and flew from her waist only to hack his staff hand. The shaman screamed just as he clutched his stump, only to levitate in the air from Moradi's superior magic. Fool. She spoke in the dark tongue. Did you believe victory would be achieved in killing the both of us? I see why the gods pick such poor pawns. It is you who are foolish, replied the brave shaman. The gods are displeased with your treachery, and they burdened me with the task of delivering your head to them. Clearly, you have not. Moradi quipped before she had the shaman twist and mangled into an unrecognizable mound of flesh. The shaman screamed throughout before his neck finally snapped. Moradi soon let go, his body dropping to the snow as a misshapen red ball. Behind her, the Cygor finally went limp, with Doomslayer impaling his wrist blade through the roof of its and reaching for its eye. The beast's suffering finally ended as did the battle. Removing himself from the body, Doomslayer jumped off without issue. Seeing the Slayer covered in blood and guts only made him more attractive in the eyes of Morati, the sorceress breathing with bated breaths. Such a magnificent performance, she applauded. Oh, what a fine champion you would make. Imagine the glory you would receive from my patronage. Surely, there's no other way of convincing you. Doomslayer raised a brow as he noticed her attempts to flaunt her assets. It was increasingly apparent that Morati wasn't going to let him go. Again, he casually disregarded her attraction, proving that any advances towards him would lead to nowhere. You are barking up the wrong tree, lady, Hayden casually quipped. Morati laughed in a very subdued manner before her face darkened. Make your quips all you wish, Morati replied, but my humor is no longer pleased. Before our little quarrel was interrupted, am I correct to say that there is another voice inside this golem? It's more complicated than that, Hayden answered honestly, but yes, the person you are speaking to is separate from the Slayer. As I said, I am Samuel Hayden, speaking through his armor's intercom. Even as he spoke honestly, Morati looked quizzically at Hayden's answer. So he is mute? She asked. Yes. Truly. Truly. Hayden answered with certainty, as far as I'm aware at least. Morati gave a contemplated look. Doomslayer couldn't help but be suspicious about her next move, and rightly so when he saw a smile slowly creep up on her face. I see. She said, I can work with that. I am surprised you were handling this information. I take it you would have been more angry about the deception. Hayden expressed mild concern, really not understanding her mindset. Oh, I am, Morati admitted, but since you are somewhere in the armor, I really have no way of killing you. I could lift your spirit out of it, but I'd hate to burn bridges further with your silent companion. Seems there is a great understanding between you two, so I'll refrain from the worst impulses. I don't think you understand. No matter, Moradi proclaimed, preventing Hayden from clearing the misunderstanding. Now that I have the knowledge of what you are, I shall continue my pursuit. Both men decided not to answer further, with the Slayer simply walking past her. He didn't have to turn around to see the look of disappointment marked on her face. Morati, however, was more in control of her emotions, not rising to the bait of anger. At least the oaf is no talker, she muttered. Hard to catch, but better than dead. Soon, Doomslayer picked up the wood he was set to chop. Due to the amount of bodies that were on the ground, however, he decided to chop a large chunk below the branches and carry it over one shoulder. To any observer, it was an unbelievable sight to behold. And indeed, it still was. Morati bit her lip with a knowing smile seeing how impressive the Slayer was in recent times. Thank the gods to whoever thought it a boon to bring him here. Alith kept watch near the cave entrance before he noticed the vague outline of the Slayer and Morati slowly emerge from the blasted winds. He was mildly surprised to see the human carry a massive tree trunk over his shoulder. Beside them, the Slayer's Noggler accompanying them with a furry limb stuck in its mouth. Coming closer, the Slayer was covered in dried blood and the frozen guts of some unknown enemy. Morati, less so, but there was some splatter on her exposed bits. She had that damn annoying smile once more, though, which made Alith wonder what happened. No trouble, I take it? Oh, we were able to work things out. The Slayer and Morati jumped in, and you can drop the act. I know all about Hayden. Alith quirked a brow as she passed, looking at the Slayer for answers. Don't ask. Hayden spoke in resignation. She was unbearable. Alith took time to process it before shrugging and replying, I don't blame you. Doomslayer soon placed the tree down and took a chunk off, splitting it into smaller pieces for the fire. Carrying them, he passed Alith and entered the cave. The elves within gave way for him. The Shadow Warriors were respectful and gave him room to move, while the Drukei showed fear and reluctance with a side of hatred as they avoided him. Going deeper, he was surprised at how spacious the cave really was. Everyone was settling, though. There was a clear divide between the two camps. There was bonfire at the center, but not enough to warm the cave. Dropping the wood into the fire, some of the elves were about to protest when the Slayer's shoulder cannon belched fire all over it instantly. The heat of it was felt by all, even to those close to the walls. Always the man of the people, Slayer, Mority purred, standing on the side, and you were quite the man yourself. MMPH. The constant catcalls caused the Slayer no end of annoyance. He shot back a look of such to her direction. What's wrong? Do you need Hayden to make more snarky comments about humble Mority? Doomslayer's eye was visibility twitching behind that visor. Not far from them, Hellebron overheard the conversation and turned to face them. What? Who do you speak of, sorceress? She asked, still covered in her shroud. Mority hollered at her lesser ignorance. Haven't you realized, Hellebron? Your savior is two men in one body. What? Hellebron exclaimed, prompting Hayden to answer. It's true. I am not the voice of the Slayer. Merely a passenger in his armor. My real name is Samuel Hayden. Huh. The crone was exasperated. Why did you not say so in the first place? Would you have believed in a spirit in the Slayer's armor talking to you? Hellebron paused as she actually pondered the question, before shaking her head and answering. I still would have granted you an audience to the Witch King for saving my city. All this earned her was a haughty laugh from the sorceress. Oh ho ho, cackled Mority. What an answer. A good one from someone so easily fooled. Or have your ears gone senile with age? Hearing loss is a bitch, you know? Hellebron, even with the shroud, was visibly seething with anger, and an unmistakable hiss escaped from her breath. Mority smugly grinned at the so-called bride's helplessness. What's wrong, Hellebron? Mority taunted. Are you ashamed that I learned the Slayer's secret first? Oh, you were always so slow. 2 steps forward, but 3 steps back. It's so embarrassing that I always catch my toys first. Shut up. Cursed the crone, which only fueled the sorceress to go further with the taunting. Or what? Morty goaded, her face darkened with a malicious grin, head tilting slightly in an unnerving way. Hit me. Looking at that hand says so much. Bones are so brittle, they would snap at the slightest tap. And the wrinkles. Why, I would say your flabby skin would reach mine before you could even throw the first hit. Truly an entertaining thought. As Mority continued her taunt, Hellebron was close to unleashing her fury. Her thoughts raced to the ideas of rage and murder. Not to Kine, but to herself. For a moment, she was not Hellebron the bride of Kine. She was Hellebron of Atheltoralian, the girl who was shunned by someone she idolized. And here she was, facing that idol. And just as her mind was flooded with the screams of bloody murder and revenge, she stayed her hand. Her thirst for revenge was washed away and replaced with fear of further embarrassment and self-loathing. Instead of striking as she had planned, Hellebron simply turned away in shame, in full view of her own followers. Morati's smile was now subdued as she looked on in accomplishment of her little show. I thought so. Morati audibly said. Hellebron stopped in her tracks as she heard it, before walking away further in the darkness. Observing this throughout was the Slayer. Watching in deep silence, he could feel a sense of sadness emanating from the crone. For a moment, he almost felt sorry for her. Well, almost. And right after the public humiliation, Hayden spoke through comms. We have a problem. He addressed the Slayer. Alith wants us back to the entrance. Doomslayer turned back and strode off immediately. Morty quickly followed, still annoyed that the man kept leaving without warning. Everyone, of course, went back to doing their business, save for a few who tended by the prostrate form of Hellebron, who hid herself deeper within her cloak, making sure none had seen the tears escaping from her baggy eyes. Alith could see the unmistakable shade of red drawing from the east. Their steeds of battle stirred up a storm behind them as they stampeded across the snowy field. Already, his men were getting their horses prepared. Some of the Drukei took notice and had their horses withdrawn. He could recognize the Slayer's heavy footsteps from behind him and paid no mind. What is it, Alith? Hayden's voice broke through the winds. Another war band? Indeed. He answered quickly, and a rather big one. How much time do you need? Hayden asked regarding Alith's men. The Shadow King simply shook his head and answered, We are too exhausted to make another trip. We'll have to make our last stand here. Hearing this, Doomslayer instinctively marched forward. Grabbing the tree that he carried with him, the Slayer dragged it off to meet with the Cornates. Hayden rang through Alith's earpiece and replied, There is much to discuss. Just as they were poised to begin, Mority appeared at the entrance and cast her gaze upon the Shadow King. She soon asked, Where did you send him, this time? Doomslayer dragged the tree beam behind him as he faced the coming storm. Seeing the red armor of the Blood God, the Slayer gripped the tree with both hands. Closer, he could hear the shouts of blood and skulls breaking through the heavy winds. Charge, brothers! Cried the warlord at the helm. Kill, maim, burn, in the name of Chowdash. The warlord had no time to finish as he was sent flying in the air by a massive tree swung at him, trampled by his own warband's crushers as he landed. Doomslayer swung again as another wave came at him. Of the raiders that were caught in the swing, they were sent flying as well. Others moved away to avoid the swing but crashed into the other crushers, resulting in mass confusion. Chaos, in a literal sense, erupted. Crushers went wild and tossed their riders aside in a mass panic. And Doomslayer kept swinging that tree like it was a baseball bat, Those that managed to survive quickly unhorsed themselves and met steel with the Slayer, with less than desirable results. Those who tried to close and exploded upon contact and became smears on the tree. Soon, the tree was drenched in the blood of chaos-tainted warriors. So much that its branches grew into sharp spikes, which made it more deadly as it caught the barbarians in its deadly thorns. The Slayer's unorthodox was quickly covered in the bodies of his fallen enemies. And despite the tree's growing sentience and hunger, its wielder's strength and the weight of the bodies was too much to maintain its structure. Eventually, the tree snapped into two from the strain. The Slayer did not stop, however, and neither did the war band as they finally saw their chances. Rather than rely on his weapons, Doomslayer simply broke off chunks of the tree and gripped 2 blocks in each hand. The Slayer continued his assault, using the blocks as if they were boxing gloves. Doomslayer punched his way through the massive horde like nothing. The Khornates were crushed into pulp. One had the misfortune of being crushed flat between the blocks as he charged. Another screamed for mercy as he lay on the snow before his head exploded upon flattening. Slowly, the morale of the warriors dwindled until it broke. The survivors were sent fleeing from their fight. The Slayer was ready to pursue the Chaos Scum until he saw another storm coming to him. At first, he thought it was another fight with Chaos, smashing the still thick chunks of wooden blocks in his hands as he looked forward to another round. However, as it got closer, he noticed something off about the horde coming to him. Where the Chaos Warriors had a distinct battle cry, this one had nothing but a blood-curdling. Why? The Khornate raiders froze up as they recognized the noise and they all screamed, RCS. Bloody greenskins. They will taste Khorne's axes. As if the winds had changed, the Khornates changed their tunes and stood their ground against the coming horde. Others rode on their crushers and prepared for a last charge. The Doomslayer, meanwhile, looked on with an unsurprised expression. Of course, he thought. He should have known there had to be orcs somewhere. The elves and dwarves were dead giveaways, so there had to be other stock races in this world. As he readied himself for another round, a glow emanated from behind. Turning around, he was surprised to see Morati with a portal shimmering in the background. No time to waste on chit-chat. She hassled him. Make haste. Getting the cue, Doomslayer rushed in and leapt into the portal. And so did Morati. The portal soon closed behind them, leaving the Khornates to fend for themselves. The northern warriors soon charged as the orcs reached them. Sportacus swung his great axe wildly in the air before it landed the neck gap of the Khornate nearest to him. Crixus cackled as his squig gobbled up a skullcrusher without trouble. The warriors of Khorne were masters of bloodshed and warfare. But the orcs have waged wars for ages, their battles predating the time when even the most senior warrior claimed his first life in combat. Sportacus parried a Northman's incoming axe and decapitated him. He released his axe as he soon dodged an incoming attack from another. He quickly grappled both his arms and proceeded to kick him in the groin. The man fell over before Sportacus grabbed his helm and twisted his head, snapping his neck and killing him. Crump the gits. Sportacus barked as he wrenched his axe out, smashed dim Spikey's T.O. bits. And like always, the greenskins knew how to crump like Propa, orcs. Doomslayer and Morati hopped out of the portal completely unscathed. The former observed his surroundings to find massive buildings. And like Harganeth, it reflected the cruel and cold nature of the Drukei. Nearby, he could hear shouts and the sounds of battle not far from them. All around him, the Drukei were keeping themselves busy protecting the walls, though some noticed him as they did with the sorceress. An explosion erupted nearby, and the Slayer looked for the source of it. Don't fret yourself, said Morati. The walls will hold. This city is the most secured. My son made sure of that. For now. Hayden spoke up, now addressing the Slayer. Sorry for the silence, but I managed to get her to teleport the others back at the cave. Oh, a pretty please would have been a nice gesture on your part. Morati snapped. It would have made all the more difference for my mood. Actually, to anything to indicate such knowing you were mute. Seeing she was talking to him, Doomslayer gave her one, extending one arm towards her followed by the middle finger. Morati silently glared at the Slayer, as did he. And possibly Hayden given his silence throughout. Ahem. Both turned their attention to find Alith standing nearby in silence. Behind him, his men along with Helebrand's troops were settling. The former, however, were more alert and cautious now that they were within enemy territory. And just beyond them was a massive tower that stretched over the clouds above with an ominous presence. It might as well have a giant flaming eye at the top, Doomslayer thought. Settle your lover's quarrel another time. Alith remarked, we have business with a failure. Do not insult my son and king, warned Morati, glaring hatefully at the Shadow King, to which he responded with, I never voted for him. Doomslayer sighed and walked towards the tower's entrance. Morati rushed and walked in front of him. Alith followed as well, sticking close to the Slayer while also noticing Helebrand following them as well. Whether to shore up Morati or to explain to the Witch King her absence. Not that it really mattered in the end. What did matter truly was the meeting itself. And it would decide the fate of the world. Chapter 20. The Descent. Beyond Nagaron's walls. Valkia felt it. The rush crashed against her like a great tide. As did everyone else. He is here, muttered a bloodthirster, looking down on the demon princess. I would suggest a retreat, my lady. You would dare imply me of your cowardice? She snarled, unimpressed by the demon's reluctance. Melkith's head is within our reach. For your sake, the master wishes you alive and well. He spoke, but you are in command, and I will die serving you in his glory. That's what I thought. She growled, before pointing her spear at the walls. Forward, sons of the Axefather. She roared, leave none alive. Tower of Chill. Morati, how do you expect us to walk up to the top of this tower? Was all Hayden asked as he saw no staircase in sight. He expected the tower to be somewhat grandiose in design. He couldn't say much about the gloomy aesthetic, though. However, it was strangely off to not having some way to navigate all the tower levels. As he thought longer, he made a guess as to how the Drukei go about here. Right now, everyone was standing in the center of this room. Morati stood in front of all, getting as much attention as possible with her backside facing towards her object of affection. Doomslayer stood center while Alith was behind him to his right. Hellebron was to the left, though, further away from the others and with subordinates to tend to her. Hayden could hear the sorceress break a mirthful chortle. Oh dear Hayden, Morati finds sympathy. Haven't you already learned how everything works around here? Tapping the floor with her staff, the floor began to glow with sigils of light carved into its stone. It then proceeded to move upward, ascending to the top. Morati then turned around to address all. Now, I don't have to remind you two about who the king is. She addressed both Hellebron and Alith before looking at Doomslayer. But for you, I will make a quick summary. King Malekith has reigned Nagaroth over several millennia since the Sundering. With strong will and might, as well as my guidance, my son has brought unto the world a kingdom where the true sons and daughters of Anarion may thrive. So that, one day, we will retake our island of Ulthuan from our weak and pampered cousins. One made from the blood and bodies of innocents, Hayden remarked in disgust. One that the Slayer and even Alith couldn't agree more as both glared visibly at her. Morty simply snickered and said, very subjective. If anything, could you not say the same for all other civilizations? Can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. Morati's analogy only angered Alith as he stepped in. You and your people are a cancer to this world. If not for the urgency of this mission, I would have preferred your people to be wiped out by this invasion. Or better yet, allow him to finish the job. Doomslayer's fist balled in as he recognized Alith giving him the clearance. Morati furrowed her brow as she found offense to that. Oh, moral posturing, is it? She scoffed. Surely, you know history is forged in blood, death, and all manner of cruelties? What makes mine so different from the others? Do you think empires or kingdoms were born from friendships, trade agreements, and honored words? Conquest and subjugation were the way forward. I know this. I have lived and breathed through the era when Anarion restored the greatness of the elves. A time when even your house, Alith, served our king. That was until you had my family murdered all those millennia ago. Alith snarled. Predictably, the sorceress waved off his outrage and dismissal. Misfortune that could have been avoided had your house stayed loyal to the true king. Morty excused, but that's history. In a moment unbecoming of him, Alith had his hand reach for his sword and leapt towards her. Right up until a bloodthirster crashed through the walls of the tower, interrupting another assassination attempt on the sorceress. Everyone was thrown off as most tried to avoid the falling debris. Death to the elves. Death to all who dash. The demon didn't even get to finish his declaration as Doomslayer tackled it out of the wall. He was last seen attempting to fly off as he tried to sweat the Slayer off of him. Alith was the first to stand up and checked his earpiece. Hayden? Slayer? He called. Thankfully, Hayden was there to answer. Don't worry about us, Alith. He gave reassurance. We'll be taking a detour from here. See you upstairs. The same bloodthirster reappeared outside of the opening, screaming as he still struggled to get the Slayer off of him. Alith silently nodded, still somewhat impressed by his companion's unorthodox tactics. Scanning his surroundings, he found Hellebron lying on the ground with a dead witch on top of her. My hip. She screamed in pain. With one foot planted firmly on the floor, he raised his other before swinging it. It was the first thing Morati woke up to, followed by the stars. Malekith was internally screaming as all of his lieutenants were scrambling to make any fruition come. The hordes of Khorne still continued to knock on their walls, baying for blood as always, as it was expected of them. The Drukei were no stranger to fending off the barbarians outside their walls. Their weapons and defenses were sophisticated enough to destroy even the most powerful of chaos sorcerers and their demonic masters. But this was full-on attrition, and they were now at the gates, stronger than ever before. The end times truly came. How long must I suffer this? Malekith asked himself. To prolong my accursed existence until death takes me? These thoughts plagued him non-stop since his mother left to search for the fabled warrior. The isolation would have relieved him if not for his father's words. They still rattled him to this day. Neither the threat of invasion nor his subordinates' panicked clamor could distract him from the inadequacy he was now feeling. It was a foreign feeling, for sure. One he had thought removed from himself long ago. So long. The teachings his parents instilled in him were heavily ingrained in him to where he was now. The ruthlessness and cunning he had acquired made him the way he was. And now, his father returned. In spirit, no less. And Malekith was faced with the fact that his father admitted to his mistakes and regrets, which caused nothing but inner turmoil for the Witch King. And here was left to ruminate on the recent revelation. A revelation he could never reveal to the others. Looking down from his tower, he could see the men and women of Nagaroth fending off the hordes below on the ramparts. Like the Nagarythe of old, they fought as viciously as their original bearers. yet inferior to the true heroes. Before, he would have disregarded them as nameless ants, fighting and dying in his name as he saw fit. To him, their lives meant nothing, only to carry his will and impose it upon the rest. Now, it was different. All he saw were people defending what little they had for a home, surviving another day to protect what dignity there was in their name, what he had built. Malekith withdrew himself from the noises as he looked down. Was this what his father meant? Was this how he felt in the final days of his war? Was this what he wanted his son to avoid? To not fall like him? Malekith was shaken from his thoughts as his loyal servant, Quran, approached him. Lord, they have grown restless, Quran reported. They look to you now. The Witch King silently nodded and stood from his throne. Scanning the room, he looked at all the faces awaiting his orders. So many of them, he felt revulsion to look upon. So long. The game he implemented in his kingdom had reduced the once proud people who built these lands had been reduced to backstabbing, power-hungry descendants. And this was his doing. His father saw in him a slimmer of hope in redeeming himself, but what of the Druchii? Could there still be any hope of redeeming them? Maybe there are some among the crowd, but what hope is there to find the diamonds in the rough? Malekith had to close those thoughts for another time. That, he had to concern himself later. As he began to make rounds, a loud boom shook the room. At first, he thought it was another breach attempt until the second one followed. Louder and closer, this time. A third came, and the lords quickly panicked and scrambled as it was the loudest. Suddenly, a bloodthirster erupted from the lower levels, debris flying all over. Malekith was able to cast a magical shield around his circle, the debris bouncing off harmlessly. The blackguards were quick to respond as they formed a spear formation. However, it quickly came to the Witch King that the beast was not attempting to slaughter the room so much as thrashing against his attacker. Said attacker was now pulling at his wings before violently ripping them off. The bloodthirster roared in pain before the warrior leapt towards his head and grabbed him by the horns. With titanic strength, the warrior snapped the demon's neck with ease, the latter turning limp. The warrior hopped off right before the body slid back into the hole it came from. Seeing the warrior now clearly, Malekith instantly recognized the Doomslayer's appearance. A grand entrance, he'll admit. The Slayer approached him with an almost arrogant air about him. He appeared unfazed as his black guard shouted death threats, only moving forward. The closer he came, the more fearful his lords became. Malekith quickly spotted his champion to his right, Malice, attempting to pull his sword. As he did, he saw the demon possessing stopping his attempt. What are you doing, TZR dash? Shut up, Malice. The demon quickly hushed him. I'm saving the both of us from your stupidity. The demon's sudden presence alarmed Malekith and the rest of the Druchii that this human was not to be messed with. Silently, he gestured Quran to withdraw his men. Raise your spears, he ordered. Raise them. Like that, the blackguard withdrew, albeit warily of the new arrival. Your timing is impeccable, remarked Malekith, almost as if complimenting the Slayer. You'll have to forgive the mess he made. It's a very bad habit of his. Malekith raised a brow. Did you refer to yourself as he just now? Apologies, he said. I am not the Slayer, merely the voice operating within his armor. My real name is Samuel Hayden. Whispers soon flooded the room as the lords quickly digested the information given to them. Malekith ignored the gossip and continued. A couple days ago, I had dispatched a sorceress to retrieve you and your company. She goes by Mority. You wouldn't have happened to cross paths with her. Another noise came, and everyone looked to find Mority enter the chambers alongside the Shadow King and a shrouded figure being carried by a witch elf. Was there no one else you could have sent to retrieve us? Malekith could tell there was irritation in Hayden's tone. And could he blame him for his mother's company? Looking back, Alitha's arrival sent a lot of shockwaves across the council, causing a few to back away in fear as the Shadow King strode confidently. Malekith's mother, on the other hand, was looking irritable with a hand over her mouth. She quickly wiped the blood from her nose to save face. Behind them, the shrouded figure continued to limp alongside the witch beside her. It was only when she spoke that Malekith realized who it was. Hail, King Malekith! Hellebron gave praise. I have come bearing a warrior that seeks an audience with you, which I had a hand in delivering as well. Mority jumped in, as promised. The Doomslayer simply placed a palm over his visor in exasperation. Alith shared the sentiments as he rolled his eyes. Malekith sighed and continued on. I had expected you all to have been here sooner once found. Malekith voiced his disapproval, pointing outside of the window. Such delays bring our enemy time to strengthen their numbers, and they are already battering down our walls. Maybe you should ask Mother Dearest why she had to keep making advances on my companion. Hayden was addressing Mority, who gave an offended look that leaned towards murderous intent. Malekith growled irritably, not surprised at all by this revelation. TSK, I was making progress in guiding you through Nagaroth. Mority defended herself. I knew exactly where we were heading, a factor of which this could have been avoided had you teleported here in the first place. Hayden counter-argued. Just before Mority could add more vitriol, Malekith stepped in and yelled, Enough. The room quieted down as Malekith became front and center. The time of strife ends here. Malekith declared, "You have my attention now, Doomslayer. Especially since the Shadow King accompanies you. I would have guessed that this was some sort of assassination attempt. But learning of Helebrand's involvement means this alliance has a different story. So make your case here. If I find it appealing." Doomslayer stood stoically. He showed no fear before and showed no fear now. Hayden cleared his voice before starting. "The Phoenix King has called for you to appear before the court of Ulthuan. We are here to retrieve you." Malekith blinked in disbelief to hear words coming from the armor spirit. It was so absurd and simple a mission that he briefly blanked out in silence. Everyone did as well before it circled back to hilarity, causing their king to laugh uncontrollably. The crowd seemed to laugh as well. Only the Slayer, Hayden, and Alith remained quiet. All of them had predicted the reaction. Curiously, so did Morty. "Is that so?" Malekith chuckled. "Then humor me. How exactly do you plan on bringing me to Ulthuan? This seems like a miscalculation on your end." Malekith waited for Hayden to respond, to which the spirit replied, "In truth, I had expected such a reaction. Had I still been more independent and be here physically, I would have sought for more peaceful negotiations. However, knowing who I am stuck with, I can only give you two offers. Come with us in one piece. Or in a piece. It doesn't matter." "You dare threaten the king?" Kuran snarled, his tone leaning toward threatening as well. "I call it a warning," Hayden replied. "For your own sake, I advise you not to attempt more difficulties on your end. The Slayer has no patience for such. And believe me, he is not one to give a damn about sophisticated methods." Malekith, in his usual pride, merely scoffed at him. "I will not be dragged before the Council of Traitors just because they sent a lone messenger. A messenger capable of ending demons permanently." Hayden threw back. "I'll have you know that one you witnessed earlier was a small obstacle to get to you. That should clue you in on what he is capable of." Malekith recognized, a valid point. "Still, a warrior such as your companion is not enough to convince me to go to the island. Instead, why not work for me? My kingdom is being overwhelmed by the barbarians. In exchange for your service, I can give you enough riches to start a retirement. Glory and fame where no Drukei could ever attain. Or perhaps slaves of your choosing." Upon hearing that, the Slayer was visibly enraged by the mention of slaves. His hands clenched harder with the sound of leather crunching audibly. This caught Malekith's attention and quickly surmised what the man felt. "Be very careful of what you say next, Your Highness." Hayden's tone lowered more than before, almost to the point of a growl. "Slavery is a very touchy subject in our world. So think twice as to what you'll say next. Those are 2 strikes on your end now. Want to see what happens when you hit 3rd? Malekith, rather than push his luck further, decided to refrain from speaking of rewards. Instead, he took strides to get on the Slayer's better nature, or a lack thereof. "I see," Malekith relented, "but I cannot simply abandon my people to the Chaos Worshippers. I know your history, Slayer, even aware of what makes you what you are. So you should understand that I'm in. Ulthuan is the least of my concern. On the contrary, my king." Morty stepped in. Of all times, Malekith never considered his mother to be so silent up until now. Of course, that meant that she had something to hide. "If I may," Morty started, "Ulthuan should be of your concern. As I have heard, the Phoenix King has passed away for over a week now. So Ulthuan is now headless." Upon revelation, the Drukei clamored at this. Only the Witch King himself was not surprised by Finubar's death, however. "So I've heard," Malekith exclaimed. "Why tell me this now?" Hearing that, the Slayer was initially surprised, but then backslid, realizing it wouldn't be all that surprising. Alitha's reaction all but confirmed the former's suspicion. "As much as I would not play devil's advocate," Hayden answered, "your mother is speaking the truth. It's the reason why we're even here to begin with. I even have audio evidence to support those claims." Instantly, an apparition appeared before the court, one that Malekith and his mother recognized. "King Finubar had come to my tower with task, to bring Malekith to the Phoenix Court to be tried, He needs to be alive so that he could be given trial. Killing him would only hasten the end times. Bring him alive for the sake of our king's final wishes." "I know that face," Malekith exclaimed, "the lore master of Hoth." "Teclis." "You are correct," Hayden remarked. "We were sent here under orders of Teclis himself, along with full permission to take you into custody. How is not for me to decide. Only that you live is all that was told." Listening intently, Malekith pondered what he had seen. The longer he did, the more he realized all the events that we played out. Was this what his father meant? Was this the son of Anarian's chance at uniting Ulthuan? As he thought of the reasons for returning Ulthuan, he also began to steer towards the repercussions. Would the Aesir accept him as their savior? What would Ulthuan be under the reign of their most hated enemy be like? How much blood must be shed to preserve the fragile peace? For so long, the reclamation of Ulthuan was a dream that was thought impossible. A dream Malekith desired the most for the sake of his father's legacy. But now, the taste of victory left only a bitter one for the king. On that topic, it actually made no sense for him to be on trial and be their savior at the same time. What was his father expecting him to get from this? Was there a secret test of character to it all? The more he questioned, the less sense it made to him. My son, Malekith snapped out as his mother stood beside him and leaned closer to ask, are you catching cold feet? This is the very opening we need. Ulthuan is now one head short of a ruler. This could be our chance to achieve our vengeance. My lord, one Druchii lord said, catching his lord's attention. Malekith recognized him as Nerith Hopekiller, whose face was marred by a scar that gave him a permanent smirk on the left side. If Ulthuan is without a Phoenix King, the lieutenant continued, then this means we can sail to the island and retake our rightful place. The Ossir wouldn't know what dash. Bam! An explosion deafened the entire room and caused everyone to duck or jump in fright. The Blackguard, at the same time, were quick to draw their weapons out at the drop of a hat. When the panicking quickly died down, half of Nerith's head had gone missing, with some of his blood splattering a few lords close by. His corpse finally fell to the ground, with the Slayer cocking his shotgun afterwards. I will also make it clear that any attempt to invade Ulthuan will be dealt with accordingly. Hayden warned, you cannot expect us to continue defending against a war of attrition. One lord balked. The Druchii too must survive. Hayden sarcastically replied, you're not the first race we abandoned to their fates. And like before, I couldn't care less. I have had my fill of scum. The king comes with us. Taking the cue, the Slayer slowly made his way towards Malekith. Kuran stepped in front of his liege and barked orders. Hearing this, the Blackguard resumed defensive formation. Surprisingly, it did not deter the Slayer, only encouraging his resolve. A quick stab by one of the guards was all it took for the Slayer to snatch away his spear and snap it like a twig in two. Such ease only made the surrounding Druchii back away. Some, however, pulled their weapons to defend the king. Mority attempted to save her son by drawing out a spell, but a blade to the throat stopped her as a lith suddenly appeared behind her. Both were suddenly shrouded in black mist. Seeing that the warrior was no ordinary mortal, Malekith gently set his trusted Blackguard captain aside. Unexpectedly, this seemed to have softened the Slayer's approach, his body language becoming somewhat less tensed. Standing only just before him, Malekith could see the Slayer reached height to height, with only the circlet's horn surpassing him. Through the visor, Malekith could see all of that rage in his eyes. And being so close, he could the intense aura as well. No wonder Tizi Archon showed so much fear. Last chance, your highness. Now or never, Hayden warned. Staring intensely into the Slayer's eyes, Malekith stopped as a glimpse of his father from behind the warrior compelled him to stop. The spirit looked upon him with stern yet saddened eyes, shaking his head to his son. Realizing what this might end, Malekith ultimately relented and said, if you are still open for negotiation, I am willing to come along. On certain terms, that is. The Slayer scrutinized the king's words just as Hayden entered the intercoms. Hold on, he addressed the Slayer. This could be our opening. Understanding the situation, the Slayer backed off a bit and allowed the doctor to continue. You have our attention. I understand that you will not sympathize with the Druchii. Malekith admitted, I know that much. But if not them, perhaps the slaves should appeal to your compassion? If you have a heart. Good of you to appeal to a better conscience, Hayden remarked. But yes, it has been something of great concern. I have been informed of Nagaroth's main source of trade, which is why I demand of you to free all of your slaves. Hearing this, the Druchii balked at the high demand. All of them. Impossible. A foolish endeavor. With a quick gesture, the Witch King silenced them with a raised hand. Even if I were to agree to your terms, where will they go after? Our fleets can only carry so much, and I don't have the capacity to take them all. You'll leave that to me, Hayden reassured. Like the Slayer, I too am full of surprises. Just so, this weather is causing interferences. If you can have your cronies clear it up, I can call in some help. That I can if you. Malekith gestured to the black shroud near them. Hayden made a quick call, and not too long after, the shroud dissipated and Alith released Mority from his grip. His mother nursed the bruises from the tight grip, shooting a death glare back at the stern ranger. Well then, that concludes our negotiation. Hold it, Hayden. Malekith interrupted. Do not expect this deal to be one-sided. I too have my own terms. Go on. Malekith cleared his throat as he became certain of his choices. In exchange for the release of the slaves, I will venture to Ulthuan along with my people. Hayden expressed discomfort on hearing this. The Slayer expressed the same, though a look of wariness was clear. That might signal a very different picture for you. I assure you, it is not an invasion. Malekith reassured, Nagaroth is a lost cause. But I will not abandon my people to be buried under the rubble. You have my word that they will be kept in line. And if they don't? Hayden inquired in a serious tone. They will be dealt with accordingly. Malekith maintained his composure throughout the meeting. The Slayers still showed plenty of distrust. And a valid one for sure. All around them, the Druchii were tensed up as they awaited the fate that would fall over. Malekith could feel Kuran's eyes look on with concern, his mother's suspicions of his choice, and Alith's reason for eventually. He relented before Hayden said, very well. We agree to your terms. Malekith nodded in silence, somewhat relieved to hear. I will. However, warn you that Ulthuan may not see it that way. So this will be out of our hands. I understand. Once the negotiations had ended, a great explosion rocked the room. Alarmed, the Witch King maintained his balance and made his way towards his balcony. With his witch sight, he saw that the Chaos Horde finally breached their walls, down below. Like a raging river, the barbarians flooded the city with their numbers. He could see Khorne's bride descending to the ground with a wicked smile. Slaughter in the name of Karnath, she screeched. Paint the snow red with elvish blood. Emboldened by her words, the barbarians slaughtered without end. The Drukei did their best to defend their city, but by then, they had been running themselves to exhaustion. The savages soon went after the civilians. Women and children were being dragged out of their homes to be made either slaves or sacrifices to their dark gods. The sight itself only enraged Malekith, not just because it was his city to rule, but because his people were now defenseless. Turning back, he saw the Slayer with a new weapon in his hand. Deliver us in flames. Now that we have settled the matter, will you now help us defend this city? The Slayer silently nodded and turned his back to the entrance, and about halfway through, he turned around and ran towards the balcony. Everyone in the room took notice and immediately moved out of his path. Alith and Mority were taken aback to see what he was doing before he rushed past the Witch King and jumped off the balcony. Taking this as a sign of action, Malekith turned to the Drukei and ordered, "Prepare for war. Marshal our defenses." Doomslayer controlled his motion throughout his freefall. The cold breeze rushed against him harmlessly. The clouds blocked his visual for a moment before they disappeared. With a clear vision, he saw the fire and chaos below. Angling his head down further, Doomslayer prepared to face the horde below, activating the heavy cannon's missiles. As he made his way down, the demons sensed his presence and looked into the sky. The first bloodthirsters who breached the walls made their way towards him, followed by flocks of furies. Down below, soul grinders, skull and hellfire cannons began firing. Throughout, Valkia was baffled to see her husband's servants so focused on one target. It both shocked and angered her to know one warrior was able to invoke this much fear and insubordination. Likewise, her shield became erratic, screaming all sorts of curses and obscenities to run away. Enraged by this, Valkia pushed all thoughts of fear from her heart, forsaking them, and fly head-on towards the Slayer. "Remind me, I'm Golden." The fortress above the sun. Taking aim, Doomslayer unleashed hell on the Furies with the missile barges. The demons exploded into gore upon contact, the last of them ripped apart by chainsaw to the chest. Replenished, the Slayer switched to the super shotgun and fired the meat hook into the neck of a bloodthirster. "Why don't you spin nowhere with me? Follow the river in the path of the ones. Write our names." The bloodthirster struggled to remove the hook from his neck, falling as the Slayer's weight dragged him down. Using his momentum, the Slayer wrapped the chain around his neck mid-fall and yanked it, the chain ripping through the demon's neck and separating head from body. On the shore, forever I can't find. Doomslayer collided with another bloodthirster. By then, he had pulled out the combat shotgun and went full auto into his mouth. The back of the bloodthirster's head exploded from the explosive shells digging their way out. His body crashed into another of his fellows. Doomslayer exerted all his strength into his legs and catapulted his way downward further, struggling in a world undefined. Effortlessly, he dodged the burning skulls and cannonballs coming his way. Further down, he saw a single individual flying towards him in the sea of bloodthirsters, a lone, winged woman with a death wish. Either the leader or champion, he presumed. Or decide. Remaining steadfast, Doomslayer closed in on the woman with extreme prejudice. "How you want it to be?" As the Slayer accelerated the drop, Valkia raised her shield forward and extended her spear forward. Behind her, bloodthirsters and a swarm of Furies followed at her command. As they closed in, time appeared to have slowed down around them. "I'm not." Eternity. As he came into contact with the demon princess, the Slayer extended his wrist blade to parry her spear before his blood punch activated against her shield. A great explosion followed, snapping everyone, both Drukei and Barbarian, on land to look up and witness the event. Soon, the Chaos worshippers looked with despair as they saw the great champions of Khorne fall towards the earth, fly into the distance. Valkia and her bloodthirsters spiraled out of control while the Slayer kept onward. The demon princess screamed as she tried to control her flight, soon crashing outside of the walls. A great pain followed as she felt in her left shoulder, only to find her arm was obliterated and reduced to a stump. Her spear, Slopner, fell beside her but reduced to half of its length. Elsewhere, the bloodthirsters fell and crushed into buildings and anyone unfortunate under their weight, be it friend or foe, disappear for a while. Doomslayer came out unscathed and pulled out the BFG. A great green ball of energy soon burst from its vessel, going towards the blood legions. Chains of lightning burst from the orb, targeting Khornates and demons as it passed through. Hundreds of the savages and their beasts of war burst into blood and guts. Nearby artillery exploded violently, wiping out nearby forces. Only the bloodthirsters could withstand the awesome power of the Argent energy. and even they were heavily wounded from the attack, with flesh and bone exposed in parts of their body. The orb eventually crashed into an incoming giant and exploded. I can't make sense of this. But we're here today. Doomslayer stashed the weapon as he closed onto the earth. A bloodthirster was unlucky to be in his path, and the Slayer soon obliterated him like a meteor to an ant. Those nearby were thrown off their feet, most flying into the air from the impact. Feeling alive, smoke and snow followed with Doomslayer in the center of a great crater. He stood up unscathed and charged head-on towards the horde. It starts to fall apart. Let me take control. Reminisce. Those that survived the Argent Blast scrambled to get into formation. Yet Doomslayer bulldozed them easily with his strength, firing his plasma rifle and blasting away the larger groups with the heat wave. He ignored the Drukei as he passed by them, uncaring if any of them got in the way. The days and nothing more. Something I will find again. Deliver us. Soon, the surviving ones began to grow bigger in number and started to swarm the Slayer. The surviving bloodthirsters and soul grinders kept on despite their grievous wounds. The Slayer kept pushing forward, however, and bulldozed his way into the demons and their mortal followers, but the horde soon overwhelmed him, pushing him back despite his deadly arsenal. Can't hear the words you say, but it doesn't really matter. I give the world to you. Overwhelmed by great bodies pushing him back, with weapons attempting to peel through his gaps, Doomslayer exerted himself to push back against the horde. Realizing he couldn't clear them all, the Slayer went last resort. If you just, and proceeded to blast them with the Unmaker. The energy dispersed from it disintegrated the flesh and soul of the traitors. Fly into the distance. Disappear for a while. The horde was quickly purged by the Maker weapon. Those who realized the slaughter from the back broke down and fled. Morale soon disappeared, as it was every man and beast for himself. And I can't make sense of this. But we're here today, alive. Solo shredding. As if inspired by the Slayer's courage and slaughter, the Drukei began to rally behind him. The defenders were quick to create a shield wall, and the shooters began taking out the stragglers who were quick to flee due to low morale. Soon, the tides were in the Drukei's favor. With the Unmaker emptied, along with the BFG dash, Doomslayer used his other arsenals to finish off the stragglers within the city. Those outside fled away from the walls to save themselves a shameful death. Just as everyone was escaping, the Seafong had arrived through a portal and flew above the carnage. Wulfric, who still had his bandages on, reached to the bow and looked down to witness his mark's overwhelming power. Terror and great awe filled his heart at the sight. Corpses of bloodthirsters and bloodletters were strewn about, and the body count of fellow warriors and beastmen was astronomical. The Slayer was truly beyond this world. If Khorne witnessed, then he would be impressed. Fly into the distance. Disappear for a while. Overhead, Seraphon swooped down and brought death upon the savages with her breath, with Malekith guiding her wrath. Besides the dragon, Mority unleashed hell on the warriors with her magic as she rode her Pegasus, Sulafet, close to the ground. She blew a kiss as she flew past the Slayer. The latter ignored her and pushed on. All of the Khornates were being annihilated with the leftovers given to the Drukei forces. I can't make sense of this. But we're here today alive. With the last of the Khornates within the city annihilated, the forces of Khorne stood outside the walls with one final stand. Wolfram Deathmetal and the other warlords reluctantly stood their ground with weapons ready. The mighty Khorngers stood as well with muted whimpers escaping their breaths. The few remaining artillery units were in near oblivion, yet functioned still and aimed at the Soul Warrior. The Slayer slowed his approach, looking at every single bastard wanting a piece of him. The destruction of their forces had been made plain to them. With each step, the barbarians backed away in muted terror. Behind him, Malekith and his mother slowly landed and dismounted from their beasts. Alith soon reappeared beside the Slayer, both of them silently nodding to each other. Oh, what a sight to behold! Mority relished. You have outdone yourself, great Slayer. The other three silently rolled their eyes in annoyance. Suddenly, a figure dropped before them from the sky. The bloody and battered figure of Valkia stood up, using the damaged spear as a crutch. Her wings were visibly tattered and damaged. Despite her wounds, she kept on a defiant face against her enemies. Why you think? I will go down easily, she growled. I am Valkia, sworn herald of the blood god. Khorne. She soon screamed bloody murder and charged at the Slayer. The Slayer calmly parried the spear with his extended blade, followed by a right hook with his other hand. Valkia face-planted against the snow. Groaning, the demon princess struggled to get up, only to feel a boot planted against her back. What happened next proved to be excruciating. Summoned one of its more. Valkia screamed in horror as she felt him grab her wings. With great strength, the Slayer tore them from her back in gruesome display. The pain didn't end there for Valkia. Soon, she felt his hand grab one of her legs. No, she cried, and oh. Doomslayer ignored her pleas and soon started slamming her all over the snow, tossing and throttling against the ground with excessive brutality. The blood was spraying all over the ground, some even coating the elves in Valkia's blood. Doomslayer soon got tired and tossed her at Wolfram's group. The warlord dodged as the demon princess body crashed against his not-so-fortunate subordinates. Valkia's body, once a symbol of Khorne's blessing, had been reduced to a broken and mangled body. Broken bones visibly poked out of the flesh, and the woman's unblemished face had been reduced to a bloody, swollen pulp. Above, Wulfric, despite his visible shock at seeing the Valkyrie's humiliating defeat, could not help but feel disappointed that the duel ended so quickly, and in a whimper, no less. Seeing their fallen lord's broken body, waves of fear and panic washed over the survivor. Many were conflicted as to whether to run or stay to die a warrior's death. Some chose the former and fled into the forest. However, a great fiery roar alerted them from the back, followed by huge mighty steps that shook the earth. The footsteps were getting faster and louder. Several Khornates began to disperse as a mighty bloodthirster appeared beelined towards the Slayer. The elves behind him quickly moved out of the way before the Slayer was launched back into the city like a football. In the strangest irony of the event, the Khornates cheered on in relief as the exiled one arrived in a timely manner, shouting his accursed name for the heavens to hear. Skr-Brand! 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 The demon roared triumphantly with twin axes raised. For the first time in his accursed existence, the exiled bloodthirster felt a sense of accomplishment in the midst of his maddening rage and slaughter. By then the elves had disappeared, with two of them back on their mounts and the third vanishing without a trace. The rest withdrew back in the city. Behind Skarbrand, the great fleshhound Karanak appeared and closed in on Valkia's fallen form. Gently, he grabbed her in his mouth. She could still feel heartbeat, but slowly withering. Quickly, he vanished into the master's realm in a flash. Back in the city, Doomslayer was still in the air and tumbled across the ground before he had total control in his fall. Skidding across the bloodied snow, Doomslayer stood up with an angered expression. Meeting eye to eye with the perpetrator, he could see how scarred and old his wounds were. Wings were tattered and damaged beyond repair. Part of his face was missing an eye, and a patch of skin from the right side of his face was. The demon had a look of outrage on his face, far more than his already maddened state. Skarbrand hates that you survived. Skarbrand will kill you. The demon soon charged towards the Slayer, with the Khornates behind him following, reinvigorated by an unlikely savior and collective madness. Doomslayer, frustrated by his efforts being kicked back, literally cracked his knuckles before rushing towards his enemy. With inhuman speed, Doomslayer put all of his energy into his legs and leapt forward in a burst of strength, launching himself towards the bloodthirster with the super shotgun's trigger pulled. Chapter 21. Guts, Huge Guts. The Supergore Nest, Doom Eternal OST. Skarbrand hates that you survived. Skarbrand will kill you. The demon soon charged towards the Slayer, with the Khornates behind him following, reinvigorated by an unlikely savior and collective madness. Doomslayer, frustrated by his efforts being kicked back, literally cracked his knuckles before rushing towards his enemy. With inhuman speed, Doomslayer put all of his energy into his legs and leapt forward in a burst of strength, launching himself toward the bloodthirster with the super shotgun's trigger pulled. Buckshot pierced the flesh, but the demon was unfazed. Instead, he swung his axes at the Slayer. The latter evaded with fluid motion, his size and stature a complete advantage, and continued to fire back. Still, the bloodthirster was surprisingly fast, more so than his fellow bloodthirsters. His swings flew and crashed against bodies like freight trains. Bodies, man, demon, and elf, were torn asunder as the demon tried to lay a blow on his prey. The Slayer pulled out the chain gun and started firing. Tungsten rounds ripped through the demon's flesh, yet it only enraged Skarbrand even more. The bloodthirster attempted to rip him apart, but the chain gun's energy shield kept the owner safe at a distance. Skarbrand hates cheaters, roared the demon. Skarbrand delivers cowards two mighty Khorne. All around them, the city was filled to the brim with bloodshed once more. The Khornates, now emboldened by Skarbrand's tide, continued their onslaught without issue. The Drukei fought ferociously, of course. Emboldened by the Slayer's rampage earlier, they fought on with tooth and nail, rejuvenated to fight for their home. The Shadow Warriors joined in the fighting as well, their arrows puncturing through the gaps of the warp-forged armor. Alith kept a cool head under the intense battle, swiftly knocking arrows into the enemy. Fighting chaos was no different from fighting Drukei. Their mortal servants were fallible to the so-called weaknesses that all living things had in common. Death makes no exceptions. Sidestepping a Khornate's axe, Alith whacked him across his unprotected head with the bow before slashing at his throat with his sword. The barbarian clutched his throat. Not even rage could prevent blood loss in an instant. The Khornate dying unremembered. Alith weaved across the battlefield in flawless motion. Like a captain of his ship, he wrestled with the crashing waves that poured endlessly into the streets of Nagorond. Suddenly, a portal appeared in the midst of the siege, a mass of which elves and executioners poured out of the portal. Hellebron appeared alongside them, rejuvenated to her youthful form once again and screaming all sorts of curses in the name of kind before entering the fray. Erupting from the Tower of Chill, Malice Darkblade and his retinue of Cold One Knights charged into the horde of barbarians to make a push. And though both Beastmasters were sent off to protect their respective fortress cities, both Lokir and Rakarth sent menageries to support their lordship. Medusae and Harpies tore through Cornate ranks with vicious stride. Charybdisi and War Hydras battled the beasts of chaos with their titanic strength, toppling a few war shrines in their path. In the skies, Seraphon swooped down and breathed her terrible power on the Cornates entering the city. The savages choked on the poisonous breath, blood pouring from every orifice. Sulafet followed as well, galloping across the air and giving his mistress the distance to unleash magical destruction on the invaders safely. Targeting the artillery units, Mority smiled maliciously as her magic destroyed the cannons and those on board. Ammunition exploded wonderfully like Cathayan fireworks, and the screams of burning demons and chaos dwarfs were music to her ears. Despite the losses, the Cornates no longer cared what was happening. They slaughtered with reckless abandon. Wolfram Deathmetal led the charge, swinging his axes into elven bodies and beheading those in the path of his blades. Adrenaline pumped in his veins with each kill he made. Wolfram shouted his god's mantra as he strode across with mad glee. Wulfric watched the event unfold. A glorious battle to behold. He was all too prepared to jump out of his ship and crash into the sea of warriors, especially a chance to duel with the Slayer. Yet, his current state made it obvious that he was not fit to fight. Not yet, at least. A wolf needed to lick his wounds, after all. For now, he was entertaining himself. And the clash of two formidable titans was a spectacle of the ages. The disfavored child of Khorne against the Chaos Bane. A scent caught his attention. The smell of magic was not far from him. Quickly, Wulfric spun to face the intruder. "Mighty Wulfric," greeted an old man. "Praise the dark gods that you survived your fall." The World Walker sneered at the sorcerer's presence. He wore the look of a hermit and had a white raven on his shoulder. His eyes were milky white, revealing his blindness. Yet there was a hint of both wisdom and deceit behind them. Wulfric, however, knew all too well what god he followed. Regardless, he also knew as not to harm a devotee of the raven. "What is it, sorcerer?" he growled. "Can't you see I'm enjoying myself?" "As the gods would want you," the sorcerer replied. "Khorne especially has decided that you refrain from joining the onslaught." "I had no plans on joining, sorcerer," said Wulfric. "Yet it is surprising to know the blood god would see that I am spared." "Enough blood has been spilled here," the sorcerer declared, "and you have not yet recovered from your wounds. The gods cannot afford to lose more of their champions. Arbel was one such victim." Wulfric looked mildly surprised hearing the undefeated's defeat. "Him? He's dead?" Wulfric inquired. The sorcerer's not all, but confirmed. Wulfric hummed as he gathered his thoughts. "Dragon," hollered one of his men. Indeed, a great black dragon was coming in reach. Worse, Wulfric noticed its rider on its back. He knew full well that this was the Witch King. Instinctively, the World Walker pulled his sword out, as did the rest of the crew. Wulfric attempted to hurl insults as it closed on in. However, he felt something caught in his throat. He tried to cough out, but to no avail. He was suddenly speechless. And as the dragon came, it flew past them. Mass confusion followed. The crew wondered what happened, as did Wulfric. Mostly, though, they felt relieved when it avoided them. "At ease, mighty Wulfric," soothed the sorcerer. "Need not worry. We are enveloped in shadow thanks to my magic. The enemy is unable to see us even with their dragons and witch sight. Though, I would advise you to take it as an opportunity to escape." "Tisk," Wulfric scornfully dismissed. "Like I want to miss a battle. Bad enough I am still healing from the wounds. So let me enjoy this moment of entertainment." Even when blind, the old man frowned and said, "If you wish to have a brush with death, so be it. Don't expect this battle to be in our favor." "If you insist," Wulfric replied. "Better I know our enemy than next we meet." Soon, one of Wulfric's men approached him with a cup of ale. The wolfish champion grabbed and sipped, savoring the contents as he watched the battle below. Back at the duel, both warriors proved evenly matched. The Slayer had been killing demons for eons, but the Bloodthirster proved to be more formidable than any demon he had faced. And he was wasting ammunition on the demon, who was too focused to let his wounds distract him. Remembering his last rodeo, Doomslayer charged and leapt onto the demon's face. Quickly, he jumped to the top of his skull and leapt on his back. Grabbing at both of his wings, the Slayer controlled the demon's movement like a marionette, pulling at his wings. The pain caused Skarbrand to thrash and swing his axes around the surrounding battle. Puppeteering the demon's attack, the Slayer controlled his movements, using both Doomblade and axe to get him to lash out at the Chaos Warriors. Some of the worshippers were hacked and mauled in the demon's path. Others crushed and flattened under his hoofs. Seeing the demon rampage its way blindly, everyone around the battlefield frantically moved out of the Bloodthirster's way. Angered by the Slayer's clever tactic, Skarbrand slammed his dual axes to the ground and tried to reach for him. Seeing the demon's hands reach for him, Doomslayer jumped out of the way, but not before ripping off one of his tattered wings. The bloodthirster screamed in pain and fell forward. Landing safely, Doomslayer cast the wing aside and stood up with the crowd appeaser. The demon, however, was defiant as always. Reaching for his remaining wing, Skarbrand tore it from his back and threw it aside before grabbing his axes and facing the Doomslayer once more. He roared defiantly with both arms extended. Doomslayer smirked behind his visor and charged. The demon followed suit, both colliding head-on. Wolfram bisected the third executioner he had faced. A witch elf charged at him wildly with daggers in hand. Swift as the wind, his axe bit into her neck, head flying elsewhere. A lowly soldier held his shield just as the Jarl raised his axe. The shield cracked under the strength, and the steel sank into the elf's head. An arrow soon punctured him in the gap of his back. Turning to face his attacker, he saw the damn elf reaching for another arrow from his quiver. Another went straight into his shoulder. Enraged, Wolfram screamed bloody murder and charged at him. Alith dodged the coming berserker and pulled his sword to parry the warrior's attack. Both locked blades and briefly stared down. "Maggot," Wolfram shouted. "Cowards use arrows in close quarters. Let's see what you can do with that toothpick you wield." Alith, in response, kicked the warlord away and kept his distance. No stranger to combat, Alith swiftly dodged the berserker's coming attacks and retaliated when he could. Likewise, the Jarl grew infuriated by the elf's annoying speed. It reminded him too much of the cowardly Slaneshi warriors, who relied too much on their speed and perfection. Only their arrogance would prove their downfall. And like them, the elves were folly to their skills. In a moment of ingenuity, seeing the tip of Alith's sword going straight for his face, Wolfram bit down hard as it closed in. With one foot, the berserker kicked him straight into his groin. Alith was caught off guard by the attack. Luckily, there was a codpiece protecting that area, and he avoided the worst of it. Still, it did knock the wind out of him, losing his grip on his sword and falling on the blood-stained ground. Wolfram spat the sword out and approached the fallen elf. Raising his axe, Wolfram was prepared to attack when he suddenly heard a war cry, one that caused all but the Slayer and Skarbrand to stop amid battle. "Why?" The collective call of the green-skinned savages alerted both elf and barbarian. Too late. Did the orcs crash into the brass-armored warriors before the latter could respond? Using the orcs' arrival as a distraction, Alith disappeared into the crowd. Wolfram turned and was enraged by the elf's cleverness. An orc lunged at the berserker, but Wolfram punched straight through the back of his mouth, his hand escaping the other end and drenched in gray matter and blood. Wolfram screamed his frustration and took his anger on the orcs. Malekith and Mority made landfall just as the orcs flooded the gates. Quran approached his lord with firm acknowledgement and followed behind. "Orcs," Malekith exclaimed, "or CS. In my kingdom, of all times. Do not speak the obvious, my son," Mority chastised. "For all we know, the savages are making themselves useful in clearing out our chaos infestation." "They will make do," Malekith begrudgingly agreed. "But the Druchii are our main concern." "Quran," Malekith turned to his loyal hand. "Relay all our forces to retreat further in the city. I will ride Seraphon and distract the enemy." "Now." "Yes, my lord." Quran obeyed, turning and barking at his subordinates. The Blackguard quickly disbanded and hastened to the others. Malekith whipped the reins of his dragon, prompting her to ascend once more. Mority followed as well, kicking Siliphet on command. The sorceress had a nagging feeling as she rode beside Malekith. "Since when did my son, the king, become so sentimental for servants?" "We are at war, Mority," Malekith countered in outrage. "I need every able hand on board." "Do not lie, Malekith," Mority chided. "You seem so caring of these pawns. Earlier, when you negotiated for a mass exodus, I thought you were jesting about the slaves and punishing insubordinate filth. But then you agreed to the demands of a spirit to lay down arms and wave a white flag. My son giving in to demands. For our lesser cousins. It's disgusting. Do you seriously want to discuss this now?" Malekith admitted. "As king, I have no time for this drama. Have your convent create barriers across the city. The Druchii will need time to recover." Malekith flew away and descended upon the enemy with Seraphon's terrible breath. Mority looked on baffled by her son's sudden change of heart. It was a strange moment to witness, she thought. Strange and contemptuous. It disgusted her. Compassion for another was against the Druchii way. And now her son suddenly cares for these tools? What madness indeed. Despite her qualms, she obeyed and psychically linked to all of her apprentices and acolytes. Receiving their orders, the sorceresses cast great magical barriers across the city. The magical shield blocked and separated the Druchii and the savages. As expected, the Druchii retreated further, some of which were carried off by their brethren. Now, the greenskins and barbarians were pitted against each other. A few Druchii, as she noticed, wanted to throw themselves against the savages. Hellebron and her witches, in their bloodlust, attempted to batter the magical barrier, denied of their prey once again. Mority giggled as she acutely heard the tired hag screaming curses at her unaware. That actually lightened her mood a bit. Wolfram screamed bloody curses as he saw the elfish cowards cast a shield between them and his forces. His blood boiled with unbridled fury at this transgression. To deny Khorne his tribute was an affront to all who worship his greatness. Channeling his rage, he killed an incoming goblin and his tusked squig. The latter killed with the blow of his axe to the head, the rider with a hand crushing his skull. The greenskins will have to make do for now. Tearing away at the orcs, whose swings and fighting were laughable to the Kurgan hero, Wolfram struck any who dared charge at him. A feral orc in wolf pelts came at him with a raised club. The Kurgan easily sliced his limbs off with his first axe and drove his second into the orc's skull. A goblin jumped into his back and stabbed into the shoulder gap. Wolfram slammed both of his axes down and yanked the damn imp off his shoulders. Grabbing both of his legs, the Kurgan relished the goblin's squeals as Wolfram tore from groin to head. He then knocked an orc with one of the halves and beat him to death with the other. Retrieving his axes, the mighty chieftain bellowed the war cry of Khorne. Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skew dash. A great green fist crashed against the back of his helm. He quickly tucked into a roll and recovered as he stood. Thank the Daizar for their craftsmanship. That fist hit him like their infernal trains. Fuming, he made eye contact with the one who caught him underhanded. Wolfram soon grinned happily as he saw who it was. Massive than the other orcs and easily identified by his dark green complexion, the Kurgan recognized a black orc when he won. In his green hands, he brandished a brutal-looking cleaver and a knife thick as a dwarf. The orc silently gestured to the Kurgan to bring it, moving the cleaver across his neck to make a point. Cunning move of you, orc, growled Wolfram. Cunning but cowardly. Cunning, cowardly, the black orc retorted. Foit z a foit. So get on with it, get. A fight, eh? Wolfram goaded. Then a fight you'll get. The black orc roared, and both barbarians charged at each other. Blades locked upon contact, with sparks flying. A contest of strength ensued. Wolfram's blessings proved him the victor, as the orc's natural strength was not enough to protect him. Wolfram easily pushed his weapons aside and slashed at the orc, who was now on the defense. The Kurgan's tenacity overwhelmed his opponent. Of course, the black orc was no idiot as he instinctively parried the Kurgan's attacks. The orc tried to slip into attack, but the Kurgan's armor bestowed him great protection. Wolfram's attacks eventually wore off the orc's energy, causing the latter to lose his weapons. As the Kurgan attempted a final blow, the orc went for a low blow, bringing his foot up and between his opponent's legs. Thankfully, Wolfram had a codpiece attached, but it knocked some wind out of him. That same foot then proceeded to collide in the Kurgan's face. Hard. The full force was enough to knock Wolfram's helmet off as he fell. His face was now exposed, revealing a heavily scarred face. Years of constant conflict earned him several cuts that never healed properly, and a brand of his patron tattooed on his bald head. His long graying beard rolled out of the safety of his helmet and covered his cuirass. Despite his daze, Wolfram was able to roll away as the orc recovered quickly and had his choppa aimed at the Kurgan's head. Wolfram dropped his weapons and ducked as the orc took another swing. Wolfram tackled after, grabbing the orc by the waist and lifting him off his feet, losing his choppa in the process. The orc was able to gain his momentum, however, planting his feet to the ground. The orc held his hands together and dropped them on the Kurgan's back like a hammer. The infernal armor absorbed most of the force, but it still left a big dent. It didn't faze the Kurgan as both warriors soon crashed into the wall of a building. Standing up, again dash, Wolfram picked up a piece of rock debris in his hand and smashed it across the orc's head, which did not faze the latter. In fact, the orc looked disappointed before he punched the Kurgan's head in full force, knocking him off his feet. The orc quickly grabbed one of his legs and tossed him out the window. Wolfram fell into the body of a fallen Khornate. Seeing a club nearby him, Wolfram grabbed it just before the orc pulled him up and swung it hard into his face. And again, the strength of Wolfram's swing was enough to put the orc to the ground, and he continued to do so. Again, the orc's force was brutalized to a swollen mess. Soon, Wolfram's catharsis ran out and decided it was time to finish this. Seeing an axe nearby, Wolfram grabbed it and returned to his fallen prey. The orc tried to get up, but the Kurgan pressed his boot against his throat. A worthy fight, muttered Wolfram, worthy in Khorne's eyes. Wolfram hefted the axe over his head and ready to land the killing blow. However, a deafening scream caught his attention, and just as he turned, all he saw was a green blur passing through him. It didn't even register the impact as his head went flying. The last thing he saw was his body, which was reduced to only his legs falling over. Earlier ago, Tooth and Nail were fought hard between Slayer and Demon. Scarbrand racked many wounds and fresh scars, some more grievous than others. The Slayer, however, also racked damages himself. Deep dents and scratches on his armor were apparent. The Bloodthirster proved to be as tenacious as any demon as he had faced in the past. Even with the battle raging, both were at a stalemate. Doomslayer had run out of ammo, forcing him to rely on his Doomblade and Korhil's axe. Swiftly, the Slayer ducked the demon's attacks, rolling under his legs before blocking one of his infernal axes. Skarbrand hates small targets. Hold still for Skarbrand to kill. The demon roared as he tried to crush the Slayer to no avail. The ground beneath them had been marred with the demon's slashes, debris flying around them. The surviving Drukei and Khornates avoided the duel like the plague for fear of Skarbrand's wrath directed at them. The battle was fierce. Skarbrand fought harder than ever before. And so did the Slayer. Even fighting a dozen Hell Barons was nothing like what he was facing right now. And in some ways, it was exciting. His blood pumped harder and adrenaline was kicking to 11. Whether it was because Skarbrand was keeping him on his toes or his presence might have affected the Slayer in some capacity, all that mattered was that it was a good fight. Skarbrand managed to get a hold of the Slayer by slamming his blades over his head. Doomslayer braced himself, blocking them with his blades. The sheer impact of Skarbrand was so powerful, it caused a quake underneath their feet. It also sunk Doomslayer to the earth at knee-high. Unstoppable force met unstoppable force. A test of sheer will was taking helm. Skarbrand placed as much pressure as he could, pining the Slayer into the ground. Yet, the Slayer's strength and resolve allowed him to push against Skarbrand's axes and weight. Hayden, meanwhile, watched the whole event through the visor and took part. Rerouting himself into the shoulder cannon, Hayden sprayed fire in the demon's face. Skarbrand roared in pain but endured. Growing beyond frustrated, the demon soon raised a leg and kicked his opponent in his chest, sending the Slayer flying into the wall of a building. Skarbrand prepared another charge until a cold one pounced him on his shoulder, biting and clawing at his non-scarred face. The demon dropped his axes and contended with the cold one. Despite the surprise attack, the Bloodthirster was able to grab it and hurled against the same wall the Slayer was on. Grabbing his axes, Skarbrand was prepared to execute the warrior before a war cry grabbed his attention. Why? The distant cry of the orc Wyak brought the attention of many, Skarbrand included. Greenskins began to flood in the city, killing left and right. Neither Khornate nor Drukei was made an exception in the slaughter. The demon growled hatefully and roared. Skarbrand hates further interferences. Skarbrand will not be denied his kill. Stomping his way toward the Greenskins, Skarbrand hacked and slashed through the masses without restraint. Soon, Khornates and Drukei were caught up in his path, and the demon showed no mercy to them. Orc, elf, human. It mattered little. Skarbrand's bloodlust consumed him, as always. By Khorne's mantra, he cared not from whence the blood flows, only that it flows. As Skarbrand disappeared, the Slayer fell to the earth once more. Raising his head, he turned slowly to the Cold One. Recognizing it as the mount that accompanied, he saw the raptor slowly rise up despite its injuries. Reaching to its rider, the Noggler attempted to help him up as he stood. Grateful of its gesture, the Slayer stroked its head as a sign of gratitude. However, as he took his first steps, the Slayer suddenly felt something wrong and immediately fell on his knees. He felt something burn within him. His heart didn't stop pumping. In fact, it was speeding up inexplicably. Clutching his chest, the Slayer's visible pain alerted Hayden. Something's wrong, Hayden muttered to himself. Pulling up the HUD, he was soon startled by his heart rate spiking to ridiculous levels. Alert, Hayden had no idea what was about to happen. Clearly, it was an abnormal sight to see, for the Slayer transcended his mortality. Suddenly, the Slayer pounded the ground hard enough to form a small crater around his fist. Following this, Doomslayer began to twitch unnervingly. The Noggler instinctively backed away in fear by the Slayer's sudden change. Similarly, Hayden noticed the signs, and he realized what was about to happen. The Slayer began to see red, and soon enough, he started blitzing to the nearest Khornate. BFG Division 2020, Mick Gordon/Custer, Slipknot, start at 007. The Khornate didn't see what was coming and exploded into gore. The rest of his ilk, meanwhile, felt the winds change. Whether demon, beastman, or human, all felt the charge in the air. As they directed their attention to the perpetrator, fear consumed their minds and took hold. For not even Khorne's wrath could save them from the Slayer. Doomslayer charged into the next berserker. The warrior didn't even get to scream as his head was ripped from his body, along with his spin. A Caprigger was sent flying with his chest pulverized, exploding against a stone wall. A bloodletter's skull was caved in by a headbutt. Doomslayer's rage was palpable, and all who stood in his way soon began to flee. Too late, the Slayer was in full pursuit. Running at inhuman speeds, the Slayer brutalized the barbarians with extraordinary power. Rushing through the streets, the walls were painted with the blood and gore of the heretics. Only the elves and the greenskins were spared of his wrath. And even then, blood splashed against their bodies unexpectedly, leaving them in shock as to what transpired. Bouncing across the city, the Slayer's slaughter was witnessed by all. From their flying mounts, both Malekith and Mority watched in respective shock and awe. From his seafoam, Wulfric dropped his drink on the floor and was jaw-dropped by the murder frenzy he had witnessed. His crew looked on in terror to see their kinsmen slaughtered in quick succession. The old man whispered prayers to his god while his crow went berserk. We leave now. ordered the World Walker just as he sliced his palm and pressed it across the Sea Fang's monstrous prow, disappearing into the immaterium once again. Already, the Slayer had soaked half the city in heathen blood. His bloodlust peaked through the roof. The souls he consumed only fueled his wrath. As the mortal followers dwindled, only the bloodthirsters, soul grinders, and other beasts of war were left. They too fell before his might. A bloodthirster's torso exploded in gore, leaving behind a gaping hole where his heart was. A soul grinder's torso was ripped from its mechanical half and used as a club to brutalize 3 greater demons. A giant's belly was sliced open before the Slayer crawled in and ripped his way through his head. A war mammoth's head was torn from its head and thrashed around like a flail before it was sent flying and killing a giant upon impact. As the Doom Slayer reached the end of his slaughter, a familiar roar called to him. Skarbrand hates your annoying existence. Skarbrand will dash. The demon could not finish his rant as his legs were obliterated in an instant. Skarbrand, in a moment of lucidness, realized his luck had run out and watched as the Slayer returned to him. Desperately, he swung his axes to keep the Slayer at a distance to no avail. Catching his left arm, the Slayer ripped it from its socket, causing unimaginable pain. Skarbrand hates dying like this. Screamed the demon, terror apparent. Skarbrand doesn't want to die like this. Not long after, the Slayer leapt onto his stomach and began ripping out his guts in horrific fashion. Skarbrand's screams echoed across the city just as he flailed about in agony. All mortals who witnessed expressed horror at the sight. The remaining invaders, those that were far from the Slayer's reach, heard the demon scream and fled in terror. Some were trampled upon escaping. Others met their death at the sharp ends of their mortal enemies. Yet, all in all, it was a better fate than what the Doomslayer would do. From a distance, the spirits of Argenta watched stoically as the Slayer wiped out the forces of Khorne in silent approval. From his throne, the blood god smiled wickedly despite his losses. The other gods who took notice sweated profusely in fear of their future encounter with the Slayer. And elsewhere, Gork and Mork stopped for the first time to cheer on the Slayer's fight. As the demon finally went limp, the Doomslayer searched for more Chaos Warriors to kill, only getting a few who weren't fast enough to escape. As the last of the Khornates escaped, the Doomslayer's rage began to subside. Not long after, the forces of the Drukei started to close in. Hesitation and fear were palpable as they laid eyes on the man solely responsible for turning the tide. However, some began to cheer as their city was liberated, and soon the rest joined the jubilation. Beside the Slayer, Alith reappeared with a mixed expression of relief and wariness. That was something, was all Alith could say, patting his companion on the shoulder before handing him back his axe. Descending from the skies, the Witch King and the Hag Sorceress lowered to the ground and dismounted. Doomslayer fixed his posture and straightened himself as both rulers approached. Melkith remained stoic as before. Morty, meanwhile, simply bit her lip with bedroom eyes towards the Slayer. By now, he already knew what was going on in her head, and he did not want to be reminded. A bestial call alerted them, and Doomslayer turned to see the Noggler running to him. The creature brushed against the Slayer somewhat affectionately, receiving a stroke on its head afterward. It appears that you have fulfilled your end. Melkith spoke with slight gratitude. Now I shall fulfill mine. As agreed. Hayden spoke up. A deal's a deal. I haven't forgotten, replied Melkith. Beside him, Morty barely contained her disgust at her son's compliance. Before she could, the lords and their armies tensed up as they looked behind the heroes. Doomslayer and Alith turned to find an army of greenskins approaching them. The orcs and goblins slowly made their way. Soon tensions grew back as the Drukei prepared for another bout. Doomslayer readied his weapons while Alith pulled out an arrow. Soon, an Orcish cry was heard, and the greenskins stopped in their tracks. Moments later, a massive orc made his way through the green mass and stomped his way forward. His crude choppa was visibly gripped in his hand. Behind him followed a seal squig mounted by a goblin in thick furs. Be careful with this one, Alith warned. That is a black orc, the largest and most dangerous breed of its kind. Doomslayer nodded and watched warily of the giant orc. The giant orc stopped just a few feet away from the Slayer. Even so, his massive frame overshadowed both Melkith and the Slayer's stature. In a moment of intense silence, the black orc stared down at the Slayer with a grim stare. Soon, he raised his weapon high and slammed it into the ground. The black orc soon let out a roar, raising a fist in the air followed by the orcs joining. They neither charged nor attempted to show a declaration of war. Instead, they cheered him. The Slayer relaxed and understood what was happening. The elves, meanwhile, were caught off guard by the greenskins' sudden turn. As the cheers died down, the goblin spoke up and praised. You gave the spiky boys a good thrashing. Neva have de greenies seen a blitz like dat before. Not to mention, you dress like you're one of the boys. Green is best, and you did it the best, even if you see a git. The Slayer raised a brow in humor. They were all Cockney. That actually kind of amused him. Hayden, likewise, went blank. If he still had a face, it had been one of disbelief and surrealness. But enough talk, said the goblin. The name's Crixus. And this is the war boss, Sporticus. Good grief. Hayden wanted to facepalm so hard at this point. The name alone, he can already figure out who it was based on. Doomslayer, meanwhile, felt like dying on the inside from hearing those names. It's nice to meet you both. Hayden kept his composure. The man standing before you is the Doomslayer. Oh, Crixus said. Who's talking then? Hayden then introduced himself. I am Samuel Hayden. I'm the one speaking from within his armor. Oh, Crixus understood, before turning to his boss. Dear's a ghost in his shell. I know. Sporticus groaned. But Doomslayer, don't look like dim red stunties. But you did me a favor and savon me back, dear. So easy good. Well, good once we deal with the pointy ears. Sporticus' eyes trailed at the elves, who were dangerously holding their weapons towards him. I take it you have a grudge with the Witch King? The Black Orc nodded. I ain't no stunty, but me and the boys certainly have a bone to pick with him. Somehow, I can actually relate to that. Alith quipped offhandedly. Hayden, however, spoke otherwise. As much as I can understand your sentiments, we need the Witch King alive. Fair what? Crixus asked. The prick put us in chains, and you want us to forget this mess? Bugger off, Sammy. Hayden was taken aback. Not because of the dismissal, but the fact someone simplified his name. Still, he remained cordial. I assure you, Crixus, the Witch King will get his due. The High Elves of Ulthuan want him alive. Oh, the ones living on Dat Island. Crixus realized. Heard about dem pointy ers wanting payback. Works fair me. Sporticus groaned. Don't make me appy. And when I ain't appy, I get choppy. The Black Orc pulled his choppa from the ground and rested it on his shoulder. Doomslayer readied himself when Hayden spoke. You said you were chained, yes? Hayden asked. I'd wager we can negotiate further to release more of you kin. Sporticus scratched his throat in contemplation. Gonna need to win me over a bit. I can send you somewhere far from this place. One free of the elves. How? Crixus asked curiously. I can activate a portal and send you somewhere else. Ah, mage. The goblin exclaimed. Why didn't you say so? Hayden groaned in annoyance. Doomslayer turned to the Witch King. Now will you get rid of the winds? Hayden reminded. I will. Malekith turned to his mother, who rolled her eyes. Fine, she said before psychically linking with her sorceresses again and speaking the incantations in Druhir. Soon, Hayden saw the signatures in the clouds begin to lower, allowing him to connect transmissions. Without hesitation, he waited for the cell to come in. Hayden, answered Teclis. The sound of the Loremaster's voice brought relief for the three heroes. Greetings, Teclis. Hayden warmly replied. I bear good tidings. We have reached the Witch King, and he has agreed to be judged. Agreed? Teclis spoke with surprise. Are you saying the Witch King Malekith has accepted his arrest? Yes. Hayden confessed, but there have been conditions made during negotiations. Hearing that, the Loremaster was briefly silent before sighing audibly. I am not surprised, he conceded, but I see your objective has been more or less completed. There were obstacles, yes, Hayden admits, but the extraction will now begin. I am preparing to contact my forces to liberate slave compounds. That is good to know, Hayden. Teclis expressed sullenly. Something Hayden was quick to notice. Has something happened? I'm afraid so, Teclis answered. Much has transpired while you were gone. On that, the Slayer tensed. Opposite of him, Malekith noticed a shift in the Slayer's expression. He did not understand what was happening, but with Alith holding his ear for some reason, they were likely doing some psychic connection. What is it? Hayden inquired. His voice lowered to a deep bass. Some days ago, the Everqueen had a vision, and we believe that Aliathra has been kidnapped. As Teclis finished, fury washed over the Slayer like a rushing tide. His anger was self-contained, but even a glimmer was felt through his clenching fist. Alith's face darkened as he acknowledged the seriousness of the situation. I will teleport to your location, Hayden stated. The Slayer, and I will join you. I am eternally grateful for your aid. Teclis spoke gratefully. I will alert the others. See you soon. Hayden cut transmissions. Doomslayer turned to the Witch King and Hayden said, I believe we must part now. Leaving so abruptly? Asked Malekith. Sounds as if urgent matters have come. That is neither your concern nor business. Hayden stated, but we will depart now. Oi, worry not, Hayden reassured. I haven't forgotten. Suddenly, a blue portal appeared and out came the Vega drones. All but one had flown off into the skies to the other cities, and the one drone close to them floated harmlessly. Oh, what a cute little familiar. Morty gushed. Adorable. The wonders of technological advancement. Hayden spoke sarcastically, but I digress. We must make our leave. I understand, Malekith responded. Before Doomslayer made his leave, he looked to Alith. Don't worry about me. Alith made his reassurances. I'll take it from here. I'll see you back in Ulthuan. Soon, the Shadow King pulled out a small trinket. He placed it on his lips and made a distinct whistle. Suddenly, some of the Drukei stepped forth and revealed themselves as Alith's spies, joining their king. A mix of disgust and fear followed as the Drukei realized how many shadow warriors there were in their ranks. That is a relief. Hayden departed. Allow me to return the favor. Earth, United States. Earlier. The alarm shook the intern awake. The young man sluggishly reached for his phone. Swiping the screen, the alarm immediately turned off. Squinting his eyes, the clock said 9 o'clock on his phone. Putting his phone down, the intern rubbed his eyes to be more awake. Good morning, Monty. He groaned to himself, reaching for his glasses. Getting out of his bed, the intern stretched before heading to the bathroom. Monty passed by a poster of DaneNagai battling demons and another one with Hayden leading Ark in a heroic pose. Flicking the lights on, the intern saw an average-looking Asian American staring back at the other side of the mirror. Hair shaved down to a buzz cut. He sighed before giving his best smile. It's a good day, Monty. He said to himself, Earth is saved and you're gonna spend every day grateful for that fact. Half an hour later. Left hand free, Alt-J. Monty left his apartment in his Ark uniform with a thermostat full of homebrewed coffee in hand and a backpack strapped to him. The intern managed to reach the elevators before it closed. Inside were 3 other residents. He couldn't quite say he was close to them, but he politely greeted them whenever he could. Not long after, the elevator opened and he walked out of the main floor. Exiting the building, he basked in the sun shining down on him, taking in the now fresh air. Taking the view, the city had become less chaotic since DaneNagai killed the icon of sin about a week ago. Humanity was now rebuilding and Ark was pushing forward to retake old territories. Granted, it still wasn't safe outside the walls, but Ark had become pretty confident lately. Making his way to his parked e-bike, Monty revved up and navigated through the busy streets of his home city. The tension had grown less and everyone continued their day as if the invasion never happened 10 years ago. People were content and were rather well off. Streets were being cleaned up after the celebrations ended. Reconstructions were making progress, with several workers removing debris and corpses off the roads. Passing through several intersections and taking some detours, Monty arrived at the base. The complex was still intact in spite of the heavy assault from a while back. The tendrils that covered it were long gone and the turrets were back in working order. Slowly riding up to the charging station, Monty dismounted and walked towards the front door. He greeted the Ark security standing on guard and passed by several construction workers focused on their jobs. He walked up to the man stationed at the desk. Hey, Monty. The burly man greeted. How you doing? Hey, Jerry. Monty greeted back as he handed his ID. I'm feeling great. How about you? Nursing a headache, Jerry replied. That's enough celebrations for me. Can't blame you, Monty related, but make every day worth celebrating. The man chuckled as he scanned Monty's card. You're cleared, Monty. Have a good one. You too. Just as Monty was about to leave, Jerry called. Oh hey, Monty, you got orders from the board. Says you've been reassigned to the lower levels. Oh, really? Monty spoke with surprise. What did they say? They said they got a good look at your resume and after your recent achievements, they decided to promote you to work with the engineers downstairs. Monty's brows raised in surprise and expressed excitement. That's great. He said with joy, I'll pack my stuff from upstairs. That's okay. They mentioned they already did that, said Jerry. Oh, Monty awkwardly replied. He hadn't expected the board to clean it up for him. How nice of them. Take the elevators on the right. Someone will be there when you get out in the lower levels. Thanks, Jerry. Monty made his way to the right of the building. Monty exhaled slowly to calm himself. As the doors opened, he was greeted by a tall, dark-skinned man smiling. Monty's anxiety died down immediately as he recognized his friend. Paxton, he exclaimed, closing in for a handshake before his friend pulled him in for a hug. Ah, good to see you joining, brother. Paxton laughed. Come on. You're riding shotgun. Monty nodded and jumped on the ATV 4-seater. He held onto the ATV's frames as Paxton sped up to their location. Excited, man? Asked Paxton. A little nervous, not gonna lie, Monty admitted, looking to the side and waving to some workers as they passed. Been there, myself. Paxton sympathized. It's rough at first, but you'll get over it soon. I'll introduce you to the crew once we land. I'm glad to hear. Monty spoke gratefulness. Oh, I almost forgot. Monty brought his backpack forward and scoured the contents. He soon pulled out a comic book with 2 monsters duking it out. Is that the new issue for Hellwalker? Paxton exclaimed. Yeah, Monty replied. I actually got it yesterday, but I completely forgot to open it yesterday. Got my copy already. Been meaning to give it to you. You're the best, Monty. Thanked Paxton. Keep it in your bag. I'll pick it up later. Monty nodded. Soon, the scenery went from an empty tunnel to the complex's main hangar. Monty was in awe of the vehicles inside. Transports, tanks and fighter planes filled the bay in neat organization. Several Ark personnel were keeping themselves busy either setting up their vehicles or training for combat. Yet, of all the things Monty witnessed, it was the mechs. One of the Ark's greatest scientific achievements, Monty couldn't help but be awestruck by them. Sure, he saw them in action, but he had never been this close before. However, many of them looked to be in disrepair and battle-damaged. It appeared that Ark had these things salvaged in the aftermath of the invasion. Hopefully, the Coalition would get them primed up and ready for action soon. So far, a few were in working condition. Maybe one day you'll ride on one of those things. His friend quipped as he noticed Monty drooling at the mechanical titans. Think you'll give me some driving lessons on one of them? Monty smirked. Paxton replied, Oh, it's about as easy driving a car. You just gotta let that baby ride you, though. Monty snorted in jest at Paxton's humor. Soon, the two arrived at their destination and parked their vehicle. Nearby was a group of ARC personnel looking like they had just finished their daily exercises. "Break's over in 5, the head instructor said as he came to view. "Enjoy every second of it." The man was roughly in his 40s with a mixed ancestry of East Asian and Caucasian. He was tall and had the assertiveness to lead. He turned his head once he saw Monty and Paxton coming into the picture. "Paxton." "Sir." Paxton saluted him. Monty hastily saluted as well, not really knowing what he was supposed to do. The instructor raised a brow in amusement and said, "So this is the guy who's joining us?" "Yes, sir," Paxton replied, gesturing his friend to introduce himself. "Oh, Montgomery Park, sir." Monty introduced formally. "Friends call me Monty. But Montgomery is also fine." "Right." The man simply said, "Lieutenant Kai Lancel, your new CO. I read your profile. The board recommended you join my platoon. The good news is, you're not going to the front lines anytime soon. However, being an engineer is no different to a soldier. And I expect the best of the best." "Why, yes, sir," Monty nervously replied. Lancel looked at his watch and yelled, "Jesse, get them moving." "Yes, sir," cried a female subordinate, quickly identified by her dark brown undercut. She soon barked orders to do push-ups. "Join the others, Paxton," Lancel addressed. "I'll take it from here." "Yes, sir." Paxton nodded and quickly joined with the others. "Follow me, cadet," Lancel ordered as he turned. Monty picked up the pace, following his superior closely. The lieutenant looked off into the distance and he nodded to a man hanging near on the ARC's tail rotors. Monty took notice and tried to get a good look, but the man was shrouded in the aircraft's darkness, with his cigar being the only light source. Lancel moved on and said, "Read your file, Monty. Graduated at the top of your class. A master's in engineering." "Systems engineering, sir," Monty corrected before realizing his mistake. "Sorry, sir." "None taken," Lancel waved off. "I also read that you were a fellow alumni with Paxton. I spoke to him, and he recommended you as a replacement for our last guy." "I'm grateful he did, sir," Monty beamed. "We've been through thick and thin during exams and studies. Ain't much of a science puke, but I can admire true brotherhood when I see one," Lonville admitted. Straightening himself, Lancel continued, "As I have said already, Monty, you won't be doing any heavy lifting around here. But if you really want to keep up with the others, I'd suggest you join us for our training exercises one of these days." "I'd be happy to." Sir," Monty replied. "I have been doing exercises myself on occasion, mostly for times of demonic invasions." "So I've read in your file," Lancel casually said. "I even saw a recording of one of your exploits. Not only did you outrun a Pinky, but that part with the generator and a pool? Smart thinking." Thanks, sir," Monty nervously responded. "Not something I enjoy remembering, but thank you. Still, that kind of resourcefulness is something ARC needs." Lancel spoke with admiration. "That's why the board sent you down here. I could use your skills with our gear, especially." Soon, both men arrived at their destination. It was a small corner office with a desk and a couple of pieces of furniture seen only through a window. Lancel opened the door, and ARC equipment and scraps were strewn around. Monty saw boxes on the table with his name written on the lid. "Here we are," Lancel half-heartedly introduced. "This is now your domain. Make it how you want it, so long as you keep everything tidy." "Thank you, sir," Monty said. "It'll be a pleasure serving your crew." Monty saluted to the lieutenant. The man chuckled and said, "At ease, son. No matter what, I take care of my own. Nobody dies on my watch. Otherwise, welcome to the Lancers." Suddenly, the complex's alarm system went off, alerting everyone within. Another demonic invasion? Already. Monty was alarmed. "No," Lancel disagreed. "This is something else. Come on." Both exited the office and found droves of people going in one direction. "What's happening?" Lancel addressed one of the workers. "Hayden's back on screen." The man replied, "And he's with the Doomslayer." Both men's faces lit up with surprise and soon joined the rest. Going to the nearest monitor, Lancel and Monty were joined by their platoon. Everyone was looking at the large screen hanging on the wall. Soon enough, the ARC symbol appeared on screen. "Attention, people of Earth." Hayden's voice boomed across the complex. No, it was more accurate to say across the world. "I, Samuel Hayden, have returned with a shocking revelation." All over, the people went silent as their leader delivered his speech. "About a week ago, the Doomslayer and I were contacted by another civilization outside of our solar system." The screen soon changed to the image of a being in splendid armor, followed by more of his kind. Images flipped, revealing evidence of other life forms. And one that was habitable. Are those elves? There's also dwarves. It's freaking Lord of the Rings. The crowd was drawn in by the sight of fantasy races existing in another world. All over, the world was in awe of this discovery. When we arrived, however, the Slayer had been given a task thought impossible by this world's standard. The task was the arrest of a brutal dictator known as the Witch King, leader of the Drukei, or the Dark Elves in our tongue. The images changed to that of a fearsome-looking warrior in black armor. A snarling golden mask covered his entire face, and next to him was a half-naked woman, which caused some to drool and thirst for her. Following these images was a compilation of different Dark Elves, all in different levels of coverage, the least clothed being the wild-haired women with daggers in hand. While some humans were drooling, others snickered at how edgy these elves look. Monty, by his admission, was of the former. Not that he wouldn't deny it. He was just more covert about it. Of course, we were not without the aid of this world's heroes, who guided us throughout our journey. Images then jumped to a dark-haired male elf who carried himself as if he were a hunter. Following that, elves of similar armor of silver rode alongside the Slayer. In our journey, we have discovered an enemy not unlike the ones that invaded our world. A new enemy that calls itself Chaos. Soon clips of the enemy have been shown. All of them were shown themselves butchering and slaughtering without care. Revulsion, disgust, and rage were on everyone's minds. Luckily, that anger was washed when the videos were from the perspective of the Doomslayer, which mainly involved him doing all sorts of crazy acts that would make horror movie slashers blush. Go DaneNagai. Kick their asses. Rip and tear. The crowd cheered on as he killed the bad guys on screen. Thankfully, and as always, the Slayer succeeded in his tasks, with the Witch King surrendering his claims. However, it was not without consequences in getting to where we are. Ladies and gentlemen, what you are about to see will sicken you just as it did for the Slayer and I. And the doctor was right. What came next made the world fall to silence. Soon, recordings of the Slayer breaking down doors and pins revealed masses of slaves in horrible conditions, all from different walks of life, all riddled with every possible horrible thing done to their bodies. As each slave escaped from their confines, expressions of despair and trauma were shown. Emotions were felt all over the world. Some wept for these poor souls who endured. Some looked away in disgust and revulsion at the sight of their wounds. Others watched in silent rage at this heinous act. I know that we have escaped a nightmare recently, and I wish that we can move forward and rebuild what was broken. Hayden confessed, but as leader of the resistance, I ask, no, I beg everyone to rescue these people. Every possible volunteer and recruit that is available for this massive undertaking. We have won our freedom, but they have not. So, who among you will join the fight? Who among will stand and fight beside the Slayer and I? Soon, Hayden went silent and waited for the world to respond. For a moment, there was a level of uncertainty. Some wanted a reason to take a stand. Others were ready but unsure who will join them. The same could be said in the complex's hangars. In Monty's thoughts, he prayed for someone to say yes. That someone, anyone, to make a stand. Because he sure as hell wanted to help. Army strong, U.S. Army. That all ended when one man stepped forth into the light. His footsteps broke the deafening silence, causing everyone to turn. Already equipped in his ARC combat suit, the man's face was clear for everyone to see. He was the spitting image of a man who fought in several wars. Grizzled, wise, and a knack for kicking ass with a graying buzz cut. His scars told a story about him. What they were, no one knew. But they knew what he was capable of. His cold blue eyes looked back at all the faces staring at him. Taking a big puff of his cigar, the man removed it from his mouth and said what everyone needed to hear. I will go. And with that firm resolve, so began a domino effect. So will I, said Lancel, followed by Paxton uttering, I will go. I will too, Jesse answered. Soon, more voices joined, both within the complex and the outside world. And both Hayden and the Slayer heard their unanimous decision. Then assembled arms. Hayden declared, with Langston raising his voice and shouting, you heard him. Gear up and move. Immediately, the complex came to life once more. Everyone scrambled to their stations, passing by the man who made decisive action. Langston approached him and reached for a handshake. The old man returned it, with both of them shaking by their forearms. Be seeing you soon, Lancel. You as well. Sarge. Lancel departed afterward. Not far away, Monty watched in silence as he saw a mutual understanding between the two. Sarge was quick to notice Monty's staring. Rather than be awkward about it, the young cadet nodded firmly in silence. That earned him a mutual nod from the veteran right before he left. Across the world, mankind took up arms once more. Soldiers began equipping their gear and weapon kit. Workers began arming and charging up the vehicles. Field leaders directed their troops and coordinated plans. The world was alive once more. And with it, followed the spark of hope and humanity. Chapter 22, thus the coalition fought there. Pacific Rim, Ramin Djawadi feat Tom Morello. The complex buzzed with activity as ARC personnel readied themselves for a new mission. Soldiers quickly donned their gear and armed themselves. Armored trucks were outfitted with chain guns and modified Gauss cannons. Mechs thundered into action, their pilots gearing up for combat. Plasma guns were distributed, and occasionally, a heavy cannon or rocket launcher was shouldered by a soldier. Monty did his best to assist as the facility prepared for another mission. With a box of ammunition in hand, the intern now cadet managed to carry it to his assigned section. Upon arriving at his station, Monty observed his superior issuing orders to a few men before they departed. Here, man. Monty turned just as Paxton took the munitions box from his grasp. The cadet sighed in relief, now unburdened by its weight. Glad those regiments helped out, Paxton commented. I can't imagine how rough it would have been. Saved me more times than I actually realized. Honestly, Monty wiped the sweat off his shaved scalp. I owe you for that. Hey man, Paxton shrugged off as he placed the munition box on a table. Any friend of Paxton always has his back covered. You ladies want to flirt another time? A man butted in the conversation, passing between them just as he grabbed a handful of .50 cal FMJ rounds into his HA rifle. I mean, no prejudice and all, but blueballing here ain't the right time to do so. Monty kept a straight face despite the man's, well, teammate insult. He was tall, though not as tall as Paxton. His hair, messy yet short enough to comply with hair regulations, was accompanied by a 5 o'clock shadow that enhanced his disheveled appearance. The man cast a brief glance at Monty and gave a dismissive snort. Didn't think we'd get a brainiac to come down here. He sneered, let alone join our group. Paxton replied with a smirk before giving him a light punch to his shoulder. Monty, this is Caesar, Paxton introduced, our resident sniper. Crash shot, even. Caesar, Monty. Nice to meet you, Caesar, Monty said, extending his hand for a handshake. Caesar merely glanced at the offered hand and scoffed. Tisk. He brushed off. Hands are a little full at the moment, but you can go rub yourself off with it. Caesar then brushed him aside and continued elsewhere. Paxton sighed and said, don't mind him. He always does that to everyone. Well, if you're gonna leave that hand opening, a woman entered the conversation, Jessie. Pilot. Nice to meet you, Monty. Monty recognized her from their earlier encounter, her smile broadening as she greeted him. Now that they were close, he noticed that she was about his height, approximately 5 feet 8 inches. Heard quite a bit about you. Oh. Monty spoke with surprise, funny. First time meeting you, Jessie. Well, given that there's not much to do around here, it's nice to finally meet Paxton Smuggler face to face. Smuggler. Monty raised a brow towards his friend, who looked away in slight embarrassment. Your comics are a blessing around here, Jessie quipped, killed off all the boredom during downtime. And all it's missing is some wank material for other, recreational activities. Another stepped in. He had something of a southern accent. He had blonde hair and bright green eyes with a cocky smile. His smile revealed 2 of his upper incisors were replaced with metal crowns. His 2 colleagues rolled their eyes before he gestured a handshake. Howdy, he greeted Monty with a handshake. Name's Robbie, but most call me Rabbit. Because, you know, my 2 front teeth. Driver for one of the Razorbacks. Better hope you got that hand cleaned. Jessie quipped. Oh, don't worry. He replied, raising his left hand. I always trust my lefty. Ugh, nice meeting you, Ford. Monty was doing his best to not recoil in disgust. Shortly thereafter, a man larger than the 6'5" Paxton emerged and pulled Ford aside. His skin was a deep brown, and his build was notably robust, clad in the arc-issued Ajax exosuit. Except for his exposed face which revealed a clean-shaven head, he presented an intimidating figure due to his stature. Hope Rabbit isn't bothering you guys, he asked, draping his left arm around the shorter man's neck. His accent revealed his New Zealand origins. Nah, we're good, Herc. Paxton replied, just introducing Monty to the team. Oh, nice to meet you, Monty. Herc introduced himself, gently shaking the intern's hand with his huge hand. Name's Herc. Monty amicably replied, a pleasure. Herc nodded and said, anyway, I should leave you guys be. Gonna drag Rabbit away with some errands of mine. Ford gave a look of protest but was unable to voice it before the hulking man dragged him away. Monty raised an awkward wave as both of them left. Don't let the size fool you, Jessie remarked to Monty. Herc's a big old teddy bear. Paxton snickered and patted his friend's shoulder. Come on, Monty. While we're gearing up, might as well introduce you to the rest. As they did, Jessie passed Monty a smaller box of the munitions, along with other equipment inside. He had little time to scavenge through and walked alongside his colleagues. Over there by the trucks is Emmett. He mans one of the turrets on the trucks. Sup, Emmett. Jessie called out to him, with the man waving back. The animal caged inside the armory is Teague. Paxton pointed to an older man giving out plasma gun to a soldier. Most of the time, he SS grumpy. But get him to the front lines and he's the guy covering you with firepower. And those 2 over there. Jessie pointed to 2 identical men as they passed by, are Lee and Roy Jenkins. Lee and Roy. Monty paused at their names. You mean like? Lear dash. Yes/yes. Both brothers spoke monotone, faces of exasperation on both of them. We get the jokes, one brother said as another spoke after. Keep on laughing. Say hello to the old man for us. Paxton jested, earning him a flip bird from one of the brothers. So, do they run head first into battle or something? Monty asked, almost breaking into a smile. It earned him snickers from the both of them. The jokes and casual talk quickly ended once they arrived to their destination. Hitting around the corner, the trio found an unmanned Ajax suit in its station. Nearby was a chain gun left unattended. Over its right shoulder was a mechanical arm extension designed to aid the wearer with heavier equipment. The suit's size indicated that it was made specifically for Paxton. Time to suit up. Paxton quipped right before entering the exosuit. I'll help him with the armor. Jessie stated her intent. Think you can dash? Get the arm up and running? Monty finished her sentence as he made his way to the computer setup. Not a problem. Jessie nodded before the 2 went to work. Jessie helped attach equipment while Monty went through the systems and activated the neural connections. In less than 5 minutes, Paxton's suit activated, standing up and leaving the station. Locked and loaded, Paxton announced over the comms, his smile visible through the dome-shaped visor. Monty was in awe of the suit's performance. It might not have been the largest ARC asset, but it certainly looked formidable. Jessie, meanwhile, shook her head with a smile as she watched Paxton acting like he was the hottest shit there was. All right, Mr. Universe. Jessie sarcastically remarked, maybe get ready to join the rest? What? Paxton feigned innocence. Nothing makes me smile more than putting on Space Marine armor. Yeah, Jesse snorted. Keep talking. Paxton's smirk faded as he abruptly shed his nerdy facade, glancing over the shoulders of his two friends. They promptly took notice and spotted the earlier encountered sergeant. Paxton and Jesse offered respectful nods, which Sarge reciprocated with an acknowledging gesture before continuing on, garnering comparable nods from others as he passed. Curious, Monty asked, so what can you tell me about him? Who? Sarge. Yeah, he answered Jesse. Both of his colleagues gave each other nervous looks as Monty asked. Sarge, well, he's a bit of an enigma. Paxton cleared his throat. I mean, he's pretty gruff, but gets along with everyone. That sounds like you're describing two different people. Monty looked bewildered. Oh, he's a hard-ass like most sergeants out there. No doubt about it. Jesse added, but when you dig a little deeper, no one knows who he is. Except maybe the lieutenant, but not much. Rumors around here say he was involved in the Mars incident. Mars? Monty gasped. You mean, the first incursion? But I thought Hayden and DaneNagai were the only survivors. That's what records officially say, Paxton shrugged. But I hear he was connected to Hayden somehow. I don't know much, but the way he mentioned having buddies back on Mars a couple of times kind of fills in some blanks. Either way, he saved our asses more than we can count, Jesse added. If there's one person you can count on watching your back, it's him. The lieutenant sure does. Monty nodded in acknowledgement, slowly digesting the information. But whatever you do, don't dig about Sarge. Jesse warned Monty he doesn't like it when you try to. Well, anyone really, but especially him. Monty nodded, taking note of Jesse's warning. The ARC's alarm went off and a female voice announced, mass mobilization begins in T-30 minutes. About time I get going. Paxton went on his way. The suit's arm grabbed the nearby chain gun and brought it to its user. See you at the front, Jesse. Paxton departed soon after, with Jesse nodding back. Come on, Monty, Jesse patted his shoulder. Gonna need your help with my own stuff. Cool. Monty quickly reasserted. What do you have? Another Ajax suit? Oh, something better. Jesse hinted. As they made their way, Monty was in disbelief as they soon approached an arc walker. Might not be as awesome as the big ones. Jesse pointed at the larger mechs, but it still packs a hell of a punch on its own. I don't doubt that. Was all Monty could say. The walkers are impressive in themselves. Jesse snorted at his bland comment. Come on, help me out with systems. Canceling the apocalypse, Ramin Jawadi. Lancel waited for everyone in formation. By then, he had suited up in ARC combat attire and was equipped with the Gauss cannon. Like many, he was firmly rooted in the Coalition's core beliefs. To protect those who could not, to endure the struggle against overwhelming darkness, and to fight for a better future. Luckily, the tides of battle were turned in Earth's favor. For the Doomslayer's intervention allowed Earth and every living thing on it to survive yet another day. Now, it was the forces of Earth's turn to return the favor. Soon, Lancel's vision was filled with the men and women of the Coalition standing ready and armed for war. Naturally, it made him feel proud to stand amongst these brave warriors who would give their lives to save those in need, even if they were from another world. It still, however, saddened him to know that these same warriors will sacrifice themselves once more. Even so, he reminded himself that their deaths would not go in vain, and he will avenge them. From the corner of his eyes, he saw Sarge coming his way, already decked out in ARC gear. He carried an HA rifle in his hands, with a combat shotgun slung over his shoulder. Lieutenant. Sarge. Lancel replied, both addressed by rank. How's the morale? Enough to make John Brown smile upstairs, Sarge quipped. The whole bay is up and ready. Everyone will be here shortly. He soon spotted some of the convoys making their way to the front. The engines of the Razorbacks roared with excitement and action before parking where they were. Following behind were the ARC walkers, their heavy footsteps making their presence known amongst the Coalition. ARC troops made wide berths as the heavy units marched forward. Good. That's the thinking we need. Lancel like that. Been too long since we have had any hope. Given what the bastards put us through, Sarge remarked, I'd say we're in due for a comeback. Yes. Lancel commented, now it's time the good guys do what's best. Sarge soon started, from the gates of hell. We dive head first. And land feet first and land feet first. Both men recited the creed. Seconds passed and the entirety of the hangar's troops stood ready. Briefly, Sarge's right eye lit up with neon red and shouted, attention. Reactively, both men stood at attention, as did the rest of the army. Seconds later, the Coalition was graced with the presence of the leading commander. Leading the group was an African-American man exuding an aura of commanding authority, known to Lancel as Major Icarus Alpha. To his right stood a brunette woman, her face marked by a prominent scar over the upper right side, and her right eye turned milky white. Despite this, she appeared undeterred and ready for battle. She was Captain Susan Artemis Wayland. Behind them stood an extraordinary cadre of elite soldiers, selected for their prowess and skills during Earth's battle. Each was equipped with cybernetic augmentations, earned through blood and grit in the fires of war. Hardened by the horrors of the invasion, the men and women under Major Icarus were the toughest warriors to walk the Earth, rightly earning their nickname, Alpha's Hounds. At ease, said the Major, today, we venture off to a world unexplored up until now. We have been given coordinates and instructions for each and every one of you here. From there, we will make contact with an unknown number of civilizations. The first of which, to the dismay of many here, is a civilization known as the Drukei, or the Dark Elves in the English language. From what I've gathered, they are vicious, cruel, and beyond inhuman in ways you cannot imagine. The man took a deep breath as he continued. However, they are also civil enough to negotiate the release of those under their thumbs. And for that, we thank Dr. Hayden who, alongside Doomslayer, negotiated their release in exchange for the Drukei making safe passage elsewhere. Hearing that, the entire hangar was in dead silence. I know many of you here are feeling disappointed, the Major stated, angry, even, that we're allowing an evil, one that should not exist, to escape justice. And rightly so. But to ignore the cries of the innocents in favor of vengeance is an evil we cannot cross ourselves. For the Ark holds all innocence sacred, be it Earth's or another world. For what are we? Liberators, defenders of the innocent, warriors who would do anything to protect those who could not themselves. And no one is left behind. Never alone. Never again. Alpha's hounds, cried Artemis. Soon, the entire hangar bellowed a roar of thunderous applause as the Ark troops began chanting, ARC, ARC, ARC. Not long after, the Ark's slipgates activated. Come on, you maggots. Sarge yelled at the top of his lungs, let's make Lincoln proud. And thus the coalition fought there. Aelith Anner stood in the frigid streets of Naggarot, accompanied by the drone operated by Dr. Hayden. Nearby, the detestable Witch King and his despicable mother also made their presence known, further souring the Shadow King's temper. He struggled to restrain himself from slaying Malekith. Over 10,000 years of vengeance within arm's reach, and he would honorably serve all of Ulthuan by ending the reign of the dreadful despot. Nevertheless, he withheld action, for duty ranked higher than his desire for revenge. Taking everything into account, the remaining cursed lords of Naggaroth were dispatched to their respective strongholds. Hellebrand and Malice were escorted away with a detachment of Alith's soldiers, while Malekith dispatched personal messengers to Karen Carr and Clark Karen to relay the events. This did not lessen Alith's revulsion, but it certainly afforded him more space to avoid their presence. The Doomslayer had departed, resolved to purge the remaining holds of their chaos infestations. Subsequently, he would join the Ossur fleet heading east. In the meantime, Hayden and the warriors he had embedded among the Drukei ranks provided him with companionship. Nearly an hour had elapsed. By this point, close to a third of Naggaron's enslaved populace had been extracted pursuant to Malekith's command. How long did you say it would take? Alith inquired from the doctor. Just about. Hayden calculated the crossover. Now, as if on signal, multiple portals materialized. The Drukei and Alith's warriors tensed, and from these portals, Hayden's army poured forth. They were a sight unlike any the elves had witnessed. Clad in white armor, Earth's forces stood distinct and dissimilar to the humans of their realm. Their armor, Spartan in design, prioritized function and practicality. They wielded weapons akin to those used by the Slayer, but on a larger scale. Following the soldiers were wagons that moved without the aid of horses. Mounted on these were soldiers gripping multi-barreled cannons, or devices resembling them, affixed to the vehicles. And if that wasn't enough to capture attention, the colossal bipedal beasts certainly did as they stepped through the portal. They weren't as immense as those the Chaos Worshippers deployed, yet they towered enough to overshadow a minotaur. The arrival of the newcomers left an indelible mark as both elves and slaves were mesmerized by their presence. Nearby, Sporticus and his companions were agape at the newcomers' grand entrance. This is more than helpful, Hayden, Alith said, awestruck. For an extraction of this magnitude, Hayden replied, a massive army is required. A grand display of force, Hayden, Morady exclaimed as she and her son drew near. Truly, it is beyond the wonders of this world. Indeed. Malekith responded in awe, to think that you would muster such a formidable army. I appear to have underestimated your abilities. Let's save the praise for later, Your Highness, Hayden retorted. Allow me to do the talking. Promptly, 3 humans approached. To the dismay and astonishment of everyone involved, the humans communicated in an unintelligible language. Dr. Hayden, Major Ikaris Alpha Repoten T. The man spoke in his own language, which seemed jumbled to the elves. It was further complicated by the doctor responding in his own foreign tongue. Greetings, Major. Hayden replied, perhaps addressing the man's title, follow me. The drone soon flew back to the elves, to which the man followed closely behind. Lords, Hayden addressed both. This is Major Ikaris Alpha, the commander of the current regiment at this stronghold. There are many others at different strongholds, but he will be in charge of extracting your slave pins. Greetings, lords, said the major, much to the others' great consternation. Please excuse my ignorance, Hayden, Alith prefaced with an apology, but I believe none of us grasped a single word that your commander spoke to us. Hearing this, Hayden turned silent briefly. I see. Hayden hesitantly replied, it appears I have neglected to have considered the possibilities of potential language barriers. If you have neglected the barriers, Morady inquired, then how is it that you can speak our language so fluently? That is an excellent point, Hayden admitted. To answer that, I am blessed with the gift of universal tongues, which enables me to speak and understand the various languages of other races effortlessly. And the Doomslayer? Morady inquired, does he too have such? He has been gifted with the universal tongues as well, just not a speaker at this point. Morty conceded. Nevertheless, it is in everyone's best interest to avoid misunderstandings. Before Hayden or anyone else could ask, Morty raised her and suddenly began speaking in an incantation. Soon, she manifested a peculiar aura, and a surge of magical energy harmlessly emanated from her. The others drew back, with Alith and the humans raising their weapons. The same was true for the rest of Earth's forces. Only Dr. Hayden prevented them from firing. At ease, primitives. Morty, she brushed off their threats, before turning to the human. Can you understand me now, human? The Major, reluctantly putting his weapon down, spoke. Yes. I do. Morty smiled with satisfaction. There. Now we can understand each other. The humans soon relaxed, now understanding what had happened. Yes, come to think of it, I do understand you, said the Major, guessing that was a spell. A redundant question, Major Alpha, Hayden chided, but it appears to be the case. A simple one, Hayden, Morty gave assurance, so no need to tremble yourselves. Consider it as a step towards opening relations. Enough banter, Malekith ended the conversation. Lies are at stake here. Malekith stared at the humans and proclaimed, I am Malekith, Witch King of Nagaroth, Lord of the Black Host, and I welcome you all to my kingdom. Major Icarus Alpha of the Armored Response Coalition, U.S. Branch. Icarus repeated, I and the rest of my regiment have come here on Dr. Hayden's behest. Indeed. Malekith acknowledged, behind me you will find a massive slave population waiting for transference. I shall leave them in your hands now. That is. Icarus pondered his words meticulously. A magnificent gesture on your part, your majesty. Do as you see fit. Malekith replied, I will tend to my people's exodus. The Witch King turned to Hayden's drone. Hayden, your kingship. Malekith quickly left, taking Morty with him. Now, only Hayden and Alith remained. Major, I want you to meet Alith Anner. Hayden introduced, he is an Asur, or a high elf, a prince from an island to the south. He serves as our contact and has guided the Slayer and me throughout our journey. Good to meet a friendly face, said the Major, abandoning the forced etiquette. Would have taken you for one of the king's thugs. I would rather die than serve the tyrant, Anner confessed. It's a pleasure to meet your acquaintance. The feeling is mutual. The men shook hands firmly. It was then that Hayden decided to speak up. Now that business is in order. Hayden concluded, I will pass the reins to you, Alith. Good luck to you, Hayden. Alith gave his farewells. As Hayden left, Alith followed the men of the coalition. Haggraph. Hayden returned to the Slayer and reported the event. We are ready to go. Hayden confirmed, the Ark will take care of all of this. Doomslayer nodded, releasing his grip on a fleshhound's neck before jumping off the mountain of corpses he stood upon. Nearby, several portals opened as coalition forces entered and began shoring up defenses for the holds. Peeking out of the corner, the Druchii forces who had been fighting desperately had come and seen the Slayer walk past them. Fear and loathing were painted on their faces as he strode off into the portal before. Nearby, the coalition made quick work securing their perimeters. The humans, short-lived as they were, proved to be quite extraordinary with their entrance. As all seemed to be going well for the mortals, none took notice of their mysterious watcher. From a distance, the demons I focused and gathered information. In its past life, it was a cacodemon driven solely by the need to feed its voracious appetite. Now, it had been enhanced with a cybernetic eye. As it surveyed its targets, the demon collected the necessary data while its master observed in silence. So it begins, muttered the heresiarch, calmly watching the sequence in a secret location. Marienburg. Teclis tapped his fingers on the table, awaiting his brother. It was less about needing Tyrion's company and more about the reports of a chaos fleet advancing north of Marienburg. Upon their arrival, the Asur stationed at the port city hastened to inform Tyrion of the impending assault. The lore master was thankful his brother had summoned enough ships to confront the war host, yet he felt more should have been done to safeguard the city. From the ship's side, Teclis observed the citizens of Marienburg fortifying their town against the invasion. They were bolstering defenses to save their cherished city from conquest. Many were overtaken by fear and despair, imploring the heavens for protection over themselves and their kin. Clutching his staff, Teclis shared in their anguish. There was something about the younger races that resonated with Teclis, a connection his peers often lacked. Despite their flaws, their resilience and resolve were admirable. They reminded him of his own youth, plagued by a malady that even the most learned healers could not decipher. Their unyielding spirit only strengthened his resolve to persuade the elves to join forces with the other races against the common enemy. He exhaled, gazing at the sky. Dawn was breaking, and the sun would soon crest the horizon. The glow from numerous torches would fade with the arrival of daylight. Yet, despite the grave tidings, Teclis, like his brother and the Everqueen, found no time for rest. The sound of footsteps drew near, and Teclis turned to greet Tyrion's approach. Any news? He asked his brother. Stress and frustration on Tyrion's face were clear, with sunken and reddened eyes due to a lack of sleep. Ill ones. Tyrion answered, I have received word from our scouts that the coming fleet bears the symbol of the Plague Lord. Even with our vessels on our side, those diseased filth could potentially cripple our forces if left ignored. I had expected such. Teclis frowned at the news. Still, I have made sure each of our vessels is packed with our finest healers. Tyrion reassured, Alarielle intends to join the fleet to purify the waters should they face them. She has a good heart. Teclis complimented. Even with Aeliathra missing, she still looks out for all. She does, Tyrion said quietly. I suggest you also put your mages to good use on board. I have considered such, Teclis acknowledged. But what of the people here? I have spoken with the leaders here. Tyrion, our kin intend to leave their women and children to us, but the rest desire to defend this city to their last breaths. The stubbornness of these mortals confounds me. Is it any different from our own, Tyrion? Teclis shot back. Ulthuan has its invasions from the north. You cannot just single out our kin over the rest just because they're like us. As always, brother, Tyrion exasperated. You and your obsession with these mortals confounds me more than this port. I am thinking of the bigger picture. Teclis countered. Much bigger than Ulthuan itself. Both the Osor and the realms of man and dwarf must unite as one against an enemy that is now greater than before. Tyrion grumbled, hearing his brother's nonsense, and replied, Ulthuan already has enough problems as is. First, you entrust a lone mercenary and his demon to bring the Witch King back to our home, without a hint of skepticism. And now there is a Chaos Armada heading this way in which I had to part a third of our forces for the sake of the Osor. Osor who made this land their home, Teclis exclaimed, which caused quite a commotion for the bystanders passing by. Both brothers calmed down before Teclis continued, I am not putting favoritism toward the humans. Not only that, but the dwarfs whose High King was gracious enough to allow the Everchild to come to their mountains to bury the hatchet between our people. Teclis sighed. Aeliathra has proven herself a wise daughter of Ulthuan, something her parents would be proud of. Tyrion kept his emotions in check, but Teclis knew his brother well. He had always known. Not wanting to linger, his brother changed subjects and asked, any word from those two? Last I spoke, Hayden said they were clearing out for a transaction. Whatever that means. Tyrion raised a brow. What kind of trance? A sudden blue glow captured the brothers' attention, and they turned to witness a luminous blue portal materializing on the docks for all to see. The nearby onlookers reacted in terror, some fleeing the scene. Shortly after, a figure emerged from the portal, prompting Teclis to exhale in relief upon recognizing the Slayer. However, his relief swiftly turned to panic as he spotted Marienburg's patrol moving to intercept, hastily disembarking the boat with his brother in tow. Cease, he cried out. Cease. He is with us. The Marienburg patrol lowered their weapons after, both because the Slayer was with the elves and that the elves had their weapons drawn once Teclis stepped in. No need for violence. Teclis waved them off as he took Doomslayer aside, which was harder to pull off given the latter's weight. Leave him to me. The Marienburgers reluctantly returned to their patrol, suspicion plain on their face before leaving. Once they left, Teclis sighed in relief. I am relieved to see you both back in one piece, Teclis said as he turned. All is well, Teclis. Hayden greeted back, with Doomslayer nodding. The extraction was a success. Before Teclis had a chance to reply, Tyrion interjected, Extraction? Then why are you here? Where is Alith? And the Witch King on that matter? Tyrion's inquiries held much validity, which Teclis noted. Yet, with swift composure, Teclis soothed him and spoke, Best we speak of this elsewhere. We do not want prying ears. On that, all three immediately went back on the ship. Later, after a short walk, all three heroes settled in a room isolated from the rest. Like before, Teclis casted a magical shield around them to avoid eavesdropping from outside. As I was saying, Tyrion cut to the chase. What became of the Shadow King? Hayden maintained composure and answered, Alith has volunteered to stay behind to escort the Witch King back to Ulthuan, along with the rest of his people. What? The brothers exclaimed in unison, their voices booming. Teclis stood dumbfounded, struggling to grasp the events that had unfolded during the negotiations. Tyrion, on the other hand, was seething with anger, his face flushed with indignation. Are you insane? You allowed the Witch King to commit another invasion in Ulthuan, Tyrion shouted. Correction, Hayden implied. He consented to orchestrate a mass exodus for his people. And you agreed? In exchange for the release of their slave population, yes, Hayden responded truthfully. Before long, the defender of Ulthuan was unleashing a torrent of expletives, shouting profanities intermingled with the Sithrized names in vain. His face flushed, veins standing out as he succumbed to his rage. Distinction without difference on kind's boiled arse. Tyrion cried in rage, I cannot believe I trusted my brother's word to let you do this mission. Do you have any idea how many ships I had to bring with me? I already have to part a third to stop a chaos fleet heading this way, and now Ulthuan is left unprepared for another damn invasion. And now hold on, brother. Teclis stood between his brother and the Slayer. I am sure there are reasons left unanswered. Best we stay our hands here now. I suggest you listen to your brother, Tyrion, Hayden added. I still have a lot of explanations. I'm listening. Tyrion hissed, seething in tranquil fury while gripping his sword on his waist. As I was saying, Hayden started. Alith stayed behind to ensure the Witch King was put on trial. As is, he is accompanied by his shadow warriors along with my people extracting the slaves back to our world. Your world. Teclis had a double take. Wait, are you saying that your people have crossed over and have made first contact? That is correct, said Hayden. It's regrettable that our dealings had to involve the Druchii, the very last individuals I wish to engage with. However, the presence of their slaves presented an opportunity to extend aid and assistance to them, a prospect that could be of mutual benefit to us both. That is. Teclis was taken by surprise. A start. At the very least, you gave much thought to rescuing them. While Teclis was impressed, his brother was not so. Have you lost your mind? Tyrion exclaimed. For all we know, this spirit is lying to us. If my word does not prove your belief. Hayden quelled Tyrion's concerns. Then Alytha's voice shall help temper your worries. Immediately, Hayden connected to a call and a voice entered the conversation. Alyth, speaking. Alyth answered, I'm currently discussing with your major. What is it, Hayden? I am with Tyrion and Teclis, Alyth. Hayden explained, please explain the situation to the brothers. Understood. Alyth said, Lords, I assure you that I am handling the Witch King's transportation back to Ulthuan. In the meantime, I am coordinating with Hayden's people, the Coalition, to evacuate the slaves. Once that is done, I will continue my task with the Witch King and his ilk. And how can you be certain the Witch King will honor his word? Tyrion questioned. If he hadn't, I wouldn't be alive to tell the tale. Alyth replied before taking back, well, Malekith wouldn't tell the tale with the Slayer here. Tyrion sighed irritably. Still, his brother jumped in and asked, what is the situation on your end? Fine, all things considered, Teclis. Alyth answered, our excursion will leave us a week at most. The Drukei are assembling their boats as we speak. Meanwhile, this ark is making room on the other side. We'll keep in touch. Thank you, Alyth. Hayden soon disconnected. Now do you believe me? I suppose point has been taken. Tyrion spoke begrudgingly, but this does not mean we are settled. I am already strained between Aeliathra's rescue and the Chaos Fleet heading this way. A Chaos Fleet? Hayden inquired. How long? A few days from now, I believe. Teclis answered. We have arrived with 100 ships, but we are parting a third of our pool. The Marienburgers are assembling their fleet as well. In that case, Hayden stepped up. I can provide aid for your troubles. You can. Teclis beamed up in surprise. With the fortress now connected, I am able to provide support, both on land, air, and sea. Both elves went silent as they heard Hayden's proposal. Will it be enough to stop the fleet? Teclis asked. A dark chuckle escaped from Hayden's voice. By the time your ships ever face this invasion, they'll only find a wreckage. Faced with such a cryptic answer, the two brothers struggled to visualize the scenario. Tyrion, with a cooler head now, ultimately conceded and said, so be it. Deliver as promised. I already have. Hayden concluded, with that out of the way, what can you tell us of the Everchild's whereabouts? Unknown, I'm afraid. Teclis spoke grimly. At the moment, we are on our way to the Empire and from there, to the realm of the dwarfs. How long is the journey? At most, probably around the time you came back. Not fast enough. Hayden concluded, now that I have gathered the data of your world, I can teleport us to our desired destination. I still have to organize our forces here. Tyrion brought up, they'll start asking questions as to where we all went. Fair enough. Hayden conceded, best we make haste, though. Like I don't know already, Tyrion said through gritted teeth, signaling his brother to deactivate the spell. Striding towards the door, he added, and should your aide end up dead in the waters, the blame will rest on both your heads. He shut the door with a slam, leaving only the two of them in the room. Teclis let out a sigh of resignation. Please forgive my brother, both of you, Teclis said apologetically. He's not quite been himself lately. There's no need for apologies, Teclis, Hayden dismissed. We're fully aware of the situation's severity. Teclis shook his head, responding, my concerns extend beyond Aeliathra's well-being. Since I brought you both here, Tyrion's focus has been split. With the Witch King's impending journey to Ulthuan and the void left by Finubar's death in the Phoenix Court, I'm afraid Tyrion might succumb to the stress of regency before falling to the sword. The fact that Finubar died in my tower does not help my case, and you both. It is unfortunate that we appeared at the worst possible moment, Hayden admitted. A moment later, a peculiar thought struck him, and he inquired, you wouldn't happen to be involved with your... No. Teclis balked at the accusation. Gee gods, no. I was a proud supporter of Finubar's diplomatic missions. I just wanted to be sure. Hayden declared his thoughts. The Doomslayer, in turn, eased his guard. Despite the Loremaster's suspicious appearance, the Slayer deemed him innocent, swayed by his candor and willingness to assist. Well, I'm glad you didn't think me of that. Teclis added, I'm not a monster. Moving on. Hayden quickly changed the subject. Since you and your brother are here to find the Everchild, what of her mother? Alarielle is with us. Teclis answered, she was set on making her way to Athelstan, a place where our forested can make their home. The Israi, they call themselves. Or what elves as humans would call them. Fascinating. Hayden expressed intrigue, but a change of plans, I assume? Yes, Teclis said earnestly. Alarielle shares her concerns for the people here. She's offering prayers for our soldiers and has even assigned some of her own guard to bolster the defenses. It's a prudent measure. As the avatar of Isha, she stands in direct opposition to the bearers of the Plague Lord's sigils. Hearing that, Doomslayer's fists clenched tighter as Teclis mentioned the god, which did not go unnoticed. My colleague seems to be facing another challenge with our common adversary, Hayden deduced, but the Coalition's navy will ready themselves and confront the battle directly. This allows us to concentrate on rescuing the Everchild. Yes, Teclis agreed. As much as I would happily see you in action, best you use your lethality elsewhere. Teclis approached the door. While my brother prepares our troops, best we walk out for a bit. Teclis gestured for the Slayer to follow. I've been at sea long enough. The Doomslayer followed suit, and soon they had disembarked from the ship and were wandering the vicinity. The streets thrummed with activity. People bustled about, busily preparing defenses and gearing up for war. In contrast to Ulthuan, this place teemed with more humans than elves. Obviously, they were no longer in Ulthuan, but the city they found themselves in was markedly different. The streets were a haphazard maze, crowded and lacking any discernible pattern. The masses moved like intersecting rivers, each current clashing with the next, their flow directed only by a sense of familiarity. As they passed by, the Slayer caught a few odd looks as they walked along the streets. Teclis, Hayden addressed. Describe us the city we are in. We are in Marienburg. Teclis answered, one of the largest port cities in the east. It was formerly of the Empire until some centuries ago. Now, it remains independent and has become a metropolis in its own right. Here, commerce is the lifeblood of the people, and it is where merchant princes thrive here. Hayden noted, connecting to Teclis earpiece, an epicenter for all cultures. Any strategic value? Plenty. Teclis whispered, I've heard the Empire wishes to retake Marienburg and absorb it back with its original owner. Last time, the Empire attempted 3 expeditions. All of them failed. I see. Hayden understood. And this Empire, are they allies? With absolute certainty. Teclis spoke resolutely, the Empire is one of the greatest bulwarks against the forces of chaos. I should know since I founded the Colleges of Magic in 2301. Back when the Empire was ruled under Magnus the Pious. 2301, you say? Hayden asked curiously, what year are we in? By human standards? I'd say 2519, 20? No, 2519. Teclis guessed. Both Doomslayer and Hayden reacted with surprise. Over 2 centuries. Hayden exclaimed. Teclis smirked in response. Such are the benefits of being an elf. It was right after my brother and I faced Malekith and won the Battle of Fanuval Plains. Shortly after, I decided to travel to the east to find allies. Hayden wanted to ask more about the lore master's history but remained focused on the present. Forgive my surprise, Hayden composed. Anyway, this Empire, are they trustworthy? I should hope so. Teclis remained certain. The last time I came here was rather recent. The Empire is currently undergoing a renaissance. Even met the Emperor himself. And what's he like? This Emperor? Hayden inquired. My opinion? Teclis responded. Not since the days of Sigmar Heldenhammer or Magnus has the Empire become stronger than ever before. And it's in everyone's best interest that we are all united against evil itself. The Empire is already Ulthuan's steadfast ally. As for the dwarfs, Teclis sighed in resignation. Both Hayden and the Slayer understood their friend's disposition. Eliathra was the only person who could mend the bridge between our two peoples. Teclis lamented, for so long, we had been at each other's throats until now. And just when we were prepared to bury the hatchet, suddenly, she's gone. Teclis shook his staff in anger but tried his best to contain it. He was not his brother, whose emotions were controlling his actions. As he dwelled on the recent failures, a large hand settled on his shoulder. Looking up, he saw the Slayer gazing down at him, eyes filled with an unexpected emotion that seemed almost like empathy. I assure you, Teclis, Hayden resolved, the Slayer and I will do our best to find the Everchild. Teclis, partly surprised, simply nodded, I am grateful for your aid. Truly. The Doomslayer nodded, withdrawing his hand as Teclis overcame his despair. Shortly after, the sound of footsteps nearby intensified, and he turned to see a column of soldiers advancing toward them. Tension gripped him, ready to protect the lore master. Teclis also took note of the approaching soldiers but identified the banners of Reichland among them. At ease, Teclis assuaged the Slayer's wariness. They wear the Empire's colors. Upon hearing this, the Slayer eased his stance and stood down. The Reichland warriors halted mere inches away, their weapons anchored in the cobblestones. Shortly after, a figure made his way through the soldiers. Greetings, Lore Master Teclis. Greeted the Golden Man. Greetings, Supreme Patriarch. Teclis replied respectfully, so far from home. Indeed, the man agreed. Gold can do wonders to make the Marienburgers see reason. But alas, such casual tidings must be put aside. Urgency hounds us. Teclis' face darkened as he understood the wizard's warnings. Doomslayer, and Hayden perhaps, looked warily at the Golden Man. Hayden was the first to speak and asked, Teclis, care to introduce us who this man is? Yes, Dr. Hayden, Teclis said. Gentlemen, this is Balthasar Gelt. The wizard interrupted. Supreme Patriarch of the College of Mages, Patriarch of the Golden Order and Master of the Golden Wind, Chamon. The man, now identified as Balthasar Gelt, gave the Slayer a prolonged gaze. It seems you have made it quite simple for me to locate you both here. Both the Doomslayer and Teclis raised an eyebrow upon hearing Gelt's enigmatic words. I presume your celestial wizards predicted our arrival. Yes, Gelt confirmed. But the Grand Theogonist informed the Emperor before they could. As it is, Gelt tapped his staff, prompting the troops behind him to strike their halberds against the ground with a resounding thud. There is much that needs to be discussed. Heavy is the crown. Mike Shinoda and Emily Strong for Arcane S2. Altdorf, Reichland. The doors to the office were opened as Kurt made his way into the Emperor's office. The Reichsmarshal stayed composed as he approached his Emperor. The guards paid no heed to him as he passed, standing at attention. The room itself reflected the emperor himself. Magnificent, yet still retaining some level of dignity, with heirlooms placed in areas as one would furnish their home. Standing by the window stood a lone figure. His back was faced towards Kurt even as the man entered. The man looked down at the streets of Altdorf from the window. Clouds darkened as rainfall came. Emperor. Report, Helborg. The man spoke with seriousness in his voice. A throng from Karazikarak has arrived, Emperor. Kurt stated. They speak of dire straits. And Bretonnia? Asked the Emperor. No word from them, Lord Franz. Kurt spoke regretfully. It appears the civil war has fractured their homelands. Then let us not waste more words. The man turned from the window and donned his helm, its visage molded in the likeness of the Empire's noblest griffins, adorned with plumes of red, white, and blue. He strode toward the fireplace and took the Empire's emblem from its mount, clasping the formidable Warhammer as if it were an extension of his own arm. For only emperors may wield Galmaraz, and even fewer wield it as Sigmar had. Lightning flashed across the window as the Emperor made himself clear. It is time for action. Chapter 23, Burying Grudges. Suadak. What? Tyrion flinched as the White Lion captain and his former squire yelled loudly. Their outburst startled a few nearby guards and drew some attention to them. Hush, both of you, he reprimanded both, before you cause a panic for our kin nearby. What the hell do you expect us to do then? Corhill exclaimed. Lay down and wait for the package to arrive on our doorstep? You think I wanted this to happen? Tyrion shot back. As far as I was concerned, I would have been more happy if it was just the head they brought back. That's more than enough to relieve our people's fears. Lord Tyrion, Eldora addressed. We have already made landing here. Ulthuan is undermanned and left exposed. We won't be able to make it back for another week. Thank you for informing me of what I already don't know, Eldora. Tyrion replied with bitter sarcasm. The Prince Champion took a deep breath and composed himself. Eldora, write a message to Tor of Res. Inform the Warden of the situation, bring as many forces to the north, and set up as many defenses as they can muster. Yes, Lord. Eldora bowed before making leave. Now it was just Tyrion and Corhill left. And to think I was trusting enough of giving him one of my axes. Corhill brooded over. We already have enough problems. And now he's added a new one to the shit list. Yes. Tyrion agreed. A rather terrible gamble. Corhill groaned. I still don't understand why Finjabar would go to Teclis Tower by himself. I have been one of his invaluable friends, and he goes alone? If I had been there, I could have. We all could have done something, Corhill. Tyrion spoke remorsefully. Had arrived sooner and know the full story behind our liege's appearance. Maybe something might have changed. Corhill sighed in lamentation, forever to brood over his failure as a White Lion. Both looked on the streets before Corhill spoke. Say, didn't that boy courted Finjabar's daughter a while back? Tyrion turned his eyes to where his friend pointed to. There he spotted a young man tending to his griffin. The prince looked sullen in expression, yet kept focused on maintaining his noble steed. The griffin gently pushed its head against its rider, earning a small smile from the young prince. Yes, Tyrion recognized. Eluthian, his name was. Heard the two broke off their relationship. The princes assumed it was the boy who broke it off, but Ollie told her father it was she who broke it off. Judy strained it, and I think her mother had something to do with it. Well, you know how her mother is, Corhill smirked. You're always by her side. Is that how you talk to the Everqueen's champion? Tyrion retorted. I'll have you know I could have your tongue cut off for it. Corhill snorted and replied. And I'd still be laughing with my every breath. Tyrion attempted to remain angry, but broke into a chuckle. Soon both laughed mutedly as the tension eased. Still, Tyrion composed. Ollie and Eluthian seem to be on good terms if his appearance is considered. The boy even seems to have moved on with another girl. Corhill offered a melancholic smile. The conversation was soon halted by the sound of approaching footsteps, prompting both to glance over. Teclis and the Slayer, accompanied by a contingent of Empire soldiers, came into view. Tyrion approached, with Corhill trailing close behind him. Brother, Tyrion greeted surly. What is the meaning of this? Allies, Tyrion. Teclis answered. These men are from the Empire. Forgive me, Lord Prince. A man in a golden mask approached. I am Balthasar Gelt, Supreme Patriarch of the College of Mages. I was appointed by Emperor Franz to escort you and your men to the Empire. A strange arrival. Tyrion spoke suspiciously. I had just sent a messenger to herald our arrival. It has been intercepted, Prince Tyrion, Gelt answered. Rest assured, knowing that you are all here means less time will be wasted. Tyrion furrowed his brow. What news from your emperor? One that which requires your ears. Gelt cut short. Come, we must make haste. I have provided transport for such an occasion. If I may, Supreme Patriarch, Hayden's voice entered. I believe that won't be necessary. Altdorf, Reichland. The dwarf sat in stasis as he was moved into the emperor's halls by his men. It had been a few short months since he made his visit to the Umji lands. Indeed, there was some respite in visiting his neighbors. The Umji and Dai, under their respective leaderships, have bore fruitful successes in the late years. However, this visit was a matter of great urgency. Some time ago, a band of surviving Dai led by a Longbeard had returned with grievous wounds. He recognized the fellow dwarf as one of the envoys sent to carry the LG princess back their holds as an act of diplomacy. Outrage and despair came to him when the dwarf learned of demons attacking the diplomatic mission and kidnapping the child. Not only that, but a vampire took responsibility for this action. The mighty dwarf was livid to know that a grudge was to be written in the Damas Crone. And who better to settle than the dwarf himself? Why, none other than High King Thorgrim Alexan, of course. Or he is known by his famous moniker, Thorgrim Grudgebearer. Thorgrim had a stern expression on him, grim and focused, but not overbearing. When a Longbeard returned with grave news, damn the injuries, the High King assembled his forces without hesitation. An attack on the alliance was an affront to Thorgrim. Such indignations shall be met with retribution, Thorgrim thought. And the Dai need not be alone in this. For the LG too must know of this grievance now that their princess was in peril. The Emperor's halls echoed with the sound of marching footsteps. For an Umgak design, the High King couldn't help but admire the Umji's imagination and creativity with their inventions and architecture. It may not be quite as sophisticated and grand as the dwarf holds, but the Umji proved to be ever-evolving with their ingenuity. Of course, there might have been some helping of the Dai doing some of the craftsmanship, but the Umji had grander vision. Traversing the corridors, the High King's retinue reached a pair of grand doors. The station guard swung them open. The Dai stepped inside, and Thorgrim surveyed the chamber. It was a war room of considerable grandeur, showcasing arrays of armor and weaponry. The guards within were more distinguished than those outside, adorned in finer armor bearing heraldries of skulls and hammers. The Reiksguard, Thorgrim remembered. They were the epitome of disciplined elites, standing watchful and still. At the room's heart stood a vast round table, surrounded by chairs tailored to the delegates of various realms. Apart from the Reiksguard, several individuals were notable. The most prominent was the Emperor himself, who asserted his presence with Gal Maraz at his side. Accompanying him were 4 others. The first, clad similarly to the Reiksguard, sported an impressive, well-groomed mustache that complemented his noble bearing. The second was adorned in dark blue robes and embellished with moon and star pendants. Thorgrim felt uneasy in the presence of a wizard, but nonetheless maintained his composure. Lastly, there was a resolute and formidable warrior priest of Sigmar, wielding a warhammer akin to the Emperor's, but less famed. He regarded the wizard with a mix of suspicion and disdain, yet the Reich Marshal positioned himself between the two subjects. The Emperor approached the High King. "Greetings, High King." The Emperor greeted as he shook hands with Thorgrim. "Hail, Emperor Franz." Thorgrim exclaimed, "I thank you for this invitation. If anyone could hold a meeting between the Dai and the LG, your kin would be the first I could entrust. I appreciate your thoughts." Franz expressed gratitude. "Truthfully, I believe this extends to the concerns of the Empire as well." Thorgrim nodded with a heavy exhale. "So it seems. Tell me, are there any others who should come here?" "Only the Elven princes, I'm afraid," Emperor answered. "I've sent as many messengers to any allies who could hear us. As of current events, Bretonnia has its civil war. Both Tilia and Estalia remain silent, and Kislev is unknown. I fear our allies are growing thin." Thorgrim shook his head. "The Kazakrindum are truly nearing. Not all hope is lost." The Emperor said otherwise. "Have a seat, friend." Thorgrim nodded, settling into one of the lower seats designed for the Dai, and the Emperor followed suit on his own. Once comfortable, the High King began. "Even if our allies are few, the LG will undoubtedly be a significant aid. The Everchild represents a mutual interest of great importance. I am glad you confided in the Empire with this knowledge, Thorgrim." Franz commended. "I am equally supportive of this alliance." "AI," agreed the High King. "Too long have both our races have been at arm's length. The War of Vengeance and its consequences have done us a great deal of sorrow, and I'm willing to bury this hatchet, if not for the travesty that happened near my hold. I hope we can resolve this soon." The Emperor looked forward. "The Elven princes will be here." "Such assurances please me, Franz," Thorgrim said. Moments passed in silence, before Thorgrim spoke up. "Say, not to speak ill of the LG, but for such beings of swift and lithe movement, they are rather quite late." "That's because they just arrived," Franz answered. "Oh," Thorgrim was surprised. "Where exactly?" "Marienburg." The room went dead silent as Thorgrim and the Dai reflected on what they had just heard. "I'm sorry, Franz." Thorgrim blinked while registering. "Did you just say Marienburg?" "Yes." Thorgrim looked dumbfoundedly. "From Marienburg?" "In Marienburg," confirmed the Emperor, stirring a slight upheaval from the Dai as they tried to comprehend the Emperor's answer. That's almost a week from the Empire." Thorgrim balked. "Are you telling me that my throng has to sit on their hands as they wait for the LG to take their stroll?" "Be at ease, High King." Franz remained assertive. "My astromancers have assured me the elves will come sooner than expected." "Like the one behind you." Thorgrim grumbled as he pointed the man in blue robes. Yes, Franz answered. Magister Javelno behind me has told me his order made it very certain the princes will come. Tisk, Thorgrim scoffed. Not to be disrespectful, Franz, but you shouldn't be dependent on your mages. They are just as dangerous as wielding an axe if misused. For all we know, this charlatan is feeding you lies. That earned a smirk from the Sigmarite priest, which went unnoticed by the others. High King, if I may, the Magister stepped in. I and my fellow astromancers have never failed a prediction that didn't benefit the greater world. Oh really? Thorgrim spoke skeptically. Then I suppose within a few minutes, the doors here will open, correct? Seconds, actually, corrected the Magister. Oh, that is just dash. The doors soon opened and a man in a golden mask announced, Hail, Emperor Franz. And hail to the dwarfs of the Kara's anchor. I, Balthasar Gelt, have returned with the Asur princes of Ulthuan. Both the High King and the Dai looked blankly as they turned to the Supreme Patriarch and his elven entourage. Within seconds, the High King sighed and grumbled. All right, wizard. You win this time. The Magister held back a smirk as he nodded in acknowledgement. The Emperor didn't notice and instead addressed Gelt. Greetings, Supreme Patriarch, and to the Asur princes who arrived. Greetings, Emperor Franz. Teclis inclined in respect. I am PLE dash. Less greetings, brother, Tyrion interrupted. More pressing matters. The Prince Champion proceeded to the seats across from the dwarfs. Teclis exhaled wearily as he took his place next to him, an elf with the cape of a white lion draped over one shoulder. The Supreme Patriarch rejoined the Emperor, settling into his position at the table. The LG Prince showed signs of irritation and impatience while confronting Thorgrim. The High King was far from pleased, yet his displeasure was somewhat mitigated by the presence of the enormous and mysterious figure standing just a few feet from the elves. Indeed, the High King had never, in all his years, witnessed such a lavish suit of armor on an Umji, verdant as the earth and evidently intricate in its craftsmanship. Such sentiments did not go unnoticed as the Dai behind Thorgrim whispered. The same goes for the Umji who would have to bring it up later. However, as the Emperor announced, now that we are all here, those who accepted to attend, at least dash, I will spare no wasted words so as to direct our attention to current events. As it has been made apparent, the foul corruption of chaos is spreading across the known world. Yet such threats must take a back seat given our dilemma. And what exactly do you know, Emperor? Tyrion spoke up, the venom in his voice apparent. You say you spare no words wasted, yet you can spare time to delay what is more important. Tyrion dash, his brother tried to calm him, but the prince had none of it. The Everchild is in peril. Tyrion stood from his seat. I will not sit here while the future Everqueen is left to rot in the hands of some vile scum. Vile blasphemy, the priest spat. You stand in the Emperor's presence. Such discourse will not look upon you favorably. As if I would listen to a withered man too young to be here. The priest was ready to raise his warhammer when the High King intervened. That's enough, LG. Thorgrim stood from his seat. Allowing emotions to control your actions will not benefit you, especially when in the presence of the Emperor. Tyrion's glare soon turned to the High King. And I'm supposed to believe the words of a dwarf, who failed to upload his word after the child was taken. An uproar nearly erupted as the Dai behind the High King readied themselves for an outburst due to the insult, but Thorgrim quickly raised his hand. Sensing their king's intent, the Dai calmed down. The elves also took their seats, nearly matching the Dai's vitriol except for Teclis. The Reiksguard likewise stood down, returning to their initial positions. Notably, the stranger behind the elves retreated as well. Upon closer inspection, he seemed to be reaching out towards Tyrion just as a fight was on the verge of breaking out, with all eyes fixated on the emotionally charged prince among the assembly. With tensions dying down, Thorgrim finally spoke. Let me begin by saying that you do not accuse a dwarf, let alone the High King, of breaking his oath. On that note, the Everchild is the very reason why this meeting even exists. Do not jump into accusations without proof to back your claims, especially one between leaders of mutual trusts. Now, take your seat, and let us discuss this matter like gentlemen. Thorgrim soon sat down as he finished. Tyrion did as well, though his anger receded slowly. While all this was happening, the Emperor remained composed and calm, yet his hand was not far from the Helden hammer. Thank you, Thorgrim. Franz commended Thorgrim's patience. As he has pointed out quite elegantly, the Everchild is a great concern, but not the only one. What do you mean, Franz? Teclis inquired, now alert by this news. Franz breathed sharply and said, some time ago, the Grand Theogonist had come to me bearing news of utmost importance, sharing me a vision of a great battle that will decide the fate of our world. Surprisingly, my celestial wizards also spoke the same. How fortunate our spiritual leader came to your attention at the earliest, Emperor Franz. The priest remarked, earning a pair of not-so-subtle glares from both wizards. And what was it? Thorgrim answered. The suspense is killing everyone here. Franz, forming a small smile, simply replied, I believe the elves have brought some company. Care to introduce us to him, Lore Master? All eyes were now on the stranger. Elves aside, almost everyone was curious about this silent observer. Suddenly, a voice erupted in the room. "Greetings, lords," said the voice. "Before we begin, I want to clarify that I am not the man speaking, merely a passenger speaking through his armor." Murmurs soon broke out as suspicions and superstitions spread in the room. The Emperor and his cohorts, however, remained passive. What took Thorgrim by surprise, however, was the language he spoke in. "Did you just speak Khazalid?" asked Thorgrim. That caught the attention of everyone around the room, with the Reichsmarshal beside the Emperor adding, "Khazalid? I heard Reichspiel." "I see you both caught up on that." The voice said, "I speak many languages, and based on everyone's reactions, I can speak simultaneously depending on the number of people in the room." "That actually explains the Eltherin," Teclis muttered to himself before his brother elbowed him. Hayden continued, "But that is secondary to what I am. I am Dr. Samuel Hayden, and due to recent events, I am relegated to a voice through my companion's armor. And no, I am not a spirit. The armor provides a means of communication to where I can safely transmit messages. As for the man who's standing in your presence, this is Doomslayer." The crowd soon murmured once more. Curiosity turned to interest as they whispered about the Outlander's enigmatic nature. "A Dringudim?" Thorgrim snorted. "I must admit, you're a bit too tall for a Slayer, but I cannot deny you are wearing fine armor. Nothing I have ever seen before." The Slayer raised a brow at that tall remark. "I am not surprised by your curiosity, Lord Thorgrim," Hayden replied, "but that is for another time. Regarding surprises, it appears we were expected in the Empire. Am I hearing that correctly?" "You assumed correctly, Doctor," spoke the Emperor. "I am Karl Franz, Prince and Emperor, and I welcome you to our realm." "An honor to make your acquaintances, Emperor," Hayden replied. Doomslayer simply inclined in acknowledgement. "You'll have to forgive the Slayer's muted response." Hayden apologized in his place. "He has not spoken for a long time." "I will make a note of that," Franz stated. "As for your comment, you were predicted to come here eventually." The Grand Theogonist vaguely described a green guardian who would arrive at our darkest hour. "And this? Grand Theogonist? Where would he be?" Hayden inquired. Franz sighed in disappointment and turned to the priest. "Arch-Lector Castellan," he addressed the priest. "When were his last sightings?" "About a week ago, Emperor," the priest answered. "Volkmar had amassed an army to Sylvania, fighting undead in the wretched place alongside Arch-Lector Aglum. I would have joined, but Lord Volkmar appointed me to stay behind should something happen on his journey." "Muscular," Thorgrim spat. "I pray that man brought with him a mighty army to face the undead." "He did," Castellan replied. "He amassed an army of Imperial Knights, including the Blazing Suns, along with a carefully selected group of Sigmarite warrior priests." "Any word from Volkmar himself?" asked Karl. The Arch-Lector simply shook his head in dismay. "I'm afraid I have not heard from them since." "That is rather grave news." Hayden took note. "That's not all," Franz replied, face darkened. "From Castellan's reports, sometime after Volkmar left, some of our most safeguarded vaults had been broken in." Fear flooded the room as Franz continued. "Of the coveted relics deep within, only the crown of sorcery and the armor, Morricane, were robbed from their places, two of which were once wielded by the ancient necromancer, Nagash." Fear and panic whispered the room once more. Thorgrim's scowl grew ever larger as he was intent on settling this grudge, as were his fellow Dai the elves, similarly, grew fearful of this news. The blood draining from Tyrion's face was especially, with Teclis equally frozen by the revelation. The Imperials remained calm under duress, with the Reichsmarschall commanding for order within the room. While everyone else was fearful of the outcome that would befall the world, only the two Outlanders showed no fear in the face of this threat. "Forgive my ignorance, Emperor," Hayden spoke up, "but elaborate further on this Nagash." "An ancient evil," Franz spoke warily. "Barring the forces of chaos and the greenskins, the great necromancer known as Nagash is a blight of the world. Before the birth of the Empire, Nagash brought ruin and devastation to those who stood in his way. He is the architect and progenitor of necromancy and its foul inheritors, the vampires. Time and time, his accursed servants have resurrected him, but heroes like Sigmar prevail in the face of his evil influence. Even to this day, his evil could be felt. Only now have the end times come, and all of our forces are stretching thin on many fronts. And the servants of Nagash, it appears, are taking advantage of our darkest chapter. If a shortage of soldiers is your concern," Hayden threw in, "I can provide the troops to support your endeavors." "Excuse me, Doctor," the Reichsmarschall spoke up, "but if I'm to be frank, there are only two of you." "Correct," Hayden answered, "but I can back up my claims. Believe it or not, the Slayer and I had just returned from the other side of your world. There, we made contact with the Dark Elves, but with the backing of Ulthuan agents." "Dark Elves?" Franz expressed concern. "What were you doing with the Dark Elves?" "Concerning, isn't it?" Hayden predicted. "We were sent there by Teclis to escort the Witch King of Nagaroth back to Ulthuan. where he will stand trial for his crimes against Ulthuan. Upon hearing the news, the White Lion captain was about to speak, but a sharp glare from the prince silenced him. As the news sank in, there was a brief sense of relief, only for the emperor to inquire, "Wait, you said you had just returned from Nagaroth? How is that even possible?" "It is complicated without proof," Hayden tried to explain. "But to simply put, we came here by teleportation." "LG magic?" Thorgrim snorted as he made assumption. "Of course it is." "With all due respect, High King," Gelt butted in. "But that is not the case. For I, Supreme Patriarch, have witnessed this magic with my very eyes. It was neither elven nor my own. Instead, it was Dash." "Lord Gelt," Hayden interrupted. "I think it's best to show it, not tell it." "Oh," Gelt realized. "Apologies, Dr. Hayden." "As I was saying," Hayden continued, "we teleported here as soon as we could." "Doctor," Thorgrim spoke up, "if you don't mind me asking, why are you here and not escorting the Witch King himself? I find your account rather fantastical in nature." "I don't blame you for your skepticism," Hayden waved off, "but as I said before, we had help from Ulthuan agents inside the realm. As we speak, they are preparing to escort the Witch King back to the island. In exchange, he would release all of Nagaroth's slave population." As Hayden finished, the room went silent, except for the brothers. Franz broke the ice by saying, "I'm sorry, all of them?" "Yes," Hayden sighed in exasperation. "And to cut short this suspended disbelief, I have forces from another world liberating the slaves with the help of the aforementioned agents." "Another world?" the Reichsmarshal inquired. Hayden audibly groaned and replied, "Yes. I think the Slayer and my presence is clear proof of that." Having voiced his annoyance, the room actually mumbled in agreement. "With that in mind, I will have to return these people to you both." Hayden brought up his concerns. "I am in short supply of medical aid, and the slaves are overpopulated to the point that there might not be room for my world to hold." "Has something happened?" Franz asked, reading the lines carefully. "We have engaged with an enemy not too dissimilar to the beings you call Chaos." Chills soon ran down the entire room into complete silence. "Your concerns have been heard," Franz answered. "The Empire is thankful for this act. We will take back our people and return any belonging to our neighboring allies." "I," Thorgrim added, "some of my kin are more than likely part of the slaves. For this, you are forever a friend of the Dai. Both of you." Doomslayer nodded in response. Tyrion, however, soon had enough and stood up from his seat. "Enough with the damn praises for the strangers," Tyrion exclaimed. "I came here with a full fleet in Marienburg with the intention of rescuing the Everchild. Yet all of you are concerned with an undead bogeyman. Which is why we are here." A dwarf spoke up from his Dai crowd. All turned to see a long-bearded dwarf with burned scars that took half his face and left eye. His remaining eye bore a fury that was barely contained. Thorgrim knew who exactly this dwarf. "Forgive me, High King," the long-beard apologized to Thorgrim. "But I, too, cannot bear to stand here while the scum keeps the child hostage." Tyrion recognized the dwarf's concern and asked, "Who are you? And how do you know of Aliathra?" "Answer. I am Trodden Duardenson, Stonebrow to my kin." The old dwarf answered, "I was part of the Everchild's diplomatic delegation when we were attacked. We were nearing Karazankar when that vampire bastard sent his demons to descend upon us." His kin agreed in equal uproar. The prince, however, was not at all amused. "So where is Aliathra? How was she kidnapped while you were here?" Tyrion demanded, which only angered Trodden in equal anger. "Do not take your rage on me." Trodden burst in umbrage. "I would cleave heaven and Mountain Tio find the child as if she were my own." Tyrion was almost ready to jump at the dwarf, but the Slayer stepped in quicker than expected, just as Franz ordered. "Order. Order. There is no need for further quarrels within this room." Even as the room fell silent again, tensions were still hot. Now, it became clear that neither the Dai nor the elves were willing to part words, with only Teclis and Thorgrim being the only ones prepared to hold back their respective kin. "Please continue, Trodden," Thorgrim calmly ordered. The Longbeard obeyed and continued. "I and my kin fought tooth and nail alongside the LG protecting the child from those demons. Not since the days of King Snorri Whitebeard had both our kin fought so fiercely for a noble cause. Yet, those bastards kept coming at us with their numbers. For each demon we slay, 2 more take their place. I did what I could to protect the girl, but I failed my duty. The demons won, and their vampire lord took her away." Trodden lowered his head in shame. Nearby, Thorgrim deeply sympathized with the dwarf, for nothing is more terrible than a grudge than failure. "So where is she?" asked the Emperor. "Did the vampire hint at where they were going?" "All I remembered was the name of the location," Trodden replied. "Nagash something." "Nagash dash. Izar." Teclis gasped, face growing pale in realization. "I know what they are planning. The relics. The Everchild. They mean to resurrect the necromancer." The room, again, was an uproar. The Emperor stood up and asked, "Are you certain of this?" "It all makes sense," Teclis replied. "Gather all of your forces." "That is not necessary." Hayden disagreed. "Leave the Slayer to handle this." "With all due respect, Doctor," Teclis deflected. But this enemy requires sufficient magic against a being like Nagash. More than likely, there is an army amassing at his fortress. Agreed. Trot and support Teclis. It is not an enemy we have faced before either. The things they carried are anything I have witnessed. Massive skeletons and ogres with cannons mounted on their shoulders and hands. Greyback beasts with skulls for faces that can tear through horses. We dash. Trotten was cut off when the Slayer stepped in front of the Longbeard before anyone noticed. His body tensed up and eyes, plain to everyone in the room, grew a fierce look that could quell even the mightiest orc into submission. Hayden, likewise, voiced a demand that veered into umbrage and fear. These creatures, Hayden said, would they happen to have brownish demons with them? An intense silence followed before Trotten finally mustered up the courage to speak up. Yes, Trotten answered. There were many of them, and they were being led by a tall red demon, who summoned a ferocious beast with skin as black as obsidian and fire for blood. It can't be, gasped the doctor. The Slayer shared Hayden's fears, only with terrible rage seen in his eyes. We must hurry now, Hayden exclaimed. Emperor Franz, have your men gather every map you have regarding this tower. I need all the information to pinpoint its location as fast as possible. Are we dealing with a new enemy undiscovered? Franz inquired, acknowledging the seriousness of Hayden's concerns. Yes, this is not the work of chaos. Hell has come to your world. Without skipping a beat, the Slayer immediately left the room. Not far away, a great portal appeared, and the Slayer slipped in. Everyone burst into questions right after witnessing the stranger vanish without a trace. Now, though, was a time of action, and that, the Emperor roared his decision. Nagashizer. Aliathra groggily stirred herself awake. The cold hard surface of the floor did not allow the princess any comfort in her rest. The scent of mold and the fetid stench was off-putting as always. Setting her head against the wall, her two cellmates, the Fey Enchantress and a sister of Shalaya, silently nodded to her presence. Morgiana rested her head on the opposite wall much like Aliathra, while Elspeth silently prayed to her patron. Looking through her cell, Aliathra saw Mordeval doing the same as Elspeth, albeit slower and morose in his voice. His cellmates remained asleep, though. Ulf snored as loud as an angry, something Alia had grown accustomed during the first few nights. Sinst was similar but quieter at least. However, he had trouble moving in his sleep without his limbs, requiring Mordeval to help him up at times. Despite the cheery demeanor, it was not lost on Aliathra that the limbless man was miserable. Around the corner, Lupio and Volkmar were sitting in prayer like the others. Seeing the light peer under the door leading outside, Aliathra gandered morning had come, which explained the morning prayers. The Everchild sighed in resignation. Almost a week had passed since her kidnapping, and Aliathra felt dread lurking at the back of her mind. So far, though, nothing dreadful had come. Not yet at least. The jailers would come, though, not so much as attempt anything harmful or malevolent to the prisoners. All that amounted was inspections thrice a day, and thrice, they would return with minimal amount of food and sustenance. Aliathra's stomach growled with hunger. It was not quite the starving pangs, but Aliathra often felt hungry at times. By coincidence, the door to the outside world opened with the sound of the locks turning. Entering, Aliathra watched as three twisted figures entered. Since they came right around the time she awoke, Aliathra knew who approached. They had come like before, adorned in that faded green armor and fatigues, and with a cart full of food for them. Eyes that burned like a fire within their souls. Always silent and menacing to them whenever they came. The Horned One took the lead, scanning the cells for perceived threats. He reached the women's cell first. Away from the bars. He growled in Reekspiel, prompting the women to move further into their cell. The Cursed Knight soon gestured his head to another fellow of his. The second was bigger and more imposing, reaching just short of the first one's horns. His face was mutilated with strange scopes placed where his eyes once were. It did nothing to dissuade the child's uneasiness as the brute sported a menacing smirk as he jingled the keys in front of them. Thankfully, the giant didn't do much. He simply opened the cell as the third of them came in. Even with the hood on, it did nothing to hide the grotesque rows of teeth that covered his maw. In his hands, he carried a bag filled with the same food he had been given these past days. Large canteens of water alongside bread, wrappings, filled with meat and vegetables. The hooded one gently let the bag down and left without a word. The weird-eyed one locked the door before uttering, "If you ever feel hungry, call me. I'll save some sausage for you." The brute disgustingly grabbed his crotch to insinuate his intentions. All three women ignored with varying levels of stoicism. Aliathra looked away to ignore him, while also hiding the fear and disgust on her face. Meanwhile, Elspeth breathed deeply and closed her eyes while Morgiana stared daggers at their tormentor with utter contempt. The giant simply chuckled while licking his teeth. The Horned One, sensing his comrade's lecherous behavior, smacked his shoulder and angrily ordered, "Focus on the task, Tormen. We're not here to toy with the assets. Relax, Alastair." Tormen waved off. "I haven't done any sort with them. As long as my paws ain't touchin', What's the harm in rattling their cages a wee bit? The Count provided villagers for that, Alastor growled. That way, he doesn't keep on sticking his nose in our way, especially when it comes to your theatrics. The brute growled, but was more annoyed than anything, simply going to the opposite cell and unlocking it. Unlike the first cell, the giant interrupted the hooded one and said, "Let me help with the drinks, then. Best I make up for earlier." His companion simply shook his head, but obliged, taking the food only. As the larger man grabbed the drinks, Aliathra observed and noticed him having a wider grin as he grabbed the canteen with a red X carved onto it. Grabbing all three, he handed them one by one to Mortival and his companions. The last one was given to Ulf, who had been stirred awake. Before Ulf could react, the horned one had his gun out and aimed at the wolf knight. Cautiously, Ulf took the canteen as the brute moved away to shut the cell behind. Ulf relaxed and took a swig, before immediately spitting it out in disgust, causing the giant brute to howl with laughter. "It's fucking piss," Ulf cried in outrage, which only made his cruel jailer to cackle even louder and hideously. "A special cocktail from good old Tormen. Yours truly," the brute guffawed. This further angered the wolf knight and caused him to throw the canteen at his tormentor. Tormen, however, moved away at brisk speeds. Instead, the urine canteen ended up splashing Aliathra's cell, causing the women to shriek in disgust as the urine soaked their rags. Tormen, witnessing Ulf's clumsy action, bent over in hideous laughter. "A golden shower," cried Tormen in a howl of cruel humor. "Why didn't I think of that?" As the savage jailer laughed it off, Aliathra whimpered while Elspeth stifled a cry. Morgiana, however, shrieked like a harpy and spat vile curses outside her cell. "You stupid mutt," she cursed in Breton, "throw your piss properly. Not in our way." Receiving crass insults directly from the enchantress herself further riled Ulf into an almost frenzied state, the latter angry enough to try to rip the rusted cell off its hinges. Bang! The sound of gunpowder exploding quickly shattered the tension in the cells. Everyone but the jailers covered their ears in pain from the explosive powder. As everyone recovered, Alastor lowered his double-barrel gun and aimed squarely at the wolf knight's head. "Sit down," he ordered Ulf. "I wouldn't want to put a dog down and make an example." Despite the implied threat, Ulf simply pressed his head against the cell and replied, "Then do it. You'd be doing the wolf a favor." Ulf showed unwavering defiance as his face was inches from the barrels, showing no hint of fear as he bared his teeth and scowl. An intense stare-off followed shortly before Alastor lowered his gun and placed it back in its holster. Tormen scoffed and said, "That's one way to kill the vibes, Al." Alastor replied with a sucker punch to Tormen's face. The brute staggered from the blow before he was put in a chokehold against the wall. The third one simply stood to the side, briefly shocked from it. "You listen to me, and you listen carefully," Alastor growled as he put his fellow in place. "The Heresiarch wants them alive and unspoiled. Any further toying, and you'll be on gore nest duty on the borders." Tormen, despite his stature, bared his bloodied teeth but said none. Instead, he calmly said, "Just playing around, Al. No harm in teasing them. I know that." Alastor maintained his glare but soon let go, taking the keys off Tormen's hands and ordered him, "Remove yourself from these chambers. Go join the others." The brute obeyed and soon left, slamming the door behind him. Alastor looked at his other fellow, and this time, calmly said, "Then Atten, tell the kitchen to make another batch. This cell's food has been spoiled." The hooded one silently nodded, leaving the room with Alastor being its sole jailer. The marauder carried on with his duties, directing his attention to the women. "Throw those away," he said, pointing at the piss-drenched food. The women did as they were told, putting them outside of their cells. Alastor continued, grabbing the last foodstuffs for the final cell. Approaching, Alastor was greeted by the more able-looking of the prisoners near their cage. All three of them looked ready to make the jump. "Move," he ordered them. Momentarily, they did not budge until the bald man nodded the others to do so. Maintaining eye contact, Alastor watched for any sudden moves from these prisoners. Thankfully, nothing happened as the marauder dropped the food and water, locking the door behind him. "An animal with manners is still an animal," remarked the bald man. "You are no different from that brute. None of you are. Your dismays mean little to me, old man." Alastor dismissed him. "I'm not the one rotting in a cage." Alastor's comment seemed to get on the old man's skin, prompting him to curse. "Wherever you go, demon, may Sigmar or the Hellwalker smite your vile existence to oblivion." Alastor stopped in his tracks, turning back now with widened eyes. Returning to the cells, Alastor lunged and grabbed the man by his collar through the cage. His two cellmates hurriedly grabbed him and attempted to wrestle free from Alastor's grasp. "And what do you know of the Hellwalker?" The man simply grinned, having finally struck a nerve. "Only that he is here and will know of your foul existence," the old man said. "And when he does, you better run faster than the winds. I know exactly what he does to your kin. And may he put a smile on Sigmar's face." Alastor growled in fury before releasing the aged theogonist. Suddenly, The door opened and came in the great archvile. The marauder quickly knelt down in respect. I hope I am not interrupting any chit-chat, Alastair? Aeliger assumed, scanning the entire room. None, Lord Aeliger. Alastair answered the heresiarch in Argindi. This prisoner speaks one of the Slayer's epithets. Ah, what a coincidence, Aeliger said mildly. I need your ears. Somewhere private. Alastair nodded, following the archvile back. Passing by, he glanced back at the female prisoners. The elf was being tended by the human, using the canteen to wash away the stench of urine off her dirty rags. Only the enchantress stared back, glaring at him with disgust. Alastair ignored her, however, and made his leave. The door slammed shut behind them, leaving the prisoners to ruminate. Unbelievable of you to throw piss so recklessly. Elspeth admonished the wolf knight, helping Eliathra rub the urine off with clean water. What exactly were you thinking with your ill-conceived plan? To hell with thoughts. Ulf spat. You think I care about something as little as smelling like piss? I've been through worse. That is nothing to the hell that awaits you all. Just you wait. Enough with the cruel jests, Ulf. Lupio called out. You cannot blame the women for being trapped here. As far as things have gone, it is fortunate nothing escalated beyond that. Listen to Lupio well, Wolf Knight. Volkmar spoke up, his voice remaining strong and defiant. Even for someone half my age, you can learn a lot by tempering your emotions, lest you drag others down to your misery. Ulf growled at being slighted, but Mordeval placed a hand on his shoulder and gestured at the woman. He deflated when he saw the Everchild's despair, the result of his foolish action. Regretful, Ulf simply grumbled, I'm sorry. Eliathra looked up, tears now dried up as she nodded in acceptance. Do not be concerned with the filth, child. Volkmar added in. This will all be but a memory in your years to come. Help is on its way. Are you certain of this, father? Lupio inquired. Is help truly coming? Indeed. Volkmar spoke certain. I have seen it in my dreams. Visions of a warrior not from this world, clad in jade and adamantine armor beyond our understanding. Hearing in on the conversation, Eliathra's eyes widened as she was familiar with that description. Jade. Eliathra perked up. Do you mean green armor? Yes. Volkmar exclaimed. I am. Have you seen him? Aye. Eliathra looked stunned. Met him in Ulthuan before departure. So it has been foretold. Morgiana whispered, catching the Everchild by surprise as she heard her. Suddenly, a horn was sounded somewhere in the tower, alerting the prisoners. A war horn. Russet spoke up. Has help finally arrived? Elspeth added. As the prisoners stood up, a sense of rejoicing was felt. However, such jubilation was cut short as the door to the chambers opened suddenly and a small canister was thrown. Soon, a cloud of gas enveloped the room. The prisoners began to cough, followed by their loss of vision. Some attempted to resist by breaking the cells, while others attempted to cover their mouths with whatever fabric they had. Ultimately, it proved futile as they all went unconscious. The last thing Eliathra saw was the jailers returning, wearing obscuring masks and with black bags in hand.